Blue Star. Longwa. Within a vast manner, Ye Tian jolted awake from the bed. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and an intense, deep-seated terror flickered in his eyes. His entire body was trembling as though he had just endured some mortal terror between life and death. Wasn't I killed by that alien god? What is going on? Forcing himself to calm down, Ye Tian looked around at his surroundings in confusion. His memories were crystal clear. Not long ago, alien gods from beyond the starry sky had invaded his world. Countless, unimaginably powerful demons ran rampant, wantonly ravaging everything he had created. His followers and the heroes under him were no match for those demonic races and fell in battle one after another until all of them perished. Even the origin of his entire world was plundered. In the end, even he, the very creator, had his godhood mercilessly stripped away by an alien god and died. The torment of having his divinity torn from him still seemed seared into his mind. It had been like enduring the torments of a 9-layered hell. Remembering the pain of having his godhood stripped, Ye Tian's body could not help but shudder once more. Letting his gaze sweep the room, Ye Tian noticed a mobile phone lying beside him. He hastily grabbed it and powered it on. As soon as the lock screen was opened, the date displayed on the screen leaped into his view. May 11th, 2023. This was a date from 10 years ago. The next moment, Ye Tian swiftly scrolled through the phone's interface. A familiar application icon suddenly appeared before his eyes. I am the creator god. Seeing this app and the current date, Ye Tian was instantly filled with a mixture of astonishment and delight. Excellent, I've been reborn to the days before the game manifested into reality. There are still 10 days left. Everything can still be changed. Ye Tian tightened his fists. Today was May 11th, and he vividly remembered that 10 days later the game, I and the creator god, would shut down its top-up channels. After that, the developers had released an announcement. Once the top-up channels were closed, everything within the game would gradually manifest into reality. That announcement had stirred quite a storm at the time. I Am the Creator God was a game that had taken the world by storm. In it, players assumed the role of a creator deity, forging entire worlds, managing their followers, and even unleashing divine wars to invade other realms. It was a game that merged management, cultivation, and war into a single grand experience. The game's performance and depth were extraordinary, and countless people loved it. Its popularity was immense, so when the official announcement was released, it caused a huge sensation. Of course, no one took that announcement seriously. No matter how fun it was still just a game, manifesting into reality. Were they all supposed to become creator gods? Pure fantasy, they thought. At the time, players simply assumed it was a gimmick by the game's planners to drum up attention. But before long, they were all ruthlessly proven wrong. The official statement from the game turned out to be true. Everyone who had ever played this game became a creator god. Once the game's feedback reached reality, countless players gained godhood in their own personal worlds. The worlds they had nurtured and managed within the game became real, tangible realms. They themselves ascended to become lofty creators. They not only possessed their own worlds, but also boundless faith from countless followers. Blue Star instantly descended into utter chaos. Yet this was only the beginning. Once the worlds they had created in the game became reality, danger followed close behind. Within the game, there existed a place known as the Abyssal Lands, a domain filled with innumerable fallen gods of sin and corruption. Their tendrils stretched across myriad heavens and worlds, tainting and devouring one realm after another. The players on Blue Star who had become creators naturally turned into the prime targets of these fallen gods of sin. Those corrupted tendrils began to reach toward Blue Star itself. Countless polluted worlds launched invasions against Blue Star. The players who had become creator gods, of course, did not simply surrender without a fight. Wars between different worlds erupted one after another. In his past life, Ye Tian's own world was invaded by a fallen god of sin. Unable to resist, he had his godhood stripped and died. There are still 10 days until the top-up channels close and the world feedback begins. Realizing he had been reborn, Ye Tian could hardly contain his excitement. In his previous life, although he loved this game dearly, he had never spent a single cent on it. It was not because he lacked money. On the contrary, Ye Tian was a top-tier second-generation heir of immense wealth. It was precisely because he was so rich in reality, feeling that real life held no challenge at all, that he refused to spend money on games. If playing a game required topping up and you poured in millions, where was the challenge in that? Only by refusing to spend could it feel truly challenging. With this mindset, Ye Tian had invested a great deal of time into the game in his past life, yet his in-game level only barely scraped into the top 1,000. Once the game's feedback to reality became time-limited, Ye Tian regretted it so much that his guts felt twisted green with remorse, for by then the top-up channels had already been completely shut down. From that point on, it became incredibly difficult for players to enhance their worlds. Even with assets worth tens of billions, Ye Tian had nowhere left to spend them. Although he took advantage of the brief period when the economic system still had not completely collapsed to trade his tens of billions in assets with other players for resources, the items he obtained were things that before the shutdown could have been acquired with mere tens of thousands in top-ups. Whenever he recalled his experiences from that previous life, Ye Tian still felt a gnawing regret. His tens of billions had completely evaporated in value after the game manifested. He had traded villas worth billions, entire industrial chains, and numerous properties with players who had become creator gods. Yet the resources he received, manifested from the game, were things that before the closure of the top-up channels could have been bought with just 10 or 20,000. Their value had shrunk by tens of millions of times. Falling behind by a single step, he fell behind at every step thereafter until he ultimately died at the hands of a fallen god of sin. Fortunately, now he had been reborn to the time before the game's feedback into reality. The top-up channels were still open, and more importantly, he still possessed assets worth tens of billions. A sharp light flared in Ye Tian's eyes. This time he would top up without restraint to the very limit. With mounting excitement, Ye Tian slowly opened the game. Creation God. Esteemed creation God, during the time you were away, 100 years have passed in your world. Within these 100 years, neither your world nor its civilization has undergone any significant change. As soon as he entered the game interface, Ye Tian saw the system prompt. The game I Am the Creation God is built around creating a world and developing a civilization, so in-game time is measured in units of centuries. 1 hour in reality equates to 100 years in the game. A span of 100 years sounds long, yet when compared to the evolution of a world and the rise of a civilization, a century is nothing more than the blink of an eye. Civilizations develop on the scale of millennia and tens of thousands of years. As for the growth of a world, it is counted in the millions of years. Thus, although 1 hour had passed in reality, almost nothing had truly changed within the game world. Name God of Endings verified. Ye Tian rank Tier 5 mid-level God world, level 5-star world, middle 1000 world, origin power magic battle chi, favored races and civilizations, deep sea fishmen, extraordinary species, demihumans, extraordinary species, hero units, king of Atlantis Tier 5 legendary deep sea, behemoth Tier 5 legendary king, GG Tier 5 legendary king, Kuan Tier 5 legendary. Faith God of Endings, Faith Power 13585668, Divine Power 100. A simple game template appeared on his phone screen. This was the current state of the world Ye Tian had cultivated. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he read through the introduction. In the game I Am the Creation God, world levels, civilization levels, and power levels are all divided into 9 tiers. Every 3 tiers form a watershed. Worlds from level 1 to level 3 are called small thousand worlds. Worlds from level 4 to level 6 are called middle thousand worlds. Worlds from level 7 to level 9 are called great thousand worlds. Worlds of different levels differ in size and in the types of energy that awaken within them. In small thousand worlds, the awakened energies are mostly low-grade forces, such as inner strength and similar powers. Extraordinary species are the upper limit such worlds can support. Middle thousand worlds awaken more advanced energies, spiritual chi, magic battle chi, true essence, and the like. Creatures born within a middle thousand world can elevate their strength to the level of legendary species. Great thousand worlds in turn are home to even higher powers, divine force, and immortal chi. Beings in great thousand worlds can cultivate to mythic heights. Civilization levels are classified in a manner similar to world levels. 1-star to 3-star civilizations are known as small civilizations. 4-star to 6-star civilizations are called medium civilizations. 6-star to 9-star civilizations are termed large civilizations. However, the grading of civilizations is far more intricate. It must account not only for the strength of a race, but also for its technological progress, cultural development, latent potential, and many other factors. The game I Am the Creation God uses its own set of rules to make these evaluations. Lastly comes the division of individual strength. Within the worlds of creation gods, favored races and hero units whose power falls between tiers 1 and 3 are called extraordinary species. Those between tiers 4 and 6 are called legendary species. Those between tiers 7 and 9 are termed mythic species. At present, Ye Tian's world is a tier 5 middle thousand world. The powers awakened there are magic and battle chi. Now countless races and creatures inhabit Ye Tian's world. Yet among them most species have no potential to advance into extraordinary beings. Only the deep-sea fishmen and the demihumans who possess the potential to become extraordinary species qualify as true favored races of the creation god. Both races are extraordinary by nature. Most individuals step into the extraordinary realm upon reaching adulthood. The most outstanding among them can even aspire to challenge the legendary realm. As for hero units, they can be understood as existences akin to children of the world itself. They generally possess exceedingly high potential, formidable strength, and great leadership. Most who can become hero units are leaders of their respective favored races. Within the world Ye Tian created, there exist 4 hero units in total. The King of Atlantis, a Tier 5 legendary, is the leader of the deep-sea fishmen. He commands terrifying power over the seas, able to control the currents at will. The deep-sea behemoth, also a Tier 5 legendary, is a colossal monster that roams the abyss. No racial leader, yet blessed with a body and strength of unspeakable horror. King Gigi, a Tier 5 legendary, is leader of the demi-humans. Demi-humans are beings akin to half-human, half-beast, further divided into many branches. King Gigi is the chieftain of the ape demi-humans among them, and possesses extraordinary intellect. King Kuin, a Tier 5 legendary, leads the Kuin demi-humans and excels in singing and dancing. He wields remarkably powerful spiritual force, his songs can enchant and control his enemies, and his speed is astonishingly high. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes slightly as he regarded the 4 great hero units. In his previous life, after the game's power bled into reality, a creation god's true combat strength was most clearly reflected in his hero units and legions. Hero units represented the strongest blades under a creation god's command. The higher the tier of a hero unit, the more fearsome its combat power. A single mythic-level hero could effortlessly conquer the world of a mid-level god. In his past life, when Ye Tian faced the fallen evil god of sin, that evil god had dispatched a mythic rank demon. His own 4 great hero units had been utterly helpless before it. They were annihilated in a single move. Even when he tried to mobilize the power of his world, he was no match. In the end, he was captured, offered up to the evil god, and died with his divinity stripped away. As for legions, they were equally crucial. If the enemy world's power was vastly inferior to yours, sending hero units alone was enough to conquer it. However, when the 2 worlds were roughly on the same level, legions became vitally important. At that point, what erupted was an all-encompassing war of gods. Soldier met soldier, general met general. In a world war between parties of similar strength, the influence of individual peak combatants would be greatly diminished. In such battles, mighty legions would become the decisive factor that governed the outcome of divine wars. At present, Ye Tian commanded 2 major legions, the Demi-Human Allied Army and the Fishman Legion. Formed respectively by the Demi-Humans and the Deep-Sea Fishmen, their strength was not weak, yet far from overwhelming, especially considering he had never spent a single coin on the game. My 4 hero units and 2 favored races are far too weak. I need far stronger heroes and favored races. Ye Tian pondered as he opened the in-game store. In his previous life, he had played this game purely for fun. Who could have imagined that it would one day spill over into reality? Now that he had been given a chance to start over, he absolutely would not let those powerful hero units and favored races slip through his fingers again. The Scionts, legendary race, a special race in the universe known as Scionts, each possessing formidable combat abilities and innate fighting talents with exceptionally balanced physical strength. Universal Pentagon Warriors. In the legends of the Scionts, a Scion who can transform into a Super Scion appears only once every 1,000 years, and to become a Super Scion, one must possess a battle power of 10. They also possess a pure heart of martial arts. Once the cells within them increase, they can undergo an explosive transformation triggered by the anger of their emotions. The Yinhua clan, legendary race, a special race recorded in the Shanhai Jing, resembles monkeys with very dark skin. Their diet consists of carbon, and they have the ability to breathe fire, thereby wielding power over flames. This innate ability classifies them as the guardians of fire. The Feathered People, legendary race, a peculiar race recorded in the Shanhai Jing, commonly referred to as bird people. They have feathers and wings and can fly. The concept of ascension is derived from them. In ancient times, people believed that immortals had wings, hence the Feathered People are often associated with divine beings. The Ultraman, legendary race, giants living on planet M78. They possess huge bodies, immense destructive power, and excellent combat awareness. Each Ultraman has its own unique finishing move. Powerful Ultramen can evolve into different forms. A dazzling array of biological races appeared in the game store, including, but not limited to, mechanical life forms, plant races, and demonic beasts. There are no biological races beyond your imagination. Their prices are also exceedingly high. Even the lowest tier with legendary potential requires a substantial 1 million divine coins for direct purchase. The exchange rate for divine coins to cash is 1-1. This exchange rate has been a point of contention among many players. The game currency and real currency at a 1-1 ratio has led countless players to complain that the game developers are money hungry. This means that to acquire powerful guardian races through microtransactions, even legendary races would require an expenditure of 1 million cash. Under the uncertainty of how the game would manifest in reality, who on earth would spend 1 million on such a game guardian? Moreover, this is not even the top-tier guardian in the game. From a player's perspective, the cost-effectiveness of recharging is alarmingly low. Of course, this is before the game's feedback to reality. After the game reflects in reality, even a ratio of 1:0 to 1 would have countless people eager to spend. Unfortunately, by then the recharge channels had already been completely shut down. Ye Tian swiped the game screen, flipping it to another section. World Expansion Edition. World Expansion card expands land area by 1:0 square meters. Small continent adds a continent template to your world level upgrade card, can elevate a world level with prices increasing as world levels rise. Level 5 world to level 6, 100 million divine coins level 6 to level 7, 500 million divine coins level 7 to level 8, 1 billion divine coins level 8 to level 9, 2 billion divine coins ice and snow card creates a special icy environment granting auras to ice-type creatures. The items for sale here are even more outrageous with prices that are equally exaggerated. The most significant among them is the world level upgrade card. It can directly elevate the world level. However, the price is terrifyingly high. Ye Tian's current level 5 world requires a full 100 million to upgrade to level 6. If Ye Tian did not know that this game could reflect in reality, he would absolutely not spend such an amount. Spending 100 million cash to buy game content would be sheer foolishness. However, since the game reflects reality, it's a different story. Not to mention spending 100 million, even hundreds of billions or thousands of billions. Ye Tian would not hesitate. First, purchase the world upgrade card to elevate the world level. After the world level increases, the size of the world will also change accordingly. Then proceed to purchase the guardians. Otherwise, with the current size of my world, even if I purchase those powerful guardians, there won't be any place for them to exist. Ye Tian looked at the world upgrade card in the game store and instantly made up his mind. Other game content could wait. Upgrading the world level was essential. Moreover, the world level must be maximized. The world level is tied to his divine position. A vast world corresponds to a higher divine rank. The higher the world level, the greater the divine position, and consequently the stronger his power when it reflects back. The upper god. This is the realm Ye Tian had pursued for a lifetime in his previous life, but never attained. At the game's feedback moment, his world was a level 5 world. After the game's feedback, Ye Tian struggled for nearly 10 years, merely elevating the level 5 world to level 6, without breaking through the barrier of the vast world. His divine position remained at mid-level god, leading to his eventual crushing defeat when facing the fallen evil god of the upper god level. But this life, everything is different. He returned to before the game reflected in reality, before the recharge channels were closed. The upper god level, which he pursued for nearly 10 years in his previous life, could now be acquired for less than several hundred million in cash. A total of 3.6 billion, recharging 3.6 billion will directly elevate the world level to level 9, and it becoming the most powerful existence among upper gods. Then buy the guardians and cultivate the hero units. At that time, even if the deities of other worlds descend, they would never be my match. Filled with confidence, Ye Tian slowly formulated a rough plan in his mind. He then exited the game interface and dialed a phone number. He did not choose to spend money immediately. Although he had indeed accumulated quite a bit of cash, it was still far too little compared to the required amount for microtransactions. The immediate priority was to gather funds, converting all his assets into liquid cash. The call was quickly connected. Uncle Lee, tell the other clan uncles that I want to sell all my shares. The base price for one of the shares is 5 billion. A flat price of 30 billion. Tell them to make a decision by noon tomorrow and prepare the funds. Ye Tian slowly spoke. The Ye family is regarded as a top-notch family in Long Country, and the Ye Group is a top-tier consortium valued at 500 billion. Ye Tian holds 5 of the Ye Group's shares with a market value of 25 billion. Now that he wants to sell the shares, not only would it sell at a fair price, but even at a premium, there would be countless buyers. Owning more shares in a colossal entity like the Ye Group grants more influence. When distributing interests, he could secure a larger piece of the pie. The benefits derived from this far exceed mere monetary gain. Hence, Ye Tian dared to set a flat price of 30 billion for his 5 stake. That's a premium of 5 billion. Even so, Ye Tian was confident that someone would definitely buy it. He was well aware of his clan uncle's capabilities. 300 billion in funds, while a bit troublesome to mobilize, could be accomplished within a night if they were determined. In his previous life, when Ye Tian sold his shares, the game had already reflected in reality. At that time, the economic system had suffered enormous damage. As a result, assets originally worth over 30 billion were sold for just over 10 billion. But now things are different. The current economic system remains stable. Ye Tian can sell at fair or even premium prices. Uncle Li, upon hearing Ye Tian's instructions, momentarily paused, then immediately spoke up. Young master, is it appropriate to sell the shares? This represents your influence in the Ye group if you sell the shares. I know. Don't worry about that, I just do as I instruct. Ye Tian interrupted Uncle Li, then continued, in addition to the shares, assess my other assets, villas, luxury cars, and some fixed properties. Sell whatever can be sold. Remember to act quickly, but it's best to complete this within a day, and feel free to lower the prices a bit. Uncle Li on the phone was momentarily taken aback. It was clear that Ye Tian needed a considerable amount of funds, yet he couldn't fathom why Ye Tian required so much money. Though puzzled, he detected the urgency and determination in Ye Tian's tone. So even if he felt Ye Tian's actions were somewhat improper, he decided to comply. Okay, young master, I will take care of it right away. Upon hearing Uncle Li's response, Ye Tian felt assured and hung up the phone. He trusted Uncle Li's abilities to handle this matter promptly. Uncle Li was his housekeeper and the greatest support left to him after the death of his parents. Not only was he fiercely loyal, but his abilities in various aspects were also exceptional. When his parents suddenly passed away, the young Ye Tian bore their enormous inheritance, and if it weren't for Uncle Li, he would have long been devoured by those clan relatives. After the game's feedback into reality in his previous life, Uncle Li still made indelible contributions to the development of his world. In the final battle, he even died protecting him. His loyalty is beyond doubt. Ye Tian felt completely at ease in trusting matters to him. After instructing Uncle Li on the most important matters, Ye Tian checked the balance in his bank account and WeChat wallet. The total amount in his bank account was nearly 100 million. There was also close to 50 million in WeChat. Altogether, that made 150 million. It seemed a bit low, but not excessively so. Ye Tian's various industries and company dividends yielded an annual profit of 6 to 700 million. A portion of this would be reinvested for the next year's operations, leaving him with about 1 or 200 million. Ye Tian would not keep this money for himself, but would hand it over to Uncle Li for further investments. Therefore, despite being a top-tier rich second generation, he currently only had this 150 million at hand. First, I will upgrade the world level to level 6, and then enhance the 4 hero units. Upon realizing how much money he had, Ye Tian immediately opened the game. Without any hesitation, Ye Tian converted all his cash into game currency. 150 million in cash was entirely converted into divine coins. Ye Tian looked at the world upgrade card that could elevate a level 5 world to level 6 and directly chose to purchase it. After the purchase, he switched to the world interface and then used the world upgrade card. In an instant, the situation on the game screen changed. The displayed land and ocean plates were constantly expanding. The values of the land and ocean plates were also steadily increasing. The races living within the two major plates fell into a state of panic. A small exclamation mark rose above the 4 hero units, indicating their current state of panic. Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. He clicked on the exclamation mark above the head of the King of Atlantis. The game interface then switched from world expansion to the area above the King of Atlantis. The game screen displayed him sitting on a throne in the deep sea. However, he looked somewhat panicked due to the expansion of the world. A dialogue box floated above him. Great Creator, I heed your divine command. The world is changing. Is this a miracle bestowed by you? Ye Tian clicked on the option to reassure him, informing him that this was indeed a miracle. After learning that this was a miracle, the King of Atlantis knelt down in prayer. Immediately afterward, the numerous deep-sea mermen around him also stopped panicking and knelt down in prayer. Strings of faith values constantly appeared above their heads. Ye Tian swiped the screen to exit the deep sea, then turned his attention to the land. He similarly reassured the two leaders of the beastmen, King Gigi and King Kuan. Lastly, he addressed the deep-sea giant. However, the deep-sea giant's emotions were different from those of the other 3 hero units. The other 3 hero units were somewhat fearful due to their broader understanding. Facing the world's expansion, the deep-sea giant felt no fear. His mind was relatively simple, so he only felt one emotion: excitement. He had only one thought in his mind: with the expansion of the ocean, the number of creatures would surely increase, allowing him to eat more. This made Ye Tian chuckle. This guy was indeed a simple-minded glutton. Now that the world was expanding, its size was increasing, but the number of creatures had not increased. On the contrary, as the world grew larger, the biological density in each unit area would decrease. The deep-sea giant would soon realize that as the ocean grew larger, the number of creatures did not increase, but rather decreased. Shaking his head, Ye Tian decided to purchase some ordinary biological races to enrich the world. This would also help feed the deep-sea giant. In his past life, after the game feedback into reality, this guy only knew how to eat. During a period of resource scarcity, this big eater had gone hungry for quite some time. Now that he had the opportunity to start over, he naturally wanted to compensate and strengthen them. Switching the game interface to the world template, the expansion of the ocean and land was nearing its end. The entire world had expanded to nearly 5 times its original area. Ye Tian was somewhat surprised as he carefully examined the size. The current world had become a level 6 world, yet its area was almost double that of his previous world's area. There were naturally differences between level 6 worlds. In his past life, his level 6 world was achieved with great difficulty, and within that level 6 world the area could only be considered barely adequate. Now this level 6 world had an area twice that of his past life's level 6 world. In a level 6 world, this was considered top tier. Was there really an advantage to spending money? Was leveling up just about having everything maxed out? Ye Tian felt like slapping himself from his past life. Damn it, I told you not to spend money on games. Switching back to his attribute panel, he noticed that the content had changed. Name God of Endings, real name verification, Ye Tian, rank level 6, mid-tier deity, world level 6, world middle 1000, world source powers, magic, combat chi, affiliated civilizations, deep sea mermen, extraordinary species, beastmen, extraordinary species, hero units, king of Atlantis, level 5 legend, deep sea, giant, level 5 legend, king Gigi, level 5 legend, king Kuan, level 5 legend. Faith God of Endings, faith power 13856668, divine power value 100. Although he was still a mid-tier deity, his divine rank had increased from level 4 to level 5. The world level had also been raised to level 6. Not only had the size of the world increased, but his limitations on the strength of its beings had also risen from level 5 legends to level 6 legends. However, the world's energy source had not changed. It remained magic and combat chi. Sigh. Ye Tian looked at the upgraded level 6 world and sighed lightly. He felt a wave of emptiness. In his past life, after the game feedback into reality, he had no idea how much hardship he endured to elevate the world's level to 6. And now, with just a simple tap of his finger, the world level had been upgraded to level 6. Moreover, this cash-spent level 6 world was larger than the level 6 world he had painstakingly achieved. Who could he complain to about this? This was precisely why he was reluctant to spend money on games. Boredom, emptiness, and lack of challenge. Though he thought this way, Ye Tian's actions did not stop. He continued to spend money. What a joke. This game is meant to reflect reality. Empty or not, challenging or not, he just wanted to be invincible. Ye Tian looked at the remaining 50 million and switched the system's shop to the resource card interface. Resource cards were also a major feature of this game. They contained countless resources, creatures, and various items. Ye Tian intended to select some ordinary biological races to enrich the current world. Biodiversity is crucial for any world. A vast biological foundation not only meets the survival needs of extraordinary races, but over long periods may also give rise to the existence of extraordinary races within these ordinary biological species. This is how deep-sea mermen and subhuman races were born in the times when Ye Tian did not spend money. Meat pig card degrade can generate meat pigs within the world. The pork is edible and the skin can be made into leather. They are stout, short-limbed, docile, adaptable, easy to raise, and reproduce quickly, coming in colors such as black, white, reddish-brown, or black and white spotted. Pigs can breed after 512 months, with a gestation period of about 4 months. The average lifespan of a pig is 20 years. Price 100 divine coins. Purple flower alfalfa card D grade, known as the king of forage. It is rich in nutrition, containing protein and vitamins, and is the foundation for the evolution of many special plants. Moreover, it is tender and delicious, providing substantial value to many ordinary life forms and promoting the growth and development of herbivores. Price 100 divine coins. Carp card D grade, commonly referred to as carp. This is a relatively ordinary freshwater fish that feeds on aquatic plants. It is an omnivorous fish with various evolutionary possibilities, prefers to act in groups, has low environmental requirements, and possesses tender meat with high nutritional value along with certain medicinal properties. It is suitable food for the growth and development of various ordinary life forms. A series of biological resource cards appeared above. These are all common biological species that exist in reality. They do not possess any special traits, with the greatest characteristic being that they are edible. Their prices are nearly 100 times lower than that of extraordinary races. Without any hesitation, Ye Tian purchased a large number of edible biological species resource cards. Although the unit price of these resource cards is cheap, the quantity Ye Tian needed is quite substantial. One meat pig card can generate a certain number of meat pigs in a designated area. Only through the passage of time can the scale of their species continue to expand and their numbers increase. However, what Ye Tian lacks the most right now is time. Whether it is in reality or in the game, he does not have the time to wait for the meat pigs in a designated area to reproduce slowly. Moreover, he still needs to purchase more extraordinary races, as these extraordinary races need to eat and their basic food supply must be guaranteed. Thus, Ye Tian purchased nearly 10,000 meat pig cards at once, subsequently generating them in every corner of the world. Instantly, a group of plump white piglets appeared in various corners of the world. They hopped around joyfully. The appearance of meat pigs left many of the existing creatures on the continent bewildered. In Ye Tian's world, there existed carnivorous animals such as tigers and leopards. However, they had not become extraordinary races. The world expansion already left them in panic. Now, with the sudden appearance of numerous meat pigs, all the carnivorous animals were taken aback. A tiger, unable to bear the sight of the meat pig's joy, immediately pounced, biting one, and a glint of delight flashed across its eyes. Thank you, nature, for this gift. After purchasing the meat pig card, Ye Tian continued to purchase the purple flower alfalfa card and the carp card, along with several other fast-breeding, high-value animals or plants that bear abundant fruits. Each was purchased in quantities of 10,000, then randomly placed throughout the continent. Ye Tian also purchased a type of delicious large aquatic creature, specifically placing it next to the deep-sea giant monster. When the deep-sea giant monster opened its eyes, it saw that it was surrounded by countless fish. In fact, due to the overwhelming number, many fish directly swam into its mouth. The deep-sea giant monster became even more excited. Thank you, Creator God, for the feeding. After a series of operations, the biological resources of the entire continent were instantly enriched. A series of biological purchases cost Ye Tian nearly 30 million cash. Looking at his remaining 20 million, Ye Tian fell into hesitation. His original plan was to strengthen his 2 major followers and 4 hero units. After all, in his past life, they had fought alongside him and made significant contributions. In this life, even though he could directly purchase better followers and hero units, Ye Tian did not want to abandon them. After all, he had developed feelings for them. However, it was clear that merely relying on this 20 million was insufficient to strengthen both major followers and the 4 hero units. After some thought, Ye Tian decided to wait until all the funds were in place before strengthening the 2 major followers and hero units. He turned his attention back to biological resources. Land animals: bears, elephants, leopards, musk oxen, lions, red pandas, warthogs, antelopes, reindeer, koalas, rhinos, lynxes, pangolins. Ocean animals: dragon, fish, mudskippers, catfish, sharks, octopuses, stingrays, herrings, salamanders, loaches, trout, koi, pufferfish, angelfish. A dazzling array of biological stores. These are all creatures that exist on Blue Star. There are also many that do not exist on Blue Star. The prices of different species vary, but they are all below 10,000. Those priced over 10,000 are extraordinary races. The more ferocious and unique a creature is, the higher its price. Most of the creatures already existed in Ye Tian's world, albeit in limited numbers. Ye Tian spent nearly 10 million to purchase some relatively fierce or unique creatures, then released them into the world. Although these creatures are not extraordinary races, they have great potential to become extraordinary races. With the passage of time, some will inevitably mutate into extraordinary races. With the final 10 million, Ye Tian purchased some special terrains: volcanic terrains, icy terrains, marshy terrains, toxic mist terrains. These belong to special environmental structures. Under certain influences, they can affect the evolutionary direction of the creatures living in that area, pushing them toward the evolution of extraordinary races. Therefore, the more of this type of special terrain, the better. In fact, the cost of directly purchasing extraordinary or legendary races is the highest. One must know that this game was merely a game before it reflected reality. With so much content in the game, buying a legendary race costs several million. No player, no matter how wealthy, would want to become such a fool. Thus, besides directly spending money to purchase extraordinary races, there should be another way to acquire them: through microtransactions. For example, the Yeti race, which belongs to the extraordinary races, possesses ice magic abilities and has a massive physique with immense strength. If purchased directly from the game store, this race would require 100,000. However, by buying a snowy scene and then purchasing a monkey race to inhabit that snowy scene. Finally, by purchasing an ice mine also placed within the snowy scene, there is a high probability that the monkeys will evolve into the Yeti race. The latter option costs only a few thousand, while the former requires a full 100,000. The former is akin to directly buying a finished product, whereas the latter involves purchasing raw materials to create the product oneself. The gap is quite significant. Currently, Ye Tian wishes to create extraordinary races using the latter method. The high-level dependents have already decided to purchase directly, as there are only 10 days left until the payment channels close and the game reflects reality. There is no time left to cultivate legendary and mythical races through the second method. However, for extraordinary races, direct purchase is not necessary. It is sufficient to gradually cultivate them through the second method. After all, even if a divine war occurs with the presence of legendary and mythical races, extraordinary races are not needed to fight. The cultivation of extraordinary races is mainly to enrich the world, so a gradual approach is fine. After completing all of this, Ye Tian reluctantly paused. In less than 10 minutes, 150 million was entirely spent. His gains were also immense. The world has been upgraded to a 6th-level world inhabited by various biological races, many of which have the potential to become extraordinary races. In his past life, achieving such a level required tremendous effort. But now, he has merely spent 150 million. Is this the joy of spending money? Ye Tian felt himself becoming a bit immersed in it. Spending money is truly exhilarating. After exhausting all his funds, he left the game interface with lingering thoughts. Just after exiting the game interface, Ye Tian received a call. It was Uncle Li. Young Master, the stock deal has been finalized. Old Master Gio has agreed to buy it for 30 billion. However, even for Old Master Gio to come up with 30 billion all at once is somewhat difficult. He is currently raising funds and will finalize the transaction by noon tomorrow at the latest. As soon as the call connected, Uncle Li's voice came through. After hearing this, Ye Tian nodded. Old Master Gio is a clan uncle with significant standing within the Ye family. He owns nearly 20 of the Ye group. The more shares one has, the more power one wields. His 5 stake is not insignificant. Regardless of who it is acquiring these shares means they will gain greater benefits in the future. Therefore, Ye Tian was not surprised that this clan uncle made a decision in such a short time. Additionally, I have calculated the value of other assets apart from the shares, which is approximately 8 billion. In comparison to the shares, these assets are also valuable, but finding buyers for them in a short time is challenging, necessitating a lower price for sale. A rough estimate indicates that if these assets are to be sold quickly, a loss of around 1 billion is expected. Uncle Li's voice continued from the phone. All right, a little loss is acceptable, but it must be sold within a short time. Ye Tian was not surprised that the assets aside from the shares would depreciate if sold quickly. Many people were eyeing the shares of the Ye group. However, the other miscellaneous assets were different, including those that were not coveted, such as villas, luxury cars, and businesses. These items are not always being watched. If one takes the time to look, they can surely find buyers willing to pay high prices. However, what Ye Tian lacks the most now is time. Selling quickly means having to forfeit some benefits. This is within Ye Tian's realm of experience. Young Master, why do you need so much liquid capital? Uncle Li couldn't help but ask. If it were only in the capacity of a steward, he should not pose such a question. However, Ye Tian's parents had been kind to him. Ye Tian had grown up under his care. He wasn't a relative, but he felt like family. Ye Tian was not surprised by Uncle Li's inquiry. He knew Uncle Li would be unable to refrain from asking. Remembering the contributions Uncle Li had made to him after the game reflected reality in his past life, warmth surged in Ye Tian's heart. In his heart, he had long regarded Uncle Li as an elder. However, the matter of being reborn is too significant. Moreover, the game reflecting reality and turning everyone into creators. This sounds even more absurd. Ye Tian could not explain it to Uncle Li, but ultimately Uncle Li is a trustworthy person, and Ye Tian decided to reveal part of the truth to him. I urgently need a large sum of capital. As for its purpose, it's not convenient to disclose right now, but you will naturally know in due course. I can only say that this money will be utilized where it should be, even creating profits thousands or millions of times. Ye Tian said solemnly to Uncle Li. Uncle Li was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Close to 40 billion, creating profits thousands or even millions of times with it. Did you buy the world with this money? Uncle Li found Ye Tian's words somewhat absurd. However, he did not press further. Since Ye Tian said it, then this money must indeed be useful. All right, I understand. I will do my best to sell those non-fixed assets at a high price. Uncle Li responded. No, sell those assets if possible. Some loss of benefits is within an acceptable range. Just let others handle it. You don't need to spend time on such matters. I have more important things I need you to do. Ye Tian's tone was slightly serious. Upon hearing his tone and attitude, Uncle Li couldn't help but take it more seriously. More important things? What is it? Ye Tian's serious voice came from the phone. Uncle Li, do you play games? Uncle Li. Ye Tian's arrangement for Uncle Li was quite simple. Since he knew that the game, I Am the Creator God, would feed back to reality, he was definitely going to let Uncle Li play this game. He didn't seek anything too outrageous, but at least he wanted to invest enough to become a higher god. After making arrangements for Uncle Li, Ye Tian carefully recalled the events related to the game, I Am the Creator God, before its closure in his past life. In the game, I Am the Creator God, various events were frequently held. Some were pay-to-win events, and the game shop offered discounts. Others were competitive events where players could win rare items not available in the system shop. If he remembered correctly, the last event before the recharge channels were completely closed was held a week prior. God Battle. Various rankings existed within the game. World rankings, Legion rankings, Hero Unit rankings, Technological Civilization rankings, Cultivation Civilization rankings. The top 100 in each ranking would receive special and useful small rewards every week. A week before the official server's closure, the officials held an event called God Battle. This event led to the last ranking, Comprehensive Combat Power Ranking. Millions of creator gods competed on the same stage, engaging in battles with each other. The world was in chaos, and ultimately ranks were determined. The ranks from this event would be reflected in the Comprehensive Combat Power Ranking. The rewards for this event were exceedingly rich. The first place in the Comprehensive Combat Power Ranking would receive a special kin, Insectoid. Insectoids are a very unique race. They have no levels as their evolutionary potential is limitless. They possess infinite possibilities. They can extract the genes of various organisms and then generate different insectoids with infinite evolution potential. If that were all, then insectoids wouldn't be considered particularly precious. Their most precious aspect lies in their faith. Insectoids are a faith-based race absolutely loyal to their mother insect and to the creator god. Each insectoid possesses a faith level equivalent to that of a fanatic. Faith is a major highlight in the game. I am the creator god. Creatures in the world created by the creator god that believe in him will continuously provide faith points to the creator god. These faith points can be converted into divine power. Divine power can be used to cast various divine arts omnipotent. There are levels among followers divided into general believers, shallow believers, true believers, devout believers, fanatics, and holy spirits. The higher the level of the follower, the more faith value they can provide. For instance, if a shallow believer can provide 1 point of faith value per day, a true believer can provide 100 points a day. All insectoids are fanatics. They can continuously provide a large number of faith points to the creator god. With boundless potential combined with their unwavering faith, insectoids are far more precious than those top mythological races. In his previous life, Ye Tian as a free-to-play player was not weak, but not particularly strong either. Ultimately, his comprehensive combat power ranking landed just outside the top 1,000. The rewards he obtained were not impressive. After the game feedback limitations were imposed, he regretted it immensely. This time, he definitely wanted to secure the insectoids. In my last life, the person who obtained the insectoids was Yang Ruchang. This guy was a die-hard fan of the game. I am the creator god capable of both grinding and spending. He spent nearly 100 million in the game. Now he ranks first on many leaderboards at the level of a 7th-tier higher god. Tomorrow the funds will be credited, and there are still 2 or 3 days until the god battle begins. He will definitely not be my opponent. Insectoids are mine. While contemplating, Ye Tian simply took a notebook from the desk by his bed and began writing notes. He needed to create a detailed plan to maximize the use of funds to strengthen his power to its peak. There were too many elements in the game creator god, and after being transferred to reality, it created a real world. Managing a world is truly a busy task. Ye Tian aimed to write down everything that could enhance the strength of the world to prevent any omissions when the game feedback to reality occurred. Ye Tian first wrote down the 2 characters for insectoids. This unique and powerful race was something he absolutely had to obtain. Then he followed with the words for talent. The setting of talents is also a major highlight in the game creator god. Different talents loaded onto the world can produce various miraculous effects. A first-tier creator god possesses 1 talent. A second-tier creator god possesses 2 talents, and so on. Ye Tian, now a 6th-tier creator god, should have 6 talents. However, he had not yet drawn his 6th talent, so he currently only had 5 talents. They are energy activation purple. The energy activity level in your world is higher, making it easier for organisms to break through aquatic plant production. White, more freshwater resources evolved by nature. Plant life becomes more vigorous, undying through wildfires, revived by spring breezes. Sea monster blue. Marine creatures living in your world have a certain probability of evolving into oceanic behemoths. Brain platinum blue. The intelligence level of primate organisms in your world evolves faster. Recycling white. The speed of various cycles in your world is accelerated, making the ecological environment more stable and less prone to pollution and destruction. Talent levels are categorized as white, blue, purple, orange, red, and multicolored. The higher the talent level, the more powerful that talent is. Previously, Ye Tian awakened talents of 2 whites, 2 blues, and 1 purple. Talents are purely randomly generated, and spending can alter them. However, Ye Tian didn't spend previously, so all his talents were purely self-generated. Among them, the most impactful was the purple talent, energy activation. With the existence of energy activation, the breakthroughs of extraordinary races in his world became significantly easier. Thus, even without spending, the strengths of the deep-sea merman and the subhuman race were not weak. The slightly inferior talents were brain platinum and sea monster. The subhuman race can evolve into extraordinary races partly thanks to the contributions of brain platinum. The sea monster talent speaks for itself, as the deep-sea behemoth among his 4 hero units was generated by this talent. Aside from the powerful unit of the deep-sea behemoth, there were many other giant sea creatures. However, their levels were not as high as that of the deep-sea behemoth. Sea monsters are large, physically strong, and powerful, making them akin to tyrants of the sea. However, most lack significant intelligence, thus not being classified as extraordinary races by the game. Moreover, their combat power can only be effective in the sea. They have no utility on land. After all, even if they become sea monsters, they are still aquatic creatures. They cannot go onto land. There are no fish that drown, but there are fish that dry out. The other two white talents need not be mentioned. They have some effect, but not much. The importance of a powerful talent for the development of a world is self-evident. Good talents can not only directly influence the combat power of the world's creatures, but also affect the world's development. Thus, the talent section is an indispensable part of Ye Tian's effort to enhance his strength. After thinking for a moment, he slowly wrote down 3 billion next to talents. He planned to invest 3 billion in talents, all to re-roll them. By then, when the world level rises to 9, with 9 talent slots, Ye Tian wanted all of them to be multicolored. Then Ye Tian wrote down some powerful talents he had heard of in his past life in the notebook. An hour slipped by unnoticed. Ye Tian's notebook was filled with 2 or 3 pages densely packed with words. It was filled with various kinds of premium content. There were also details about powerful clans and useful items sold in the system shop. These were all things he planned to purchase once the funds arrived. If other players of this game saw Ye Tian's notebook, they might think he was insane. The total cost for purchasing all the game content written in his notebook would require nearly 30 billion. Isn't this simply madness? Of course, what's even more insane is the game itself. This 30 billion worth of items is merely a part of the game's content. The game developers must be out of their minds for money. What? You say the game developer is called Tiandao Developer. The items in the game can feed back to reality. Then it's nothing to worry about. After carefully checking his notes twice and finding nothing missed, Ye Tian finally felt at ease and climbed back into bed. Having experienced the pain of being stripped of his divine status followed by the excitement of rebirth, and then a series of operations, Ye Tian's spirit was now a bit stretched thin. Moreover, it was already deep into the night. Not long after lying down, Ye Tian thought he might not be able to sleep after all the events. But in reality, he fell asleep not long after. The next morning, Ye Tian woke up to the blaring sound of an alarm clock. When he got up, he still felt a bit fatigued. However, just thinking about the nearly 30 billion funds arriving today filled Ye Tian with excitement. After finishing his grooming, he quickly had a bite of the breakfast prepared by the chef. Ye Tian now lived in a manor. Besides his own living needs, there were all kinds of servants to take care of him, as well as some bodyguards. His daily needs were all meticulously arranged. After finishing his light breakfast, Ye Tian returned to his bedroom. He couldn't wait to pull out his phone and check the changes in his world. Honorable Creator Deity, during your absence of 600 years, your world has undergone slight changes. The strength of the deep-sea behemoth has risen to legendary tier 6. Among the deep-sea fishmen, nearly 100 have broken through to the legendary tier. The world has become more prosperous. Upon entering, a window popped up in the game to inform Ye Tian of the changes that occurred during his absence. He had slept for over 6 hours. Nearly 600 years had passed in the game. Due to Ye Tian previously raising the world level to tier 6, the capacity for strong beings in the world also increased to legendary tier 6. Thus, the deep-sea behemoth was the first to break through to legendary tier 6. Besides that, the increase in world level meant not just a larger world. The concentration of magical energy and other special energies also increased significantly. As a result, many among the deep-sea fishmen and the subhuman races broke through from the extraordinary realm to the legendary realm. They became legendary tier 4. Both the deep-sea fishmen and the subhuman races are extraordinary species, but that does not mean their strength is limited to just the extraordinary. Extraordinary species mean that they can all reach the extraordinary realm upon maturity. Among them, those with outstanding talent can naturally break through to the legendary tier. With nearly 100 legendary tier experts, the strength of the two clans greatly increased. Moreover, as time passes, more and more clans will step into the legendary tier. Aside from the changes in the extraordinary clans, significant changes also occurred among other creatures in the world. The numerous pigs and other basic creatures that Ye Tian purchased previously saw their numbers surge rapidly within a century. Some creatures living in special terrains also underwent mutations. Although they did not become extraordinary species, they evolved in some mysterious ways. Given enough time, they would undoubtedly become extraordinary species. Looking at the flourishing scenes in his world, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile faintly. Having played for so long, the world had developed rather slowly. Now, with just a bit of premium spending, the world underwent earth-shattering changes in just one day. This is the allure of premium spending. Ye Tian began to check the changes across various regions of the continent, occasionally using a couple of divine spells to make minor adjustments to the world. Unknowingly, several hours passed. During this time, the number of clans reaching the legendary tier continued to increase. Just as Ye Tian was joyfully immersed in the pleasure of witnessing the world's evolution, a servant came to inform him that someone had arrived for a visit. Ye Tian closed the game and quickly walked into the living room. Not long after Ye Tian arrived in the living room, the visiting guests also entered. Young master, the general terms of the deal have been mostly agreed upon, and Uncle Gio has prepared the funds. We just need your signature. Among the three, the one walking at the front was naturally Uncle Li, Ye Tian's elder and caretaker. His arrival signified good news. Ye Tian's 30 billion was about to arrive. Behind Uncle Li followed a middle-aged man and a capable woman in professional attire. Ye Tian naturally recognized the middle-aged man. He was his uncle, the Gio mentioned by Uncle Li. The capable woman was likely his lawyer. Naturally, signing a contract worth 30 billion required a lawyer to witness it. I haven't seen you in a while, Xiao Tian. You've become even more handsome and charming, haha. As soon as Ye Tian stood up, his uncle spoke with a beaming smile. Ye Tian instantly reciprocated the smile and began to chat with his uncle. After exchanging compliments, they soon transitioned to the main topic. Ye Tian's uncle spoke seriously. Xiao Tian, are you truly deciding to sell this 5 of shares? If you regret it now, it's not too late. You must understand, owning 5 of the group represents more than just money. It's your influence within the Ye family, and some things cannot be measured by money. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian showed no hesitation. I am certain I want to sell this 5 of shares, Uncle Gio. If you have the money ready, we can sign the contract. Then let's prepare to sign the contract. I've had the lawyer draft it. Take a look and see if anything is amiss. If not, just sign it. After hearing Ye Tian's firm words, his uncle stopped persuading him. Although he was overpaying for Ye Tian's 5 shares, from a long-term perspective, it was still a profit for him. Giving Ye Tian a chance to reconsider was a gesture of kindness, as he was ultimately a younger family member. After all, they were family. However, since Ye Tian had made up his mind, he wouldn't be foolish enough to continue persuading him not to sell the shares. Then Ye Tian's uncle signaled for the lawyer to hand the contract to Ye Tian. Ye Tian took the contract and began to read it. After a rough glance, he signed his name on the contract. He had entrusted these matters to Uncle Li, so when the contract was drafted, Uncle Li must have vetted it. Therefore, Ye Tian wasn't worried about any clauses that might be unfavorable to him. He trusted Uncle Li's abilities. Alright. Seeing Ye Tian signing the contract, his uncle was filled with excitement. Following a series of arrangements, nearly 30 billion of funds began to flow into Ye Tian's account. The transaction was successfully completed. After another round of conversation, his uncle left the manor in high spirits. Ye Tian, seeing the notification of 3 billion in his bank account, couldn't contain his excitement. His premium spending plan could officially begin now. Suppressing the excitement within, Ye Tian turned his gaze to Uncle Li beside him. Uncle Li, have you downloaded the game I asked you to? Uncle Li, nearly 50, revealed a wry smile. It's downloaded, but are you serious? You want this old man to play games? Uncle Li was genuinely a bit bewildered. Ye Tian had suddenly sold his shares and all his assets, converting everything into liquid funds, and then mentioned he had something very important for him to do. He thought Ye Tian might have encountered some urgent matter that required funding and his assistance. But he never imagined that the important task Ye Tian spoke of was for him to play a game. I'm not joking. You're not only supposed to play this game, but you also need to spend money. Use 1 billion from the funds I just made from selling my other businesses and invest it all into this game. You must spend it all within 8 days, maximizing the use of this 1 billion to elevate the game to its highest level. Ye Tian spoke to Uncle Li with some seriousness. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li was completely stunned. Invest 1 billion. What kind of operation is this? Before he could ask, Ye Tian continued. I know you're confused, but don't worry. Just do as I say, and you will find out what you need to know when the time comes. Remember, you must spend that 1 billion within 8 days. Time is of the essence. I won't tell you more. First, familiarize yourself with the game, then start playing immediately. Looking at Ye Tian's exceptionally serious face, Uncle Li could only swallow his endless doubts and nodded solemnly. Afterward, Ye Tian instructed Uncle Li on a few matters before returning to his own room. He could hardly wait to start spending money in the game. Watching Ye Tian walk back to his room, Uncle Li felt a mix of emotions. He then returned to his own room as well. As Ye Tian's housekeeper, he naturally had his own room in this estate. Previously, he had to leave the estate to handle some matters related to Ye Tian's businesses. But now Ye Tian instructed him to do nothing and just stay in the estate to play games. Spending money in a game. Although Uncle Li found Ye Tian's request utterly baffling, he decided to comply based on his trust in him. Uncle Li, nearly 50, sighed bitterly as he returned to his room. Here he was half buried in the earth, yet Ye Tian wanted him to spend 8 days gaming. Wasn't this a bit much for an old man? And to spend 1 billion within 8 days. He could play games. Although he was a bit older, he was still a trendy uncle, keeping up with current trends. He was worried that Ye Tian would learn bad habits, so he made sure to understand a little of what Ye Tian was into. He knew a bit about things Ye Tian had no clue about, otherwise how could he manage such a large family business? So he could also play games. He knew that Ye Tian often played the game, I am the creator god. However, Uncle Li was not very interested in such nurturing games. He preferred games where you could fight alongside your brothers. Looking at the freshly downloaded, I am the creator god, Uncle Li sighed. With 1 billion in his hands, he could invest or spend it on other things in just a day or two. But to spend 1 billion in a game within 8 days. He had never experienced anything like that. It was a bit of a challenge. Uncle Li opened the game's forum and posted a message. Urgent, I have more money than I can spend at home and want to spend 1 billion in this game within a week. Please guide me on how to spend this 1 billion esteemed players. For Uncle Li's actions, Ye Tian naturally knew nothing. If he had known, he would have surely deducted points. At this moment, Ye Tian was also immersed in the joy of spending money. World level upgrade card can increase a world level with the price continuously rising as the world level increases. Level 5 world upgraded to level 6, 100 million divine coins. Level 6 world upgraded to level 7, 500 million divine coins. Level 7 world upgraded to level 8, 1 billion divine coins. Level 8 world upgraded to level 9, 2 billion divine coins. Ye Tian purchased all the world upgrade cards to upgrade from level 6 to level 9 at once. He spent 5 billion in one go, just received 30 billion, and he had already spent 110 of it. Use world upgrade card 3. Ye Tian directly used 3 world upgrade cards, and soon the world level rapidly increased. Ye Tian watched as the land and oceans on his phone screen continuously expanded. The perspective kept zooming out. The content displayed on the phone screen changed in an instant. Within the world, it was no longer just continents and oceans. Instead, it reached into the starry sky, just like observing planets among the stars. At this moment, Ye Tian's world resembled a sphere continuously expanding in the cosmos. Its size kept increasing. 3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold, 10-fold, 100-fold. Suddenly, a series of starlights flashed across the phone screen. Ye Tian was momentarily stunned. Did it lag? Did the phone freeze? Faced with this situation, Ye Tian's heart suddenly tightened. This phone was the latest model available. Logically, there shouldn't be any lag while playing games. Moreover, he wasn't playing an ordinary game. This could be called a game of heavenly principles. You, a game capable of reflecting reality, are lagging. Where's your status? Ye Tian felt anxious, fearing that the game might crash. If that happened, he might as well die at the hands of the evil god. Fortunately, things did not develop in a bad direction. Soon the phone screen restored itself. On the phone screen, it displayed a world that was 100-fold, 1,000-fold larger than the previous one. A level 9 world, the pinnacle of the vast world. Ye Tian swiped to the log, which recorded a series of events that had just occurred. You used a level 7 world upgrade card. Your world level increased to level 7, becoming a vast world, and your world is expanding. Vast world energy awakening immortal chi divine power. You used an 8-level world upgrade card. Your world upgraded to level 8. Your world is expanding. Used a 9-level world upgrade card. Your world level increased to level 9. Your world is expanding. You have 4 world talents waiting to be drawn. Your divine status has been upgraded to level 9 creator god, unlocking all divine arts. A series of messages appeared in the log chronicling the transformations that had just occurred. Ye Tian's world had been fully elevated to a 9th grade grand cosmos. His own rank had also ascended to that of a 9th grade upper god. As he cast his gaze once more upon his game panel, the content below had undergone a change. Name god of finality, real name verification, Ye Tian. Rank 9th grade upper god. World level 9th grade grand cosmos, primordial forces, mana battle chi, immortal chi divine power. Vassal civilizations, deep sea merfolk, transcendent species, subhuman race, transcendent species. Hero units, King of Atlantis, 5th grade legendary deep sea behemoth, 6th grade legendary King Gigi, 5th grade legendary King Kuin, 5th grade legendary. Faith god of finality. Faith power 165856668. Divine power 235. Ye Tian fell into deep contemplation as he stared at his game panel. Now that his world had ascended to the 9th grade, and he had become an upper god, he could not help but feel that he was nothing more than a fraud. The 9th grade world achieved through sheer monetary infusion had expanded 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold in size compared to before. Yet it was merely the world's scale and its primordial forces that had changed. The number of living beings within it remained unaltered. The creatures that once filled the entire 6th grade world now struggled to populate even a single corner of this 9th grade realm. Vast expanses of the world's territories lay barren, devoid of any life. For his current ninth-grade world, Ye Tian had only one word to describe it: desolate. Although his world had been elevated to the ninth grade and he himself had become an upper god, if a divine war were to break out at this moment, he might not even be able to defeat a moderately strong middle god. After all, the only troops at his disposal remained the deep-sea merfolk and the subhuman race. An upper god without a single mythical species among his vassals was one thing, but he did not even possess a single legendary species. With only 2 transcendent species as his vassals, even the word meager seemed an insult to the concept of meagerness. Yet despite this, Ye Tian did not rush to purchase those legendary species or mythical species at the first opportunity. He began to meticulously examine the expanded world. The world created by using an upgrade card was not simply a direct enlargement of the original territory. Instead, it was a continuous expansion built upon the original foundation. Moreover, it was not merely an addition of barren land. The expansion followed the template of an entire world. The expanded world boasted mountains, rivers, and vegetation, as well as rivers and deserts. It presented the image of a normal grand cosmos. The only difference was that it was sparsely populated with living beings. The vast majority of creatures continued to inhabit the original territory of the sixth grade world. The numerous beings that had once lived in the sixth grade world, despite having already experienced one world expansion, could not avoid falling into panic and fear. For this transformation was even more profound. The world's landmass had expanded 100-fold, even 1,000-fold, naturally terrifying countless creatures. However, having endured a similar experience before, intelligent transcendent species like the deep-sea merfolk and the subhuman race quickly came to their senses. There was no doubt that this was the handiwork of their great creator god Ye Tian. Once they realized this, the beings of these 2 races immediately knelt on the ground and began to pray. In an instant, an immense surge of faith converged. Ye Tian smiled faintly as he observed the terrified creatures on the original 6th grade world's territory. But then he shifted his gaze elsewhere. His world now consisted of 2 parts, the ocean and the land. Though it had grown vast, it suffered from a flaw. The ocean surrounded the land, and there was only a single continent. A single continent was not conducive to the world's development. In the future, he would undoubtedly need to exchange for numerous legendary species and mythical species. Different races had different environmental needs and habits. It would be impossible to have them all crowded onto the same continent. Mixing various types of races on a single continent would certainly hinder development. Ye Tian decided to split the land into 4 continents. The basis for dividing these 4 continents would be the world's primordial forces. He would assign races that cultivated internal energy, true chi, spiritual energy, and immortal chi to one continent. This would be called the Eastern Continent. The races that cultivated battle chi, magic, and divine power would be assigned to another continent. This would be called the Western Continent. Then some particularly unique races would be assigned to yet another continent. For instance, races that develop technology, as well as Ultraman. Such special entities could be placed on a single continent. This would be called the Fantasia Continent. Ye Tian decided to reserve the last continent for the Zerg, a uniquely special race. The Zerg were powerful, but they were also the most destructive race. He was not comfortable placing them on the same continent as other races. This continent would be called the Zerg Continent. As the creator god, Ye Tian naturally possessed extensive authority over the world. Splitting the continents was naturally well within his capabilities. Under Ye Tian's manipulation, the originally connected landmass rapidly began to separate. The entire world trembled as if struck by an earthquake. His phone also shook incessantly. Dividing the entire landmass into 4 continents was no easy task for Ye Tian. However, since he was only operating on his phone, the difficulty was reduced 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Many of the details involved in splitting the continent were automatically supplemented by the game. Otherwise, if he had to wait until the game reflected reality, the difficulty of splitting the continent would be immense. Plate tectonics and countless other issues would then require Ye Tian's personal resolution. Since the game had not yet manifested in reality, many things were greatly simplified. Even so, dividing the original continent into 4 continental plates took Ye Tian nearly 3 hours. During this time, he constantly zoomed in and out of the map, performing various operations, careful not to inadvertently cause unnecessary damage to the world. While Ye Tian labored tirelessly to shape the world of his dreams, the entire Creator God game community erupted into an absolute uproar. As mentioned before, the Creator God game featured various rankings. There were quite a few of these rankings, and the rewards for topping them each week were quite decent. Thus, these rankings were constantly under scrutiny. Among them, the world level ranking naturally attracted the most attention. A player named Yang Ruchang, a wealthy spender, had invested nearly 100 million and countless hours to elevate his world to the 7th grade. He had secured the top spot. This wealthy player was quite famous in the game community, using his real name as his in-game alias. But not long ago, Yang Ruchang's first place was lost. In its place, another name appeared on the ranking god of finality, 9th grade world. Anyone who saw this news was utterly dumbfounded. Yang Ruchang had spent nearly 100 million and devoted countless hours just to reach the 7th grade. This guy just appeared out of nowhere with a 9th grade world. When people took a look at the game shop, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. If this person were a newbie, spending money to directly reach a 9th grade world would have cost nearly 4 billion. Even if he wasn't a newbie, this game name was hardly seen before. His world level couldn't have been very high. The cost of raising a world level increased exponentially as one progressed. Going from a 4th or 5th grade world directly to a 9th grade world would still require nearly 4 billion. Spending nearly 4 billion in a game. What kind of divine being was this? The vast majority of people do not recognize Ye Tian. After all, he was just a transparent character ranked beyond the 1000th place in this game. However, there are still some who know Ye Tian. The game has its own circles. Ye Tian is also a deeply qualified free-to-play player. During the course of the game, he naturally became acquainted with quite a few fellow free-to-play enthusiasts. This group of players spends no money and simply puts in effort. Ye Tian plays for free because his life has been set to an ultra-simple mode, thus, he seeks a challenging mode in the game. The other free-to-play players either lack money or pursue the pinnacle of skill. Therefore, they do not spend money. After playing many games, there naturally formed some exchanges among them, all belonging to the free-to-play community. They even established a group specifically for free-to-play players. Ye Tian suddenly made a big splash by spending money and ranking first on the world's leaderboard, which truly shocked this group of people. Previously, while chatting in the group, Ye Tian mentioned he was a top-tier wealthy second generation. However, not many people believed him at the time. A wealthy second generation playing games without spending money. Who the hell would believe that? Some even mocked Ye Tian, thinking he was a bit delusional, lost in fantasy. But now the game name of the God of Endings has indeed reached the first place on the world ranking with a terrifying world level of 9. After seeing this news, many free-to-play players were completely dumbfounded. The God of Endings is Ye Tian's game name. In the past, Ye Tian played not just the game I Am the Creator God, but also other games. His game name in many games is this. Therefore, he is highly recognizable. Now seeing Ye Tian's game name at the top spot, many free-to-play veterans were utterly shocked. Didn't we agree to stay free-to-play together? Did you secretly spend money? The WeChat group of free-to-play veterans exploded completely. Yi Chio, top-tier wealthy second-generation brother, is it you who ranked first on the world leaderboard? In just 2 messages, top-tier wealthy second generation, if I remember correctly, you were originally at level 5 in the world, and now you've been promoted to level 6, spending 6 billion. Kuan Guzue May, top-tier wealthy second generation, no way dude. Everyone usually just brags in the group, are you actually telling the truth? Right, top-tier wealthy second generation, you didn't become a dog for the cash shop, did you? A barrage of messages bombarded with Ye Tian. The free-to-play veterans in the group were completely blown away. Nothing else, but Ye Tian's ascension to the first place on the world leaderboard utterly astonished them. If he had reached the world leaderboard's first place based on skill, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. The problem is this guy must have paid to get on the leaderboard. To become part of the level 9 world, at least nearly 4 billion must have been spent. For billion, you wouldn't even know how many houses you could build with that. How could it not cause a commotion? Ye Tian was still playing the game when he received a series of messages, so he temporarily exited the game and entered the free-to-play group. Looking at the chaos in the group, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile. In his past life as a wealthy second generation, he played without spending money, and ultimately suffered a significant loss when the game reflected reality. Most of the people in this group were just like him, playing games for free, and when the game reflected reality, everyone in the group regretted it deeply. Having played free-to-play games for a lifetime, spending so much time grinding in them, he was revered by countless players as a free-to-play veteran. Who would have thought that one day free-to-play games would reflect reality? After the game reflected reality, everyone in the group wished they could strangle their past selves. After thinking for a while, Ye Tian sent a message in the group. I'm sorry brothers, I've started spending money from now on. I'm no longer a free-to-play player because I've discovered the joy of spending. What fun is there in spending money to play games? Everything in the game is already available. What could be so enjoyable? Spending money to play games is no different from playing cracked versions. There's no challenge at all. Are you the one who's truly ranked first in the world and I am the creator god? Seeing the replies from everyone, Ye Tian's lips curled up into a smile. He then sent 2 more messages. Indeed, there's not much fun in spending money to play games, but it allows me to find joy in life. After spending money, I no longer have to worry about where to spend all that money. The biggest worry in life has been solved. How could I not be happy? As soon as this message was sent, the entire group fell silent. Those two statements were too impactful. Do you really think that's a legitimate concern? The biggest worry in life is not knowing how to spend all that money. Is that really a worry? You can give me the money, I'll spend it for you. After joking around with the members in the group, Ye Tian pondered for a moment and then sent a group red envelope of 1 million yuan. Under normal circumstances, chat software has a maximum limit for red envelope amounts. However, Yes Company has a small stake in the software development company. Ye Tian found someone from the software company to help lift the restrictions. Therefore, Ye Tian could also send a large red envelope of 1 million. After sending the red envelope, Ye Tian sent another message in the group. You guys can spend 50 cents on games, let you experience the joy of spending. After sending the message, Ye Tian set the group's notifications to do not disturb, then focused back on the game. In his past life, almost everyone in this free-to-play circle played I Am the Creator God. Thus, after the game reflected reality, they all regretted immensely. Due to their shared experiences, they had maintained some connections after the game reflected reality. They had even formed an alliance for a period of time. Their relationships were quite good. Now that Ye Tian could help them, he still wanted to lend a hand. There were over 20 people in the group, and with a 1 million red envelope, each person could roughly receive 40 to 50,000. If they listened to him and used the 40 or 50,000 to spend money when the game reflected reality, their strength could easily increase by 2 or 3 times. Raising their power by at least half would not be a problem. Spending money directly would not buy much with 40 or 50,000. But if they used that amount to purchase some special materials and spent some time, they could cultivate a legendary level follower. After sending the red envelope, Ye Tian continued playing the game. However, the group completely erupted. Grabbing red envelopes has evolved into a human instinct, so when they saw the red envelope appear, the people in the group immediately clicked on it. Then, seeing the amount displayed on the red envelope, they were all stunned. 1 digit, 2 digits, 3 digits. An impressive 5-digit sum. The red envelope amounts that people grabbed in the group were all starting at 5 digits. They hadn't even recovered from the shock of such a large red envelope when they saw the message Ye Tian sent. Then they all gasped. Is this what they call 50 cents? It's clearly 50,000. So this is what rich people call 50,000. It's like a small knife cutting the bud. My eyes have been opened. Yang Shulin looked at the sudden addition of 800 yuan in his account and fell into a state of shock. He instinctively grabbed the red envelope. After grabbing the red envelope, the 800 yuan was credited. He hadn't even reacted. Grabbing a red envelope for 800, who would believe that if he told someone? Looking at the 80667 balance in his account, now Yang Shulin felt like his worldview had been forcefully torn apart. Then it was stuffed with things that couldn't fit. His worldview was completely shattered. All that was left was this 800 yuan. If Yang Shulin had to earn 800 yuan himself, it would probably take him over a year. But this was just a part of the red envelope casually sent by the wealthy guy. So this is what it means to be wealthy. So this is how the rich live. No wonder they can spend billions on games without a second thought. Yang Shulin hurriedly typed a few words, awesome, bowing to the rich. Then, as if triggered by a switch, a wave of compliments for Ye Tian filled the group. They were excited and thrilled. Who would have thought that the free-to-play players in the group, who usually bragged about being second generations, were actually true second generations, and still gave them a 1 million red envelope. Although the amount each person received differed due to luck, almost everyone got at least 5 digits. Most people in the group were ordinary, even those who prided themselves on being free-to-play veterans, who would choose to grind when they have money. A 5-digit red envelope was not a small amount for them. Everyone regretted not building a better relationship with Ye Tian. The god of endings dominated the chat. As for the group's reactions, Ye Tian didn't pay them any mind. 1 million was just a casual thing for him. After all, he knew them in his past life. If they used the money they grabbed to invest in the game, once the game reflected reality, they would understand the true value of that money. If they don't listen to him and spend the money elsewhere, then Ye Tian couldn't care less. After all, while there was some friendship in their past lives, it wasn't much. The sensation caused by Ye Tian's nearly 4 billion in game expenditure was certainly not limited to just that. The entire gaming community was in an uproar. It wasn't just the people within the game. I am the creator god. The commotion echoed throughout the gaming industry. With so many games in the world and numerous gaming enthusiasts willing to spin, tales of wealthy players splurging on games frequently circulated in the gaming circle. Yet nothing had ever been as extravagant as this. Spending 4 billion in one go. This was truly outrageous. Most people held a skeptical attitude toward this news. They believed that Ye Tian was entirely a game pawn. He was supposedly invited by the game officials to artificially boost his ranking and displace the original wealthy players, thereby encouraging them to spend. After all, such behavior was not uncommon in the gaming world. Many games would specifically hire game pawns and alter data through backdoors. At that point, their combat power would crush those wealthy players. Naturally, the defeated would not rest easy. They would surely seek revenge through spending. Thus, the results would follow. Hiring game pawns was a common practice in games. However, prior to this, I Am the Creator God had never employed any pawns. Now, the officials must have noticed the increasing number of players and deliberately hired pawns to stimulate consumption. The netizens seem to have seen through the truth. Some criticized the game officials for disrupting the gaming environment. Some accused Ye Tian of cheating, and others frantically tagged Ye Tian asking if he had any connections to become a pawn. Very few believe that Ye Tian really spent nearly 4 billion. The only ones who believed were the members of the Zero Spending Group. They firmly believed that Ye Tian indeed spent nearly 4 billion. There were many online boasting about earning millions or having family assets worth billions. However, when asked to verify their income of 50, they all fell silent. Ye Tian was different. Just a group of friends gathered together for gaming, and Ye Tian directly sent them a 1 million red envelope. Who else could be called wealthy if not him? Is it not normal for me, a wealthy man, to spend 4 billion on a game? In the gaming world, aside from Ye Tian's staggering 4 billion expenditure catching attention, there was another incident that also caused a stir. Someone was preparing to play this game and splurge 1 billion. He even posted a thread asking experienced players for advice. Putting aside the truth of it, this post about spending 1 billion combined with Ye Tian's spending of 4 billion instantly propelled the popularity of I Am the Creator God. It inexplicably sparked a spending frenzy. At the same time, many curious individuals downloaded this game. Suddenly, the player base for I Am the Creator God began to grow. Although a large portion were newcomers, ultimately they registered an account in the game and created a world. The gaming community was abuzz, yet none of this affected Ye Tian in the slightest. In his eyes, it was all about spending. It was all about gaming. After dividing the entire world into 4 continents, Ye Tian continued to adjust numerous elements. He was busy until nightfall finalizing various details. Dividing the 4 continents was not merely about splitting the original landmass into 4 sections. Each continent was planned to have different races and cultivation systems, and their required environments were also distinct. All of this required Ye Tian to make meticulous adjustments. The entire world was undergoing constant changes under his manipulation. All of this required time. Aside from having 2 meals, Ye Tian spent the rest of his time organizing his world. This was to prepare for purchasing legendary and mythical races. Ye Tian felt fortunate for not rushing to purchase numerous races. Otherwise, if there were too many forests inhabited on the continent, he would have to be cautious during micro-adjustments to avoid harming these beings. That would complicate matters further. Fortunately, there weren't many creatures existing on the continent at present. Moreover, they were all gathered in one landmass. Ye Tian didn't need to worry too much about them being harmed due to his migration of continents. During this time, nearly 1,000 years had passed in the game. With the overall world level rising, the source power also increased, thus the concentration of special energy in the entire world became higher. Combined with the existence of energy-activating talents, the number of beings who broke through in strength during these 1,000 years significantly increased. Aside from the originally 6th-tier legendary deep-sea behemoths, the remaining 3 major hero units also broke through to 6th-tier legendary. They were just one step away from evolving into mythical beings. Among the 2 major races, the number of ordinary beings breaking through to the 4th-tier legendary realm also increased. Not to mention the newly evolved troop types among the deep-sea mermen. During this millennium, the number of deep-sea mermen who reached the legendary realm increased. Simultaneously, the number of sea monsters generated due to the sea monster talent also surged. Both deep-sea mermen and sea monsters lived at the bottom of the sea. As the king of Atlantis broke through to 6th-tier legendary and numerous deep-sea mermen reached 4th-tier legendary, they set their sights on the sea monsters. Sea monsters were strong and robust with massive physiques that possessed considerable combat power. Hence, the king of Atlantis and many deep-sea mermen captured the sea monsters. They became a troop type similar to dragon riders. Sea Monster Knights. Every deep-sea merman who reached 4th-tier legendary could tame 1 sea monster as a steed. Together, their combat power doubled. After finally organizing everything, Ye Tian looked at his flourishing game world and revealed a joy akin to a farmer's harvest. 1 hour in reality, 100 years in the game. Under such exaggerated time flow, the number of legendary beings among the races increased as Ye Tian had anticipated. In reality, the strength of beings within a world is influenced by the world level. If the world level is low, the realms that numerous beings can reach are also limited. On the surface, I Am the Creator God is merely a game, but in reality, it has genuinely created a world. When Ye Tian hadn't spent money, nearly several epochs had passed in the game. During such a lengthy time, the reason why there weren't many strong beings generated in Ye Tian's world was due to the suppression of the world level. With a low world level, the number of strong beings produced is also fewer. Therefore, for a long time before Ye Tian spent money, the number of legendary level beings among the two major races was limited. In reality, one day in the real world equated to thousands of years in the game, and only a few had crossed into the legendary realm among the two major races. Now Ye Tian's world level has directly risen to level 9, without any suppression. Additionally, with the rich energy and the long passage of time, experts among the two major races have begun to emerge like bamboo shoots after rain. Ye Tian can now form a legendary army. Though it is the weakest kind, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile. This was merely a benefit brought about by spending money to elevate the world level. He hasn't even truly invested in the races yet. Undoubtedly, the effects of reincarnation and spending have slowly begun to manifest. When the game feedback reaches reality and the gears of fate turn once more, Ye Tian will ultimately rule an era. After thoroughly settling the 4 continents, Ye Tian purchased nearly 500 million in biological resources and then released them onto the 4 continents. The amount of nearly 500 million in biological resources is immense. However, when diluted into a 9th level world, it becomes quite scarce. Fortunately, the 50 million in biological resources Ye Tian purchased yesterday, after nearly 200 years of development, has expanded significantly. Therefore, with the two combined, it barely ensures that life can survive on all 4 continents. Territory, food. Everything has been arranged, and next comes the real main event. The kin. Ye Tian's eyes sparkled. The importance of the kin for a creator god needs no elaboration. Divine wars between worlds are inseparable from the kin. A creator god's collection of faith is also inseparable from the kin. If the world is like a towering tree to a creator god, then the kin are the roots firmly anchored in the soil. Indispensable. A powerful creator god. What is required is not just a combat-oriented kin. Indeed, a combat kin with strong battle potential plays a crucial role in both divine battles and protective wars. However, other types of kin are equally essential. For a creator god, combat is not the only priority. Developing the world is even more important. Thus, selecting some kin skilled in world development and possessing special abilities is also necessary. Ye Tian pondered. Regarding combat kins, he had thought about them extensively in his mind last night. But developing a world requires more than just combat kins. The world needs management and development. It requires the flourishing of civilization. Ye Tian wishes to see a powerful world that is vibrant and diverse. He does not want his world to be too monotonous. Rubbing his eyes, which had become a bit swollen from staring at his phone all day, Ye Tian exited the game. Looking up and glancing outside, he realized it was almost midnight. Ye Tian let out a long sigh. Although his mind was somewhat weary, his eyes were filled with excitement. The layout of his world had been completely determined. Once the numerous biological resources he purchased developed for a while and increased in number, he could then acquire the kin. At that time, the two most crucial foundations for a creator god would be solidified. He would also have the confidence to face the fallen lands. He must eliminate that evil fallen god who had caused his demise in his past life. Let him experience the pain of being stripped of divinity. Rubbing his eyes again, Ye Tian opened his phone once more. This time he did not play games. Instead, he began to check other things. First, he visited the forum for the game, I Am the Creator God. If he remembered correctly, the game had released information about the final Divine Battle event 2 days in advance. Calculating the time, it was roughly today. When Ye Tian participated in this event in his past life, he could only be considered a passerby. He did not know much about it, and with the passage of time it had become somewhat blurry. Thus, he wanted to see if the official announcement had been made. Upon entering the forum, Ye Tian saw the official announcement prominently displayed on the banner. Major event notification: this game will hold a divine battle event in 2 days. At that time, creator gods can engage in simulated wars between worlds, and all losses in the simulation will not count as actual losses. 1 million players will compete simultaneously, and after the event, a comprehensive power ranking will be established based on the event's results. The comprehensive power ranking will list from first to last place, and all rank participants will receive rewards gradually decreasing from high to low, with the first place receiving a mysterious grand prize. What are you waiting for? Charge forth with your heroes and kin. After carefully reading, Ye Tian found that the event was quite similar to his memories. The event starts in 2 days. Ye Tian instinctively licked his lips. The mysterious grand prize for first place is the zerg. He is determined to secure that first place. After all, he had already built their homes for them. 2 days is more than enough time. After encouraging himself in his heart, Ye Tian swiped away the official information on his phone and then flipped to the player forum. Upon entering, he saw many highly popular posts. Player in-game god spending to create a 9th level world. Is he a rich guy or a game shill? Trash game, just one shill is enough, yet two are brought in. Treating us like fools. Treating us like fools is one thing, but not letting me be a shill is unacceptable. Urgent, my family has too much money left over. I want to spend 1 billion in this game within a week. Please advise how to spend this 1 billion. Game shills looking for shills. Shills looking for shills, polluting the game environment. When Ye Tian saw this series of posts, he was somewhat bewildered, especially when he saw his own game name. With curiosity, Ye Tian clicked into the first post. The author of this post was unknown. The main content revolved around Ye Tian's spending to become a 9th level world. The poster did not believe that Ye Tian would spend 4 billion in the game. Moreover, the game's official had just announced the event for the comprehensive power ranking. The poster believed that the game's official wanted to profit from the Divine Battle event, hiring game shills to stimulate players to spend money during the event. The poster harshly criticized the game official's money-grabbing behavior, along with disdain for Ye Tian. The comment section was almost filled with voices of agreement. After reading this post, Ye Tian was momentarily speechless. To be honest, from a normal person's perspective, if he heard someone spent 4 billion on a game, he would definitely not believe it. Not to mention how many people can pull out 4 billion, even if you could. Wouldn't it be utterly foolish to spend it all in a game? Even Ye Tian himself would curse someone who spent 4 billion on a game as a big fool. So he understood the many players' thoughts. Unfortunately, the big fool in others' eyes is him. The world is drunk, and I am reborn. Ye Tian sighed. He did not take this post to heart, and opened the second post. Trash game, just one shill is enough, yet two are brought in. Treating us like fools. Treating us like fools is one thing, but not letting me be a shill. The author of the first post should be somewhat cultured. The content was well written, reasonable, and convincing. This second post, however, was somewhat vulgar, almost a direct insult to the game developers. The general idea was, it's acceptable to look for game shills. After all, this game is indeed fun, but do not treat players like fools. Finding game shills. A shill that directly becomes a 9th level world spending a whopping 4 billion. It's blatantly written on their face that there's a problem. If you're looking for game shills, at least be a bit restrained. Directly using a 4 billion account to stimulate spending TMD. Trust it. Treating players as fools. Just this one shill is enough, yet another one is found. They say they want to spend 1 billion in the game. Who has 1 billion to spend in a game? Isn't that treating players as fools again? Finally, the poster issued an angry shout. I also want to be a shill. My demands are not high. Just give me a 10 million game recharge quota. The comments section echoed with strong agreement. Finally, they severely criticized the poster's last angry shout along with copying and pasting it to send. After reading this post, Ye Tian frowned. The game I and the creator god is uniquely special, and the developers cannot even be found, let alone the matter of looking for game shills. He had genuinely spent nearly 4 billion. This second post mentioned another person who was planning to spend 1 billion on this game. Ye Tian's frown deepened. 1 billion is not a small amount. If one does not know that this game can provide returns in reality, who the hell would spend that much money on a game? In his recollections from his past life, there was no such person. Upon realizing this, Ye Tian was suddenly taken aback. Could it be that someone else has also been reborn like him? Or could it be the butterfly effect caused by his spending of 4 billion? Ye Tian had no fear of others following him in spending because he was not afraid. In this world, those who can match his financial capacity are only a few business magnates. These people, even if they play games, might not even pay attention to them. Their children might play. However, not every rich second generation is a top-tier rich second generation. Even when spending money in games, it's usually only a few million. Being able to spend 1 billion would be pushing it. Just like Yang Ruchang from his past life, who spent nearly 1 billion. Yet he had liquidated all his assets to invest nearly 40 billion into the game. In such circumstances, even if it attracted attention, there would definitely be no one with his condition. The one willing to spend 1 billion must have a problem. Ye Tian recalled the third post ranked in the forum and immediately opened it to check. Combining the post with the comments below, he found that this guy truly intended to spend 1 billion. It was not just for show. Ye Tian was somewhat dumbfounded by this news. There was nothing like this in his past life. Without hesitation, he immediately sent a message to Uncle Lee. Top-tier rich second generation Uncle Lee, find out who that person is willing to spend 1 billion on the game forum third post at any cost. After sending the message, Ye Tian felt slightly more at ease. He desperately wanted to know the identity of the person willing to spend 1 billion. The game I am the creator god is extremely mysterious and all information is untraceable. However, finding out the owner of a game post should not be a big issue. As soon as Ye Tian sent the message, he received a reply from Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee found it. Upon seeing Uncle Lee's message, Ye Tian was instantly surprised. It had only been a few seconds was Uncle Lee's response that quick. Before Ye Tian could make any move, Uncle Lee's second message came through. Uncle Lee found it, it's me. Ye Tian's expression changed completely. After all this time, I was just scaring myself. Looking at Uncle Lee's message, Ye Tian felt somewhat speechless. He recalled that not long ago he had indeed allocated 1 billion to Uncle Lee, allowing him to play this game. After all this, it turned out that this post was created by Uncle Lee. Ye Tian had thought there were other reincarnators. I can't be blamed for this. Who would have thought that an old man like Uncle Lee could navigate the internet so skillfully, even posting to ask players how to maximize the use of 1 billion in in-game purchases? Honestly, Ye Tian felt that Uncle Lee's actions had indeed outshined him. He had somewhat underestimated Uncle Lee. Compared to him, Ye Tian realized he was truly lacking. Although he felt a mix of humor and absurdity after learning the truth, Ye Tian's heart settled down. Without looking at other posts, Ye Tian climbed into bed directly to rest. Originally, he wanted to spend some time planning which companions to purchase tomorrow. But after a whole day of staring at his phone and playing games, his eyes were truly unable to endure any longer. He had barely laid down in bed when he fell asleep. A night passed. The next morning, he woke up leisurely to the sound of the alarm he had set. After a day's sleep, he felt much better. After having breakfast and checking Uncle Lee's spending progress, Ye Tian enjoyed a cup of coffee and then focused back on the game. Scion legendary species known as the warrior race scions possess immense physical strength and speed, developing comprehensively. In addition, they have the transformation ability of Super Scion that appears only once every 1,000 years for a warrior capable of transforming into one. The transformation condition requires a high battle power and a calm heart to increase the S cells within, followed by extreme anger to cause a sudden explosive growth of S cells, thus successfully transforming. Price 10 million divine power. Fire tribe legendary species, a special race recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. They resemble monkeys with black skin. It is said that they feed on carbon and can spit fire, which is not a trick, but a result of their innate fire control abilities despite their appearance being a bit unpleasant. Price 1 million divine power. Feathered race legendary species, birdmen and angelic races recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. They have feathers and wings to fly. The dragon nation has long had tales of feathered beings becoming immortals related to the image of the feathered race. Originally, people believed that immortals were winged beings. Price 1 million divine power. Cultivator race, transcendent species. Mythical species. This race belongs to a special human category possessing spiritual roots, allowing them to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Different spiritual roots possess different talents, with superior talents being able to cultivate to the mythical realm. Price 100 million divine power. Ultramen legendary species, giants living on planet M78. They possess immense bodies, destructive power, and excellent combat awareness. Different Ultramen have their unique finishing moves. Powerful Ultramen can evolve into different forms. Price 10 million divine power. Succubus transcendent species loyal to the master who brought them into the world, sexy and seductive. They come from the abyssal demon realm, a space of endless chaos and evil. They are the most violent, greedy, capricious, and depraved race among the hellish creatures. At the same time, they are also the most numerous and diverse. Succubi are filled with sensuality and temptation, embodying cunning and beauty, powerful and deadly, with demonic physiques, enjoying the aesthetics of BDSM. Price 10000 divine coins. Once again, he found himself in a familiar game store. Seeing the familiar companions, Ye Tian's eyes widened. Succubi, what is going on with this game store? Why push such a race to the forefront? Ye Tian, a dignified, high-ranking god, am I such a person? Ye Tian looked disdainfully at the seductive icon on his phone. He immediately exited the game and entered an online shopping app to purchase a whip. Then he switched back to the game interface. Ahem. Ye Tian carefully examined the companions and began to select them meticulously. The expenses for companions are definitely substantial. Now he had nearly 26 billion on hand, which sounds like a lot. But compared to the vast array of items in the game store, this amount was merely a drop in the bucket. He needed to use it carefully, spending every penny wisely. Hey, why did my divine coins decrease by 1000? Damn game store, it actually swallowed my divine coins. Considering it was only 1000, it'll let you off this time. But don't let it happen again. Ye Tian began to select carefully. First is the combat companions. A great person once said, with a gun one can stand tall. For a creator god, combat companions are like his firearms. Choosing combat companions cannot be done casually. Soon Ye Tian selected his first companion. Angel race, mythical species, the supreme race in the universe that upholds justice and order. Justice and order, mutual respect, mutual understanding, equality, non-interference, non-aggression, mutual assistance, mutual support for each other's legitimate rights, mutual communication, cooperation, and mutual benefit. They possess extremely high talent and strong abilities with divine powers that can purify all evil. The angel race has always been adversarial to demons, absolutely resisting demonic civilizations. Anything associated with demons must be purified. Angels are divided into 5 categories, representing the mercy angel, representing the wisdom angel, representing the bravery angel, representing the strength angel, representing the justice angel. The angel race is a faith-based race that dedicates all beliefs to the Creator God. Price 200 million divine coins. Ye Tian's reason for selecting the angel race is simple. The strength of the angel race is indeed quite formidable, and the female angels are also very pleasing to the eye. Of course, that's not the most important reason. The most crucial reason is, the one who killed Ye Tian in his past life, the fallen and evil god, had the strongest companions as the demon race. And the angel race is specifically designed to counter the demon race. Ye Tian's purchase of the angel race is aimed at targeting that evil god to smash his dog head. The price of the angel race is very high, reaching 200 million divine coins. It's even slightly higher than the usual mythical races. Because the angel race is not only powerful, but it is also a purely faith-based race. Much like the zerg, every angel is at the level of a fanatic. A purely faith-based race holds immense significance for the Creator God. They can provide vast amounts of faith power. Many races in the Creator God's realm cannot betray him, being absolute loyal subjects. But loyalty does not equate to faith. There is a distinction between the two. Just like the deep-sea mermen, if Ye Tian tells them to die, they would not hesitate for a moment. However, most of their levels of faith are not high, and the faith power they can provide is limited. They are not comparable to faith races at all. Thus, faith races tend to be priced higher among many companions. However, although the angel race is also a faith race, it still cannot be compared to the zerg. The angel race is powerful, but their numbers and reproductive capacity are a shortcoming. In fact, most mythical races have limitations in this area. The stronger they are, the rarer they become. However, the zerg is different. They follow the path of overwhelming numbers, winning through sheer quantity. More importantly, their strength is not low either. This is also the reason Ye Tian is so keen to acquire the zerg. After purchasing the angel race, Ye Tian bought the cultivator race as well. The cultivator race, transcendent species, mythical species. This race is a special human race possessing spiritual roots that allow them to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Different spiritual roots possess different talents, and those with superior talents can cultivate to the mythical realm. Price 100 million divine power. In the settings of the game, I am the Creator God. Not all human races can cultivate. Only those with spiritual roots can cultivate. The cultivator race is precisely the human race that possesses spiritual roots. They can absorb spiritual energy through their spiritual roots to enhance themselves, uncover their hidden potential, continuously break through, and elevate their mastery, aiming to achieve the realm of harmony between heaven and man and attain immortality. In the world, everything has its rise and fall, life and death. This is heaven. Cultivating transcends mortals, leading to immortality, which is against the heavens. The cultivator race has inherited methods of cultivation, refining the essence of heaven and earth for self-enhancement. By utilizing the abundant spiritual essence between heaven and earth, primarily various herbs and crystals, they concoct elixirs to absorb their essence. Through methods of cultivating the heart, body, and the world, they temper their state of mind amidst the mundane. This is a race with a very high ceiling and a very low floor. The game shop has not provided an accurate hierarchy for its level distribution. Many other races can reach the level their race possesses once they mature. Exceptional talents can even surpass this level. However, the cultivator race is different. Their strength depends entirely on talent. Some may exhaust their entire lives and only become a transcendent species. Some, however, can defy the odds and become a mythical species. It is not entirely accurate to say it is solely based on talent. Some with poor talents can still exist as mythical species. In short, the development of the cultivator race is filled with uncertainty. However, its strength is undeniable. Not only are they powerful themselves, but they are also adept at utilizing the treasures of heaven and earth, spiritual energy artifacts, elixirs, cultivation techniques, and more. Their overall strength surpasses that of most mythical species. Yet the cultivator race has a fatal flaw, that is faith. The cultivator race purchased from the game shop is absolutely loyal to the Creator God. However, the path of cultivation is about self. Although they can be absolutely loyal, their level of devotion is not high. They are somewhat weak in providing faith power. For a Creator God, the level of faith of their races is a crucial standard. Therefore, the price of the cultivator race in the game shop is not considered high. The cultivator race was a race Ye Tian had long decided to purchase, although they cannot provide much faith power. This is a significant flaw. But come on, this is cultivation. It is the most classic cultivation system of my dragon kingdom. Must buy it. 100 million funds were instantly spent. The primordial dragon race mythical species legend has it that Pangu opened the heavens and stabilized the 4 primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, making the primordial space stable, and these 4 elements gradually evolved into the 5 elements of postnatal metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. During the evolution process, the 4 primordial elements fused, and eventually, like the chaos, giving birth to Pangu birthed several chaotic divine beasts. One of them is the ancestral dragon. The dragon race is the descendant of the ancestral dragon, possessing inherently powerful bodies that fear no ordinary attacks and stand invincible, while also holding dominion over the oceans and controlling the rivers of the world. However, while powerful, their reproductive ability is extremely weak, with a very long growth cycle. Price 100 million divine coins. The reason Ye Tian chose the dragon race is quite simple. The dragon race has always been the supreme divine race in myths and legends, possessing unparalleled strength. Of course, what Ye Tian truly valued was not their strength, but their ability to control the oceans. Now the world of Ye Tian is nearly immeasurable. The oceans account for a large portion of it. Therefore, the number of oceanic races Ye Tian wants to purchase is not small. The dragon race is the most suitable for the oceans. Moreover, there are also mountains, rivers, and streams on the continents. Sometimes when the world operates on its own, some river disasters may occur. Although Ye Tian, as the creator god, can stop them, he cannot watch over everything at all times. In such times, the existence of the dragon race becomes very necessary. Controlling the rivers of the world. However, the dragon race reproduces extremely slowly, 10 to 100 times more difficult than other mythical races. This is a drawback. Therefore, overall, their price is not considered too high. The oceanic mythical races are still not enough with just the dragon race. His world has now upgraded to a level 9 world, and the oceanic plates occupy nearly 70% of it. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is an endless ocean. The dragon race is merely a drop in the ocean. Having only one dragon race is far from enough. 100,000 water races, legendary species. There is no specific racial division. It includes all aquatic life: shrimp soldiers, crab generals, spirit turtles, and divine fish, possessing the ability to cultivate in water and are subordinate to the water dragon race. They can gain cultivation benefits by relying on the dragon race. Price 10 million divine coins. Ye Tian purchased 100,000 water races, which is considered a relatively special existence in the system shop. They do not have a specific racial affiliation, but they are all aquatic races. All kinds of aquatic life are included. The only special point is that these aquatic life forms can cultivate in water. They exist as dependents of the dragon race. They are subordinate races of the dragon race. Their price is also low, so he simply bought them. This can both increase the strength of the dragon race and expand the number of aquatic life forms. Mermaids, transcendent species, fish-tailed human forms known as the mystical beings of mermaids. In ancient texts, it is recorded that the mermaids produce a silk that does not wet in water, and when they cry, their tears turn into pearls. The oil of mermaids once burned will not extinguish for 10,000 years. Fishmen, transcendent species, fish-tailed human forms residing in the deep sea. They possess extremely high spiritual talents, and their voices carry a mysterious, enchanting power. Their tears can turn into diamonds. Winning fish, transcendent species, fish that grow in the waters of Guishan. These fish have wings and emit calls resembling mandarin ducks. They rarely appear, but whenever they do, a great flood is sure to follow. They live in the Wei River. Kuanping mythical species legend has it that they are giant fish residing in the deep sea. Their bodies can reach thousands of miles, possessing terrifying size and strength. Upon leaving the deep sea, they transform into a pung, soaring across thousands of miles with unparalleled speed. In the North Sea, there is a fish called Kuan. The size of Kuan is unknown. It spans thousands of miles. Transforming into a bird, it is called pung. The back of pung spans thousands of miles. In anger, it flies, its wings like clouds hanging from the sky. 9-headed snake, legendary species, a sea creature with 9 heads. Each head possesses different abilities, each head representing a life with extremely strong vitality and various incredible divine abilities. Ye Tian also continuously purchased many races living in the deep sea. Most of them are transcendent species. Transcendent species are inexpensive, but these aquatic beings have their unique characteristics. Their combat power may not be that strong, but they have outstanding functions in other aspects. For instance, mermaids can produce pearls and make silks that allow survival in water. Once the game feedbacks into reality, the game shop will be completely shut down. At that time, players who become creator gods will have to trade among themselves for whatever they want. At that time, items like mermaid silks can serve as commodities. They will become local specialties of the world. Therefore, races like mermaids that have unique products can play enormous roles once the game feedbacks into reality. Ye Tian also purchased many legendary level races. There are some small tricks involved in purchasing races of this level. He aims to buy races that have strong combat power within the same tier. Additionally, he also seeks races that have slightly weaker strength but strong reproductive abilities. The former has formidable strength but is scarce, providing elite combat power. The latter, while slightly weaker, can provide numbers. With this combination, their effectiveness during divine battles will be extraordinarily powerful. Besides the races specifically responsible for combat, Ye Tian also purchased many other races similar to mermaids that have auxiliary functions or can produce certain special materials. Finally, there are the mythical races. In addition to the dragon race, Ye Tian also purchased the Kunping clan and other aquatic races with formidable combat power. The number of mythical races in the deep sea is relatively large. However, most of them repeat in their characteristics. There are many powerful races residing in the deep sea. However, most of their characteristics are large size and great strength, and they are few in number, with reproduction being extremely difficult. Most races have similar setups, thus Ye Tian did not buy too many deep-sea mythical races. Nevertheless, even so, after finalizing the deep-sea races, Ye Tian had already spent nearly 3 billion. There is no way around it. The ocean's area is incomparably larger than that of the land. Even spending 3 billion can only fill 10 of the ocean's area with life. To fill most of the oceanic areas with lifetime is still needed for these races to develop. After selecting all the oceanic races, Ye Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then redirected his attention back to the land of the affiliated tribes. The land has now been divided into 4 continents. The first continent is the Eastern continent, and Ye Tian decided to transform it into a cultivation continent. The main theme of the cultivation continent is undoubtedly cultivation. The tribes living there are certainly those that cultivate spiritual energy and celestial essence. At the forefront is the human cultivation tribe. Ye Tian has just purchased this tribe. However, having only the human cultivation tribe on the cultivation continent is still far from sufficient. If the human tribe is already present, then how could the demon tribe be absent? The Demon Tribe Integration Package. Extraordinary Species. Mythical Species. The Demon Tribe is a race born of nature, with a large population, harnessing the power within their bloodline, possessing terrifying physical strength and explosive power. Different demon bloodlines harbor different powers, with older bloodlines being even more formidable. The Demon Tribe is numerous, with most individuals possessing excellent strength. However, they also have limitations. The lower the strength of the Demon Tribe, the stronger their reproductive ability, while the higher the strength, the weaker their reproductive capacity. The Demon Tribe venerates bloodline power belonging to a semi-religious race capable of providing a significant amount of faith power to the Creator God. Price 500 million divine coins. Ye Tian quickly selected his target. That is the Demon Tribe Integration Package launched by the System Store. The concept of the Demon Tribe is indeed too broad, encompassing too many varieties. Fox demons, rabbit demons, tiger demons. Such a category of demons is further divided into multiple breeds. What about the Thunderclap Tiger, the Darklaw Golden Flame Tiger? With so many categories, if Ye Tian were to purchase them one by one, he wouldn't know when he would finish. Fortunately, the system has a Demon Tribe Integration Package. As the name suggests, it bundles numerous demon tribes for sale. Therefore, its price is as high as 500 million. However, spending 500 million to acquire so many demon tribes is definitely profitable. With the human cultivation tribe and the demon tribe, the affiliated tribes on the eastern continent are basically complete. Now only the other 2 continents remain, the western continent and the fantasy continent. The western continent primarily revolves around the cultivation of battle chi and magic. After improving his strength to a higher level, it involves igniting the divine fire and becoming a god. Ye Tian has long had ideas about the affiliated tribes of the Western continent. He will construct the Western continent according to his vision. The goblins. Extraordinary Species. A humanoid, evil creature. Most of them are products of mutations from elves and humans, referred to as fallen beings in the original sense. Goblins have green skin and blood-red eyes, and due to their greedy and cunning nature, they are often regarded as thieves and opportunistic merchants in the magical world. Elves. Legendary Species. Elves are born from the corpses of giants and absorb the essence of giants, becoming sentient beings. The side facing the light gives birth to elves or light elves, while the side facing the dark gives birth to dark elves. Light elves shine with brilliance, are exceptionally beautiful, and usually have gentle, cheerful temperaments, able to communicate with trees, flowers, fish, and birds. Dwarves. Extraordinary Species. A short-statured humanoid race. They are known for their temperamental nature, but also for their exceptional craftsmanship and strong forging skills. While their individual strength may not be very strong, their technological civilization is highly developed. Each dwarf is a natural master of forging. Of course, every dwarf is a heavy drinker. Titans, legendary species, a race of giants with massive bodies. They are one of the ancient divine races possessing a strong combat awareness and talent, holding dominion over parts of the earth, while also possessing a certain degree of spiritual talent. Divine races, mythical species. According to legend, the divine races hold dominion over all beings, with each member wielding different powers. Sky, sea, land, war, hunger, forest, grassland. Different powers grant the divine races various functions and strengths, igniting divine fire and achieving divinity. Various affiliated tribes that Ye Tian remembered should exist in the West have been selected by him. Humans, elves, dark elves, dragons, gnomes, goblins, demons, heavenly beings, undead, beasts, vampires, ranging from extraordinary species to mythical species. In total, he spent nearly $1 billion. There's no choice. These races in the West do not have integration resource packs. No discounts. Moreover, to ensure they can reproduce and expand their numbers as quickly as possible, Ye Tian even made repeat purchases for some races. After carefully reviewing the Western races, he had purchased. A slight smile appeared on his lips. With this, the Western continent is nearly complete. All that remains is to settle these races and give them some time to reproduce, after which a complete continent can be formed. After finishing with the Western continent, Ye Tian turned his attention to the third continent. There are 4 continents in total, and the last one is reserved for the insect tribe. The Eastern continent and the Western continent have already been settled. Now only this third continent, the fantasy continent, remains. The game store sells numerous biological affiliated tribes. Many of these biological tribes are somewhat special. For example, the legendary species Ultraman that he saw earlier, or the Little Elves. There are also the motorcycle tribe. These races are quite special. They are derived from some games and animated works. They belong to the realm of fantasy creatures. Ye Tian, being someone with a strong collecting habit, is particularly fond of these fantasy races in reality. Now that he can truly possess them, how could Ye Tian let this opportunity slip by? However, each of these races has its unique characteristics, making them somewhat inappropriate for placement in either the Eastern or Western continent. Thus, Ye Tian decided to create this fantasy continent specifically to accommodate these fantasy races. He felt a surge of excitement within. He was even more thrilled than when he purchased those mythical races. The Little Elf Integration Package, extraordinary species, legendary species. Little elves, also known as Pokemon, evolved over billions of years, just like humans. Throughout this evolution, Pokemon gradually developed the ability to catalyze vacuum energy into matter or another form of energy. Since the universe contains almost infinite energy, the energy of Pokemon comes from the cosmos, which means they do not have survival conditions. Their life value is not just existing and reproducing, so Pokemon love peace. Pokemon can unleash a variety of moves because they contain energy within them that catalyzes vacuum energy into certain attributes. The energy material that composes their bodies is formed from a specific energy catalyzed, which carries the nature of certain attribute energy, determining the Pokemon's attributes. Different attributes determine the varying powers of different Pokemon, and there exists a chain of dominance among those attributes. Price 100 million divine coins. Ye Tian, looking at this integration package, was almost drooling. The Pokemon series of animated shows was his childhood favorite. He also loves the Pokemon series of games. He spent quite a bit of money on Pokemon cards and merchandise back then. Now being able to purchase Pokemon races, how could Ye Tian possibly miss out? Who wouldn't want to have a divine beast? Is 100 million even considered money? Aside from the existence of Pokemon, Ye Tian also purchased Ultraman. This represents the favored race of light. How could he possibly miss it? Ultraman belongs to the legendary tier of favored races. Their strength and abilities need not be elaborated upon. Ultraman's physique is enormous, yet when compared to the vast and immense fantasy continent within the 9th level world, it is merely a drop in the ocean. After purchasing the legendary Ultraman, Ye Tian went on to acquire 2 other special favored races. The Motorcycle Tribe Extraordinary Type, the Beast Tribe Extraordinary Group. These 2 races also originate from a beloved childhood fantasy animated short. The former consists of mechanical life, forms made up of motorcycles, or mechanical life, forms composed of fierce beasts. The strength of these 2 races isn't particularly high, but for Ye Tian, they fulfill the childhood dream. Moreover, their prices are not overly steep. Buying them was worth it. Subsequently, Ye Tian continued to purchase various fantasy favored races from his childhood memories. In total, he spent nearly 300 million. However, this was not the end. These fantasy favored races barely occupied 1/3 of the land on the fantasy continent. There remains 2/3 of the land unoccupied. After a careful search, he found another rather special race. Cyberpunk civilization, mythical type, a civilization composed of various technological races. They believe in the power of technology, and their technological level has reached a terrifying degree, lean and weak mechanical ascension. They believe that technology is the endpoint of the universe, possessing countless powerful and terrifying mecha warships. The starry sky is also their territory. Price 500 million. Ye Tian pondered over this price. The cyberpunk civilization is a rather unique civilization. It is not a single race like the other favored races for sale. Rather, it exists in the form of a civilization. The beings it encompasses may be somewhat complex, or perhaps not so complex, because the cyberpunk civilization worships technology with weak physical bodies and mechanical ascension. The ultimate goal of their civilization is machinery, regardless of the form of life that exists. In the end, they all evolve into a mass of data. Then they manipulate mecha carriers with data. The various mechas and weapons they develop possess powers that reach mythical realms. If it were only this civilization would not be sold at such a high price. The reason for its high price lies in its replicability. Whether it is a cultivation system or naturally powerful favored races, their growth is limited to a certain extent. Some cultivation systems can grow to the mythical realm, but they require resources and have extremely high demands for individual talent and comprehension. Even those mythical races that can become mythical after adulthood have their limitations. One aspect is that their numbers cannot be too many. On the other hand, their growth cycle is very long. The more powerful the mythical race, the longer it takes to reach adulthood. However, the cyberpunk civilization is different. Technology can be replicated. Mythical-grade mecha weapons for them can be infinitely replicated as long as there are sufficient resources. The upper limit of technology is hard to break through, but once broken there will be no difficulty. For a technological civilization, the biggest problem is resource availability. And can a resource problem be a problem for a creator god? The existence of the cyberpunk civilization means that Ye Tian possesses an incredibly powerful mechanical army. Moreover, it is a mechanically produced army that can be produced indefinitely. Thus its price is very high, reaching 500 million. Ye Tian began to contemplate whether to purchase the cyberpunk civilization. The cyberpunk civilization is powerful indeed. However, its characteristics somewhat conflict with the zerg. The zerg can also produce limitless troops. As long as there is sufficient energy and strong biological genes, the strength of the zerg can also reach mythical levels. The functionalities of both are somewhat repetitive in this regard. However, after careful consideration, Ye Tian still decided to buy. For no other reason. It's because the cyberpunk civilization excels in technological development. And the power of technology is not only reflected in mecha weapons. The various powerful technological products invented by the cyberpunk civilization are of great help to all the favored races in the entire world. The development of technological production brings nothing but benefits to his world. The price is high, but who cares when he has money? After buying nearly all the favored races he needed, Ye Tian finally let out a long sigh. His eyes filled with excitement gazed at the world. Now across the 3 continents various beings exist. These beings reside in different regions of the continent. Though they coexist on the same continent, Ye Tian did not simply place them all together. Instead, he allocated them to different environments based on their distinct characteristics. In total, he spent nearly 6 billion on purchasing numerous favored races. This is because he made some repeat purchases. The 9th level world is simply too vast. Even if the land is divided into 4 continents, randomly pulling out one continent is still larger than the 8th level world. With such a terrifying area, Ye Tian's mad spending on favored races would not fill the entire continent. Though the number of favored races purchased from the system is substantial, the continent is even larger. Not to mention the oceans, all the favored races on land barely occupy about a third of the area. This is still without counting the empty Zerg continent. If Ye Tian wants the favored races to quickly fill the continent, he can only increase their numbers and make repeat purchases. Therefore, the total expenditure is not low. Even so, there is still a vast amount of land devoid of any life forms. But that is okay. These favored races have just been purchased and are currently in their developmental stage. Given them some time, and soon the entire continent will be filled with life. After continuously switching maps, zooming in and out to check the survival conditions of numerous favored races on the continent, Ye Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Then he focused his attention on the deep-sea mermen and the subhumans. They were his core combat power in his past life. Although it is destined that they might be eliminated this time, Ye Tian still wants to strengthen them as much as possible. Intermediate favored race potential enhancement card can elevate the potential of an extraordinary level favored race to legendary. Price 50 million divine coins. Advanced favored race potential enhancement card can elevate the potential of a legendary level favored race to mythical. Price 200 million divine coins. Ye Tian looked at these two functional items in the system store without any hesitation and directly chose to purchase. There are certain patterns to the items sold in the game store. If you want to directly purchase something or directly enhance something, the prices are often very high. However, if you purchase some auxiliary items and then spend some time, you can also achieve your goals. This way the cost will be significantly reduced. The difference between these two approaches is akin to alchemy in fantasy novels. The former is directly buying pills, which costs a lot. The latter is similar to mastering the alchemy skill, then just needing to purchase the corresponding materials to refine the corresponding pills. The price gap can reach hundreds or even thousands of times. Just like Ye Tian purchasing legendary favored races, he directly spent millions. Other players do not have that much money, but they also have the existence of legendary favored races. They do this by spending minimally to buy some special materials, then inducing the favored races or beings to evolve. In this way, the cost is only a few tens of thousands. Now there are only 9 days left until the game feedback to reality. Ye Tian has no time to slowly cultivate through the second method, nor is there a need to cultivate via the second method, because he has money. What's the point of having money and not spending it? Once the game feedback time limit passes, the currency in reality will gradually collapse. By then, even tens of billions will just be a pile of waste paper. Moreover, there are benefits to spending money. The favored races cultivated through the second low-cost method are filled with uncertainties. Extraordinary types, legendary types, mythical types. Even if two favored races belong to the same tier, there are still disparities between them. The ones Ye Tian bought with money are the strongest existences within the same tier, while those cultivated through the second method are often among the weaker ones in the same tier. It can only be said that there are benefits to spending money. When one is wealthy, there's no need to suppress one's strength just to save a bit of money. If Ye Tian chose to elevate the deep-sea mermen and the subhumans through the second method, raising them to the legendary stage would cost just over 100. But with this method, the evolved deep-sea mermen would likely be among the weakest in the legendary stage. However, if he directly used potential cards, it would cost a whopping 50 million. At the same time, the deep-sea mermen and the subhumans would evolve into incredibly powerful existences among legendary tier races. For the two favored races that once achieved great feats with him in his past life, Ye Tian would naturally not be stingy. 2 intermediate potential enhancement cards. 2 advanced potential enhancement cards. A total expenditure of 500 million directly elevating the deep-sea mermen and the subhumans to the mythical tier. Furthermore, even within the mythical tier, they are not weak existences. Both races will automatically become mythical upon reaching adulthood. As the potential enhancement cards were used, a mysterious force instantly acted upon the two races. In an instant, the life essence of both races underwent a tremendous change. Originally, most of the life forms among the two races had already entered their maturity stage. They had become extraordinary types. However, now that they have evolved into mythical types, their life cycles have completely changed. Their ages did not change, but after the enhancement of their life essence, their lifespans were prolonged. The previously mature stage regressed to the infancy and youth stages. Many lives within the races also experienced breakthroughs in their realms. And as heroes among these two races, the King of Atlantis, King Gigi, and King Quinn, their strengths surged tremendously. Originally, their strengths had already closely followed the deep-sea giants breaking through to the 6th tier. Now they have further advanced, stepping into the mythical realm. The deep-sea giant was bewildered. Previously, it was the first to achieve a breakthrough, but now its power had instead become the weakest. Previously, a connection had been formed between the deep-sea mermen and the giants. Thus, the deep-sea giant, which could barely be considered the leader of the giants, was naturally with the King of Atlantis. It could only watch helplessly as countless deep-sea mermen achieved breakthroughs right before its eyes. And the King of Atlantis had also broken through to the mythological realm right before it. The deep-sea giant was completely dumbfounded. It felt anxious. The giant fish it had been biting suddenly lost its taste. Praise the Creator. The deep-sea giant wished to express its loyalty to Ye Tian. It tried to kneel and pray like those deep-sea mermen, only to realize it had no legs. It became even more anxious. It hurriedly lifted its massive body. Its enormous tail curled up, creating a semblance of kneeling, frantically praising the great Creator, hoping the Creator would bestow a miracle, allowing it to also break through to the mythological realm. Then, nothing happened. Of course it wasn't because Ye Tian had forgotten about it, but because the flow of time was completely different on both sides. In reality, it would take Ye Tian several minutes to purchase items to enhance the deep-sea giant's power. In game time, that equated to several months. So after the deep-sea giant knelt for several months, it finally attracted the creator's favor. Ye Tian used a power enhancement card to directly elevate its strength to the 9th level of mythology. Everything is ready, only the eastern wind is missing. After thoroughly preparing everything, Ye Tian smiled with satisfaction. Now, having spent over 100 billion on in-game purchases, his world level had risen to level 9, while also possessing various factions. Among them were even mythological factions. Once the game feedback materialized in reality, on launching, no one would be a match for him. Just sending out a member from a mythological faction would be enough to sweep through their world. Even the abyss of fallen spirits. There probably weren't many fallen deities who could contend with him. Among the fallen deities from his previous life, only a couple had a mythological faction. Their mythological powers were counted individually. Now, among the many factions he had purchased, there were over a dozen mythological factions. And they were all among the elite of mythological factions. They could even form a mythological legion. Although in his past life the invasion of Blue Star was only a part of the deities from the abyss of fallen spirits, Ye Tian believed that his strength could definitely be considered formidable even within the entire abyss of fallen spirits. At the very least, the evil god, who effortlessly crushed him in his past life, he would now be able to easily crush as well. And all of this was due to his hard work. The credit for spending money, if only he had spent a few million in his previous life, he wouldn't have fallen to such a tragic end. Ye Tian once again regretted his zero-spending behavior from before. After Ye Tian spent money once again, the entire game circle of I and the Creator God was thoroughly shaken. The game content of I and the Creator God was simply too vast. Creating a world, how could the content not be abundant? Fantasy worlds, cultivation worlds, technological worlds, magical worlds, martial worlds. Various kinds of worlds. Various kinds of factions. Various kinds of environments. Various kinds of civilizations. The game content was brimming, which was one of the reasons I Am the Creator God could attract so many players. What made many players feel particularly impressive was that, with so much game content, the game's memory usage was surprisingly not large. More importantly, many games frequently have version updates. Various bugs tend to appear during gameplay. However, I Am the Creator God has never undergone a version update and has never exhibited any bugs. Numerous players speculated about the advanced nature of this game's engine. It was precisely due to its incredibly rich game content that various leaderboards emerged. Some leaderboards were aimed at all players. For example, the world level leaderboard, strongest faction leaderboard, strongest legion leaderboard, strongest hero leaderboard. The content of these leaderboards was targeted at all players. But some leaderboards were specifically aimed at a portion of players. For example, the cultivation civilization leaderboard, the magical civilization leaderboard. Such leaderboards are not aimed at all players, but rather focus on those who specialize in such content. Thus, there are many leaderboards in I Am the Creator God. Just yesterday, the world-level leaderboard underwent a change. The first place turned into someone called the God of the End. His world level had reached an unprecedented and terrifying level of 9. It required a whopping 4 billion to achieve. Many players believed this person was a game plant. And today, even more unbelievable things occurred. The name of the God of the End appeared on almost all leaderboards. He was on the strongest faction leaderboard. He was also on the strongest legion leaderboard, even on the cultivation civilization leaderboard and the magical civilization leaderboard. Not only on the leaderboards aimed at all players, but also on those focused on specific game content. The entire game circle was in complete chaos. Damn it. Can you tell me who this God of the End is? What on earth is happening in this game? Are the plants this blatant? Game officials, please explain. Even if the game plant occupies the first position on the world leaderboard now, he is even on all the leaderboards. This is clearly destroying the game environment. Just by walking alone, now many leaderboards are almost occupied by the God of the End, and he has a bunch of mythological factions at his disposal. If he had to spend money, it would require at least several billion plus the previous world level enhancement, adding up to nearly 100 billion. If this isn't a game plant, I'll eat dirt live. Game officials, please give an explanation. The God of the End must be banned. If he continues to cheat like this, how can the game go on? Exactly, if the God of the End isn't banned, then we won't play anymore. Oh, we will quit the game tomorrow. Countless people surged towards the game official account, shouting for the officials to give them an explanation and ban the account of the God of the End. The entire game circle was once again in complete uproar. The zero-cost group exploded once again. Previously, Ye Tian had recharged 5 billion, which they found unbelievable. Now he had just recharged nearly 5 to 6 billion more. In total, he had recharged 10 billion in the game. That's 10 billion, enough cash to stack into a building several stories high. If they didn't know the inside story, they definitely wouldn't believe that someone would spend 1 million to play a game. They would surely think this was a ploy from the game's official group. But they were aware of the truth, knowing that Ye Tian was a true wealthy individual. He casually sent red envelopes of 1 million to a group of not-so-familiar friends. Spending 10 billion to play a game sounds absurd, yet it seems understandable. However, this time no one tagged Ye Tian. Knowing his true identity, it was normal for everyone to brag and chat in the group before. But now knowing that Ye Tian was a multi-billionaire spender in games, the significant disparity in status made people somewhat reserved. Moreover, everyone in the group had received Ye Tian's red envelopes. As the saying goes, those who eat from the same bowl are soft-hearted. Ye Tian was now wrongfully accused by most players, labeled as a game promoter, and he was even facing a ban. Many free-to-play members in the group immediately decided to speak up for Ye Tian, to prove that he was not an official game promoter. However, their influence was quite weak. The few people in the group were simply too few compared to the multitude of players. Not many would believe what they said. The only evidence they could present was the record of Ye Tian's red envelopes. When Ye Tian topped the world ranking for spending, they had already brought this out to prove he was indeed wealthy. But not many believed them. The reason was simple. The limit for sending red envelopes on chat software was only 200. Sending a red envelope of 1 million wasn't that, just playing everyone for fools. The image must have been edited. The people in the zero-cost group previously spoke up for Ye Tian, but it not only had no effect, but they were also seen as game promoters hired by the game. The members of the zero-cost group were labeled as game promoters hired to prove they weren't fake. Previously, there was a post cursing them, which even reached the 3rd place on the game forum rankings. Now that Ye Tian had recharged nearly 6 billion more, he was further labeled as a hacker with demands for his account to be banned. The group members wanted to speak for Ye Tian, but they couldn't find another way for the time being. They could only engage in a war of words on the forum. But the more they fought, the more enemies they had, with everyone saying one thing and being scolded hundreds or even thousands of times. The people in the zero-cost group felt exhausted. Without a doubt, this incident once again stirred the entire gaming community. Ye Tian had spent nearly 10 billion in total, which was no small matter. The figure of 10 billion, regardless of the context, was bound to cause a stir. In the realm of gaming, this was even more explosive. If Ye Tian really spent 10 billion, that would become a significant event in gaming history. If Ye Tian didn't spend that much and was merely a game promoter, that would also undoubtedly be a big event. The game I Am the Creator God has developed into a significant IP. Although this game is quite mysterious, its popularity is beyond doubt. Not only is it popular in the Dragon Kingdom, it is popular worldwide. Such a massive game, so brazenly hiring game promoters to stimulate consumption. It's not an exaggeration to say that under normal circumstances, such behavior could ruin a game. I Am the Creator God has maintained an excellent reputation since its release. Returning to Ye Tian's side after arranging all his followers, Ye Tian discovered that his background was flooded with numerous messages. Most of the messages were about him topping various ranking lists. Looking at these messages, Ye Tian did not pay them much mind. These ranking lists had been around since the game's launch. Moreover, rewards were settled once a week, and the range of these rewards was extensive. While the quantity increased, the quality suddenly dropped. Now that he had made it onto this ranking list, he could almost expect 2 rounds of rewards. This week would end tomorrow, allowing for 1 settlement. Finally, before the time limit for game content feedback, he could settle once more. He was determined to dominate the rankings, but the rewards he obtained might not be that great. What Ye Tian truly valued was the final comprehensive combat power ranking. Although it only settled once for rewards, the prize was a zerg. Emerging from the multitude of messages in the background, Ye Tian suddenly noticed that something seemed to have appeared on his game interface. A golden treasure chest. Gazing at this object, Ye Tian fell into deep contemplation. As a seasoned veteran player, he could swear that this golden treasure chest did not exist before. In his past life, no one had mentioned the existence of such a colorful treasure chest on the game interface. Could it be that I triggered a hidden reward? A thought flashed through Ye Tian's mind, and his heart suddenly raced. Unable to resist the allure of the colorful treasure chest, he reached out and tapped it. Mystery gift pack. This is an incredibly mysterious gift pack containing unknown items that may be useful or useless. Do you want to know what's inside? Price 10 billion divine coins. Looking at the presence of this gift pack, Ye Tian was completely stunned. Mystery gift pack. What could it possibly contain? A price of 10 billion. What on earth is this? Ye Tian hesitated. His intuition told him that this so-called mystery gift pack might be very important. What kind of game is this? A game that can reflect reality. A gift pack appearing in such a game. One could surmise that it must be extraordinary. It was likely that he had spent too much money, triggering some mechanism that led to the appearance of this gift pack. Should he buy it or not? Ye Tian hesitated slightly. 10 billion was not a small sum for him. after spending 10 billion, he was left with only 20 billion. Investing 10 billion in a mystery gift pack of uncertain usefulness. Was it worth it? After a brief thought, Ye Tian decided to buy it. This was an Easter egg in the game. Even if he lost, it was still worth buying. Now the overall framework of his world had nearly been established. Continuing to invest this 10 billion in the world would merely be icing on the cake. Purchasing this mystery gift pack might even trigger some special game mechanics. With a pained resolve, he recharged 10 billion and obtained 10 billion divine coins. Ye Tian immediately purchased the mystery gift pack that had appeared. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Ye Tian slowly opened the mystery gift pack. A burst of colorful light flashed across the game interface, and Ye Tian felt immense excitement within. The light nearly blinded his eyes. Anyone who has played games knows that the brighter the light when opening a treasure chest, the more precious the items inside. It seemed that he had made the right bet. The treasure chest opened, and then a solitary map lay inside. Ye Tian stared at the map inside the treasure chest, utterly stunned. Why was there only one item? Is this a joke? Can treasure chests only yield one item? Other games give a pile of junk when opening treasure chests, yet here there's just one item. Ye Tian felt a bit dazed. He then examined the object that appeared to be a map. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth from his eyes. He needed to take back his previous words. He had wronged the colorful treasure chest. He needed to express his sincere apologies to the colorful treasure chest. Supreme Divine Star Map, unique supreme artifact bound to the God of End. A unique supreme artifact. The Supreme Divine Star Map contains 9 star maps, and igniting all 9 star maps will achieve the position of the Supreme God. The 9 star maps correspond to 9 special divine attributes. Sacrificing 1 special divine attribute can ignite 1 star map. The locations of the 9 special divine attributes are all recorded on the Supreme Divine Star Map. What came out of the colorful treasure chest was quite simple. It was called the Supreme Divine Star Map. It had a unique nature and was thoroughly bound to Ye Tian. The Supreme Divine Star Map did not possess any powerful might, but it had an irreplaceable function. It could help Ye Tian break through the limitations of a high-ranking god and become a supreme god. Looking at what emerged from the colorful treasure chest, Ye Tian could not help but smile broadly. The joy in his heart was beyond words. In his past life, after the game reflected reality, he was merely a level 5 world master. The divine position he held was only that of a mid-ranking god. After the game reflected reality, the abyss of despair emerged. Countless evil gods attempted to invade Earth, devouring many creator god players. If it weren't for the help of the Starry Sky domain, all creator gods on Earth would have perished. The abyss of despair represented evil, the opposite of the world. In contrast, the Starry Sky domain represented the positive side of the world. The Starry Sky domain had always been at odds with the abyss of despair. Thus, some powerful beings from the Starry Sky domain intervened to protect Earth. Thanks to this, many creator gods on Earth managed to survive. Otherwise, they would have been crushed by the evil gods long ago. However, even with the protection of the Starry Sky domain, life was still not easy for the players on Earth. They constantly had to endure the disturbance of evil gods. Sometimes, if invaded by evil gods, if the disparity in strength was too great, there was no time to call for help before being eliminated. Ye Tian died this way in his past life. Of course, that was in his past life. In this life, Ye Tian had spent recklessly achieving a world level of 9, with various powerful followers. Such strength, once the game reflects reality, would undoubtedly be considered supreme, whether in the abyss of despair or the Starry Sky domain. From what Ye Tian knew in his past life, the strongest beings in these two places were only level 9 creator gods. That is the pinnacle of high-ranking gods. There was no such thing as a supreme god. Now he had merely obtained a method to ascend to the position of a supreme god, through spending which was an incredible gain. This was undeniably a blood profit. New game content. If this game actually had a developer, Ye Tian estimated he would be bankrupt. Suppressing the excitement within, Ye Tian calmed himself slightly. Then he logged out of the game. He had already spent enough time grinding in the game today. The next step was to give the numerous clans within the game some time to develop. Other game content could be tackled in the next couple of days. It's not that Ye Tian didn't know he needed to hurry, but he simply felt a bit overwhelmed. Moreover, having just drawn the Supreme Divine Star Map, he was now in a state of extreme excitement. Ye Tian could clearly feel his heart racing, almost as if it would leap out of his chest. This simply wouldn't do. If he continued to be this excited and kept grinding, what if he suffered a sudden death? After all, in reality, he was still just an ordinary person. If he were to die suddenly, then that would be a huge loss. A wealthy tycoon dying in his home is certainly not a pleasant news story. Once the game began to reflect reality, the news would escalate further. A level 9 creator god dying at home. The imagery is too vivid to imagine. Although the time until the game reflects reality is drawing near, it's still important to understand the need for balance. I need to take a break and calm down. Perhaps a bath will help. Ye Tian sighed, then set his phone down. He walked over to the pool beside his villa. In a few quick motions, he stripped down to just his underwear and jumped in. It was summer, and the weather was a bit hot. It was now evening, and the night air was very muggy. The water in the pool was slightly cool. However, at this moment, the pool felt exceptionally comfortable. Ye Tian swam a few laps in the pool, feeling the incredibly refreshing water around him, and his previously agitated heart, stirred by the supreme divine star map, gradually calmed down. After swimming 2 laps, Ye Tian leaned against the edge of the pool, looking up at the sky. The stars were twinkling above, creating a captivating sight. Realm of the starry sky, a place of decadence and sin. Ye Tian murmured this name softly, a glint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The realm of the starry sky and the place of decadence and sin clearly existed within the universe. Yet before the game reflects reality, humanity's technology had developed to the point of being able to reach the moon, yet there was no perception of such realms. It was as if Earth and that true world were completely separated. Only after the game reflects reality would Earth slowly merge with that world. Then the realm of the starry sky and the place of decadence and sin would slowly emerge. There are many questions I wish to clarify. Ye Tian sighed softly. Whether before or after his rebirth, there were many secrets he wished to uncover. However, Ye Tian did not dwell too much on these questions. Rebirth is his greatest opportunity. For now, without the game reflecting reality, he was just an ordinary person. The immediate priority is to invest money to enhance his power in the game. As for those questions, Ye Tian believed that one day all would be revealed to him. There is still plenty of time ahead. Embracing the principle of fully relaxing, if he was to relax at all, Ye Tian called for 2 servants to give him a massage after coming out of the pool. They were 2 beautiful technicians with fair skin and long legs. Their massage skills were top-notch. Of course, it was just a simple massage purely to relax his muscles. Ye Tian did not engage in any messy business. After all, he was a creator god. Even if he wished to do certain things, he could not involve ordinary people. At the very least, he should look for an angel, right? Or perhaps a succubus, cough cough. After thoroughly relaxing his mind and recuperating his body, Ye Tian lay down on the bed to prepare for rest. However, at that moment, his door was knocked upon. The only one who would knock on Ye Tian's door at this time in the manner was Uncle Li. And Uncle Li was looking for Ye Tian for only one reason. That was because the money from Ye Tian's fixed assets had already arrived. Due to the rush to sell, most of the assets did not sell for their proper price. Now nearly all that could be sold has been sold, totaling nearly 8 billion, of which the first 1 billion has been taken by me. The remaining 7 billion will be transferred to your card gradually, and by tomorrow noon, it will all be credited. Uncle Li reported. Ye Tian nodded. Selling for 8 billion was a bit more than he had anticipated. Although his total assets were worth over 10 billion, selling them in just 2 days, Ye Tian originally thought he would be lucky to get 6 or 7 billion. He never expected it to amount to 8 billion. Ye Tian thought for a moment, then spoke. From that 7 billion, take 2 billion for yourself, then have selected members of the Ye family register accounts in this game. Depending on the situation, recharge that 2 billion into their accounts, and it'll help them purchase some items to enhance their power. Registering accounts for the game using ID numbers should not be difficult for you. Uncle Li was taken aback upon hearing this request. However, he still nodded seriously. At this point, Uncle Li had naturally noticed some oddities. He understood that Ye Tian was acquiring so much money just to invest in this game. This game was a project where Ye Tian's excess funds could yield a 100-fold return. To be honest, Uncle Li really couldn't fathom how this game could provide such returns. Though he trusted Ye Tian, several 100 billion was no small amount. Ye Tian had poured all of it into this game. Naturally, Uncle Li was uneasy. Thus, he immediately used some connections to investigate this game. Then he discovered something very strange. This game was incredibly popular, so popular that it reached worldwide. Yet there was very little information online about anything outside of the game content. Logically, for a game of this phenomenally high level, its creator and game company would have been unearthed long ago. Not to mention, there were so many people pouring money into it. However, oddly enough, all the information online regarding this game was solely about its content. There was not a single piece of information beyond the game. The developer was nowhere to be found. The game company was untraceable. Not even which country developed this game could be uncovered. Not even the specific platform from which it first appeared. It was as if it had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then it became an overnight sensation, remaining popular for years. Uncle Li's keen instincts told him that this game was definitely not ordinary. It undoubtedly hid deeper secrets. Now Ye Tian asking him to register accounts for the Ye family and invest money only confirmed this point further. Ye Tian probably knew the truth behind it, but he didn't say anything. Uncle Lee on his part simply couldn't fathom the mystery behind it. However, based on the fact that he had already sensed the game's uniqueness and his trust in Ye Tian, Uncle Lee knew he just needed to follow through with what Ye Tian had asked of him. The truth would naturally reveal itself in due time. There is still more than a week left, then the veil over this game can be lifted. Thinking of the time frame Ye Tian had given him, Uncle Lee couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation rise within him. After seeing Uncle Lee exit the room, Ye Tian checked his text messages. He discovered that several notifications about funds being credited had indeed appeared. This should be the funds earned from selling his fixed assets. To upgrade the world level, nearly 4 billion was spent, and for the most part 6 billion was spent on the clans, totaling 10 billion. The mysterious massive gift package was an unexpected expense, which directly cost 10 billion. That money was indeed well spent, but the 10 billion expenditure did impact my original plan a bit. Originally selling company shares was 30 billion plus the additional 5 billion that will be credited by tomorrow noon, totaling 35 billion. After spending 20 billion, only 15 billion remains. From now on, I must be a bit frugal with this money. It truly feels like money is flowing like water. Ye Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Spending 20 billion in just 2 days left him a bit shocked. However, the money spent was extremely worthwhile. If it weren't for Uncle Lee taking another 2 billion to help the Ye family members set up accounts, he would still have 17 billion left. Setting aside a portion of the funds to help cultivate Ye family members' accounts had long been part of Ye Tian's plan. Regardless, he was still a member of the Ye family, and they shared the same blood. Of course, there might be times when some dirty dealings are unavoidable, but they are ultimately family. Whether in his past life or this one, the family had shown him kindness. All of his assets were left to him by his parents, but they also belonged to the Ye family. Everything he had was due to his identity as a member of the Ye family. Without the Ye family, Ye Tian believed that even if he were reborn, he wouldn't be able to spend money so freely. For both emotional and rational reasons, he had to reach out and help the Ye family. After all, they were family. However, Ye Tian had no better method. He couldn't just mention the game's reflection of reality. Even if he did, no one would believe him, and he might even be considered insane. So Ye Tian could only adopt this method to directly help some of the Ye family members register accounts. The game I Am a Creator God requires real name registration, and Uncle Lee is considered half a member of the Ye family. Obtaining the ID numbers of Ye family members shouldn't be too challenging for him. As long as he knew their ID numbers, he could assist them in registering for the game directly. Then with a bit more money, he could help enhance their game experience. There's no need to cultivate them to an incredibly strong level, but at least they should have a foothold once the game reflects reality. After all, as long as they registered accounts in the game, they would have a world of their own. The difference between becoming a creator god and not becoming one is immense. This is also the method Ye Tian could think of to repay the Ye family. Casting aside all the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Ye Tian fell into a deep sleep. On the morning of the second day, Ye Tian awoke to the familiar sound of the bell. After dressing, he stretched his limbs. Another beautiful day had begun. Another day devoted to gaming. Ye Tian did not rush to open the game. Instead, he happily enjoyed a breakfast first. Then he exercised for nearly half an hour to relax. Only then did he lie back down on the soft bed, preparing to dive into the game. After gaming all day yesterday, he had drawn the Supreme Divine Star map, causing his heart to race. It almost made him too excited to handle. Yesterday's experience taught Ye Tian a lesson. No matter how tight the schedule, one must pay attention to their health. As long as he remained steady, once the game started reflecting reality, he would become a top-tier level 9 creator god. If he were to die from gaming obsession, that would be a huge loss. Moreover, with about half of the world's microtransaction plans completed, it wouldn't hurt to take a little break. He opened the familiar game interface, greeted again by the familiar welcome. The true creator god, during your absence, your world has experienced 900 years. Your world has undergone tremendous changes. Unlike previous times, the changes in this instance were extraordinarily vast. Thus, the series of information reported by the game system could almost flood the screen of his phone. 900 years is neither too long nor too short. During this time, the number of basic and extraordinary life forms had continually increased. The numbers of legendary and mythical species had not increased much. Their power was too formidable, with lifespans generally measured in thousands of years. Moreover, breeding was not just mere talk. In the reports provided by the game system, besides the changes in the population and power of various races, there were also updates about the establishment of diplomatic relations between the various clans and civilizations. The clans Ye Tian had bought all had their own civilizations. Ye Tian had settled them in various regions across different continents. At first, they might not have much communication among themselves. However, it should be noted that over 800 years had passed in the game. After 800 years, the major clans would naturally explore their surrounding environment and discover the existence of other racial civilizations. As the saying goes, where there are people, there is a world. These different clans would naturally establish relationships. Some races became allies while others formed cooperative relationships. Naturally, some races harbored mutual animosity. Beneath such a vast biological foundation, it was inevitable that various conflicts or collaborations would arise. However, due to their shared faith in Ye Tian, even races that were hostile to each other only had minor skirmishes. No major internal wars had occurred. Overall, it could be described in 4 words: thriving. Ye Tian first looked at the eastern continent. Currently, the main inhabitants of the continent were the cultivators and the monster clan. Most of the flat lands and plains were occupied by the cultivators. Various human architectural walls were built in these areas. The plateaus and mountains were occupied by the monster clan. There were frictions between the two. Occasionally small battles would break out, but the overall tone remained harmonious. Alongside small frictions, there were also cooperations. The cultivators were divided into various factions. The monster clan, on the other hand, was not very united among their different races. However, both the human and monster populations were still too few relative to the entire eastern continent. However, the embryonic form of the fantasy cultivation continent that Ye Tian recognized had basically taken shape. He switched the screen to the western continent's region. Now the western continent was also a scene of flourishing prosperity. Numerous races lived together on this continent. Mythical races like the Divine Clan and Angel Clan were powerful, but their numbers were extremely scarce. They occupied a small part of the western continent and transformed that area into a region suited for their survival. They seldom interacted with the outside world. The outside races knew of their strength, and those who resided in the area could not survive. Thus, people from the outside referred to their living space as the divine domain. They did not dare to disturb it. Among the many races outside, the most numerous were the humans, dwarves, goblins, and beasts. Among them, the humans were also the strongest. Various professions emerged among the humans: necromancers, rangers, assassins, knights, mages. Some even signed contracts with the Western mythical dragons, becoming dragon riders. The orcs, second only to humans in strength, had a fierce temperament and occasionally stirred up wars. However, it all remained within acceptable limits. The landscape of the western continent similarly developed in accordance with what Ye Tian recognized. After nodding in satisfaction, Ye Tian focused on the final fantasy continent. Currently, on the fantasy continent, the most numerous inhabitants were the Little Elves, also known as Pokemon. It should be noted that they were merely a legendary species, but Ye Tian had purchased several 100 million of them. Although it was a bundle deal, it sufficiently indicated the vast number of Little Elves. It should be noted that the number of Pokemon species exceeded 1,000. After more than 800 years of development, their population size has significantly increased. In the natural environment, they were certainly present. Bulbasaur, Magikarp, Moltres, Articuno, Zapdos, Raikou. Their figures could be seen almost everywhere in nature. Ye Tian couldn't help but wish for the game to immediately reflect reality, allowing him to enter and catch a few Pokemon to play with. Besides Pokemon, there were also the Ultraman and other races. Ultraman had already established their own light country. In a certain area, they built a massive light country, which due to the vast difference in size was referred to as the Giant's Domain by the surrounding normal-sized beings. Ultraman was a race that upheld justice. They frequently flew to various places in the fantasy continent to uphold justice and eliminate evil. As for where the evil comes from, it must be the monsters. Since Ultraman existed, how could Ye Tian not purchase a portion of monsters? Besides, the fantasy continent also had the existence of the Armor Civilization. That is the Armor Civilization, Emperor, and Azura series. Ye Tian exchanged for the entire Armor Civilization, where the beings had the ability to summon armor. Depending on the summoned armor, its strength was classified into different levels. Among them were not only many armors from the special effects dramas Ye Tian knew, but also countless other strange armors he had never heard of. To be honest, Ye Tian was most excited while observing the fantasy continent. The Eastern Cultivation Continent and the Western Fantasy Continent were naturally thrilling. However, the Little Elves' Ultraman and armor excited him even more. There were also the Scions and Ninja villages. The Fantasy Continent truly was a fantasy continent. After the game reflected reality, the place Ye Tian most wanted to go was the Fantasy Continent. As for the last Insect Clan continent, there wasn't much to say. Currently, apart from mountains, grass, and trees, there were also some beings present. However, they were all ordinary creatures. The numbers were considerable. Overall, however, the Insect Clan continent was still extremely desolate. There was no way around it. He still had not acquired the Insect Clan. The most noteworthy existence was the hero units. Hero units are special compared to ordinary life forms. They are often the leaders of a race, or their templates are stronger than other life forms. When Ye Tian had not spent money, he only had 2 major clans. Thus, he only had 4 hero units at that time. But it was different now. His number of hero units had reached a terrifying level. He had purchased numerous races, each of which had hero units. Moreover, sometimes a single race could produce dozens or even hundreds of hero units. Now in the game template's introduction of himself, the section for hero units had been replaced with ellipses. Forming a legion with the hero units would be more than sufficient. Currently on the hero leaderboard, it was densely packed with Ye Tian's people. Their powers were almost all mythical. Because they were hero units, they were dozens or even hundreds of times more terrifying than ordinary hero units. Life is lonely as snow. Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. In his previous life, he only had 4 hero units: King of Atlantis, King Gigi, King Kuan, and 1 deep sea giant. He wished he could split them into 2. The deep sea giant had even starved thin following him. But now it was different. The situation had reversed. Such guardians. I have. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. After reviewing the current development of his world, Ye Tian nodded with satisfaction. He then shifted his attention to the third major content of the game. World talents. The importance of world talents is self-evident, as they can directly influence the abilities of the beings within a world and further affect its future development. Ye Tian looked at his 5 talents. Energy activation. Purple. The energy level in your world is higher, making it easier for beings to achieve breakthroughs. Aquatic grass production. White. More freshwater resources evolved by nature with greater vitality in grass plants, unquenchable by wildfires, reborn by the spring breeze. Sea monster. Blue. There is a certain probability that marine creatures living in the depths of your world will evolve into oceanic giants. Brain. Platinum. Blue. The intelligence level of primates in your world evolves more rapidly. Recycling. White. The speed of various cycles in your world accelerates, making the ecological environment more stable and less prone to pollution and destruction. Now he had reached level 9, capable of accommodating 9 talents. However, he had been too busy earlier to draw the talents after the world level upgrade. Thus, he currently only possessed 5 talents. Among his many talents, the only decent one was Energy Abundance, a purple level talent that could increase the chances of breakthroughs for beings. The purple talent ranks only 3rd among talent grades, with orange, red, and rainbow talents following. The higher the talent grade, the more powerful its effect. After the game feedback time limit, the talents became completely fixed. The existence of talents had also been a major pain point for Ye Tian in his past life. Among the 5 talents, only Energy Activation and Sea Monster had slightly useful effects. The others could hardly be considered anything but useless. If he had any good talents, Ye Tian wouldn't have been stuck at the 6th level divine position for so long. Perhaps he could have broken through to become a higher deity. This time around, Ye Tian would not repeat the mistakes of his past life. This time he would ensure that all his talents were upgraded to rainbow talents. Ye Tian made a firm decision. He first purchased a talent washing item in the game and then washed all his talents. This included Energy Activation. Although the effect of Energy Activation was decent, it was far inferior to golden or rainbow talents. Afterward, Ye Tian turned his gaze to the talent prize pool. As one of the major highlights of the game, the talent prize pool was naturally not ordinary. An unknown game developer had drawn on the experiences of many subpar online games when designing the talent prize pool, creating it with 2 separate pools: the ordinary prize pool and the prestigious prize pool. The ordinary prize pool could only yield white, green, blue, and purple talents. A single draw costs 10 coins, randomly yielding a talent. A 10 consecutive draw guarantees at least 1 blue talent. 100 consecutive draws guarantee at least 1 purple talent. And then there's the prestigious prize pool. In the prestigious prize pool, the cost skyrockets to 1,000 coins for a single draw. A single draw guarantees a purple talent. A 10 consecutive draw guarantees at least 1 orange talent. 100 consecutive draws have a high probability of yielding a red talent. Yes, a high probability, but from the red talents onwards, there are no guarantees. If luck is on your side, you might even hit the jackpot with a single draw. If luck is not on your side, you might draw thousands or tens of thousands of times without seeing one. The same goes for rainbow talents, though the probability is even lower. Without hesitation, Ye Tian directly entered the prestigious prize zone. He went for 100 consecutive draws. 1,000,000 coins vanished in an instant. Numerous talents were immediately displayed, but only 2 colors appeared: purple and orange. Moreover, there were only 3 or 4 orange talents. Ye Tian's face immediately darkened. I could draw 10 times in a 10 consecutive draw and get 10 orange talents. How could this 100 consecutive draw only yield 3 or 4 red talents? Damn black market. Which secondhand online game did this game developer design this lottery setup based on? It's so shady. With a dark expression, Ye Tian immediately spent another 1,000 coins. This time it was slightly better. The number of orange talents increased, but he still did not see a red talent. let alone the rainbow talents. Ye Tian's expression darkened even further. Without a moment's hesitation, he went for another 100 consecutive draws. His fingers continuously clicked for 100 consecutive draws. The balls in the prize pool spun round and round. And then it was the all-too-familiar sight of a sea of white. The game froze again. Upon seeing this scene, Ye Tian was no longer flustered. There's a saying, familiarity breeds contempt. He had grown accustomed to the game's freezing situation. After about a second or two, the interface suddenly returned to normal. A densely packed area filled with countless balls appeared. Each one represented a talent. The vast majority were purple, with a small portion being orange. And the main highlight was 3 red balls. They represented 3 red talents. As for rainbow-level talents, there were none at all. Ye Tian gazed at this scene, his heart unable to settle for a long time. Wasn't it said that 100 consecutive draws had a high probability of yielding red talents? I did 100 draws, 100 consecutive draws, and you only gave me 3 red talents. So your high probability is turning 0. 3 into 3, huh? Ye Tian didn't really think this was a matter of his bad luck. His luck should be pretty good. Being reincarnated into the Ye family proves his luck right. The only misfortune was not spending money in the game, which resulted in him being weaker after the game feedback limits. But still, he had been reborn, hadn't he? Not everyone could encounter rebirth. Doesn't this prove his luck? Moreover, now he had corrected the flaw of not spending money in games. There shouldn't be anything left to make him unlucky. Red talents and rainbow talents. Their significance is likely far more terrifying than I imagined. Otherwise, the probability of drawing them wouldn't be so low. Holding such thoughts with an excited heart and trembling hands, Ye Tian slowly opened the 3 red talents and began to examine them. As for red and purple, what are those worthless things? Talents no one would want. Information about the 3 red talents quickly appeared before Ye Tian. Ye Tian immediately gasped in shock. Absolute faith. Red. The faith value provided by your believers can increase 5-fold. Any follower of yours will be considered a true believer, and their faith level will increase more easily. Cthulhu's call. Red. Injecting the call of Cthulhu into your world can cause various beings within to undergo mutations, resulting in changes to their strength, and they will also become a faith race. Realm of the Grim Reaper. Red. Transform your world into an absolute dead zone where no living beings can exist, only the undead. The undead in this realm will receive a 10-fold boost. 3 red talents, all of which have immensely powerful effects. The first talent, absolute faith, goes without saying. For a creator god, the most crucial aspect is faith. After the game feedback reality and the closure of the game store, the power of faith replaced the original currency. Transactions between creator gods are conducted using the power of faith. The power of faith is the currency among creator gods. To purchase items in the starry domain, one requires the power of faith. Even the evil gods use this. Its importance is self-evident. Absolute faith can increase the faith power generated by believers 5-fold. It's comparable to earning 1,000 in reality. It can elevate you to 5,000. But that's not all. It allows all of Ye Tian's followers to possess true believer-level faith levels. Moreover, it makes it easier for their faith levels to rise. This is quite terrifying. After all, the higher the faith level, the more faith power can be generated. The first effect doubles your base salary, while the latter directly increases your base salary. One can only say that it lives up to being a red talent. Although it only pertains to the power of faith, its effect is incredibly frightening. The second red talent, Cthulhu's Call, is equally powerful. Under the influence of Cthulhu's Call, the mutated races will become significantly stronger. It's akin to a unique form of evolution. Additionally, it can transform races into faith races, providing more faith power. This talent encompasses both combat and logistics. The last talent, Realm of the Grim Reaper, is also extraordinarily powerful. A world transformed by the Realm of the Grim Reaper can only contain undead beings. If other creator gods lead living beings to invade such a world, before any fighting breaks out, those life forms from the creator god will likely be slaughtered by this talent. It directly restricts enemies to only using undead beings against him. Meanwhile, his undead beings receive a 100-fold enhancement in their own world. When the gap between them is not overwhelmingly large, possessing this talent and focusing on cultivating the undead race essentially ensures victory. The only downside is that it can only cultivate the undead. But that's not a major issue. Undead races can be quite cool. The 3 red talents are all essentially strategic-level terrifying talents. No wonder they are so hard to draw. Ye Tian's eyes instantly lit up with fervor. If red talents are already this terrifying, what kind of effects should the highest-level rainbow talents possess? Ye Tian took a deep breath. He then recharged a staggering 5 billion at once. Just moments ago, he had conducted 100 draws of 100 consecutive pulls costing 1 million. The result was 3 red talents drawn. Now with a one-time recharge of 5 billion, he could perform 5000 draws of 100 consecutive pulls. Ye Tian could hardly believe that it was still impossible to draw a colored talent. His fingers continuously tapped the icon for 100 consecutive pulls. He tapped so much that he began to feel numb. After a total of 5000 pulls which took nearly an hour, Ye Tian finally stopped. His eyes felt somewhat numb and his hands were nearly cramping. The thrill of drawing cards was exhilarating and the endless clicking had left him completely desensitized. So much so that after the lottery ended, Ye Tian didn't immediately check the talents he had drawn. After a long days, he finally returned to look at those talents. A vast area was filled with talent orbs. They were densely packed, countless in number. With 5000 draws of 100 consecutive pulls, there were a whopping 5000 talents. Looking closely, all of them were purple. A small portion was orange. Occasionally, there were a few red ones. As for the colored talents, they shimmered with a rainbow glow among the densely packed talent orbs. 3 colored level talents. Ye Tian felt somewhat dazed. After 5000 draws of 100 consecutive pulls, he had only obtained 3 colored talents. Except for the 6th, Ye Tian didn't know what else to say. Looking at these 3 colored talent orbs, Ye Tian felt a mysterious and profound power surge into his body. He experienced once again the feeling of drawing the highest divine star map from the mysterious gift pack yesterday. His heart was pounding wildly. Damn, I'm excited again. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead, he calmed himself down a bit before opening the colored level talents. Chaos colored, the primal source of world power, is transformed into chaos. Any cultivator from any system can harness the power of chaos, and those who cultivate chaos will be twice as powerful as those who cultivate other powers. Seeing this talent, Ye Tian's heart instantly raced. This talent was too powerful. Transforming the primal source of world power into chaos can replace all energies, and cultivating chaos is twice as effective as cultivating the original energy. It was simply outrageous. For example, in the cultivation system, cultivators practice spiritual energy, and their techniques can only cultivate spiritual energy, unable to absorb other energies. However, chaos energy can replace spiritual energy. Furthermore, cultivators practicing chaos energy will be twice as strong as those practicing spiritual energy at the same realm and with the same energy. More importantly, chaos energy has a special attribute and does not simply differentiate based on energy levels. When you cultivate internal energy with chaos energy, it becomes chaotic internal energy. This means you are twice as strong as normal cultivators practicing internal energy. When you cultivate celestial energy, it becomes chaotic celestial energy, also surpassing those practicing celestial energy. This implies that in Ye Tian's world, regardless of the cultivation system, cultivators will always be one step ahead of other creation gods. However, the effects of chaos energy do not end there. The existence among creation gods is to conduct world invasions. If your world energy attribute is spiritual energy and the beings living in it specifically cultivate spiritual energy, then when you invade a world where the primal source is demonic energy, the strength of your subordinates will be severely suppressed. The differing energy attributes between both worlds mean that in each other's worlds the strength of one's kin cannot be fully exerted. This is the suppression of the home world's power. However, if Ye Tian has this colored chaos talent, his kin will not be affected in any way regardless of which primal source world they enter. Moreover, under the same realm and energy conditions, the strength of his subordinates will be twice that of other creation god subordinates. No wonder it cost 5 billion to obtain this thing. Looking at the chaos talent, Ye Tian was overjoyed. He immediately shifted his gaze to the other 2 rainbow talents. Without any hesitation, he checked another rainbow talent. Projection of all heavens colored talent. Certain beings in your world will receive the blessing of special beings from all heavens. Then they will possess characteristics of celestial beings, and their strength will gradually approach and even surpass that of those special beings from all heavens. The beings blessed by the projection of all heavens possess uniqueness. Note, uniqueness is the hope to break the myth limit. Ye Tian looked at this talent once again amazed. This talent focuses more on enhancing the individual strength of beings in the world. It allows life in one's world to gain the blessings of unique celestial beings. This is also easy to understand. Many of the kin Ye Tian purchased are template kin. For example, Ultraman. Although Ye Tian bought the Ultraman race, there are no 7 Dyna or other famous Ultramen among the Ultraman kin. The Ultraman kin are bred based on Ultraman's gene template. Each one is an independent individual, but lacks uniqueness. They are all ordinary Ultramen. They can self-break through and evolve into various powerful forms, but are still far inferior to beings like 7 or Dyna who are on a celestial level. However, with the projection of all heavens, there is a small probability that an Ultraman among the kin could gain the projection power of 7 Dyna and others, ultimately possessing their strength or even surpassing them. For example, the Super Scion. Normal Scions possess legendary tier strength, while Super Scions can reach mythic levels. Super Scions are rare, but not non-existent. Not every Super Scion is Goku, and the projection of all heavens can turn a Super Scion into Goku. More importantly, the projection of all heavens allows life within the world to gain uniqueness. Ye Tian didn't fully understand the significance of this uniqueness yet. However, he could understand the importance of this uniqueness. Uniqueness is the hope for life in the world to break through the mythic level. Mythic level beings can even destroy a medium-sized or small world. Ye Tian cannot imagine how powerful beings that break through the mythic realm would be. This talent not only makes his subordinates stronger, but it also allows him to pursue his idols. After acquiring the projection of all heavens among the Ultraman race, 7 Dyna and others can evolve. Pokemon can only have the likes of Pikachu and the Scion Goku. Who could resist the emergence of a golden iron beast among the beastmen? The preciousness of the talent known as celestial projection is self-evident. It is indeed worthy of the nearly 5 billion spent to acquire this colorful talent. Ye Tian took a deep breath. 3 talents of the colorful level, the chaos talent and the celestial projection talent, are incredibly powerful. The former is more inclined to enhance overall strength, capable of playing a significant role in divine battles. The latter, on the other hand, tends to increase individual strength, even allowing one's kin to break through the mythic level limitations. The functionalities and effects of the 2 talents are terrifyingly formidable. They truly deserve their colorful ranking. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Tian loaded both of these colorful level talents into his talent bar. Then, filled with excitement and curiosity, he opened the last colorful level talent orb. True Evolution I colorful talent. This talent is applicable to the Creator God and does not affect the world. Upon acquiring this talent, the Creator God gains the ability to perceive world tasks and can facilitate the evolution of all things. Ye Tian stared at this newly acquired talent, a bit taken aback. In his understanding, normally the talents of the Creator God affect the world, and they affect the entire world of the Creator God. However, this talent now applies to himself. Such a talent was something Ye Tian had never seen in his past life. Is there new game content? Ye Tian furrowed his brows, instantly realizing he had triggered game content he had never encountered in his previous life. A game talent that operates on the Creator God. This colorful level game talent has a powerful effect. It allows him to have the ability to perceive all things and even enables them to evolve. Such a talent could easily serve as the protagonist's golden finger in some novels. It would help him grow to the pinnacle of a world. But the problem is, this is a creation game. I possess a world. Such a talent that only applies to himself. Its effectiveness regarding the development of a world is significantly weakened. Ye Tian hesitated for a moment on whether to accept this colorful talent. However, after careful consideration, he decided he would take this talent. After all, he once had 9 talent slots. Moreover, an important point is that rarity adds to value. As one of the 3 colorful talents he had extracted after spending 5 billion, the preciousness of True and Evolution I is beyond doubt. In fact, in a certain sense, this talent is even rarer than the other 2 colorful talents. This is the first time Ye Tian has seen a talent applicable to the Creator God. The more difficult something is to obtain in a game, the more precious and powerful it is. This is beyond question. Ye Tian believes there must be some aspects of this talent that he has overlooked. Or perhaps he simply hadn't considered them. After loading the True and Evolution I, Ye Tian had filled 3 of his 9 talent slots. Originally, he had 15 billion in funds, but now only 10 billion remained. Looking at his remaining 10 billion, Ye Tian fell into a moment of hesitation. Should he continue to draw? The importance of talents for a world is self-evident. If possible, Ye Tian naturally hopes all his talents are of the colorful level. Unfortunately, the drop rate for colorful level talents is simply too low. He spent 5 billion for 5,000 draws, and only 3 colorful level talents appeared. If he were to follow his original idea that all talents should be of the colorful level, then all 15 billion would need to be invested. In that case, he would have to give up on some other game content. It's just that money isn't enough. Ye Tian sighed heavily. If he still had a few hundred billion at hand, he wouldn't need to worry about such trivial matters. Red level talents, while slightly inferior to colorful level talents, are still quite effective. Let's first see if there are any suitable red talents among those selected. If there are some exceptionally powerful red talents, it wouldn't be necessary to aim for colorful talents. After a moment of thought, Ye Tian decided to check the red talents first. Out of 5,000 consecutive draws for colorful level talents, only 3 appeared, but there are thousands of red level talents. Ye Tian couldn't believe that among these thousands of red talents, he couldn't find some particularly powerful ones. Ice and Snow World. Red. Your world mutates into an ice and snow world where all ice-type beings gain a 10-fold cultivation speed boost, making it easier to break through realms, and their combat power doubles. Any non-ice-type beings that invade your world will encounter absolute zero. Those below legendary rank will surely perish, while legendary beings will have their strength reduced by 50, and mythic beings will also experience a 50 reduction in power. Upon seeing this talent, Ye Tian's eyes lit up instantly. The Ice and Snow World can transform the world into an ice and snow world, allowing ice beings within his world to receive a cultivation boost with their strength being doubled. Moreover, it can also suppress the strength of enemies. If his world were to be invaded, all extraordinary beings entering his world would immediately perish. Legendary and mythic beings would also suffer from strength suppression. This talent effectively balances both world growth and world defense. A powerful talent indeed. However, it simultaneously restricts the world to only developing ice and snow beings. This talent is somewhat similar to the Death God domain in its function. The functionalities and effects are not very different. The only difference is that one creates a world of the undead, while the other creates an ice and snow world. Ye Tian shook his head. His world is one that promotes comprehensive development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. It took a lot of effort to establish the Eastern continent, Western continent, fantasy continent, and even an insectoid continent. Various civilizations are fully developed. A talent like the Ice and Snow World is too specialized. He cannot forsake an entire forest for such a red talent. Pass. Ye Tian opened another new red talent orb. 10x resources. Red. All resources generated within your world will receive a 10-fold increase. Faith will receive a 5-fold increase. This talent has a cooldown period and its duration lasts for 1,000 years in the game, with a cooldown time also of 1,000 years. Upon seeing this talent, Ye Tian was almost so excited that he jumped out of bed. Amazing! 10x resource acquisition. While this multiplier may not seem very high, but one must understand that this so-called 10x resource acquisition applies to all produced resources within a world. How much resources can a world produce? Countless. Ye Tian's current world is a level 9 great world nourished by chaotic powers. There are all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures emerging at all times. Any single item is incredibly precious, capable of causing countless cultivators or practitioners from other cultivation systems to fight over it. What does 10 times the heavenly materials and earthly treasures mean? It equates to being able to enhance the cultivation speed of countless cultivators by 10 times. Besides heavenly materials and earthly treasures, there are various other resources. Ores, spirit stones, spiritual crystals, and even those crops and plants. The yield of these will also increase by 10 times. This means that from now on, Ye Tian's world will hardly ever lack any resources. What is even more terrifying, this talent can actually also apply to the power of faith. He considers the power of faith to be a resource produced by the world. This is even more frightening. However, it also has a powerful limitation. This talent does not exert its effects continuously, it has a cooldown period. It exerts its effects for 1,000 years, followed by a 1,000-year cooldown. Even with this limitation, it cannot diminish the power of this talent. If it weren't for the cooldown time limitation, this talent should be classified as a red talent. I have to take this talent. Almost immediately, Ye Tian made up his mind. In a certain sense, the effect of this talent is no less than that of a colorful talent. Ye Tian did not hesitate at all and directly loaded this talent. Then unexpectedly, something surprising happened. Ye Tian was dumbfounded to find that the red talent regarding 10x resources on his talent bar actually had a plus sign appear behind it. Can this upgrade the talent level? Could this talent actually be upgraded? Seeing the presence of that plus sign, Ye Tian's heart raced with excitement. 10x resource effect is powerful, but it is still just a red talent. If it could be upgraded to a colorful talent, what terrifying effects could it have? Without any hesitation, Ye Tian directly clicked on the plus sign. 10x resources red, 10x resources colorful upgrade requirements 1. 800 red talents 2. 8,000 orange talents 3. 1 green talents. A message appeared on his phone detailing the requirements to upgrade the 10x resources talent. To upgrade the red level 10x resources talent to the colorful level, one must sacrifice 800 red talents, 8,000 orange talents, and 1 purple talents. Upon seeing this requirement, Ye Tian gasped. This requirement cannot be described as harsh, it can only be described as exceedingly stringent. Just to elevate its level by 1, it requires such a huge amount of talents. Fortunately, he directly spent 5 billion to draw talents. If it were someone else, Even if they knew they could upgrade the talent level of the world, they would only be left dumbfounded. This is pure money burning. Although the upgrade requirement is stringent, Ye Tian didn't find it too daunting. He had completed 5,000,000 draws. Now with a pile of various miscellaneous talents accumulated, he has a total of 5,000, and yet he only has 9 talent slots. Those unused talents will become useless once the game's limited time feedback ends. Although he had made up his mind to upgrade the tenfold resource talent to a colorful level, Ye Tian did not proceed with the upgrade immediately. Upgrading to tenfold resources required consuming purple and orange talents, which Ye Tian did not mind. However, this talent also required 800 red talents. Currently, he had nearly 10,000 red talents at his disposal. While he could withstand the consumption if he opted to upgrade, it would randomly consume some of those talents. If some powerful red talents were used for the tenfold resource upgrade, he would incur major losses. After some thought, Ye Tian decided to install the previously acquired Ice and Snow World talent. A similar upgrade button appeared. Ye Tian's expression revealed that he had anticipated this. The tenfold resource could be upgraded from red to multicolored, so there was no reason other talents couldn't. Indeed, other talents could be upgraded as well. He had never heard of talents being upgradable before. The few talents he had drawn earlier had not shown any upgrade patterns. The only reason these talents could upgrade must be linked to the multicolored talent he had just acquired, the Eye of Reality Evolution. It had to be because of this talent. To verify his idea, Ye Tian directly uninstalled the talent. Upon checking the talent bar again, the upgrade buttons for the tenfold resource and Ice and Snow World had disappeared. Seeing this, Ye Tian's eyes instantly lit up. It was indeed because of this multicolored talent. It could actually allow other talents that had not reached the multicolored level to upgrade. Is this what they call the power of evolution? Indeed, the rarer the item, the more precious it is. I had underestimated this talent before. The fact that it can make red talents evolve into multicolored talents is already comparable to other multicolored talents. A gleam flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. The Eye of Reality Evolution could facilitate the upgrade of other talents. This way, he only needed to select the talents he liked among numerous red talents. Then he would use the Eye of Reality Evolution to upgrade these talents to the multicolored level, consuming only some talents that he did not need. There was no need for him to spend money to draw multicolored talents anymore. This saved him a significant amount of money that could be spent on other game content. Ye Tian began to carefully select the talents he needed from among numerous red talents. Looking at the thousands of red talent orbs on his phone screen, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He had originally thought drawing talents would be quite simple. Just spend a fortune to draw some multicolored talents and install them. He never expected the drop rate for multicolored talents to be so low. Now, with so many red talents to choose from, he didn't know how long it would take to select from the thousands of talents. This was quite a manual task. Ye Tian felt helpless. But he had no other choice but to diligently select from the numerous red talents. Time flew by. During this time, Ye Tian also took a lunch break. It wasn't until the evening that he rubbed his somewhat swollen eyes and finally stopped. After nearly half a day of sifting through, he had looked at about 80 of the talents. There were still 20 of red talents left, but Ye Tian decided not to continue looking. This was simply too torturous. With nearly 10,000 red talents, it was impossible for each talent to be unique. Some talents were even duplicates. Ye Tian was starting to get tired of them. Many games have weapon level settings. Most of the time, red is considered the highest level. Players usually feel extremely excited when they open a treasure chest and find a red item. Ye Tian used to feel that way too. But everything changed today. The red talent orbs felt like opening treasure chests. Every time he found a red orb, he initially felt excited and curious. But as the number of red talent orbs he opened reached hundreds and then thousands, Ye Tian became numb. He swore he had never hated red items so much in his life. As for the remaining 20 of red talent orbs, he simply didn't have the energy to look at them anymore. The red talents he had already selected were more than enough. After all, he only had 5 slots left in his talent bar. Taking a deep breath, Ye Tian focused on the powerful red talents he had selected. Ye Tian did not just select 5 red talents. He had selected over 50 outstanding red talents. These red talents each had effects that were significantly stronger than other red talents. If possible, Ye Tian would want them all. However, it was clearly impossible. Therefore, what Ye Tian needed to do now was to conduct a second round of selection. He would choose the 5 most powerful red talents that were most suitable for his world from these powerful red talents. Rubbing his somewhat swollen eyes, Ye Tian got up from his bed and sat at the desk nearby. He then casually took out his notebook. He proceeded with the second round of selection, continuously writing down the characteristics and advantages of certain talents for comparison and filtering. Quietly, another hour or 2 passed. During this time, Ye Tian spent most of it hesitating. It was too difficult to choose. After the first round of filtering, the remaining talents were all incredibly powerful and had obvious effects. Ye Tian wanted every single one. But if you had to choose between Shin Takeda and Yu Sato, you certainly wouldn't be able to decide. Thus, Ye Tian spent most of his time in hesitation. In the end, Ye Tian still managed to select the 5 most suitable powerful talents for his world. Science is the only worldview red talent in your world. All scientific developments can be realized. If it is theoretically feasible, it can be practically achieved. Talent sharing red talent in your world. Any individual within a race who comprehends a talent can have that talent shared among the entire race. Maximum limit is purple. Unity of all things. Unsuitable environment red talent in your world. Any type of kin will gain a 5-fold increase in cultivation speed and double strength in this world. When life from other worlds invades your world, it will be suppressed, and the degree of suppression depends on the strength of the invading life. The stronger the invading life form, the weaker the effect. Realm of Death red in your world exists the shadowy side. Realm of Death, where all myth-level beings enter after death. All beings that enter the realm of death have no intelligence. They simply wander around. However, when their creator God needs them, they will don their armor and charge once more. Absolute faith red. The faith value provided by your kin is increased 5-fold. Any believer in you will start at the level of true believer, and the faith level of your believers will rise more easily. The 5 red talents. The first talent, science is the only worldview, is a conceptual talent. It allows the scientific side of his world to develop more smoothly. It may sound like it has no specific effect, but in reality, it is incredibly powerful. For instance, endless energy. This is a concept in the scientific realm. Endless energy, as the name implies, is energy that can be obtained and utilized infinitely. Even in Ye Tian's world, where the most advanced cyberpunk civilization exists, they cannot create endless energy, because it only exists in concept. The concept of endless energy conflicts with the principles of science. Thus, under normal circumstances, no matter how advanced cyber civilization is, it would be impossible to create endless energy. However, with science is the only worldview, this talent is different. This talent sounds like a staunch materialist perspective, but in reality, its effects are idealistic. Existence is reasonable. The contribution of this talent to the development of scientific civilization is beyond verbal expression. Choosing this talent was the result of Ye Tian's careful consideration. The fantasy cultivation system and other systems are not inferior to the technological system. However, in terms of contributing to the world, other systems cannot compare to the technological system. No matter how formidable your other systems are, can you comprehend sustainable development? Do you understand how to manage the world's environment? You don't, but the technological system does. Even with various divine arts to assist him, managing such a vast world is a bit overwhelming for Ye Tian. However, with the help of technological civilization, Ye Tian could avoid many troubles. Moreover, the technological civilization system is a tremendous boost to other cultivation systems. Understanding scientific cultivation, artificial spiritual roots. In summary, when the technological system develops, it can create unique sparks with any other cultivation system. Thus, Ye Tian chose science is the only worldview as his talent. The second talent is talent sharing. This red talent is equally terrifying. As long as someone in any kin comprehends a certain talent, everyone in that kin can possess that talent. The beings in the Creator God's world all possess unique talents. Their levels are also divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and multicolored. Unlike the Creator God's talents, which mostly apply to the world, he created the talents of beings in the Creator God's world pertain to themselves. Taking the cultivation civilization as an example, different people awaken different talents. For example, white misfortune, you carry misfortune, making you more likely to encounter unlucky events. Dull, naturally quite slow-witted. Short-lived, you have a shorter lifespan than others. Blue, clever, naturally clever from a young age. Inspiration may suddenly strike during cultivation, increasing efficiency by 20 within a century. Incredible finger power, your finger skills improve rapidly, making skills that involve finger techniques more effective. Purple, fire spirit body, a fire-type constitution possessing the ability to control fire, increasing the efficiency of fire-type cultivation by 50 and enhancing its power by 50. Gold spirit body, a gold-type constitution possessing immense killing power, increasing the efficiency of gold-type cultivation by 50 and enhancing its power by 50. Wood spirit body, a wood-type constitution, granting more lifespan, increasing the efficiency of wood-type cultivation by 50 and enhancing its power by 50. Water spirit body, a water-type constitution possessing the ability to control water, increasing the efficiency of water-type cultivation by 50 and enhancing its power by 50. Earth spirit body, a soil-type constitution, standing on the ground, capable of continually absorbing the power of the earth's veins, possessing strong defense and endurance, increasing the efficiency of soil-type cultivation by 50 and enhancing its power by 50. Tough skin, you are very durable. In the same realm, it is nearly impossible to defeat you. Useless when not fighting. Alchemy master, your alchemy skills are exceptional with a 20 increase in the success rate of pill refinement. There exists a vast and peculiar variety of talents. Different cultivation systems and clans give rise to different talents. However, one undeniable truth is that the higher the talent level possessed, the stronger the potential for power. In the world of the Creator God, the extent to which beings can grow depends on the strength of the talents they possess. Some talents are innate from birth while others are acquired later. It is filled with uncertainty. The white talent even includes some negative buffs. Yet the importance of talent is self-evident. The red talent of the night sky, Creator God talent sharing, surprisingly, allows an entire clan to share the talents comprehended by its members. Although this shared talent has limits in quantity and level, it cannot be denied that this talent is immensely powerful. For instance, talents such as water spirit body or fire spirit body in the cultivation system. Although these spirit bodies are among the most basic, not every cultivator can possess one. However, talent sharing enables the entire cultivation clan to possess spirit bodies. The same applies to other clans. Those within the clan who possess golden or orange talents naturally do not care about sharing a purple talent. Yet such individuals are a minority among any clan. Ordinary is the baseline for the vast majority of beings. Most beings awaken white, green, or blue talents. However, with the enhancement of talent sharing, the world of the night sky can achieve an entire population with purple talents. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that talent sharing can be upgraded to a 7-colored level. If after upgrading the talent level it can share is raised to orange or red, then the world of the night sky can only be described in 4 words. Everyone like dragons. The third talent chosen by the night sky is Unity of All Spirits Unsuitable Environment Red talent. Unity of All Spirits Unsuitable Environment Red. In your world, any type of clan will receive a 5-fold increase in cultivation speed, and in this world a double enhancement in battle power. When life from other worlds invades your world, they will be suppressed with the degree of suppression depending on the strength of the invading life. The stronger the invading life form, the weaker the effect. This talent is akin to a weakened version of the ice and snow world and the undead world. Similar to the ice and snow world, which greatly enhances certain species and can also target invaders, the red talents drawn by the night sky include many, such as the lava world. What about the twisted world or the strange tales world? These red talents have terrifying enhancement powers for certain special clans capable of directly annihilating world invaders that do not conform to their rules. But these talents are too limited. The night sky desires a world of comprehensive development. He does not like heavy specialization. After careful selection, he chose the Unity of All Spirits Unsuitable Environment Red talent. This talent provides enhancements for all living beings within the world. However, since it applies to all beings, its enhancement power is naturally not as strong as that of the ice and snow world, which targets specific creatures. When facing invaders from other worlds, the same applies. It has a certain influence on invaders, but cannot directly annihilate them. In terms of functionality, this talent is more comprehensive than that of the ice and snow world. However, its effects are not as extreme as those of the ice and snow world's talents. Nonetheless, this is the talent most suitable for the development of the night sky world. The fourth talent chosen by the night sky is called the Death Realm. This talent is a war talent. It can generate a dark death realm within the night sky world. All mythic level beings will be reborn in the death realm after death. However, they will lose their intellect. When the night sky needs it, all mythic beings within the death realm can once again fight for him. It is akin to an alternative form of rebirth. This talent is incredibly powerful. The flow of time in the world of the Creator God is exceedingly fast. Moreover, various civilizations and powerful beings continuously clash. Even mythic powerhouses cannot escape the possibility of falling. The fall of 1 or 2 mythic-level powerhouses entering the death realm is not significant. But what about an entire world? The total number of mythic powerhouses in the 9th-level world is incalculable. Although there has not been a significant outbreak of violent wars, some localized small-scale wars, and internal clan conflicts. These events are constantly occurring. After all, it is a real existing world. Almost every moment, some mythic powerhouses fall. 1 day or 2 may not show much. But what about after 100 or 200 years? What about after 1,000 or 2,000 years? Even after tens of thousands of years drawing from more time? How many mythic-level powerhouses will accumulate in the death realm by then? That is a number so terrifying it is beyond imagination. And all of these are mythic-level combat powers. By then, even in a divine battle with other 9th-level high gods, the night sky believes he will not need to deploy the clans within his world. A single death realm could completely dominate other high gods. This talent is undoubtedly a weapon of war. The last red talent chosen by the night sky was the one drawn during the 100 consecutive draws previously. Absolute Faith Red. The faith value your clan can provide is increased fivefold, and any believer of yours starts as a true believer, making it easier for your believers' faith levels to rise. With the enhancement of so many previous talents, the clan really cannot think of what else their world lacks. In terms of clan strength, they possess the projections of the myriad heavens, unity of all spirits, unsuitable environment, chaos, and talent sharing. Under the effects of these talents, the strength of their clan can no longer be described by the word terrifying. In terms of resources, they also have tenfold resources. Even the scientific worldview has a part of its effect on resources. In addition, there is also the existence of the war talent, the Death Realm. Aside from these, they also possess an auxiliary talent, True Eye of Evolution. This talent still holds many secrets that have yet to be uncovered. The night sky really cannot think of what other talents to choose. Ultimately, he still chose the first one drawn, Absolute Faith. The power of faith is incredibly useful whether as currency or when converted into divine power. Thus, the power of faith is naturally desirable in abundance. Hence, choosing Absolute Faith is the most appropriate choice. Oh, what a wonderful financial talent it is. After equipping all 5 red talents, Ye Tian's 9 talent slots were completely filled. The 9 talents are Chaos, Colorful Projection of All Heavens, Colorful Eye of Truth, Evolution, Colorful Science, is the only worldview, Red Unity of All Spirits, Unadapted, Red Realm of Death, Red Talent, Sharing, Red Absolute Faith, Red 10 times Resources, Red. Looking at the dazzling talent panel, a smile finally appeared on Ye Tian's face. His heart was filled with a sense of fruitful harvest. The efforts of the entire day had not been in vain. Ye Tian smiled faintly and proceeded to wrap up the day's work. Upgrade the talent levels. Raise all red talents to colorful talents. A plus sign appeared next to all the red talents. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Tian upgraded them one by one. The strength of the talents varied, requiring different quantities of other talents for the upgrade. After exhausting all the talents he had drawn, Ye Tian finally upgraded the 5 red talents to colorful talents. When upgrading the last red talent, the quantity of red talents consumed was already a bit insufficient. Ye Tian recharged 300 million, and only then did he gather enough red talents for the upgrade. In total, Ye Tian spent a little over 3 billion. With such a large amount of money spent, the effects were immensely gratifying. All of Ye Tian's talent levels were upgraded to colorful grade. Excluding the original 3 colorful talents, the remaining 6 red talents were all raised to colorful talents. The effects after the talent upgrades are as follows. Science is the only worldview colorful talent in your world. Everything imagined can be realized by science. If it can be imagined, it can be actualized. All scientific laws can be broken. Talent sharing, colorful talent in your world. Any individual talent understood by any race can be shared across the entire race's talents. Limit is 1 orange and 3 purple. Unity of all spirits, unadapted, colorful talent in your world. Any type of kin will receive a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed and double their combat power in this world. When beings from other worlds invade your world, they will be suppressed. Extraordinary beings cannot survive in your world, with legendary total strength suppressed by 90, and mythical total strength suppressed by 50. Realm of Death, colorful talent in your world. A dark realm, Realm of Death, is generated where all mythical and legendary beings enter upon death. All beings entering the Realm of Death retain a portion of their intelligence from life, with a small probability of gaining strength in the realm of the dead. When their creator God needs them, they will don their armor once again and charge into battle. Absolute Faith, colorful talent. The faith value provided by your kin can be increased tenfold. Any follower of yours will be a devout believer, and the faith level of your followers will rise more easily, allowing you to alter the faith of other creator God's kin. 10 times resources, colorful talent. All resources produced in your world will receive a 10-fold increase. Faith will receive a 5-fold increase. No cooldown, with a small chance to increase the birth probability of rare resources. Looking at the information of his numerous talents, only one thought occupied Ye Tian's mind. Invincible. After the science is the only worldview talent was upgraded from red to colorful, its conceptualization increased further. Anything that exists in imagination can be realized by science. This completely pushed him further down the path of idealism. Next comes talent sharing. Originally, the red level talent sharing allowed an entire race to share 1 purple and 3 blue talents. Now, with the upgrade to colorful level talent sharing, an entire race can share 1 orange and 3 purple talents. The effect has increased 100-fold. It can be said that it truly realizes that everyone can be like a dragon. After the upgrade, Unity of all spirits, unadapted, enhanced its effectiveness while maintaining its comprehensiveness. It is like an integration of red talents similar to that of an ice and snow world, taking all its advantages while discarding the drawbacks. Fully upgraded. The Realm of Death could originally only absorb mythical level powerhouses, but now it can absorb both mythical and legendary levels. Moreover, after entering the Realm of Death, their strength can even improve beyond their previous limits. Both the limits and quantities have been significantly increased. The effects of absolute faith have doubled, and he can even further alter the faith of other creator gods' kin. Isn't this just forcing himself to snatch people? 10 times resources also remove the time limit and slightly increase the probability of some extraordinary treasures being born. His world and kin were already incredibly powerful. Now with the support of 9 colorful talents, he was invincible in the world, just waiting for the game to reflect in reality. That year I spent billions, though I knew not what a rival was. After completely equipping the 9 talents, it was nearly midnight. The time had quietly passed 12 o'clock. Ye Tian discovered that many messages had suddenly appeared in the game's backend. Congratulations to the God of Finale for becoming the #1 in the world rankings. Congratulations to the God of Finale for becoming the #1 in the kin rankings. Congratulations to the God of Finale for becoming the 2nd in the kin rankings. A series of messages appeared in the game's backend. Each message came with some relatively valuable rewards. Looking at this string of messages, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned. Then he realized that today was the day for the game rankings to distribute rewards. After clicking to claim rewards, many items suddenly appeared in Ye Tian's game bag. All sorts of miscellaneous things were there. There were various resource cards and other things beneficial for world development. After glancing at these items, Ye Tian lost interest. There was nothing particularly precious among them. However, it was somewhat like getting something for free better than nothing. The only thing Ye Tian cared about in the leaderboard rewards was the insect race. Today, the last event of the Divine War should be starting right. Ye Tian looked at these rewards and suddenly realized that it was already past 24 o'clock, which meant only 7 days were left until the game feedback deadline. When Ye Tian was reborn, it was also at midnight, just after 24 o'clock. Counting from that day, there were only 10 days left until the game feedback deadline. On the first day, Ye Tian upgraded the world level. On the second day, he purchased kin. On the third day, which is today, he drew talents. Now that 24 o'clock has passed, it is the 4th day. Counting to the 10th day, only 1 week is left until the game feedback into reality. The last Divine War is precisely held within a week before the game feedback into reality. Ye Tian began to check the official game information. As expected, he saw news about the final Divine War. This announcement had been made 2 days ago. Registration had already started 2 days prior, and the competition would officially begin at 12 o'clock tomorrow morning. In the remaining 7 days, I will strengthen some game content and participate in the Divine War. Looking at the game's announcement, Ye Tian also made arrangements for the remaining 7 days. Unprecedentedly, Ye Tian did not wake up when the alarm clock rang at 8 a.m. To be precise, he turned off the alarm and slept for another hour. Selecting so many talents yesterday truly exhausted him. Although he is a level 9 creator god in the game, he commands a formidable clan of followers. However, in reality, the game has yet to provide feedback, and he is just an ordinary person. After grinding for so many consecutive days, he has hardly left his phone. Naturally, his body is utterly fatigued. Yet his spirit is quite exuberant. Uncle Li, how have you spent the money I gave you? After waking up around 9 a.m., Ye Tian had breakfast with Uncle Li. Subsequently, Ye Tian inquired about Uncle Li's situation. He had given Uncle Li 1 billion, allowing him to further enhance his world. Uncle Li had also posted about how to spend 1 billion in the game. Ye Tian now wants to understand the extent of Uncle Li's world enhancement. I spent nearly 600 million to upgrade the world level to level 7, 200 million on the clan, 100 million on talent extraction, and the final 100 million on purchasing game resources for fine-tuning. Uncle Li replied earnestly. After posting that most people were merely joining in for the fun, but some gaming masters offered serious suggestions. Uncle Li also searched online for information about the game I Am the Creator God, and then made expenditure plans based on that. Hearing Uncle Li's rough allocation, Ye Tian nodded. Uncle Li's distribution method is indeed quite reasonable, with the world level upgraded to level 7 and 100 million spent on the clan. This means that in his world there is at least 1 mythical race. The number of legendary and extraordinary races will surely not be few. Their combat power will definitely not be weak. Even though Uncle Li had never been in contact with this game before, with the 1 billion investment, the strength of his world can at least rival Yangruchang. This is the charm of spending money. Ye Tian then engaged in some discussions with Uncle Li about the game content, mutually discussing various game details. Inside the manor, the other servants found this scene somewhat speechless. Ye Tian had previously discussed matters with Uncle Li during meals. However, back then they were discussing business matters. It was quite serious. Now these two are still earnestly discussing matters. Those who do not know would think they are discussing some big business. But in reality, they are discussing a game. It felt like sitting in a restaurant next to a group of well-dressed people. And when they spoke, it was neither bragging nor business talk. Instead, they were discussing how a certain hero in honor of kings had performed. The sense of incongruity was overwhelming. After a while, Ye Tian returned to his room. Then he checked the time. Just past 10 a.m. There are still 2 hours left until the divine battle begins. Without any hesitation, Ye Tian opened the game again. Today he has a lot to do. Not only does he need to participate in the divine battle, but he also has to spend money to enhance his world. Ye Tian's main focus for enhancement today is the belief sect. In the game, all beings believe in the Creator God, and the Creator God is the belief sect of all beings. Ye Tian named his game the God of the End, so in his world, all beings believe in the God of the End. That is, they believe in him. Where there is belief, there must be sects. The existence of sects is indispensable. Creating a sect can better manage the various clans in the entire world. At the same time, it can also enhance the belief level of various beings through the sect. It was previously mentioned that in the world of the Creator God, all beings maintain absolute loyalty and obedience to the Creator God. However, absolute loyalty does not mean absolute belief. These are two distinct concepts. Different clans, different beings, different experiences lead to varying belief levels towards the Creator God for each being. Under normal circumstances, the vast majority of beings in a world only have a superficial belief level towards the Creator God. True believers, devout believers, and fanatical believers are exceedingly rare. So how can the belief level of believers be elevated? Some beings may witness miracles or have unique experiences, and then their belief will undergo sublimation. However, the vast majority of beings without external help will remain superficial believers throughout their lives. Therefore, to elevate the belief levels of believers, a sect is an indispensable organization. With the existence of a sect, people can continuously promote the greatness of the Creator God. At that time, the creatures of the world can have a clearer understanding of the Creator God, and their belief levels can be further enhanced. In simple terms, a sect aims to help believers improve their belief levels through external means akin to brainwashing. Now that Ye Tian possesses the terrifying and incomparably powerful talent of absolute belief, he can elevate the belief levels of all beings in the world to the level of devout believers. However, above devout believers, there are still fanatics and holy spirits. Without a sect, these beings would be stuck at the level of devout believers for life. But after establishing a sect, they would have the hope of becoming fanatics, to become holy spirits. Thus, the existence of a sect is extremely important for an entrepreneur. It involves the sustainable development of belief power. Moreover, the role of the sect is not limited to this. As the Creator God, all clans are loyal to him. However, these clans are scattered. Having a sect would be akin to creating a cohesive force that connects the entire world, integrating all clan powers. In this way, when the divine battle begins, Ye Tian can comprehensively control all clans through the sect. Otherwise, with so many clans in his world, if a divine battle were to occur and there was no unified command, it would be extremely chaotic. It may not be apparent when dealing with weaker worlds. He could defeat them by just sending 1 or 2 clans. But what if he encounters a Creator God of equal strength? At that time, if both sides engage in a divine battle with strength locked in a stalemate, a chaotic world versus another orderly world, the orderly world will definitely have the advantage. Thus, a belief sect must exist. Furthermore, as a major aspect of the game, the role of the belief sect is not limited to just this. An unnamed game developer drew from elements of guilds and sects found in some mediocre secondhand online games for the design of the sects. Thus, various buildings exist within the belief sect, all of which have various miraculous effects. Enhancing cultivation, increasing belief, imparting knowledge, training troops. Some buildings within the sect have effects that are no less than those of rare treasures. Moreover, during the divine battle, the sect can provide various positive buffs to the people of the world, and effects such as personnel transfer. The existence of the sect not only benefits the world's development during ordinary times, but also serves as the most powerful auxiliary war artifact during the divine battle. The sect itself was born to spread belief and engage in war. Therefore, its importance is self-evident. Ye Tian had already established the belief sect. The sect of the End specializes in spreading belief and praising the glory of the Creator God. Previously, the Pope of the sect of the End was King Kuan. In the game, someone must take on the role of Pope within the sect. And King Kuan was the person Ye Tian selected to serve as the Pope of the sect. The position of Pope requires a hero unit to take on. Ye Tian had only 4 hero units before: the King of Atlantis, King Gigi, King Kuan, and a deep-sea behemoth. It was obviously unsuitable for the deep-sea behemoth to be the Pope. The king of Atlantis lives in the deep sea. Although he could also be the pope, the number of deep-sea fishmen is far fewer than that of the people. If he were to be the pope, he could only spread belief among the deep-sea fishmen. That would be a huge loss. King Gigi is intelligent and is the best candidate for pope. However, he is not only the leader of the ape people, but also the leader of the entire people. There are simply too many matters to handle. In the end, only King Kuan remained as an option. Moreover, King Kuan is also very suitable for the position of pope. King Kuan possesses exceptional advantages in terms of spirit. His mental ability carries a touch of persuasion. This pope could not be more suitable. After all, the pope, to put it nicely, is about spreading belief. Essentially, it is akin to a multi-level marketing scheme. Having King Kuan as the pope is indeed the best fit. In fact, King Kuan is doing very well. Ye Tian couldn't feel it while playing the game in his past life, but with the game reflecting reality and truly possessing a world, he realized just how well King Kuan performed. King Kuan excels in singing and dancing. His singing has a captivating ability, and he even composed a hymn for the sect. "O Creator, you are so beautiful. O Creator, you are simply too beautiful." After Ye Tian's game feedback into reality, the believers sang this song together to welcome him. It sounded wonderful. Within the song, he portrayed himself as a benevolent, compassionate, and great creator. Ye Tian even praised King Kuan for it. His hymn was indeed well composed and sung. However, this time is different. In his past life, he only established a sect covering the deep-sea fishmen and the people. But in this life, the number of clans under his command has reached tens of millions. The total number of beings in the entire world is beyond comprehension. Moreover, these are extraordinary beings with their own intellect, all of whom can join the sect and provide belief power. With such a massive number, King Kuan's ability would surely be overwhelmed. Even if he raised it to the peak of level 9 mythology, it would be of no use. King Kuan's status is what it is. Managing the level 5 world from his past life was manageable. But now his fully equipped level 9 world is definitely beyond King Kuan's control. In his past life, with only 2 clans, he could manage the divine battle by himself. He only needed to arrange them to charge together. Thus, there was no need for King Kuan to possess commanding abilities. However, this time is different. There are tens of thousands of clans, each with its own unique properties and characteristics. They can produce different effects in various positions on the battlefield. This time, the divine battle cannot follow the same pattern as in the past life, disregarding any tactics. Ye Tian focused his attention on the divine clans he purchased. If one were to talk about collecting belief power and managing a sect, the divine clans are the most adept at it. After all, in Western stories, the gods typically have their own sects. What with the god of light, the god of war? Most Western gods rely on belief to survive. Now they have also established their own sects in the Western world. The belief systems of the divine clans do not conflict with his creator god belief. It is merely that beings prioritize their belief in the creator god higher. While believing in the creator god, beings can also believe in the god of light, the god of order, the god of peace. Unite all sects under the sect of the end. Take the god of the end as the primary belief while regarding other divine belief systems or other beliefs as secondary beliefs. Within the sect of the end, all positions are held by the divine clans. Within the sect of the end, they can also carve out their own smaller factions. Ye Tian has established the basic framework for the religion, using the divine clans as the foundation of the sect, allowing them to spread belief. While spreading the belief in the creator god, they can also propagate their own beliefs. The beings' belief in themselves and their belief in the divine are still different. The two do not conflict. The divine clans are adept at manipulating belief, making them the most suitable leaders in the sect of the end. Without much hesitation, Ye Tian elevated the level of his belief sect to level 9. The content of the belief sect was designed based on the guild and sect systems from some trash online games. Naturally, there was a classification of levels. To upgrade the level, aside from completing certain sect tasks, one must spend money. The cost of upgrading the belief sect's level was not particularly expensive. However, raising it from level 5 to level 9 cost Ye Tian nearly 300 million. After the belief sect reached level 9, the benefits it could bring were tremendous. First, there were no restrictions on the number of personnel in the belief sect. Secondly, a level 9 belief sect could provide a certain degree of cultivation enhancement for its members, as well as improve the qualifications of the sect personnel. The increase in this aspect somewhat overlapped with the effects of innate talents in the world. However, which creator god would despise stronger biological talents within their own world? In addition, the level 9 belief sect also granted Ye Tian 9 belief skills. This was definitely borrowed from those trash mobile games. Belief skills which could simply be called guild skills. Each of the 9 skills had its own characteristics and could be applied in warfare. They would provide a certain extent of enhancement to the people of his own world during divine battles. Their effects also somewhat overlapped with game talents. Yet as always, no one would complain about being stronger. The last function brought by upgrading the belief sect to level 9 was the amplification of belief power. It could increase the belief power generated by believers by 50. This effect similarly duplicated the effects of game talents. However, no one would reject having more money. In general, spending 300 million to elevate the belief sect to level 9 brought quite a significant effect. Although its effect somewhat overlapped with game talents and was not as strong, it only cost 300 million. Spending 300 million to bring an overall enhancement on the original basis was still quite cost-effective. Moreover, for Ye Tian, the direct enhancement brought by the belief sect's level increase was merely icing on the cake. What he truly valued were the special buildings unlocked after elevating the belief sect to level 9. Creation God Temple, level 9. Building the Supreme Creation God Temple under the protection of creation power can block all attacks from divine arts of level 9 and below. Inside the Creation God Temple, a unique space exists where the cultivation speed is increased 1,000-fold, comprehension is enhanced 100-fold, and all divine arts can be easily grasped. Time inside the Creation God Temple can be manipulated with the highest ratio adjustable to 110. Tower of Belief, level 9. Building the Tower of Belief contains all knowledge of the Creation God world, allowing anyone within to easily learn this knowledge. 1,000-fold enhancement in comprehension. Hall of the Temple, level 9. Building praying inside the temple produces 100-fold increase in belief power. Sincere prayers can make it easier to break through belief levels. With a certain probability of comprehending divine arts of the Creator God, various chaotic buildings appeared on the mobile list. These were all the sect buildings unlocked after upgrading the sect level to 9. Elevating the headquarters level unlocks more military buildings. This reminded Ye Tian of a management simulation mobile game he had played called Clash of Clans, an identical game template. These buildings unsurprisingly had very strong effects. In fact, their effects were even more terrifying than those of the rainbow-level game talents. However, rainbow-level game talents apply to all beings, but these buildings only affect beings within the buildings. Due to the limited range of effects, their power was more formidable. The existence of these buildings could cultivate powerful beings in the world more quickly. Buildings talents environment. With so many external enhancements, Ye Tian's goal was not merely to cultivate level 9 myths. His aim was to cultivate beings that surpassed level 9 myths. The talent of the projections of the multiverse provided this possibility. The existence of other talents and these special buildings was to increase this possibility. Ye Tian had a vague feeling. He wanted to know the answers to the questions he was pondering. The only way was to break through the level 9 limit. Whether it was his own level of creation god at level 9 or the power of the level 9 myths under his command. Looking at the existence of those special buildings, Ye Tian hesitated not a moment and purchased them all. And he expanded their quantities to the maximum. These buildings were not cheap, especially since there were many types. Each type of building could be built more than once. Thus, after securing all the buildings, Ye Tian spent nearly another 5 billion. Now he had about 5 billion left in funds. However, his world enhancement was basically nearing completion. Subsequently, Ye Tian opened the relevant content of the sect and began assigning positions in the divine race sect. For the position of Pope, Ye Tian appointed the God of Light, because the God of Light was the strongest among the divine race and also the best at deceiving others. Naturally, an important position in a belief sect elevated to level 9 could not be limited to just the Pope. There were also the Vice Pope, the Cardinals, the Holy Son, and the Holy Daughter. Various miscellaneous positions. Ye Tian assigned some important positions among these to the deities he favored. Then he left the less important positions unassigned, allowing the divine race to distribute them internally. Ye Tian was now operating through his mobile phone. However, when he placed the God of Light and others in positions like the Pope, the God of Light and others in the world immediately received the Creator God's instructions and clearly understood Ye Tian's intentions. Thus, a grand reform within the game swiftly commenced. After arranging the distribution of personnel, Ye Tian no longer focused on it. Now that the game had not yet fed back to reality, he could only check the status of the game production through his phone. This made his grasp of the situation somewhat vague. Trust in the power of the game system. After handling all of this, Ye Tian glanced at his phone. It was only 11 o'clock. This time, he similarly spent 5 billion, but the time spent was not as much as in previous instances, nor was it as exhausting. It was merely to elevate the belief sect's level and purchase some buildings. The arrangement of personnel was just a rough allocation. Thus, everything was completed in just an hour. There was still an hour until the divine battle activity arranged by the official would commence. For a moment, Ye Tian actually felt a bit bored. With nothing to do, he opened the game forum. Soon he discovered that most of the news in the game was about him. It was all about the shock of his spending 100 billion. The game officials even specifically debunked rumors about me. Among the many game posts, Ye Tian found the official announcement clarifying rumors about himself. He was somewhat bewildered. After a closer look, he finally understood the conclusion of the matter. It turned out that after he spent 100 billion and swept away most of the rankings, someone calculated from those rankings that he had spent over 100 billion. Because this amount was too exaggerated, most players believed that he was just a game plant hired by the official game of I and the creator god. They took advantage of this divine battle opportunity to crush many wealthy players and stimulate their spending. Part of this content Ye Tian had already known while browsing the posts earlier. Back then, Uncle Lee's post about spending 1 billion had shocked him. However, at that time, things didn't escalate too much. At that time, Ye Tian had only spent 5 billion merely occupying the world leaderboard. But as he spent another 5 billion and took over most of the rankings, many players erupted. Almost everyone reported Ye Tian for cheating. Therefore, the officials made an announcement overnight. Ye Tian did not cheat. Ye Tian quickly switched his phone to the official announcement. He squinted his eyes. In his past life, in his perception, the officials of I and the creator god were exceedingly aloof. Aside from game-related matters, they ignored everything else. When the game truly reflected reality, the whole world nearly exploded. Everyone rushed into the official game of I and the creator god. Countless people posted and commented. Even so, the officials of I and the creator god did not utter a single word. Now, unexpectedly, they would clarify rumors about him. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He then noticed the time when this announcement was made, and his heart jolted. If he remembered correctly, this time coincided with when a mysterious gift pack appeared on his game screen. Is this the goodwill of the game officials? Ye Tian felt somewhat puzzled. The importance of the Supreme God Star map was now paramount in his hands. Spending 10 billion to obtain this item was already a tremendous profit. Moreover, this was something that other players did not possess. I wonder what kind of existence is behind this game. To be able to transform the world within the game into reality. But undoubtedly, I must have already attracted their attention. After all, I am the only one who has spent so much in the game. Fortunately, this attention is benign. The Supreme God new map can be considered as a gift from the game officials to me. I want to understand the truth behind all of this, but in the end, it probably still hinges on the Supreme God Star map. Realizing that he might have caught the attention of the game officials, Ye Tian was not overly alarmed. He did not see this as a bad thing. He sensed that the game officials must hold goodwill towards him. Otherwise, they would not have given him a Supreme God Star map. The situation might be a bit deep, and Ye Tian had no intention of probing further. The game had not yet reflected reality. He was just an ordinary person for now. Playing games could even lead to sudden death. How could he have the energy to deal with these matters? Let everything take its natural course. If he truly wanted to explore all the truths, it would have to wait until the game reflected reality, and he became supreme with the Supreme God Star map. Thinking about these things was still too early. Shaking his head, Ye Tian swiped away the content of the official announcement on his phone. He then resumed browsing the posts. He wasn't particularly interested in whether he had really spent 100 billion or if he was a game plant. What truly piqued his interest were the posts about the upcoming divine battle. The divine battle is on which civilization will climb to the top of the comprehensive combat power ranking. Analysis of the popular dark horse of the comprehensive combat power ranking, the undeniable god of End. Aside from the god of End, another wealthy player spent 10 billion. Could this all be a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? The battle for second place between the 10 billion spender and veteran player Yang Ruchang. Numerous posts concerning the divine battle instantly flooded in. This shows how high the heat of this divine battle is. Ye Tian clicked on a post and began to read. The content of this post was quite simple, analyzing some aspects of the divine battle event. It was just analyzing who the popular champions were and speculating on the final rankings of the comprehensive combat power list. For a long time, the strongest player in the entire I and the Creator God game had been Yang Ruchang. Not only had he spent nearly 100 million in the game, but he was also one of the earliest players of this game. He had reached level 7, making him one of the few upper-tier gods among all players. In addition, he had many vassals under his command. After playing the game for so long, although Yang Ruchang had not directly spent money to purchase vassals, he had indirectly cultivated quite a few legendary vassals. He even possessed a mythical vassal. Yang Ruchang's world primarily focused on martial arts, emphasizing blood training and enhancing physical prowess. What he emphasized was the principle of sheer strength, overcoming all methods. The mythical vassal he owned was a unique race that practiced martial arts. They were inherently large in stature with abundant chi and blood and incredibly strong defenses. Inherently possessing terrifying physical strength, their power became even more formidable after practicing martial arts. However, the sheer number was also a weakness. With the support of the mythical vassals and other legendary vassals, the comprehensive combat power in Yang Ruchang's world was still quite terrifying. Moreover, in reality, 1 hour of gameplay equated to 100 years. Yang Ruchang had played from the very beginning of the game until now, and the level of development in his world was far beyond what others could compare to. Now in this post, the main discussion was about Yang Ruchang and the wealthy player who spent 1 billion. As for Ye Tian, the poster had already assumed he was the top player. There was no helping it. Ye Tian had spent too much. The mythical vassals under him had nearly filled the entire vassal leaderboard. His world was a level 9 world. No matter how one looked at it, Yang Ruchang could not be his opponent. Whether Ye Tian had truly spent 100 billion or was a game plan, almost everyone accepted that he was the number 1 on the comprehensive combat power list. Thus, the only point of interest was the second place. That is between Yang Ruchang and Uncle Li. One was a high-level player who spent money and the other was a crazy spending newbie. Everyone was quite curious about the strength of these two individuals. Yang Ruchang had already spent 100 million and had played for so long, making his world powerful. As for Uncle Li, he was just a newbie who had played for only 3 or 4 days. But he could not be underestimated because he had money. Although he hadn't spent as much as Ye Tian, he had still spent a solid 10 billion. These two could be said to be evenly matched. Thus, everyone was very curious about who would take the second spot on the combat power list with other well-known players in the game. There were also other upper-tier gods present. However, those individuals were ultimately less eye-catching than Yang Ruchang and Uncle Li. Either they had spent less money, or they had put in less effort. The gap between them and Yang Ruchang and Uncle Li was still quite large. They could only compete for the 4th place, unless someone among them was willing to spend a few billion in a short time. Otherwise, this gap could not be bridged. As a veteran player, Yang Ruchang's weaknesses have been thoroughly exposed by others. His world-level clan and cultivation system have all been analyzed and dissected. Uncle Li's account was created not long ago, and although he has spent a staggering 1 billion in just 2 to 3 days, many players still cannot gauge his true capabilities. Regarding the second place, most questers believe it belongs to Yang Ruchang. After all, he is an experienced player and has invested heavily. Everyone is familiar with the game I Am the Creator God, where there are simply too many pay-to-win options. Many of the game's features are not cost-effective for direct purchase. The correct approach is microtransactions combined with cultivation over time. Therefore, many do not have high hopes for Uncle Li. Aside from Yang Ruchang and Uncle Li, the thread also introduces some other well-known players. They are mostly top-tier players from various cultivation systems. Be it the immortal cultivation system, technology system, superpower system, or fantasy system, a variety of elite players are introduced in this thread. These individuals are hot contenders for the top 10 on the leaderboard. Most of them are veterans known to Ye Tian from his past life. They, like Yang Ruchang, have played for a long time and have also invested significant amounts. After the game feedback reflected reality in his past life, this group stood at the pinnacle of the world. At the end of the thread, the poster clarified that the content he wrote was merely an estimation. The actual outcome would depend on the circumstances. Ye Tian's spending of 10 billion has sparked a wave of spending frenzy. It's possible that among these players someone might succumb to the temptation and spend a fortune. The poster merely assessed based on the existing information. However, if players decide to spend money to enhance their strength before or during the divine battle, that falls outside his predictions. The thread also received a flurry of comments. Brother Ruchang is almost driven to death by anger, previously regarded as the top battle force in the game, but there was no comprehensive power ranking back then. Now that the comprehensive power ranking is being established, he was beaten down by others spending. Indeed, I even saw him streaming before. He firmly claimed that the God of End was cheating, hoping the game platform would give him an explanation or he would quit the game. Finally, the platform issued a notice and Brother Ruchang in a fit of rage. What happened to Brother Ruchang? Did he really quit the game in anger? No, in a fit of rage, he spent 50 million and then continued playing with his tail between his legs, claiming he had already spent 1 billion, so it would be a shame not to play. Can a game anchor's words even count for anything? Suddenly, the entire streaming room was filled with a lively atmosphere, right? To be fair, it's understandable that Brother Ruchang doesn't want to quit. This game is just too fun. Of course, it was a bit boring at the start of civilization development. Brother Ruchang is foolish. It's obvious he has fallen into the game company's trap. The God of End is definitely a ruse. Didn't you notice that after the incident with the God of End, the number of spenders increased significantly in the past 2 days? However, the game company's attitude towards players has always been indifferent, appearing to care less about players' feelings. I believe such a game company will only focus on technological breakthroughs and game content, and it would never deliberately try to milk money. A continuous stream of comments filled the thread. After reading these comments, Ye Tian fell into deep thought. Did his own actions really stimulate consumer spending among players? That would indeed be a good thing. Ye Tian pondered, not realizing that his spending of 10 billion had inadvertently advertised the game. Not only did it attract a large number of new players, but it also stimulated some of the older players to spend. As a result, after the game feedback reflected reality, the number of Creator God players in the Dragon Kingdom would increase significantly. The strength of veteran players would also see a considerable boost. This would be beneficial for the entire Dragon Kingdom. As he browsed through numerous threads, time flew by. Before he knew it, an hour had already passed. The divine battle had begun. Ye Tian hurriedly entered the game, where an icon for participating in the divine battle appeared on the screen. Without hesitation, Ye Tian clicked the icon. In Uncle Lee's room, he also clicked on the same icon. Meanwhile, in a villa far away in Magic City, a slightly thin man also joined the divine battle. His room was streaming live. This person is none other than the previously acknowledged first Yang Ruchang. Like Ye Tian, he is also a rich second generation. However, he is slightly less wealthy than Ye Tian. Ye Tian adheres to a philosophy of simple living in reality while seeking difficulty in games, which is why he has previously spent nothing. Yang Ruchang, on the other hand, believes that money brings enjoyment in real life, so he must also enjoy himself in the game. Guided by this philosophy, he has always been a heavy spender in games. Moreover, regardless of how fun a game may be, after investing several million, it becomes quite easy. While playing, he feels great, but after a while it becomes a bit tedious. Thus, Yang Ruchang frequently changes games. Until one day, he discovered I am the Creator God. He found it impossible to invest further. It was simply unfeasible. In normal games, selling a game feature for several $100,000 is already considered outrageous. When a game feature is priced in the millions, Yang Ruchang feels nauseated and exclaims, "Are you out of your mind for money?" Of course, if a game is exceptionally enjoyable, spending millions or even tens of millions isn't out of the question. However, regardless of the game's scale or enjoyment level, pricing features in the millions is already at the peak. Spending millions or tens of millions means you've pretty much reached the pinnacle of the game. But I am the Creator God is different. Investing millions or tens of millions does not even create a ripple. The in-game currency is exchanged at a 1:1 ratio with real currency. Can you believe it? An upgrade card to elevate an 8-level world to a 9-level world costs 2 billion. Oh, can you believe it? The items in the game store are often priced starting from thousands. Can you believe it? Yang Ruchang declared that it was simply impossible to invest further. Upon seeing the prices of items in the I and the Creator God store, he immediately cursed, "Are you out of your mind for money?" and was about to delete the game. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Having been in the gaming circle for so long, he had never encountered a game he couldn't invest in. So he reluctantly decided to try it out and see why this game was priced so outrageously. Once he started playing, he became completely captivated. It involved both spending and grinding, and he barely managed to earn the title of the game's recognized #1. Unexpectedly, just a few days ago, the game announced an event to establish the final comprehensive power ranking. As soon as the game announcement was released, someone had already spent 10 billion in game. Previously, he had been ranked on many leaderboards, but now he was pushed out by those who invested heavily. Initially, Yang Ruchang thought this was a ploy by the game and was quite angry, even threatening the game officials by quitting. But he found that the game officials simply ignored him. In other games, if he had spent nearly 100 million, the officials would have practically worshipped him, fearing he would leave. Yet in I am the Creator God, they didn't even acknowledge him. Even the messages he sent to their backend went unanswered. Yang Ruchang used his resources to investigate the game company, but found nothing. He encountered a situation similar to Uncle Lee's. However, Yang Ruchang didn't overthink it. He speculated that the company behind the game might have a powerful background. The game might have been launched to test some new technology. This made him conclude that the company surely wasn't focused on making money. They wouldn't hire game boosters. This means that someone really did spend 10 billion. Yang Ruchang, drawing this conclusion, was bewildered. Oh, after all, that was a staggering amount. All spent in the game. Even as a rich second generation, he couldn't help but exclaim about the lavish spender. Then, adhering to the thought that he couldn't fall behind, Yang Ruchang spent another 50 million. Now he also participated in the divine battle. His goal was simply to meet Ye Tian. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Ye Tian, he would definitely confront him. He wanted to see who this lavish spender truly was. Just how powerful was the world after spending 10 billion? Inside the live streaming room, there is a large group of viewers. Among them, some are very interested in the game I am the Creator God. There are also some players from I am the Creator God, but their strength is too weak to create any waves in the divine battle. So they simply watch Yang Ruchang's performance in the group. The divine battle quickly commenced. The divine battle is mainly divided into 2 parts. Then the final rankings will be determined. Although it is said that 1 million players will compete on the same stage, in reality, not all players are qualified to participate. Currently, the player base of I am the Creator God alone totals several tens of millions in China. If all these people were to participate and be eliminated one by one, it wouldn't just take 6 days, or it might not even be finished in 6 months. Therefore, there are requirements to enter the divine battle. That is, at least a player must reach the level of a mid-tier deity. This requirement is quite high, as there are really not many players who have achieved that level of power. In his previous life, only tens of thousands of players reached the mid-tier deity level. Moreover, most mid-tier deity players only have one favored race. It is not surprising, as the favored races in I and the Creator God are incredibly expensive. To directly purchase an extraordinary favored race would require tens of thousands. Even if one were to cultivate a favored race in the second way, it would still require hundreds or even thousands worth of materials. Not everyone can afford to spend 1,000 on a game. If it weren't for the game settings that would inevitably evolve into an extraordinary favored race, some creator gods might still have to rely on controlling some mediocre animals and beasts. In the case of Ye Tian, he not only evolved into an extraordinary favored race, but unexpectedly evolved another one as well. This was already a stroke of incredible luck. Furthermore, whether it be the subhuman race or the deep-sea mermen, they belong to the top tier among extraordinary favored races. Thus, he was able to rank among the top 1,000 players without spending any money. Before the competition began, a selection of participants was conducted, and after the elimination rounds officially started, the method of elimination was also quite different. In a normal elimination round, players must face each other in matches to determine accurate rankings. However, in I Am the Creator God, if you lose just one round in the elimination match, you are completely out. This means that in a single match, half of the players will be eliminated. Even if you are strong and ranked in the top 10, if you encounter the first player to be eliminated in the first round, you will be directly eliminated. However, the game is not unfair. Hence, there is the second part of the activity. Players who believe in their strength can challenge the rankings established in the first round of elimination. As long as you can defeat the opponent, you can take their ranking. The elimination rounds require real-time participation, while challenging the rankings does not. The game system will replicate the world of the player ranked above. Then the challenger must defeat the replicated world strength. Multiple players can challenge simultaneously. Although it still cannot ensure fairness, this is the best way to determine rankings in a short time. In Ye Tian's view, this activity has many loopholes. The quality of this event is entirely incomparable to previous official events. The activity rules seem a bit rushed, and the timing is also a bit tight. It's as if the game rushed to give players a wave of benefits before the game feedback to reality. After all, the rewards for this final leaderboard are quite generous. As all the players participating in this event were ready, the elimination matches quickly began. As a matching interface appeared, Ye Tian quickly matched up with his first opponent, a level 4 player from a small world of Karami. Then their simulated worlds appeared on the phone. The level 4 player was momentarily stunned. On a large phone screen, all he could see was his opponent's world, not a shadow of his own world in sight. After searching carefully, the level 4 player realized he was forced into a tiny world. He was stunned. The connection between the simulated worlds of both players quickly established. Ye Tian swiftly switched to the scene of the invasion of both worlds. One terrifying Gundam mech after another invaded the level 4 player's world. Lasers like torches shot out from those Gundam mechs, and in an instant the level 4 player's world was completely torn apart. This player only had one extraordinary favored race. He also had 3 or 4 hero units under his command, all of which possessed legendary level strength. But it was useless. Against the myth-level Gundam mechs, there was almost no chance to fight back. These Gundam mechs were the scientific achievements of cyberpunk civilization. Each Gundam mech is equipped with the most advanced planet-destroying cannon. As the name suggests, one shot can shatter a planet. Ye Tian's world is a level 9 world, while this player's world is merely a level 4 world. The area of a level 4 world is only a fraction of a level 9 world, even smaller. Thus, the area of the level 4 world is indeed akin to that of a single star in Ye Tian's world. It was a complete and utter crushing. In less than 3 minutes, the world of another level 4 player was entirely destroyed. The game was over. The other level 4 player was bewildered. Had it ended before he could even react? That was too fast. Then he saw the name of his matched opponent, the God of Termination. The level 4 player was filled with excitement. Good news, matched with a wealthy opponent. Bad news, the wealthy opponent is on the other side. I barely entered a little bit, and you couldn't handle it. Seeing the word victory appear on the game interface, Ye Tian couldn't help but reflect for a moment. To destroy a level 4 world, he hadn't even used 1/10th of the power in his own world. Various mythical and legendary races had not even risen yet. The mech of cyber civilization had already obliterated the opposing world. Ye Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. The Zerg race was already within easy reach. Uncle Lee's situation was similarly challenging. After investing 1 billion in microtransactions, although his strength was nowhere near that of Ye Tian, his world was equally formidable. He had the presence of mythological clans along with many other legendary clans. The opponent he encountered was an old player who invested heavily and played tirelessly. His world had reached level 6, which was considered quite respectable in the entire game. However, during the divine battle, he was still no match for Uncle Li. Uncle Li possessed an entire mythological clan with numerous powerful beings of mythic caliber. On the opposing side, only hero units could reach mythic levels. The gap between them was too vast. After a symbolic resistance, all the clans in the world of that level 6 old player were completely annihilated. The world suffered significant destruction and was deemed a failure by the system. A reasonably strong level 6 old player was directly eliminated. However, he still had one last chance to challenge the ranked members for a ranking. Compared to the swift battles of Ye Tian and Uncle Li, the fight on Yang Ruchang's side was truly exciting. He encountered a powerful opponent who had some advantages over him. That old player's world level also reached the 7th level. He had ascended to a higher god tier. At the same time, his world leaned towards the supernatural. Most of his clans were inclined towards the eerie and supernatural. The immunity to physical attacks was exceedingly high. Meanwhile, Yang Ruchang's world followed the martial artist route, excelling in physical attacks. Although a martial artist's vitality had some effect against supernatural beings, it was ultimately constrained to a certain extent. Thus, Yang Ruchang found this battle quite challenging. In the end, his mythological clan combined their vitality in a manner akin to fusion, gathering everyone's life force into one akin to a blazing sun, and forcefully annihilated all of the opponent player's supernatural clans. On the game screen, the supernatural beings of the level 7 world player swarmed like a dark tide, covering the connection area between both worlds. Meanwhile, the martial artists from Yang Ruchang's world gathered together, pooling their vitality, and a small light sphere appeared on the mobile screen. Like a miniature sun, this small sun surged through the connection area between both worlds, relentlessly invading the world of the level 6 player. Wherever the small light sphere passed, all the supernatural beings resembling dark tides perished. The world of that level 7 player was thoroughly at a disadvantage. In the end, most of the supernatural beings were annihilated by the large light sphere formed from the gathered vitality. Consequently, the system declared the other level 7 player defeated. An hour flew by swiftly, and the first round of the elimination match was nearing its conclusion. Some players whose strengths were not vastly different had been fighting for over an hour, and the system forcibly determined the results based on both sides' battle losses and world invasion conditions. Half of the players were eliminated. The game forum erupted in chaos. Some players posted lamenting the wonders of the clans they encountered. Some players expressed unfairness, claiming that under normal circumstances their strength could have placed them in the top 1,000, but due to a random draw against a well-known player they faced defeat. In summary, after the first elimination match concluded, the entire game's popularity surged. Some players were astonished by the intricate details of the game. I am the creator god. The content during the divine battle was excessively abundant and chaotic. Now that the game was being played on mobile, the visible area was limited to the size of the mobile screen. Thus, many spectacular elements could not be fully represented, yet it opened the eyes of many players. During the divine battle, players could not only issue commands, but also zoom in and out on various areas of the battlefield. When magnifying the game interface, the screen was filled with dense dots. Zoom in further, and you could see meticulously dressed characters, each with unique character model settings. There were billions of beings. However, after zooming in during the game, the models of each creature could be clearly seen on the game screen. When both sides were engaged in battle, if you continuously zoomed out your mobile view, you could even witness the scenes of different clans clashing. Two small figures were constantly fighting, even casting skills. Such terrifying battle details left many newcomers to I Am the Creator God, as well as those curious about the game, utterly astonished. They had played games involving troop formations before, but which game could achieve unique models for each basic unit? Even the skills and strategies used during battles between different clans varied. Additionally, there were various geographical features. During the divine battle, zooming in completely made it feel as if one were watching television. Moreover, both clans could leverage the advantages of the geographical environment during combat. Some knowledgeable gamers were completely stunned upon noticing these details while watching live streams. After the first match of the elimination round concluded, a 1-hour break ensued. Soon after, the second game commenced. It seems that the frequency of the games is impacting the players' normal lives. After all, holding gaming activities during the day means many players have to work. If they are at work, they cannot participate in the event. However, that is not entirely the case. One game developer who prefers to remain anonymous has been quite considerate. In reality, the amount of player operation needed during the divine battle is minimal. Thus, the game features a Creator God mode and a Managed mode. In Creator God mode, players personally lead the battle. In Managed mode, players delegate command to the hero units within the game. When using Managed mode, once activated, you don't even need to stay by your phone. You can simply go idle. When it's time for the divine battle simulation, the hero units you have arranged will autonomously initiate the war. In truth, utilizing Managed mode is the best choice during a divine battle. Because the essence of I Am the Creator God is not just a game, it is a true war between worlds. In such scenarios, having experienced hero units serve as commanders is the correct choice. However, it is evident that most people are unaware of the intricacies of this game. They merely consider it a game to play. If you do not personally control the game or command the troops, what is the point? Some players who can spare time to play personally use God mode, commanding with ease, while others who must work during the day and cannot participate directly opt for Managed mode, as long as you meet the criteria and sign up for the game. Even if the great Creator God has to go to work, your diligent heroes will fight the divine battle on your behalf until they lose and are eliminated. Thus, the fairness of the competition is not affected. The battles at night still concluded swiftly as before. This time his opponent is a 6th level world god, with a legendary clan and several extraordinary clans backing them. Yet it still proves to be of no use. This time Ye Tian did not deploy the cyberpunk civilization, but instead sent out the cultivator human race. Flying boats, sword flight, beast flight, various powerful cultivators made their way to the realm of that 6th level world god in different forms. Countless flying swords almost capable of piercing through the entire world appeared on the screen. Countless beams of sword light flitted back and forth across the screen. The creatures within the world of that 6th level world god had virtually no ability to resist. Soon the system declared Ye Tian the victor. This time it took slightly longer, about 5 minutes. Ye Tian looked at the victory displayed on the game screen and shook his head slightly. Then he switched to the game screen to fine-tune the world, enhancing its power. Currently, there is hardly anyone in the gaming community who can match him. Even Li Shu or Yang Ruchang would likely not last more than 10 minutes against him. And this is with him only using a certain mythical clan. If he were to unleash all of his forces, they could easily crush the enemy's world. The outcome of the divine battle is undoubtedly in his favor. He cannot possibly spend all his time on this. Therefore, he had long switched the divine battle from Creator God mode to Managed mode, entrusting the divine battle to the God of War. This way, he can free up more time to adjust and enhance his own world. And so while Ye Tian participated in the divine battle, he also enhanced the strength of his world, and soon a whole day's time had passed. During this day, I Am the Creator God once again surged in popularity. Previously, due to Ye Tian's investment of several $100 billion, the game had already gained significant attention. Now with the divine battle event, many players began live streaming. Thus it attracted even more attention. Upon seeing the meticulous details within the game, even outsiders exclaimed in awe. As for those in the know, they understood even better what it meant to achieve such a level of game development as technical personnel. The impressive aspect is not just the game's code, but the processing power of the game itself. No other game has a processor capable of achieving such a level. The technical content involved is exceedingly high, which has piqued the interest of countless people in the game company behind it. Subsequently, some powerful individuals began investigations. They were left dumbfounded to discover that the company behind this game is merely a shell company. It is called Heavenly Dao Responsibility Limited. The only game under its banner is this one. Even stranger, although the company is registered, its owner is nowhere to be found. There are no members involved in game development. With so many players spending money in the game, the flow of funds also cannot be traced. This is no longer just a 3-no game. It is simply a game with no oversight. There are no advertisements, no promotions. When asked about the platforms from which this game can be downloaded, the platform owners looked utterly confused. When did this game get listed on their platforms? Such a popular game actually originated from their platform. All those investigating the game were stunned, and then began to speculate. Only those with formidable capabilities and such terrifying technology could it possibly be the various governments. The game became a global sensation. Could it be a joint effort by various countries? As a result, the game's popularity soared. With new players continuously joining and more people investing money, Ye Tian's massive investments inevitably triggered a butterfly effect. However, Ye Tian remains entirely unperturbed. The higher the game's popularity, the stronger everyone's abilities become. When the game reflects reality, it will only bring benefits to Long Country and even the entire world. As for whether he would be surpassed, that is even less likely. However, before it is revealed how this game can impact reality, even if some individuals discover its uniqueness, they would at most invest a few tens of billions. Even if there are a few people with too much time and money who spend more than Ye Tian, so what? Not to mention that only 6 or 7 days remain. Ye Tian has already acquired the unique Supreme God New map within the game. As long as this item exists, even if he loses the advantage of spending, no one can surpass him. Therefore, in Ye Tian's view, the more people participate in the game, the better. Naturally, the more people spend money, the better. In this way, when the blue star connects with the endless star domain, as well as the fallen and sinful lands, blue star will possess more strength to resist. Thus, Ye Tian does not mind that more people are playing the Creator God game. He is even less concerned about their spending in the game. In fact, Ye Tian wants to encourage everyone to spend. Has there been any news about this game? A middle-aged man spoke with some irritation within a technical department in the Dragon Nation. Beside him were several young individuals. Ye Tian's heavy investment caused a huge uproar. 100 billion funds poured into the game. This is no small amount. After seeing this news, officials from the Dragon Nation suspected that someone might be using this game for money laundering. They quickly launched an investigation. The result: no findings from the investigation. Today, however, the technical department noticed the situation during the divine battle in the game. The personnel from the technical department are knowledgeable. They quickly detected the terrifying capabilities of the game's core processor. They hurriedly downloaded the game and took a look. They discovered that the various life forms and environments within the game were meticulously detailed. The only limitation was that they could only see what was displayed on the phone screen. It was quite difficult to see the operation of the entire world. After all, when the view was expanded, many details became invisible. But that was already incredibly terrifying. It felt as if a real world had been created. Moreover, the more frightening part was that each player's world was different from one another. The numerous technical personnel could hardly imagine how advanced the technology behind the game's processor must be. This level of capability, not to mention handling the operation of a game, could even manage the affairs of an entire country. To the many technical personnel, the technology behind this game exceeded their understanding completely. The value within was immense. Subsequently, they reported their findings. As a result, the authorities quickly responded and launched a comprehensive investigation into the game. However, until now, nothing has been discovered. It was quite strange as the game was well known. But during the investigation, they could find nothing other than the game content. They couldn't even trace where the funds spent by players in the game went. Minister, I've truly exhausted every means, but I cannot find anything. Only the name of the registered company Tiandao Responsibility Co., Ltd., was discovered and nothing else could be found, not even when this company was registered. Many aspects of this game seem to have suddenly emerged. Even the money players have spent is completely untraceable. A small bespectacled man spoke with a distressed expression. Upon hearing the small man's words, the middle-aged minister grew even angrier. With so many permissions granted to you, you now tell me that you've only found the name of a shell company. Can you even justify wearing that uniform? I've paid your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund for nothing. Upon hearing the minister's words, the small man's face grew even more distressed. After a moment of thought, he cautiously spoke. Minister, the technology of this game's processor is truly exceptional. Such technology must not fall into the hands of others. Now I have one more idea. Minister, could you approve a batch of funds to be injected into the game? This way, with the funds in motion, our technical department could lock onto the position of the funds. Hearing the small man's words, the middle-aged minister instantly became furious. Do you hear yourself? Asking the technical department to apply for funds to recharge a game. How could you even think of that? How could you even have the audacity to suggest it? I feel embarrassed to even say it. After applying for such funds, how can you expect me to hold my head up in front of others? The middle-aged minister nearly spat in the small man's face. The small man felt somewhat helpless and earnestly tried to persuade, my dear minister, what do you mean by applying for funds to play a game? We are applying for funds to solve a case. Besides, isn't it all to obtain the information on the technology behind this game? Just think about how much we could achieve once we acquire such an advanced processor. How many technological problems could be solved with its help? Investing a portion of money in advance would not be a loss. The small man's words carried a hint of a promotional tone. The middle-aged minister was instantly furious, his chest heaving violently. Looking at the small man's chubby face, he wished he could pinch him. However, considering the possible existence of the processor behind this game, the middle-aged minister quietly spoke, I will apply for the funds, but whether they approve it or not is beyond my control. Upon hearing this, the small man's face broke into a smile. Is there anything in this world more satisfying than using public funds for gaming? This wave is called authorized gaming. By the way, have we traced the identity of the player who invested 100 billion? As the small man prepared to leave, the middle-aged minister seemed to recall something and inquired. Upon hearing this, the small man immediately replied, yes, we found out he is Ye Tian, a member of the Ye family. He has been playing this game for 2 to 3 years and recently sold assets to invest heavily. A member of the Ye family. The middle-aged man stroked his chin upon hearing this. Initially, they thought that the matter of the 100 billion investment was due to someone laundering money. However, the situation now seems more complicated than they imagined. With such a terrifying processor behind the game, if they wanted to, they could sell it to any country without worrying about funds. Moreover, as Ye Tian belongs to the Ye family, which has a long-standing history, the official records are clear. There is no possibility of any chaotic activities. Thus, Ye Tian should be in no trouble. Tisk, spending hundreds of billions to play a game. These second-generation heirs of legacy families truly know how to enjoy life. The middle-aged minister mused. The small man nodded deeply. The lives of the wealthy are indeed beyond their imagination. All right, go ahead. Continue the investigation. If the funds can be applied for, I will do my best to expedite their approval. The middle-aged minister waved his hand, and then the small man and others left the office. Excluding the officials, some capital forces had not taken any significant actions. They all believed that the official was behind this game. After all, other than the official, they could not think of any entity capable of inventing something so advanced. Furthermore, they could not conceive of any entity that could quietly hide all the information. Fearing the touch of certain sensitive matters, many financial groups dared not extend their hands. Little did they know the officials were equally baffled. However, most factions were not interested in the game itself, or what attracted their attention was the technology they believed existed behind the game. If Ye Tian knew their thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. The game itself is the most precious aspect. It can reflect reality. The technology behind the game possesses advanced machine gun technology. The winds of change in the outside world are unpredictable, yet none of it has affected Ye Tian. Even the turmoil outside is instigated by him. As usual, he indulges in spending money on games, participating in divine battles. After countless expenditures, Ye Tian now has only 5 billion left. 5 billion sounds like a lot, but it can be easily spent. Ye Tian's power in the world has reached a terrifying level. Bloodline talent, the world. Everything has been enhanced to the utmost. What Ye Tian lacks now is not a powerful bloodline or resources. What he lacks the most is time. In reality, 1 hour equals 100 years in the game. Now there are only 5 or 6 days left until the game feedback returns to reality. Converted into game time, only about 20,000 years have passed. 20,000 years sounds like a lot, but compared to the development of a world, it is merely a drop in the ocean. The mythical bloodlines in Ye Tian's world require more than 20,000 years to grow. Thus, what Ye Tian lacks the most is indeed time. With sufficient time, his terrifying talents can finally be put into effect. The various bloodlines will have the opportunity to thrive. I must enhance the time flow ratio between reality and the game. Ye Tian clearly understands that what he needs most is time, so he turned his attention to the final content of the game section. Creation artifacts. As the name suggests, creation artifacts are weapons possessed by the creator god. Different creation artifacts serve various functions. Some creation artifacts can influence warfare, while others can greatly affect the development of the world. Creation artifacts also vary in rank. They are divided into lower-grade artifacts, middle-grade artifacts, and upper-grade artifacts. Ordinary players have only 3 ways to obtain creation artifacts. One method is direct purchase. Another method is to buy the blueprints and craft it oneself. The last way is to trade with other players. Direct purchase goes without saying, the biggest downside is the cost. The other methods have their advantages. Buying blueprints and crafting will cost nearly 10 million times less than the actual artifact. However, crafting from blueprints is not an easy task. First, one must collect various extraordinary materials. Extraordinary materials are the raw materials for crafting creation artifacts. Extraordinary materials are different from ordinary treasures in the world. Their rank is much higher. Treasures can be found in every world, but they only affect creatures within the creator god's world. They cannot affect the creator god. However, extraordinary materials are different. They are unique to the creator god. They possess various miraculous effects. The probability of extraordinary materials appearing in a world is even lower than that of a legendary bloodline evolving automatically. Creation artifacts further amplify the effects of these extraordinary materials. Once you have extraordinary materials, your world must also have the existence of a master craftsman. Without a master craftsman, creation artifacts cannot be crafted. Thus, the requirements for crafting creation artifacts are quite stringent. The third option is to purchase from other players. This also comes with certain difficulties. With so many players, there will naturally be some fortunate ones who possess extraordinary materials. If their world coincidentally has a master craftsman, they can forge creation artifacts. If you have enough money, you can naturally buy from them. It is akin to purchasing equipment within the game. The price is certainly much lower than that in the game system shop. Ye Tian looked at the creation artifacts in the game system shop and then frowned. There are quite a few creation artifacts in the game system shop. However, most of their ranks are quite low. The slightly higher-ranked creation artifacts belong to the category of ordinary creation artifacts. Their functions and effects overlap with the talents he has acquired. Moreover, the functionality and effectiveness are inferior to his own talents, and the prices are exorbitant. Buying them would not significantly benefit him. What he currently needs is a creation artifact that can accelerate the passage of time. If I remember correctly, in my past life, there was a player who obtained the world extraordinary material, the element of time. The element of time is a world extraordinary material used to craft the time staff, a creation artifact whose function is to regulate the flow of time. In other words, it accelerates the time in the game. The player who acquired the element of time was a middle-grade god. Although he had the element of time, he did not forge the time staff. Because without knowing that the game could feed back to reality, the game staff was merely a twofold accelerator. Even with the element of time crafting, it would cost several million divine coins, which is a huge expense for an ordinary player. And the element of time is a relatively rare item. That player kept it until the game feedback to reality. Only then did its value truly explode. The element of time even attracted the attention of a prominent figure in the starry domain who purchased it from the player. As Ye Tian was inspecting the creation artifacts in the game store, he suddenly recalled an event from his past life. A player obtained the element of time, and before the game feedback deadline, it was merely a collectible in his possession. However, after the game feedback limitation was lifted, he exchanged it for resources that could elevate him to a higher god level. At that time, it caused quite a stir among all the creation god players. Time is a bit distant. If I remember correctly, that player seemed to be called Ye Tian. Oh, he was quite a critic. Reflecting on the information about that player in his mind, Ye Tian suddenly had an idea. The element of time is extremely important. The time it creates could further accelerate the flow rate between reality and the world by another factor of 2, reaching a ratio of 1 hour in reality, equating to 200 years in the game. It is practically a divine artifact. It can allow the development of his world to surpass that of others by twofold. If he could obtain this item, his strength would undoubtedly surge once more before the game feedback to reality. He must acquire this item. Now the only issue is how to contact the player named Ye Tian. After some thought, Ye Tian logged into his account on the game's official site. Then he posted a message on the official game forum. Cash purchase of world extraordinary materials, especially the element of time. Players who possess extraordinary materials can contact me for a high-priced purchase, God of the End. The news about Ye Tian exploded on the forum shortly after being released. The reason was simple: his reputation was too resounding. The God of the End, a legendary figure who spent billions in the game. Almost every discussion topic in the game was related to him. From being previously suspected of dragging the game down to the game officials clarifying for him, he had never appeared himself throughout it all. Now he was coming out to cash purchase rare items from the game. How could that not cause a stir? People flocked to this thread. What is the origin of time? After playing for so long, how do I not know that such a thing exists in the game? Are you a newbie upstairs? You don't even know what the origin of time is. I have been playing for a year, and I can clearly tell you I also don't know. Aren't you the one upstairs who didn't see what the God of the End said? The origin of time is a rare item. The answer is right there in the title. You still want to ask? Indeed, the origin of time is a rare item. If you don't even know this, what game are you playing? So the question arises, what is the use of rare items? Rare items are simply items produced in the world. Silly, do you still need to ask? Get lost, you're just like the previous person upstairs hanging around here. Rare items are the materials needed to create the Genesis artifact. The Genesis artifact belongs to the late game content. You have to be at least a mid-tier deity and a big spender to handle it. Oh, how do you know I'm the one from the previous floor? Actually, I was just messing with you. I certainly know what a rare item is. Last question, what is the use of the Genesis artifact? Sounds very impressive. Also, how can rare items be obtained? One look at you, Ding Jun, upstairs. You understand. Identification complete. God of the End, did you really spend billions in the game? It's a shame to spend that money in the game. If it were donated to impoverished areas, do you know how many people that money could help? Warning, warning, a saint has been detected upstairs. Sniper rifle ready, shoot to kill. Damn, another internet saint. Within minutes, the comments below the post were filled. However, most were just there to join the excitement. Either they understood nothing or were pretending to understand. Looking at these off-topic replies, Ye Tian's brows furrowed instantly. Damn, the discussion was getting more and more off track. This would certainly impact his acquisition plan. However, after several floors of chatter, someone pulled the topic back. Is the God of the End really going to cash purchase rare items? It can't be a scam, right? What's the price? Is it not the origin of time? Do you want it? A more serious comment appeared. Upon seeing this comment, Ye Tian's eyes lit up. He quickly typed a line. I am willing to buy all rare items starting from 100. The origin of time is preferred. After Ye Tian's comment was posted, the entire forum erupted once again. Damn, as expected of a rich guy starting from 100 for a rare item, 100 is enough for me to get a massage for a year, and this big shot uses it to buy a game item. I don't have the origin of time, but I have a basketball and a chicken. Would the big shot consider buying those? Do you really need to start at 100 for a game item? How can one obtain these rare items? I also want to get one and sell it. A bunch of people commented, most expressing their envy and shock. Just playing a game as someone is willing to spend 100 for a game item. And that's just the minimum 100,000. That's 100 in cash, not game currency. When did money become so worthless? No one doubted what Ye Tian said. He had been almost verified not to be a scammer. This means he truly recharged billions into the game. Having already recharged billions, spending a few 100,000 to buy a game item is not a big deal. Many who saw this post were envious. If a rare item were to appear in my world, perhaps I could buy one for over 100,000. Even a few 100,000 is possible. Making tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands from playing a game, how could that not make people envious? Big shot, I have a rare item, but it's not the origin of time, it's the mechanical kidney. Do you want to trade? Ignoring the many unnutritious comments, Ye Tian noticed the person who had previously asked him about the price sent another message. After seeing this message, Ye Tian's eyes lit up. The mechanical kidney was also a relatively precious rare item. It could be used to craft a Genesis artifact named the Mechanical God. The Mechanical God possesses the unique property of boosting the strength of all mechanical life by 1. However, it does not affect 9th-tier mythical beings. Once this artifact is crafted, all mechanical life and creations in his world will automatically increase in level. It can be considered the supreme artifact of mechanical civilization. It is not available for sale in the game store. However, there are blueprints. This is a rare item that is not much different from the origin of time. However, for him at the moment, the origin of time is slightly more important. In his past life, he had never heard of any player having a mechanical kidney. He must have hidden it and not revealed it. What a pleasant surprise. Crafting the Genesis artifact, the Mechanical God, alongside the cyberpunk civilization and other technological civilizations in his world would lead to a qualitative change in their strength. Having encountered such a treasure, Ye Tian absolutely could not miss out. Without any hesitation, he clicked on that person's avatar and sent him a message. Add me on WeChat 888888. Soon the two added each other on WeChat. The person on the other side had an avatar of a yellow Psyduck and quickly sent a screenshot. The screenshot showed the rare item, Mechanical Kidney. After a glance, Ye Tian confirmed the authenticity of the image, and then he typed a line, "Sure, as long as you are willing to sell, I will buy it. You just give me a price." On the other end of the phone, a somewhat handsome young man nervously looked at the chat interface. He was stunned the moment he saw the message from Ye Tian. So straightforward, asking me to quote a price. The young man hesitated. He was now a university student, and his family situation could only be described as average. However, he had some capability. He had earned a bit of money writing novels online during college, enough to support himself and still have some left for gaming. He loved the game, I Am the Creator God. Most of his royalties had been spent in this game. He had obtained the Mechanical Kidney a long time ago, but the cost to craft the Mechanical God was too high. Thus, he realized the importance of this game item, but he could only keep it stored. He had barely become a mid-tier deity himself and had no idea when he would be able to craft a Genesis artifact. It might take another year or two to reach that level. This item in his hands could only serve as a sort of collection, gathering dust. So when he saw Ye Tian willing to pay a high price for rare items, he immediately thought of selling it. If the price were too low, it would be better to keep it. But if Ye Tian was willing to start at 100, that was a different matter. The Mechanical God, no matter how precious, was just a game item. But 100 could genuinely help him with many things. At that time, he could keep half to improve his living conditions and spend the other half on gaming. 500 spent on gaming would allow him to experience a lot of new game content. As for whether spending 500 would hurt his heart, of course it would hurt. However, this money came from the game, which was essentially free. Since it came from the game, it should go back into the game. He was essentially getting half the money for free. Feeling a surge of excitement, the young man cautiously typed 3 words on the screen, 200. Then he began to feel anxious. Selling the Mechanical Kidney for 100 would have already made him very satisfied. However, the big shot on the other side said he would purchase rare items starting at 100, and his Mechanical Kidney was among the top-tier rare items. Doubling the price, was that too much to ask? Seeing the offer of 200 come through, Ye Tian laughed. 200 for a Mechanical Kidney. I'm going to make a killing. When the game feedback hits reality, this guy is probably going to regret it. Too low, 10 million, and you add me on my game account. I can pay you 5 million up front, and after you transfer the item to me, I'll give you another 5 million. Lastly, here's a suggestion: if you don't need the money, you could spend it all in the game. Although the other side was asking for 2,000, Ye Tian did not intend to take advantage of him. The value of the mechanical kidney was self-evident. Being able to get a deal was his fortune as well as his strength. But in a situation where he had the ability, there was no need to push the other party to the brink. He wasn't short on this bit of money. Therefore, Ye Tian proactively raised the price to 10 million and included a priceless piece of information for the other side. The young man was stunned. 10 million. He rubbed his eyes vigorously as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. After carefully reading Ye Tian's message several times, he finally confirmed it. This big shot wanted to spend 10 million to buy the game item in his hands. This can't be a scam, right? Big shot, is that really necessary? It's just a game item, a few 100,000 would actually suffice. The youth typed and deleted, and finally sent this line. 10 million. He simply couldn't even think of it. However, the young man was an honest person and he felt a game item was not worth 10 million. Even several 100,000 wouldn't be worth it. Although he was very envious of this money, he still had his principles. Ye Tian was also taken aback when he saw the message. Is there really such an honest person these days? Isn't this just a pure honest person? He looked at the Psyduck avatar and then glanced at the person's username. The most affectionate of Kunkin Island. Turns out he's a hater, and it seems he might be a university student. University student? That makes sense. Saying 10 million is just 10 million. I want to take advantage of you, am not short of this little money. For me, a couple of 100,000 and a couple of millions are not much different. Ye Tian typed another line of text. The user named Kunkin Island's most passionate college student was bewildered. A couple of 100,000 and a couple of millions are not much different. Is that even something a person can say? Clearly there's a difference. 1234. How many zeros was that? The college student tried to calculate the difference with the brain he had while taking his college entrance exam. However, after seeing Ye Tian's message, Kunkin Island's most passionate instantly understood that the other party truly wasn't short on money. Since a couple of 100,000 and a couple of millions aren't much different, could you give me 20 million? For a moment, Kunkin Island's most passionate thought about replying like this to Ye Tian. But in the end, he just replied with a simple okay. Ye Tian asked him for a card number and then transferred 5 million over. After receiving the mobile banking notification, Kunkin Island's most passionate was once again bewildered. 10,000. How much is this? 5 million. Kunkin Island's most passionate gasped in shock. Although the transaction had just been finalized, seeing the 5 million credited was an indescribable shock. Oh right, the mechanical kidney. After staring at the series of zeros on his phone and laughing foolishly for a while, Kunkin Island's most passionate finally realized. The other party had paid the down payment, and he still had to deliver the goods. Kunkin Island's most passionate hurriedly logged into his game and started adding the game account provided by Ye Tian. Ye Tian quickly received the friend request. Kunkin Island's most passionate requests to add you as a friend. Without hesitation, Ye Tian accepted. Kunkin Island's most passionate acted swiftly, transferring the mechanical kidney as soon as the friend request was accepted. Ye Tian looked at the extraordinary item in his backpack and smiled with satisfaction. Then he transferred another 6 million to Kunkin Island's most passionate. Why an extra 1 million? Because the Black Horse College student deserved the bonus. Kunkin Island's most passionate was stunned again upon receiving the 6 million. Carefully, he sent a message to Ye Tian. Big shot, why is there an extra 1 million? Did you make a mistake, Big shot? No mistake, the extra is a reward for you. Ye Tian's reply was very brief. It struck Kunkin's jaw, no, his lower jaw, or rather his upper jaw. Hiss, a reward for you. 1 million in generous tips. Kunkin Island's most passionate was completely stunned. After being dazed for a long time, he finally expressed his first sentiment. So this is what rich people are like. Looking at the nearly 11 million on his phone, Kunkin Island's most passionate felt a bit at a loss. For a moment, it felt like he was in a dream. He slapped himself hard. Damn, that hurt. It was real. Then he became excited. Dad, Mom, I made 1 million. 1 million is no joke, coming from the masses and returning to the masses. The same principle applies from the game to the game. Selling game items for 10 million means it should also be 10 million in the game. The 1 million rewarded by the big shot was his actual earnings. That was the money he should spend in reality. Kunkin Island's most passionate felt this was perfectly reasonable. After getting the mechanical kidney, Ye Tian immediately purchased the blueprint for the Genesis artifact, the mechanical god, along with some other auxiliary materials. Some of these auxiliary materials are rare, but not too precious, and can be bought in the game store. However, such extraordinary items as the mechanical kidney are not available in the game store. Once all the materials and blueprints were ready, Ye Tian commanded his followers to begin crafting. A master blacksmith. While nurturing a master blacksmith might be a challenge for other Genesis gods, Ye Tian had plenty of them. Here he had various top-notch talents as well as buildings that enhanced understanding and various abilities. Cultivating a batch of master blacksmiths was a piece of cake. Soon the people in the game world began to get busy. They were working hard to forge the Genesis artifact. Ye Tian checked the time required to create the Genesis artifact. 100 years. Converted to reality, that would be an hour. Not long, but not short either. Ye Tian exited the game and began checking the forum. As for the Divine War, he was currently using a managed mode. When the time came, his followers would participate on their own. Ye Tian returned to the forum. At this point, the post he had made on the forum had completely exploded. All players knew he was a wealthy player. They also knew that he had bought extraordinary items at the bottom price of 1,000. Given the earlier news of his recharge of billions, no one would question the authenticity of Ye Tian's acquisition of extraordinary items. If he could produce hundreds of billions, spending a few 100,000 or a few million on game items was not unacceptable. Thus the post was exceptionally lively. Countless people were sending private messages to Ye Tian. Ye Tian began checking the numerous private messages, but after a while his brows furrowed. His popularity was too high and there were simply too many people sending him messages. There were all kinds of mix-it-up messages. Ironically, the messages from those who might genuinely want to sell extraordinary items were buried among all these random messages. Looking at these haphazard messages, Ye Tian rubbed his forehead. Damn it, women promoting themselves is one thing, but men are doing it too. In your perception, what are rich people really like? After looking for a while, without seeing any useful information, Ye Tian shook his head. He then posted another message in the thread. Genuine traders, add V15866. Provide specific information about the extraordinary items you possess, or I will not accept your friend request. Those without extraordinary items should not randomly add, if you add V, but cannot produce the extraordinary items. I will let you know the influence of a billionaire. After sending the message, Ye Tian left his room. The WeChat account he provided in the post was his backup account. Ye Tian called a servant from the manor and handed her the backup phone, informing her of some matters and asking her to filter the people. After handing things over to the people in the manor, Ye Tian returned to his room and began making some adjustments regarding the game. Around the evening, the person responsible for helping Ye Tian filter messages knocked on his door. The post he had made had fermented throughout the day, and most players were already aware. Players who had extraordinary items and decided to sell them had all contacted Ye Tian. Those who hadn't contacted him likely did not lack money and therefore did not intend to sell. Or perhaps they had not logged into the game or checked the game forum, so they were unaware of this matter. Overall, the acquisition of extraordinary items was nearing its end. Ye Tian looked at the new contacts on WeChat. There were about 10 to 20. These were all people who possessed extraordinary items. This number was truly very small compared to the number of people participating in the game. It shows how low the probability of extraordinary items appearing is. Ye Tian gave the maid responsible for filtering a bonus of 1,000 and then dismissed her. After that, Ye Tian began contacting those players one by one. Most of the extraordinary items held by these players were not particularly good. Ye Tian's offers were not very high, either fluctuating between hundreds of thousands to millions. The only price that reached the tens of millions was the element of time. Indeed, it was from a player named Ye Tian. He also approached Ye Tian to sell the extraordinary items he held. Ye Tian naturally did not hesitate and directly purchased them. After a series of transactions, he had lost 100 million. However, he had gained a large batch of extraordinary items. Any single extraordinary item taken out could fetch a handsome price after game feedback to reality. Among these extraordinary items, the most precious were the element of time and the earlier mechanical kidney. Other extraordinary items, while not bad, still lacked something. Some extraordinary items that could be crafted into Genesis artifacts were available in the game. Their quality could be considered ordinary. Crafting them himself would save him a chunk of money. Tisk, the two most precious extraordinary items are actually in the hands of two black horses. Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. The mechanical kidney came from Kuan Island's most passionate. The element of time came from Ye Beautiful. These two players, clearly from the same lineage. He purchased all the blueprints and auxiliary materials needed for the wonders of heaven and earth. Subsequently, he threw everything into the world for crafting. Different creation artifacts require varying amounts of time to forge. Higher-tier artifacts take longer to craft. Lower-tier artifacts require less time to forge. As for the numerous creation artifacts, would the forging masters be sufficient? There is no doubt that they would be sufficient. The cultivation civilization has forging masters. The fantasy civilization has forging masters. Even the Western fantasy civilization has forging masters. Not to mention the technological civilization that excels in technology and can produce on an assembly line. The number of forging masters in the world of Ye Tian is countless. It is impossible for there to be a shortage of manpower. After assigning the task of forging creation artifacts to the beings within his own world, Ye Tian looked at his bank savings. The cost of purchasing these wonders of heaven and earth is negligible. Now he has nearly 5 billion on hand. For a moment, Ye Tian couldn't find any place to spend his money. Everything that needed enhancement in his world has already reached its peak. The world level has risen to level 9. He has also bought enough of the favored kin. All 9 talents are now at the rainbow level. The sect level has also risen to level 9, and all special buildings have been constructed. Now the biggest issue is that the beings on the continent are still somewhat scarce. However, with the essence of time, he can forge the scepter of time. At that time, he can modify the flow of time in the game, so that 1 hour in reality equates to 200 years in the game. Although time is still somewhat tight, it is enough for the beings in his world to develop to a new stage. Overall, his strength level has now entered a stage of stable growth. He just needs to quietly wait for its development. He no longer needs too much financial investment. The 5 billion he has now sounds like a lot, and there are many things he can do, but most of them are just embellishments. He cannot achieve another breakthrough in his world. For a moment, unable to think of better uses for the 5 billion, Ye Tian is not in a hurry to continue spending. Leave some funds to continue collecting the wonders of heaven and earth, and then forge creation artifacts. At that time, before the game feeds back to reality, if no better use is found, I will invest this money in the family. With a rough idea in mind, Ye Tian began to work hard again. Meanwhile, in a domestic technology research institute, a middle-aged man was once again furious. Where are the results we agreed upon? I approved 10 million for you, injected it into the game, and where is the money? Didn't you say you could monitor the flow of money at all times? The cup on the desk was splashed as he slammed it. This clearly shows the anger within the middle-aged man. The chubby man in front of him and the other researchers did not dare to speak. Sure, Jay, you tell me, where did the over 10 million funding go? Such a large sum of money. Injected into the game, and then what? The chubby man trembled, instantly feeling aggrieved. Boss, this can't be blamed on me, nor can it be blamed on the technical department. We were indeed monitoring the flow of funds closely before the transfer. We even used some connections with the police. All permissions were greenlit, keeping a constant watch on that 10 million fund. However, once that money entered the game, it instantly disappeared, as if it had never existed. The technical department didn't even catch a glimpse of it. However, even though the money is gone, we did not leave empty-handed. The technology behind this game is more terrifying than we imagined, able to easily evade numerous system monitors and directly swallow so much money. If we could find the officials behind the game and obtain their technology, the benefits would be unimaginable. The chubby man spoke with increasing certainty. The middle-aged man listened to his words, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Aren't you just spewing nonsense? If their technology isn't impressive, how could I let you investigate? You confidently guaranteed me that if I secured some funding, we could uncover their flaws. And the result? You just sent them 10 million for nothing. The chubby man turned red upon hearing this. Boss, I think this issue isn't on me. Mainly because the funding you secured was too little. Listen to me this time. Let's directly go for 200 million, inject 100 million directly, and divide the other 100 million into several parts to inject. With such a large amount of funding, even if their technology is advanced, they won't be able to wash it out of the game in a short time. There will definitely be some anomalies in the flow of funds. We can observe those abnormal places to catch their flaws. Even if such a large amount of funds could be washed out at once. If the other 100 million is injected into the game through different accounts simultaneously, with so many funds they can't possibly monitor everything all the time, and they are bound to reveal their flaws. The chubby man spoke without taking a breath. This time his words made the middle-aged director laugh in anger. He could no longer hold back and slapped him. 200 million, you dare to say that? I can't even earn a few 100,000 in my lifetime, and you casually mentioned 200 million. The chubby man rubbed his head where he was hit, looking at the furious middle-aged director, feeling somewhat awkward. He didn't dare to speak loudly, only whispering. A rich second generation can inject hundreds of billions into the game. At least we are a proper research institution, and we can't even secure 1 or 2 billion. You can't catch a wolf if you don't spend money. If you don't want to give the carrot, how can you expect to catch the wolf? Dream on. The chubby man spoke softly, but that was his own belief. The middle-aged director heard his words clearly. Instantly, he became angry again. He slapped him hard once more. However, this time the chubby man dodged with surprising agility. Director, this is our initial investment. As long as we catch the tail of the person behind this game, not only can we get the money back, but we might also gain their technology. It may be a bit difficult to get special approvals, but we do have other research funding. Taking out a portion for fishing shouldn't be a problem. Our technical department's people have already downloaded that game and are studying the details every day. I don't believe you haven't downloaded it. Once you play it a little, you'll realize how amazing the processor behind this game is. Don't even mention running another game. We wouldn't have a problem battling various rocket budgets. Don't tell me you aren't tempted by such technology. The middle-aged director fell silent. He himself was one of the technical personnel. There is a difference between how laymen play games and how insiders see the details. Through this game, it is easy to deduce some technologies. It is precisely because he knows how impressive these technologies are that the director pressured the chubby man and his team so tightly. Although the chubby man's words were a bit absurd, they indeed had some feasibility, especially under their current situation of being completely in the dark. However, the director still had concerns. After all, there is a saying, a meat bun thrown to a dog never returns. If 1 or 2 billion is thrown in and yields no results, wouldn't that be just like the previous 10 million given away for nothing? He'll think about it. The middle-aged director left a weary statement and waved his hand to dismiss the chubby man and others. Another day passed. When the alarm rang on the second morning, Ye Tian sprang out of bed feeling refreshed. Over the past 2 days, everything within his world had settled into order. He no longer needed to grind as relentlessly as before. Freed from the toil of the game, his entire mental state had improved significantly. He glanced at the current time. It was the 3rd day since the Divine War began. Only 4 days remained until the game's feedback to reality. Seeing that only 4 days were left, Ye Tian felt a surge of excitement. He couldn't wait for the game's feedback to manifest in reality. Once the game reflected upon reality, not only would he become a mighty level 9 creator god, but more importantly, he would be able to enter his own world. He could also summon those clansmen from his world into the real world. Ultraman Armored Warriors Pokemon. Ye Tian was eager to see them truly exist. And the succubi of him. After breakfast, as usual, Ye Tian logged into the game. The familiar opening lines greeted him. They recounted the changes that had occurred in the game world during his absence. Yesterday, Ye Tian had spent about an hour forging all the creation artifacts. Among them was naturally the Scepter of Time. The flow of time had been altered so that 1 hour in reality equaled 200 years in the game. Thus, after a single night, nearly 2,000 years had passed within the game. Most of the clans had expanded in number. During this period, countless individuals had grown stronger. Ye Tian carefully reviewed the numerous log messages, and his eyes lit up. Among the many messages, one related to talents caught his attention. Projection across realms. A creature in his world had triggered this phenomenon. Hero Unit King Gigi triggered projection across realms inheritance. The Great Sage equaling heaven and his power evolved. Hero Unit Transcendent Unit. Note: transcendent units are unique. They possess qualities beyond the mythical and can survive outside the Creator God's world. Note: transcendent units' faith in the Creator God reaches the saint level, ensuring they will never betray. Upon seeing this message, Ye Tian was utterly captivated. The Great Sage equaling heaven. King Gigi. For a moment he fell silent. King Gigi was a hero unit he had obtained at the very beginning, evolved from an ape. The ape race of the subhuman tribes. On the game interface, King Gigi looked exactly like a monkey. And what a coincidence, his weapon was also a staff. When playing the game, cultivating such a hero unit naturally came with special expectations. A monkey wielding a staff. Ye Tian had immediately thought of Sun Wukong. When naming him, Ye Tian had considered calling him the Great Sage equaling heaven. But King Gigi back then was too pathetic. He was nothing but a wild monkey. Even when he became a hero unit, his strength was merely extraordinary. Too weak. Ye Tian felt embarrassed to give him such a domineering name. In the end, Ye Tian recalled a certain skin of Wukong from a game, and a certain monkey from a cartoon. He connected the 3 monkeys in his mind. Thus, King Gigi was named King Gigi. It was his way of placing a bit of hope on the monkey. Who would have thought? This fellow could actually resonate with the cosmos and truly obtain the inheritance of the Great Sage equaling heaven. Ye Tian quickly located King Gigi among the many hero units. He rapidly opened his profile. On the screen appeared King Gigi's personal illustration. But this time it was different from before. Previously, King Gigi's appearance was barely somewhat imposing. Now he was truly majestic and awe-inspiring. The weapon in his hand had evolved into the as-you-will golden-banded staff gleaming with golden light. He wore a suit of golden chain mail cloud-walking boots and a phoenix-winged purple-gold crown. He looked utterly unapproachable. It was as if he had transformed from a tire card into an SS steer card, a true upgrade from a slingshot to a cannon. In terms of raw power, little had changed. Ye Tian had already elevated all 4 of his original hero units to the 9th tier mythic level. Now, after King Gigi had received the monkey's inheritance, his power remained at the 9th tier mythic. However, his combat prowess had undergone a earth-shattering transformation. Not only had his weapons and equipment changed, but he had also mastered myriad divine abilities from the monkey. His realm remained the same, but his combat strength had multiplied beyond measure. Within the 9th tier mythic rank, he had likely reached the pinnacle. And the more significant change was his quality evolving from hero unit to transcendent unit. Transcendent unit. Ye Tian had never even heard of it in his past life. Clearly this was a level above hero units. This meant he had encountered entirely new game content. What great news! Ye Tian was thrilled. He hadn't expected to encounter such a joyful event so early in the morning. Having obtained the monkey's inheritance, King Jiji was essentially the monkey. Having a great sage equaling heaven under his command. How impressive would that sound? Ye Tian could hardly wait to enter his own world and see King Jiji for himself. He felt a sense of anticipation akin to a fan meeting an idol. Then Ye Tian turned his attention to the other clansmen. Since King Jiji had triggered projection across realms and obtained the monkey's inheritance, the others probably wouldn't be far behind. The cosmos contained far more than just a monkey. Ye Tian focused on the 3 other hero units he had possessed from the very beginning aside from King Jiji. The King of Atlantis. The Deep Sea Monster. King Kuan. The King of Atlantis was a deep-sea merman whose race resembled the legendary civilization of Atlantis. Thus he had named him the King of Atlantis, hoping they would build a true underwater kingdom like Atlantis. There should also be an Atlantis in the cosmos. Its status might be somewhat minor. But once projection across realms occurred, they could become transcendent units with potential beyond the mythic level. So the King of Atlantis might also trigger projection across realms. The same went for the deep-sea monster. In the Cthulhu mythos, there were plenty of deep-sea creatures. Perhaps one day, it would suddenly trigger projection across realms. As for King Kuan, Ye Tian felt it was rather difficult. King Kuan came from the Kuan race of the subhuman tribes, half-human, half-kin. He had given him that name out of sheer mischief. It was just a meme. Surely there wasn't actually a projection across realms for that. Would King Kuan then wear suspenders, part his hair in the middle, and play basketball? Unthinkable, unthinkable. King Jiji triggering projection across realms, especially the monkeys, was naturally a good thing. As a rainbow tier talent, projection across realms was naturally terrifying in its effects. However, triggering it required a stroke of fate. It was somewhat probabilistic, and projection across realms also depended on compatibility. The creatures in his world needed to share similarities with those figures in the cosmos for the projection to occur. It couldn't happen without reason. So triggering projection across realms required destiny and couldn't be forced. If it happened, excellent. If not, there was no need to be disheartened. Ye Tian maintained a balanced mindset. Originally, Ye Tian intended to fully delegate the divine battle, but now, having suddenly received a unit from the myriad realms, he felt a thrill of excitement within. He wanted to witness the power of King Jiji, who inherited the monkey's legacy. After some thought, Ye Tian decided to personally participate in the divine battle once more. This time he would send out King Jiji alone. Let's see if he can stand against an entire world by himself. Without hesitation, Ye Tian switched the divine battle mode to the creation god mode. As the matching interface began, an opponent was quickly matched. This time the opponent was a level 5 mid-tier god player. Although the elimination rounds do not strictly adhere to rules, the fact that he had made it this far undoubtedly indicated some level of skill. Therefore, this level 5 mid-tier god player was not weak. He was much stronger than Ye Tian, who was also level 5. This opponent possessed the existence of a legendary clan. As the game matching interface started, the opposing player was completely stunned. In the game, the first thing that appeared was the confrontation between the two worlds. Ye Tian nearly filled the entire screen. His own world had shrunk to a tiny. The reason for such a small was due to a force setting similar to a game. No matter how high your defense is, the enemy will still deal some damage to you. Because of this mechanism, the level 5 world god was able to see the dot of his own world. Otherwise, he might not even have been able to see it. The matching interface quickly expanded, and a connection between the two worlds was established in an instant. Ye Tian swiftly sent out King Jiji. The level 5 mid-tier god player had already realized who his opponent was. The strongest god tycoon in the entire game, God of the End. Upon realizing that his opponent was the God of the End, the level 5 player knew that his luck had run out. It was a certain loss. If he wanted to make it onto the final leaderboard, he could only challenge for ranking on the last day. However, despite knowing he was destined to lose, he didn't feel discouraged. At the very least, he wanted to see what the world of that billionaire spender looked like. Even if he couldn't afford it, seeing the luxurious lineup would still be an eye-opener. With this thought in mind, the level 5 mid-tier god swiftly prepared his formation, positioning his troops. He didn't like the delegated mode. He preferred to take the field himself. In most cases, the divine battles were controlled by him. However, after setting up his formation, he was left dumbfounded. In his world, the legendary race was a species known as the Demon Eye. This race could emit terrifying death rays from their gaze. The power reached legendary levels. The level 5 world mid-tier god positioned all of his demon eyes around the periphery of the interface between the two worlds, poised to strike, ready to unleash the death eyes. At the interface, this level 5 player had placed goblins. The Goblin clan was his extraordinary clan. Besides the Goblin clan, he also had another extraordinary clan, a type of little fairy with healing abilities. The little fairies were positioned around the demon eyes, ready to heal. This level 5 player intended to use the goblins to attract the attention of the army sent by Ye Tian. Then he would use the demon eyes for indiscriminate bombardment. The level 5 creation god player did not think he could achieve victory. However, causing a little trouble for the billionaire tycoon would also be worthwhile. Even if he wasn't an opponent, he still wanted to struggle a bit. It wasn't in his character to simply give up without a fight. But after everything was ready, this level 5 creation god player was dumbfounded. Because Ye Tian had only sent one person, the level 5 creation god player could hardly believe it. Invading a world, and you only send one person. Although the mythological stage was indeed powerful, relying on a single individual to confront an entire world was a bit arrogant, wasn't it? The level 5 creation god player was stunned. In the next moment, he quickly adjusted the angle of his phone. As the view zoomed in, the level 5 creation god player saw the appearance of that one person sent by Ye Tian. Clad in golden chainmail, wearing cloud shoes made of lotus silk, and donning a crown of phoenix wings in purple gold. In his hand, he held a golden staff. He looked exceptionally proud and unrestrained. The level 5 creation god player was utterly astonished. Is that the great sage equal to heaven, King Gigi? As he spoke halfway, he noticed the name flashing above the monkey's head. King Gigi. This name instantly interrupted the spellcasting of the level 5 creation god player. Looking at King Gigi's attire and his name, the level 5 creation god player's mind was filled with countless points he wanted to mock. Never expected that this billionaire tycoon would actually have such a humorous side. Launch a full-scale attack. Despite feeling a bit speechless, the level 5 creation god player quickly commanded all the demon eyes to unleash their attacks. In an instant, the screen of the phone was shrouded in a dense array of death rays. Freeze. Suddenly, the monkey on the phone slowly uttered a word. Then the entire screen on the phone froze. In the next moment, the monkey plucked a tuft of hair from his head and gently blew on it. Instantly, countless identical monkeys appeared on the game screen. They wielded iron rods and began to indiscriminately attack all other beings. In less than a moment, all of the level 5 creation god player's demon eyes were dead, and the goblins and other little fairies were also heavily injured. His world had failed, but the level 5 creation god player felt no sense of loss. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Damn the body freezing technique and the clone technique. This is undoubtedly the great sage equal to heaven. No wonder he is a god tycoon. He can actually cultivate such a powerful and distinctive hero unit. However, after the moment of excitement, the level 5 creation god player saw the glaring 4 characters King Gigi above the monkey's head. Instantly, it felt like he had eaten something unpleasant. What the hell is King Gigi? The tycoon's sense of humor is too much. If I were to cultivate such a hero unit, I would definitely name it the Great Sage equal to heaven. The flowers are being placed on cow dung. The game quickly declared the level 5 creation god player's defeat. Then the battle ended. A flash of excitement passed across Ye Tian's face. The strength of King Gigi was beyond doubt, and this time during the invasion of the level 5 world, he couldn't fully showcase his power. Moreover, the game had yet to reflect reality. He was merely observing his combat in the game. Once the game reflects reality, and he engages in battle with those evil gods, at that time he would be able to truly witness the grandeur of the great sage equal to heaven, and all those other figures from the myriad realms. Thinking of the many illustrious characters among the myriad realms, Ye Tian felt a surge of excitement within. If so many characters were to gather in his world, what kind of splendor would it be? At that time, it would truly be a grand world, where I alone reigned supreme. Time flew by rapidly, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. The final day had arrived. The first stage of the elimination round had already concluded yesterday. The result was no surprise. Ye Tian rightfully claimed the first position. In second place was Yang Ruchang. Uncle Li had a bit of bad luck as he ran into Ye Tian towards the end. Consequently, he was naturally eliminated, without ever facing Yang Ruchang. Yang Ruchang, on the other hand, lost to Ye Tian in the final battle. During this period of the divine battle, Ye Tian gained another wave of fame. His level in the world was completely on a different plane compared to others. Previously, that 5th level creator god had uploaded the battle footage of King Gigi online, causing quite a stir. By the time of the final battle, Yang Ruchang was also streaming. Yang Ruchang, who had previously been recognized as the strongest in the game, had no chance against Ye Tian. Ye Tian even refrained from sending too many of his kin. He merely dispatched the mechanical army of the cyberpunk civilization. Just relying on this mechanical army was enough to suppress Yang Ruchang's world. At that time, many viewers in the live stream were stunned upon seeing the dense swarm of mechas sent by Ye Tian. Yang Ruchang's warriors had no room to fight back against the mechanical army. Warriors specialize in cultivating their bodies, but their physical forms are no match against the steel bodies crafted by the cyberpunk civilization. Their powerful physical attacks felt like mere tickles before the mechanical army. Conversely, the mechanical army's laser swords and energy cannons could easily pierce through the warriors' bodies. Not to mention, Ye Tian had previously forged the creator artifact, the god of machines. This thing could elevate the strength of all mechanical creations to another level. Although it was a crushing victory, it still provided the viewers with an exhilarating experience. Today marks the final day of the divine battle. Additionally, after today, the game's recharge channels would be completely closed, transitioning back to reality. After waking up, Ye Tian opened the interface for the divine battle activity and pondered over the rankings displayed. Today, many players could challenge those ranked above them and take their places. He was currently ranked first, having distanced himself from the other players by unknown layers. He was not worried about anyone replacing his position. Among the current players, no one possessed that kind of strength. However, what concerned him was Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee had invested $1 billion in the game, making him quite powerful. If not second place, then he was at least at the level of third place. But he had previously encountered Ye Tian, which led to his early defeat. Now he was ranked several hundred places down the list. This position clearly did not match his identity. After getting up and washing up, Ye Tian approached Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee, you've seen the rankings for the activity, right? This ranking is very important. Taking advantage of the opportunity to challenge today, you must strive to secure the second place, and if that's not possible, at least aim for the third place. Also, aren't you always curious why I've invested so much money into this game? All will be revealed tonight. Hearing Ye Tian say this, Uncle Lee's interest was immediately piqued. He had previously asked Ye Tian why he poured so much money into the game. However, Ye Tian had always been mysterious, unwilling to reveal the reason. He only told him that when the time was right, he would understand. He also mentioned that investing in the game could yield 100 billion times the return. Uncle Lee was genuinely curious about how this game could provide such astronomical returns. Would all the mysteries be unveiled tonight? Noticing Uncle Lee's curious and excited expression, Ye Tian smiled slightly. He was confident that when the game transitioned to reality, even Uncle Lee would be utterly astonished. The reason he specifically came to remind Uncle Lee was firstly to prepare him psychologically. Secondly, it was to emphasize the importance of the divine battle rankings. After all, the rewards for this divine battle were quite generous. The reward for first place is a special race of insectoids. The rewards for second and third place are also impressive, not only including creator artifacts, but also mythological kin. This could significantly enhance any player's strength. Have you registered all the accounts I asked you to? Ye Tian nodded when he saw Uncle Lee taking his words seriously, and then inquired further. Previously, he had taken out $2 billion for Uncle Lee to register accounts for some members of the Ye family and invest in them. Uncle Lee complied. Then 2 days ago, Ye Tian handed Uncle Lee nearly 50 billion more, once again instructing him to register accounts for the Ye family members and increase the investment. His world had already been reinforced to the point where no further enhancement was possible. Now all he could do was wait quietly. Thus the remaining money was almost of no use. Ye Tian took a portion of that money to purchase rare treasures and forge creator artifacts, spending about 4 to 5 billion. Then he had 5 billion left. Ye Tian simply handed this money back to Uncle Lee, instructing him to register accounts for the Ye family members and invest. Ye Tian now wanted to understand the specific situation. Uncle Lee nodded. Most of it is ready. The entire Ye family consists of around 300 to 400 people, among whom over 30 have strong blood ties to you, and they regularly interact and care for you. Almost all of them have invested nearly $1 billion. Their world levels have risen to level 5, and they also possess some extraordinary and legendary kin. Other individuals have also registered accounts and have spent nearly 10 million. Their world levels have similarly reached the level of a mid-tier world, but it's only a level 4 world, and they have also purchased some extraordinary and legendary kin. Furthermore, they have already signed contracts within the game world. Uncle Lee replied seriously. Ye Tian nodded after hearing this. A level 4 or 5 world is still quite decent. Registering accounts for the Ye family members was a well-considered decision by Ye Tian. Everything he has stems from the Ye family, thanks to the efforts of generations past, allowing him to live so comfortably and to invest so freely. Otherwise, even if he were reborn without the terrifying financial support of the Ye family, what could he do, even knowing that this game could transition to reality? Being able to invest hundreds of thousands or millions would be the limit. How could he invest hundreds of billions like he does now? even going so far as to invest to the point of having nothing left to buy. Though Ye Tian was orphaned, he was not a lone wolf, nor did he have a tragic childhood. Under the protection of the Ye family, he had always lived quite well. With the new era upon him, and the game transitioning to reality, Ye Tian could not possibly think only of flying solo. The members of the Ye family are his kin, he would naturally help them out. In both his past and this life, the Ye family had never treated him poorly. The matter of his rebirth was something Ye Tian found hard to discuss. Even if he spoke of it, no one would believe him. However, spending some money to register an account for the Ye family members, allowing them to become creator gods after the game transitions to reality, this was something Ye Tian could still manage. Moreover, even after the game transitions to reality, despite his world being incredibly powerful, facing the fallen and evil lands as well as the starry domain, it would still feel somewhat thin. If he could have some companions by his side, that would certainly be better. Cultivating the Ye family members would also provide him with significant support in the future. Establishing a force based on the Ye family would enable him to wield more influence in the starry domain and the fallen and evil lands. These were some of Ye Tian's initial thoughts. No matter how powerful his strength became, he was still a lone wolf. Having a force and support from other creator gods would only increase his deterrent power. Of course, Ye Tian was not without a hint of vigilance. The internal matters of the Ye family were not free from some unpleasantness, and such issues would likely not diminish when the game transitioned to reality. To avoid encountering some unpleasant situations within the family after the game transitioned to reality, Ye Tian purchased a contract book within the game. He then bound the contract book to the game accounts of all the members of the Ye family. The contract book could bind the creator gods into an organization. It is akin to a guild book in other games, establishing an organization and allowing others to join. The greatest function of the contract book is to establish a passage between the worlds of the creator gods inscribed upon it. If someone is invaded by an evil god, the other creator gods can swiftly provide support through the passage. This means that when the world of the Ye family's people encounters danger, Ye Tian can provide timely assistance. Additionally, there are other functions and benefits. However, alongside the benefits, there are also constraints. If someone in the Ye family truly does not know what is good for them, Ye Tian can also use the contract book for countermeasures. This can be considered Ye Tian leaving himself a backup plan. After discussing some details with Uncle Li, Ye Tian returned to his room. He no longer paid attention to the rankings. His first place was absolutely unshakable, so it didn't matter whether he paid attention or not. As for Uncle Li, Ye Tian wasn't too worried. With Uncle Li's current strength level, securing third place was definitely achievable. However, second place was less certain. After all, Yang Ruchong still had some strength. Although his world seemed powerless under Ye Tian's mechanical army, that was because his opponent was Ye Tian. Ye Tian's mechanical army was endowed with terrifying talents, and with the existence of the divine artifact, the god of machinery, it was normal for Yang Ruchong to be unable to resist. But this did not mean he was weak. One must remember that he was also an old player who had spent over 100 million in the game over several years. In his previous life, he was undoubtedly the top master. Although Uncle Li had crazily spent 1 billion, his time spent playing the game was relatively short. It was hard for Ye Tian to predict the outcome between the two. However, one thing was certain: Uncle Li would at least secure third place. Ye Tian began to check the status of his world. Almost an entire night had passed in his world, and everything had changed dramatically. The number and strength of various affiliated clans were constantly improving. It was becoming increasingly close to a perfect grand world. Moreover, 2 additional hero units within the world had triggered the celestial projection. One of these hero units that triggered the celestial projection was none other than our monkey brother's good junior brother, Marshal Tianping Zhubeiji. This hero unit was an iron-armored barbarian pig. It was one of the many extraordinary affiliated clans Ye Tian had purchased. It could be considered unremarkable and lacking in features. Yet it was precisely such an unremarkable clan that triggered the hero projection. Iron-armored barbarian pig Zhubeiji. Ye Tian couldn't quite gauge their relationship. Could it be because they were both pigs? The other existence that triggered the celestial projection excited Ye Tian immensely. Wukong. Not the one from the monkeys. That one had already been triggered by King Jiji. This Wukong was from the Super Saiyan series. Among the Super Saions, a Saiyan appeared that was very much in sync with Wukong. Thus it triggered Wukong's projection. He directly became the Super Saiyan god. That Super Saiyan's original strength was at the mythical 8th stage, but after triggering Wukong's projection, he instantly became the mythical 9th stage. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength reached a terrifying level. Ye Tian could hardly wait to enter his world and take a look. This was a Super Saiyan. The golden hair of the Saions left a deep impression in his childhood. However, only these two had triggered the celestial projection. This shows that the probability of triggering the celestial projection is quite low. In reality, only a few days had passed, but tens of thousands of years had passed in the game. In the span of tens of thousands of years, only 3 individuals had triggered the celestial projection. The odds were indeed unimaginable. Ye Tian began to check other conditions in his world. Thus, after a few hours had quietly passed, time slowly reached the evening. After a day of challenges, the comprehensive battle power and bench opportunities had been determined. Ye Tian was undoubtedly in first place. The second place belonged to Yang Ruchang, who had been somewhat stimulated after losing to Ye Tian yesterday. He then spent another 30 million in the game. The world's strength welcomed another increase. Moreover, due to his deep foundations, Uncle Li was unsuccessful in his challenge against him. He could only settle for third place. Then the game officials announced the final rankings, and rewards were distributed. Ye Tian also received the zerg as he had wished, along with another extremely powerful divine artifact. Uncle Li's reward for third place was also not bad. He received a mythical affiliated clan and another commendable divine artifact. Shortly after the rewards were issued, only 10 minutes remained until the arrival of the next day. With 10 minutes remaining, the game officials issued another announcement. Inside a certain technical research institute, it was the familiar middle-aged man, still looking furious and shaking all over. Damn it, didn't you say spending 100 million would definitely uncover the true identities of the people behind the game? Now tell me, what did you find out? Found nothing, all 200 million is gone. The middle-aged man was furious, looking at the timid little fatty in front of him, filled with regret. Damn it, how did I fall for his nonsense? I even allocated part of the funding from other research projects to him. Now look, all of it went into the game. And then what? The technical team still found no signs, just like before. It was a complete loss. This time the little fatty was somewhat intimidated, but he also felt utterly helpless. How powerful must the people behind this game be? A single 100 million recharge, and everyone in the institute recharged a bit, adding up to another 100 million. With 200 million flowing into this game, not even a ripple was created. When their technical department looked for the flow of money, they still found nothing, just like before. It was as if the money flowing wasn't 200 million, but just $2. The little fatty lowered his head, looking submissive, afraid to speak. He was afraid that the director would find him displeasing and give him 2 big slaps. Seeing the little fatty like this, the middle-aged director became even angrier. He kicked him. Now you know to lower your head. When you suggested spending 200 million, you were quite capable, weren't you? The little fatty forced a "you are right" expression on his face, and then lowered his head again. Watching this scene, the middle-aged director became even more furious. Then he unleashed a barrage of insults at all the technical staff. Unexpectedly, at that moment, someone burst into the office noisily. The originally scolded crowd cast a grateful glance at the person who barged in. The middle-aged director also looked at this intruder with an unfriendly expression. The person who burst in was also a technical staff member. He didn't notice the odd atmosphere in the office. He just excitedly said, "Director, something big has happened. Just now the game officials released an announcement." The game officials said that in 10 minutes this game will feed back to reality. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, displaying the announcement from the game officials. "Dear creators, the mobile game, I am the creator god version 1.0 will close in 10 minutes, and at the same time version 2.0 updates will begin. During the 2.0 update, everything in version 1.0 will feed back to reality, helping many players become true creator gods. After all players have received the feedback, the 2.0 version update will end and officially begin. Version 1.0 has 10 minutes left before it ends, and after version 1.0 ends, the newbie benefits will also be cancelled and recharge channels will close. Game developers kindly remind those with money should recharge quickly. Game feedback to reality. Does this mean I can truly possess a world and become a creator god?" Seeing the content on this announcement, the little fatty exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, the middle-aged man slapped him hard on the head. "Are you stupid? This is clearly an announcement from the game officials to fool people into spending money. Feedback to reality. If everyone became creator gods in reality, why wouldn't they ascend to heaven?" The little fatty was stunned by the slap. Looking at the middle-aged man, his words repeatedly came to his lips, only to be swallowed back down. "Didn't I know this was to fool people? Didn't I know this was to fool people into spending money?" I was just so surprised by the content of the announcement. The content in the announcement was simply astonishing. Feedback to reality, letting everyone become creator gods. That sounds incredibly fake. How could I possibly believe it? I was just expressing my surprise. Is it unfair that I get slapped for being surprised? Today isn't April Fool's Day. Why would the game officials pull such a prank? The middle-aged man was somewhat puzzled. In 10 minutes, the game feedback to reality, letting everyone become creator gods. Those with money should recharge quickly. No matter how you look at this announcement, it seems like a way to fool people into spending money. The key is that they treat everyone like fools. If you're going to fool people into spending money, at least come up with a better excuse. How could the game officials think that the game could feedback reality and make people spend money? This reason, any normal person would not believe it if they saw it. With that thought, the middle-aged man glanced at the little fatty. It was indeed uncertain. The door to Ye Tian's room swung open as Uncle Li rushed in, his excitement palpable. The moment he entered, he fixed Ye Tian with a probing gaze. Clearly, after collecting the reward for third place, Uncle Li had seen the official announcement released by the game. Is that announcement from the game officials some kind of prank? Uncle Li directly questioned Ye Tian, his eyes brimming with anticipation, curiosity, and disbelief. In short, his emotions were a tangled mess. Ye Tian had recklessly spent billions in the game, and combined with his earlier words that everything would be revealed tonight, the official announcement now seemed to confirm it all. Without a doubt, Uncle Li grasped Ye Tian's implication. Everything stated in the official announcement was true, but understanding that was one thing. Uncle Li still couldn't bring himself to believe the contents of the announcement. The game could manifest into reality, allowing one to truly become a creator god. It was simply too surreal. He couldn't believe it. There are still 10 minutes left. You've already waited 10 days, so what's 10 more minutes? Ye Tian didn't directly answer Uncle Li's question. Yet upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Uncle Li found his answer. He became utterly exhilarated. Reason told him the announcement couldn't possibly be real. But if it wasn't, why would the mysterious game officials release such a statement? And why would Ye Tian pour billions into the game? Why tell him to invest $1 billion as well? Uncle Li swore these 10 minutes were the most agonizing of his entire life. Meanwhile, the game forums erupted into chaos. Oh my god! The ranking rewards from the officials have got my buddy drooling. Right after handing out rewards, they dropped this announcement. Game reflects reality. Spend money if you can. Are you kidding me? Even if you want to trick us into spending, at least come up with a better excuse. I'm a college student, and I admit this game is pretty fun, but that doesn't mean you can treat me like a fool. Game reflects reality. Not even a dog would believe that. If even a college student doesn't buy it, you can imagine how lame this joke is. And by the way, it's not April Fool's Day. I can accept the officials being aloof. You don't have to care about me. But treating me like an idiot by posting this as an announcement is too much. Unless you give me a legendary race, I'm quitting the game. The entire gaming community was in an uproar. They had been thrilled when they saw version 1.0 ending and version 2.0 about to launch. The Creator God game had never had a single update since its release, nor a single bug. And so far, players had explored less than a third of the game's content. Ye Tian didn't count. He had spent billions, so he couldn't be considered a normal player. Version 1.0 alone had captivated countless players. How incredible would version 2.0 be? But before their excitement could settle, players saw the announcement about the game reflecting reality and turning everyone into creator gods. Who the hell would believe that? Their worlds were larger than Blue Star, filled with all kinds of races. If the announcement were true, wouldn't that mean each of them owned a world, able to command countless beings? Succubi foxwomen. Ahem, getting off track. How is this any different from finding 10 billion on the street? Even protagonists in web novels only dare to bind a system and slowly conquer a world. But here, just playing a game makes you a creator god. Anyone who believes this will laugh at them forever. It was late at night, but most players were still online. The officials had just announced the comprehensive combat power rankings and handed out rewards. Everyone loves a spectacle. After a week-long divine war concluded, naturally, everyone wanted to see the excitement. And right after the rewards, the officials released another announcement. So nearly every player saw it. The entire player base was in complete chaos. The forums were a mess. 10 minutes passed quickly. Almost no one took the announcement seriously. They treated it purely as a joke, dismissing it entirely. Instead, they clamored on the forums that the officials had hurt their delicate hearts with this announcement, demanding compensation. But when the clock struck 12, everything began to change subtly. Meteors streaked across the sky. An inexplicable force instantly enveloped all players. Those who had been rampaging on the forums suddenly froze. Their consciousnesses were drawn into a void of nothingness. Surrounding them was pitch-black darkness, as if nothing could be seen. Then a thunderclap resounded through the cosmos, and a flash of white light blazed, as if it would split the black world in two. After the white light passed, it forcibly cleaved a space within the boundless darkness. The first glimmer of light was born in that black void. Then that glimmer expanded, growing larger and larger. Where the light touched, land emerged. Soon a world was born. On this world, the most primitive evolutionary processes began. The world's area steadily increased, and various elements started to form. Naturally, this included water, the source of life. With water, life began to evolve. Initially, the simplest single-celled organisms appeared, then multicellular ones. Soon, all sorts of bizarre life forms emerged. The stunned players suddenly recalled the game's backstory. Wasn't this exactly the scene when they created a world? Every player who played the Creator God game had built their worlds from scratch step by step. This was the nascent form of a world. But such a world wasn't even a level 1 world yet. The process from birth to level 1 had been skipped by all players. So at first the players didn't quite recognize it. But as the world's evolution accelerated, many players gradually realized that this process mirrored exactly what they had experienced in the game. Holy crap, the game reflecting reality was actually true. Countless players suspended in the dark void watched the world's evolution utterly stunned. The time flow in the void was incomprehensibly fast. In an instant, eons passed. Soon the nascent world slowly evolved into a level 1 world. Basic life forms and races with supernatural abilities began to appear. However, their power was suppressed to the first tier of the supernatural. Then the vision vanished abruptly. All players' consciousnesses returned to reality. After returning, every player was left in a daze. With a mere thought, each player sensed the existence of a world. Everything within that world was crystal clear to their perception. Ordinary creatures, supernatural races, mountains, rivers, lakes. A real world laid bare in their senses. One player shifted his mind. Suddenly, a green-skinned creature appeared in his rented room. A goblin. Staring at the sudden apparition, the player was startled. The next moment, he froze. The goblin knelt before him, murmuring something unintelligible. The player swore he had never learned the language the goblin spoke. Yet he understood every word clearly. Great Creator God, we praise and worship you. You are the one and only of this world. Such were the words. Is this my supernatural goblin race from the game? Have I really become a Creator God? The player stood frozen at a loss. The next second, an overwhelming surge of joy engulfed him entirely. Inside the office, a middle-aged man was criticizing his numerous subordinates, especially targeting the chubby one. However, as the clock struck 12, they were all pulled into a mysterious space, witnessing the birth of a new world. Nearly everyone in the office had downloaded the game, I Am the Creator God, to explore its technology and uncover the organization behind it. Thus, they all registered accounts. This meant that all of us had become Creator Gods. When they awoke from that space, everyone in the office was stunned. They could all sense the existence of the world they had created. Gulp. The chubby one swallowed hard. Then he flipped his hand, and suddenly a stone appeared in his palm. Staring at the stone, the chubby one's mouth couldn't close. Director, the game announcement seems to be real. I really have become a Creator God. Seeing the chubby one manifest something out of thin air, the people in the office were left dumbfounded. When they concentrated, they found they could also do the same. Instantly, a hodgepodge of items appeared in the office. The middle-aged director slapped the chubby one's head hard. This TMD doesn't even need you to say. I am also a Creator God, I can sense it. The chubby one staggered from the slap. The force with which the director hit him was clear. However, the reason he hit hard was not due to anger, but sheer shock. Quickly count how many people downloaded this game to become Creator Gods. This is serious. From now on, the entire world will probably be in chaos. I need to report this to the higher-ups. The middle-aged man said, hurriedly leaving the room. He realized that this was a monumental issue. The game affecting reality. Such an absurd thing had actually happened. Becoming a Creator God through a game was naturally a boon for him, but for the entire Dragon Country, it might not be a good thing. Especially since Creator Gods could summon all items from their territories, including those loyal families. The middle-aged director clearly recognized that this would have a tremendous impact on the existing system. He needed to quickly report these occurrences to the higher-ups and prepare them. After the middle-aged director left, the expressions of the chubby one and others turned grave. It was evident that they also realized the implications behind this matter. The return of the Creator God game was undoubtedly a good thing for them. A tremendous opportunity. However, for the entire world, especially the Dragon Country, whether it was good or bad was uncertain. Damn, with the game affecting reality, now doesn't that mean that the Knight family's idiot who spent hundreds of billions in the game has become a level 9 world god? The chubby one suddenly exclaimed. Previously, during their investigation, they discovered that the highest recharge in the game had been Ye Tian. A top-notch rich second generation spent hundreds of billions in the game. At that time, he lamented how TMD foolish it was to spend so much. Who would have thought this game could affect reality? That guy, he struck it rich. Having invested hundreds of billions into the game, how powerful must he be now? Phew, thankfully I applied for public funds to spend. Otherwise, with the time we've played this game, even if we became Creator Gods, we would be the lowest tier. Then the chubby one became a bit excited. Previously, to investigate the person behind this game, he suggested several times that the middle-aged director allocate funds for in-game purchases to trace the flow of money behind the scenes. He ended up spending several hundred million overall. Most of it was shared among his colleagues' game accounts. However, a significant portion was charged to his account. That hefty sum of 100 million. At that time, he intended to use his account with the 100 million as bait to uncover the game's money laundering methods. Who would have guessed he found nothing? And now the occurrence of the game affecting reality was unimaginable. He had TMD hit the jackpot. Inside Ye Tian's villa, Uncle Li also witnessed the growth of his world. Upon returning to reality, Uncle Li's eyes were filled with shock. His gaze towards Ye Tian was filled with disbelief. The content of the announcement was indeed real. He had truly become a creator god. Uncle Li felt as if all his values had completely collapsed at that moment, forcefully torn apart bit by bit. Then he stuffed in some other things, regardless of whether he could handle it. With a thought, a handful of soil appeared in Uncle Li's hand. This was summoned from his own world. This handful of soil constantly reminded Uncle Li that everything happening was real, not a figment of his imagination. Little Tian. Uncle Li looked at Ye Tian, shocked to the point of being almost speechless. When Ye Tian hinted at him this morning, he had imagined countless scenarios. But he never expected such a situation to arise. Becoming a creator god, wasn't it more than just 100 billion-fold return? The value within was entirely immeasurable. Although he was incredibly shocked, he had at least the foundation provided by Ye Tian over so many days. Uncle Li quickly accepted it. Looking at Uncle Li's still astonished expression, Ye Tian smiled slightly, and then spoke. Besides possessing a world, you can also check your current body and the abilities you possess. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li was taken aback and began to sense carefully. Then astonishment appeared in his gaze. When he first woke up from that space, the first thing he sensed was that world. Now, upon further sensing, he discovered that his body had also undergone tremendous changes. He felt he could effortlessly accomplish numerous tasks, like flying. Uncle Li even felt that if he wanted to, he could destroy the entire estate with a single thought. He felt he had become the legendary immortal. This kind of power. Uncle Li marveled at the changes in his body. Ye Tian explained lightly from the side. This is the realm system within the game. The strength of a creator god is linked to the limits of their world. The world level corresponds to the realm they possess. At the same time, creator gods also possess divine rank, granting them a lifespan close to immortality. However, the realm is not of much importance to creator gods. Within their own world, all living beings will be loyal to them regardless of strength. In the real world, you can also summon the loyal families from the game. Wherever they are, the true competition lies in the foundation of the world. Moreover, the true strength of a creator god lies in their divine arts cast using the power of belief. With a wave of their hand, they can destroy heaven and earth. Therefore, the realm does not hold much significance for creator gods, but what truly determines their power is the strength of their world and their belief, among other factors. As for their own realm, it is of little consequence. Looking at Uncle Li's contemplative expression, Ye Tian smiled. The rank of a creator god is powerful, yet becoming a creator god only signifies that you possess a world. Being a creator god does not automatically equate to omnipotence. A creator god gains both a divine rank and a realm upon achieving it. The divine rank is their unique status. The realm represents the classification of extraordinary power within the world. Whether it be the divine rank or the realm, both are determined by the world level. If the world level is 7, then your divine rank is that of a 7th level upper god. Your realm would also be 7th level myth. Compared to the divine rank that represents status, the realm is merely an ancillary aspect. The divine rank grants creator gods a world, eternal life, and countless immensely powerful divine arts. It is like a scepter of power. The realm allows the creator god to possess great power. However, for the creator god, personal strength is not very crucial. A 7th level creator god possesses 7th level legendary strength, and within their world there are countless 7th level legends. In the real world, they can summon these 7th level legendary existences. Their own strength is irrelevant. The true power of a creator god lies in the divine arts brought by their divine rank. A 3rd level creator god has a realm of merely 3rd level extraordinary. However, if they possess sufficient belief, they can use various terrifying divine arts. Even in the legendary or mythic tier, under a creator god with sufficient belief power, there is only one outcome: death. Ye Tian reminded Uncle Li of this to prevent him from losing himself in his current strength. The game feedback lasts for 10 days. Each day 1/10 is returned. Uncle Li is a 7th level world master, which means he is an upper god. After receiving 1/10 of the world back, Uncle Li remains a 7th level world master. A 7th level world returning 1/10 is still a 7th level world, no doubt. It's important to know that the gap between worlds is immense. Even among worlds of the same level, sometimes the difference can reach 10-fold or even 100-fold. A person with hundreds of mythic loyal families, but with only a 7th level world, is a 7th level upper god. Another person, also a 7th level upper god, might not have a single mythic loyal family. The discrepancies between same level worlds are vast. Uncle Li having upgraded to a 7th level world through money means that upgrading to a 7th level world equates to a world level rising to 7, making him the best among 7th levels. Even the top-tier 7th level world, if only 1/10 is returned, is still a 7th level world. It may even be stronger than some weaker 7th level worlds. A 7th level world returning 1/10 cannot possibly become a 5th level or 4th level world. It could become a 6th level world though. The weakest 7th level world returning 1/10 may become the top existence within the 6th level world. This means Uncle Li's world is a 7th level world now. His own strength has also been elevated to the level of 7th level myth. 7th level myth is nearly indistinguishable from the immortals of legend. Within the cultivation system, 7th level myth is also referred to as immortal. This means that Uncle Li not only possesses a world, but also immense terrifying strength. Suddenly possessing powers akin to those of gods can easily lead to obsession. This is precisely why Ye Tian cautioned Uncle Li. For a creator god, such godlike powers are merely accessories. The true strength lies in the power to govern a world. Enhancing one's world, making it stronger, is the true path to greatness. A creator god who becomes obsessed with their own strength and forgets to manage the entire world is the most absurd. Ye Tian feared that Uncle Li might instantly become lost in the overwhelming strength he now possessed, forgetting to develop the world. After all, this game is called I Am the Creator God. The true power lies in creation. The power possessed by a creator god is merely an accessory. If the power of a creator god were the most important, then it might as well be called a cultivation game. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Uncle Li suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, he now had a mythic realm and unprecedented terrifying power. But compared to a world, his own strength was utterly insignificant. The mythic loyal families within his world almost all possessed mythic-level strength. Moreover, each was adept in combat, often stronger than he was. More importantly, they were all under his control. He was their creator god. In the end, what creator gods compete with is their world and divine arts of belief. Feeling the immense power within him, Uncle Li firmly etched Ye Tian's words into his heart. Then he eagerly returned to his room to quietly reflect. The Ye family. As a top-tier clan, the most emphasized principle is inheritance. Therefore, education for both the direct and collateral descendants within the clan is taken very seriously. Within their family, even the most overlooked descendants might control industries worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Having 1 or 2 spendthrifts is manageable, as they can be supported entirely. However, neglecting education could result in a multitude of spendthrifts. A horde of parasites would eventually drag down the family, no matter how powerful it is. Hence, the family places great importance on nurturing the next generation. Ye Tian is one of the descendants of the Ye family. Ye Tian's total assets are worth around 30 to 40 billion. This is no small sum. The money belongs to Ye Tian, and the Ye family has no right to interfere. However, they still need to be aware of their descendants' situations. Ye Tian has not hidden the fact that he spends money in the game. The official organization can gather information, and naturally the Ye family can find out too. Then the members of the Ye family were dumbfounded. A spendthrift has emerged from the family, having spent 10 billion in the game. This news infuriated some clan elders, nearly causing them to faint. The Ye family has developed for so long, and can be said to be deeply rooted. Besides being wealthy, they also have a touch of scholarly heritage. Regarding the education of their descendants, the Ye family has always been commendable among many wealthy families. The younger generation of the Ye family has always been quite impressive. But now a person named Ye Tian has appeared. Damn, he has spent 100 billion in the game. What a spendthrift. Today, inside the old residence of the Ye family, a group of elders who learned about Ye Tian spending 100 billion in the game were pounding their chests in anger. They were discussing Ye Tian's situation. Xiaoju, the money in Ye Tian's hands surely came from you. He bought 5 of the shares from you. You're quite impressive. An elderly man with white hair scolded him. The one being scolded was the 9th master who had conducted the transaction with Ye Tian. At this moment, 9th master was trembling, feeling immense pressure, facing a group of elders who believed the family's education had gone awry. 300 billion, and he just took it from you. If it were a transaction with someone else, that would indeed be fine. But Ye Tian is your descendant. He suddenly exchanged shares for such a large sum of money. Don't you think you should care and ask him what he needs so much money for? Another elder replied angrily. Xiao Jiu continued to tremble. He claimed he was also wronged. It was a mutually agreed transaction. How could he be blamed? Moreover, one should take advantage of any opportunity. Besides, he had already given Ye Tian a chance to reconsider. And then there's Ye Tian, that spendthrift, investing hundreds of billions into a game. Isn't that just pure foolishness? Damn it, I can't even say I'm the elder of such a fool when I go out. Another elder spoke, his temper still somewhat volatile. Bring him back to the old residence, let the family law handle him, and give him a beating to serve as a warning lest other descendants follow his example and become spendthrifts. The group became increasingly agitated. It's not a big deal for the younger generation to spend some money. Spending a few billion for enjoyment is within an acceptable range. After all, earning so much money is to enjoy life. Even they with one foot in the grave still spend money for enjoyment. But spending a few $100 billion on a game is simply excessive. Spending hundreds of billions to buy a bunch of game data, that's just pure stupidity. There's no right way to spend money like that. Not only is he a spendthrift, but he's also a fool, and damn it, he's become a complete idiot. This is something they cannot accept. The family's reputation is about to be tarnished. If I remember correctly, Ye Tian is the grandson of the third elder. The third elder passed away early, leaving behind only one son, and such a grandson, his son and daughter-in-law, also died in a car accident. Otherwise, Ye Tian wouldn't have so much money at such a young age. The family's care for him was somewhat lacking. Although he is wealthy, he might not be very happy. He can buy many things with money, but he cannot buy familial love. Perhaps that's why he became addicted to the game, and even spent money in it. After this elder finished speaking, those who were originally somewhat angry also quieted down. Not all wealthy families are devoid of familial bonds in their pursuit of property. In reality, they place great importance on familial affection. Those who rise as a family value the principle that unity is strength. Although there are inevitably some sordid matters, the overall atmosphere is ultimately good. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for them to last so long. Moreover, the older one gets, the more one values familial bonds. This group of elders from the Ye family is exactly that. No matter what, Ye Tian is still their descendant. If he is indeed escaping reality due to a lack of familial love and immersing himself in the game, then this is somewhat related to them as his elders. In any case, spending $100 billion in a game is too extravagant. It's embarrassing if it gets out, and it easily sets a bad example for the younger generation. Contact Ye Tian and ask him why he spent so much money in the game, even if it is indeed due to familial issues that must be addressed. Escaping reality is a psychological issue that needs to be treated. An elder decisively made a decision. Ye Tian taking $300 to $400 billion for business would not have made them this angry. But spending money to buy game currency is something they cannot accept. Not only does it tarnish the family's reputation, but it also sets a bad trend for others, creating a negative influence on peers. This is highly detrimental. It is not beneficial for the family's development. Therefore, both emotionally and logically, they need a reasonable explanation from Ye Tian. However, if he truly is lacking familial affection and has channeled his feelings into the game, then the money spent is just spent, and if Ye Tian has psychological issues due to familial feelings, they as elders share some responsibility. However, while they can overlook the issue of spending recklessly, Ye Tian must accept psychological treatment. Channeling his feelings into a game to escape reality is a sickness that needs healing. A few elders had just told Xiao Jiao to find the best psychologist to test Ye Tian, when unexpectedly they were pulled into that mysterious space. Then they woke up in a daze. Soon they discovered not only had they gained control over a world, but they were also regaining their youth while wielding immense power. Damn, I've become immortal. Our Ye family is about to prosper. I now possess a celestial realm. Little ones, from now on you can call me brother, and I will lead you to immortality and show you my celestial realm. The one among the previous elders who had the worst temper excitedly spoke. Though he was the most temperamental, he was the youngest among the group. Now unaware of the existence of the game, having unexpectedly gone through a series of events. Although he was somewhat dazed, it did not prevent him from realizing how powerful he had become. So he shouted it out loud. Although he was old, he now wanted to flip the script and become the boss. But the next moment he was stunned. The elders before him had all turned young again. What? The hot-tempered elder was at a loss. Seeing such a situation, he naturally understood that the special circumstances were not unique to him. Could it be that our Ye family's ancestors included an immortal emperor, causing all their bloodlines to become immortal? No, that can't be. An immortal emperor wouldn't allow all their descendants to have a realm. The irate elder was confounded. The other elders shared his bewilderment. Even though they were old, they still kept up with current events. Don't think that old men are just stubborn. Especially the wealthy old men, they are more up-to-date than you might imagine. Therefore, they are familiar with modern elements like cultivation systems and opportunities. In this situation, encountering such a scenario alone would undoubtedly mark one as the destined child of fate. It could easily be written into a book. With one foot in the grave, suddenly becoming the creator god. However, if everyone is in this situation, it becomes somewhat perplexing. Quick investigate. Find out exactly what happened. This situation is not an isolated case in the Ye family. They have never played games, so they naturally do not know that all these changes stem from the game. Thus, suddenly experiencing such events, they all believed they had become the chosen ones. Revealed my rich second-generation identity is just a cover. In reality, I am the creator god. From this many events unfolded. A hapless child provocatively demanded his parents to give him several hundred billion to play as this creator god. He wanted to appoint them as his protectors in his world. Then he was met with a mixed-gender beatdown. Due to the power feedback being unmanageable, he was a bit too rough. Even after becoming an extraordinary hapless child, his backside was beaten so badly it resembled a mountain. It truly looked like a mountain. Under extraordinary circumstances, anything is possible. Inside the dimly lit room, the most affectionate person of Kunkin Island lay on the bed indulging in a massage from the technician. A serious technician. Ever since selling the mechanical kidney to Ye Tian, life for the most affectionate person of Kunkin Island had become quite pleasant. 1 million. A considerable portion of it was spent on the game. He firmly adhered to the policy of bringing from the game to the game. Besides that, there was also the 1 million donated by Ye Tian. He gave 5,000 to his parents, leaving himself with 5,000. 5,000 was already a significant amount. With such a large sum, suddenly the most affectionate person of Kunkin Island didn't know how to spend it. He thought of using this money to improve his life and enjoy himself. Then by chance he was introduced to massage. He discovered the joy in it. From then on, the most affectionate person of Kunkin Island found great joy in it. And today he happened to be out relaxing. Halfway through, something serious happened. Suddenly his consciousness was pulled into a mysterious space. After emerging from that space, not only did he master a world, but he also possessed immense power. The most affectionate person of Kunkin Island was a bit bewildered. He was so engrossed in the massage that even though he knew today was the last day of the event, he didn't check. He also didn't see the announcement. Therefore, now that he suddenly had power, he was truly confused. However, he knew that a game existed and inferred it from the world he possessed. After regaining his senses, he quickly took out his phone to log in and check. Then he saw the existence of that announcement. The game reflects reality, allowing every player to truly become a creator god. I must not have read that wrong. The most affectionate person of Kunkin Island immediately became excited. This startled the technician who was massaging him. Check out, I'm leaving. Without hesitation, the most affectionate person of Kunkin Island immediately said to the technician. The technician was bewildered. It was her first time seeing someone wanting to check out before time was up. If you leave early, the money won't be refunded, but I can store the time for you. The technician said understandingly. The most affectionate person of Kunkin Island nodded, showing no reluctance, and directly checked out. This technician was very beautiful, but she couldn't keep the heart of the most affectionate person of Kunkin Island at that moment. What good is beauty? It was just a standard massage. Now he had become a creator god possessing terrifying power, and could summon his kin. What was the point of having a proper massage here? He could go home, or enter his own world, and summon his kin. Let them massage him. The most important part was that it could be informal. Even more importantly, he had purchased a succubus kin. Thinking of this magical race that only existed in fantasy, the most affectionate person of Kunkin Island became invigorated. Thank you, God of the End. He instantly felt immense gratitude towards Ye Tian. The game's reflection of reality assured that his mechanical kidney was undoubtedly a precious item. But so what? The God of the End had given him 10 million. Without that 10 million, how could he have acquired a succubus? His world wouldn't have become so powerful. The most affectionate person of Kunkin Island felt that the succubus was far more valuable than that mechanical kidney. Take the present situation as an example. Now that the mechanical kidney has reflected into reality, what good does it do? He didn't even know when he would use such a high-level item. However, the succubus was something he could use right away. Moreover, the 10 million purchased not only the succubus. The most affectionate person of Kunkin Island clearly thought of Ye Tian's strength at that moment. Ye Tian had spent so much money on the game, one could only wonder how terrifying he must be now, the ruler of a level 9 world. However, the most affectionate person of Kunkin Island felt no jealousy. If you meet a rich guy, you might feel jealous. But if you encounter a rich guy who spends 10 million on you, you can only say he deserves to be rich. On the official game forum, it was completely in uproar. After witnessing the process of their own world being created, everyone returned to reality. While feeling their strength, they also discovered they could command a world. Everyone was in shock. Just a few minutes ago, almost everyone thought the posts from the official game forum were a joke. They purely thought it was the officials' malicious fun to lure players into spending money. But who would have guessed they were serious? Playing a game to become a creator god was something even novels wouldn't dare write. Yet surprisingly, this absurdity became reality. Now, besides joy, many players felt deep regret. They regretted not spending enough money in this game before. They regretted not taking the official posts seriously. When they logged back into the game, everything in the game was still there. But the recharge channels and system shops were completely closed. From now on, if they wanted to strengthen their worlds, they could only rely on themselves to transform them. I'm so damn regretful. Who would have thought this game could reflect reality? Who would have thought the official game announcement was actually true? If I had known, I would have spent all my savings to buy a succubus. A player quickly posted on the game forum after realizing this. Although they had gained extraordinary power and mastered a world, many players still felt a bit at a loss in the face of such a big change. Becoming a creator god was such a huge surprise, it was almost frightening. Therefore, the player's first instinct was not to rush to check their world, but rather to find others in similar situations to seek comfort. And the game forum was the place for many players to communicate. Who can deny it? If I had known this game could reflect reality, I would have taken out a loan to spend money on it. I've been playing for 2 to 3 years, and now I've barely become a mid-tier god. All my extraordinary kin were given by the system. You're better off than me. I just registered for the game a few days ago. Although I spent a little money, it wasn't much. It seems we can summon all objects from our worlds into reality. Hey, I just summoned a fox girl, just like Dodgy from Glory. Ahem, turns out what she said was true. The tail isn't just for scratching. I initially thought I could only summon dead objects. After reading the posts above, I realized I could also summon living beings. Let me try summoning a succubus. Are there succubi above? Brother, no father, I also want to experience a succubus. Do I need to draw a special magic circle? Is there a tattoo on the belly? Upstairs, Father 1, I also want to experience a succubus. You guys upstairs are enough. Wake up, you are no longer the losers you used to be. Now you are great creator gods. If your kin in your world knows that you creator gods are like this, they will be so ashamed they might commit suicide. So those upstairs are not fit to have kin like succubi. Only a righteous creator god like me deserves it, so hand over your succubi to me. This game is incredible. Not only has it given us a world, but it has also provided us with extraordinary power. My world's feedback is 110, now it's a level 2 world, and I also have second tier extraordinary abilities. And I can possess all abilities within the second tier in my world. It's simply against the heavens. No more talk, I want to experience my world's invincible technique. A group of perverted creator gods. What a disgrace to the title. Can we please discuss some realistic issues a bit more seriously? With the recharge channels closed, we can only rely on ourselves to improve our worlds. While it was fine during gameplay, actually enhancing a world is difficult. I think we should establish a player trading system, so who upstairs with succubi is willing to trade? Official, can't you reopen the recharge system? I would pour all my money into it. I strongly suggest the officials reopen the recharge channels. A game without recharge channels can't even be called a game. Please just reopen the recharge channels. Don't force us to beg you to let us spend money. Speaking of recharge channels, God of the End has undoubtedly put a fortune into the game. He must be a level 9 creator god now, right? Now that the game reflects reality, wow. The entire forum area became lively. The various topics were all different. There were many topics from old perverts. However, without a doubt, the forum helped alleviate a significant portion of the players' confusion after gaining powers. On the forum, besides some unmentionable content and experiences, the most discussed topics were the game's 2.0 version and God of the End. Ye Tian had spent billions in the game, which certainly caused quite a stir. Almost everyone playing this game knew about it. Even those who didn't play this game knew that a big shot had spent billions on it. When they talked about Ye Tian before, it was mostly envy and jealousy. Naturally, some mocking voices also emerged. Spending hundreds of billions in a game wasn't that just pure foolishness. Many people labeled Ye Tian as an invisible rich man addicted to gaming and also as a prodigal. But now that the game reflects reality, no one had anything to say. Ye Tian had spent billions in the game. People couldn't imagine how powerful and terrifying he had become. Now it was just jealousy and envy. Under normal circumstances, when feeling jealousy or envy towards someone, it was unavoidable that some would throw in a few sarcastic remarks. But today, no one dared to mock Ye Tian. In the past, they dared to rant online because they didn't have to face any consequences. But now it was different. The game reflected reality. Their own worlds weren't very powerful, but now that it reflected into reality, it granted them superhuman powers. In Ye Tian, he was a level 9 world. No one could fathom just how far he had left the second place holder Yang Ruchan behind. After the game reflected reality, just how terrifying he was, people couldn't imagine. If someone were to mock him online, and he happened to see it, what if he traced the IP back? No one dared to mock Ye Tian. The discussions revolved around speculations of how powerful he had become. Aside from that, a large number of people felt immense gratitude towards Ye Tian. Among them were some new players. The fact that Ye Tian had spent billions in the game had garnered widespread attention in society. If it weren't for this incident attracting their attention, how could they have been interested in this game? Without interest in the game, they wouldn't have become creator gods now. In a sense, Ye Tian was someone who changed their lives. The other part was the old players. The old players, stimulated by Ye Tian's spending of billions, also spent quite a bit in the game. This allowed them to significantly enhance their overall strength before the game reflected reality. It's no exaggeration to say that Ye Tian had also saved them. Thus, many people felt immense gratitude towards Ye Tian. Quietly, Ye Tian's status among many players reached an extremely high level, not only because he was now the strongest in the game, but also because he influenced so many others. For countless players, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. For the entire Blue Star, tonight is also a night without rest. Across the nation, all players of the game, I am the creator god, receive the feedback that they have become creator gods. This monumental upheaval has plunged the country into chaos. Upon becoming creator gods, players not only command worlds, but also wield tremendous power. At present, the game's feedback to reality has only begun, revealing merely 1/10 of the worlds cultivated by the players. The worlds formed are far from stable. Although players can command a world and summon various beings from within it, they have yet to enter their own worlds. To enter their own worlds, they must wait until the game's feedback process is fully complete. Under normal circumstances, possessing both power and a world would allow players to roam freely within their realms, barely impacting reality in the short term. But now, unable to enter their own worlds, the situation becomes considerably more serious. Many players suddenly attained realms and the ability to summon their clans from their worlds. Imagine the chaos this would unleash. Places like Longhua are relatively stable. Order is generally maintained, and most people have proper values. After gaining power, their first instinct is to boast on forums before summoning. Ahem. However, in countries like Africa perpetually engulfed in conflict, the situation is starkly different. Players became catalysts for waves of bloodshed and turmoil. Though the number of beings summoned from their worlds into reality is limited, these summoned entities are all individuals who have attained realms. Their strength is formidable. Overnight, countless conflicts erupted in these regions. Even great powers like Zyuguo faced unprecedented turmoil from the sudden feedback of the game into reality. The most stable place was Longhua. Gathering to boast has become ingrained in the culture. Thus, most newly minted creator gods first flocked to the forums. Those who visited the forums were led astray by a creator god accompanied by a succubus. Nevertheless, overall stability prevailed. Some localized discord did occur, but was swiftly resolved. Thanks to timely reports from Director Zhongyan, higher authorities responded promptly. Many officials play this game, so they quickly gathered a cadre of creator gods to handle various nationwide issues. Amid this process, ordinary people were the most bewildered. They had not become players, and the game's feedback did not affect them. They remained common folk. Who would have thought that barely an hour or two after falling asleep the world would change so drastically? People around them suddenly became creator gods. How could they accept this? Some never slept playing games with friends late into the night, when suddenly a friend declared they were feeling it. Then damn it, they became a creator god. The shock was instantaneous. When they realized it happened because their friend played a certain 5-letter game, 5 times regret flooded in. Because they hadn't played that 5-letter game, they missed their chance to become gods. Who could accept such a fate? Fortunately, true friends know how to comfort. One summoned a fox maiden from his world to console his buddy, brothers for life. True brothers remain forever, especially in Longhua, where the player base is immense. After Ye Tian ignited the game's popularity, even more people joined. Almost every few meters a player could be found. Not everyone is a creator god, or even a player. Yet players are spread throughout the nation. After the game's feedback period, nearly everyone was aware of the situation. Those who never played such games were filled with regret, wishing they could travel back before the feedback began. But now it was too late. Most knew about the game's feedback, making tonight inevitably a sleepless one. The authorities promptly issued announcements reassuring ordinary people not to panic, as most creator gods were their own relatives and friends. Even if one becomes a creator god, they remain your kin and comrades. Fear is unnecessary. Simultaneously, they extended invitations to the creator gods. They subtly warned against mischief. Becoming a creator god doesn't mean you're alone. Countless others worldwide share the title. Many are far stronger than you. Should you recklessly wield your power to harm ordinary people, the official creator gods will bring you to justice. With so many powerful beings in the game, provoking someone stronger could mean your own ruin. Thus, power must be used responsibly. Protecting others is protecting yourself. The official announcements proved effective, comforting the common folk and warning some creator gods. Though they now possess power, countless players share this strength. They are not exceptional cases. In reality, should one cause trouble and inadvertently provoke someone stronger, it would be their own undoing. Players understand the staggering power hierarchy within. I am the creator god. Even worlds of the same level can have combat power differing by 10-fold or even 100-fold. Such disparities persist as the game's feedback manifests in reality. If one boasts recklessly and antagonizes the wrong powerhouse, they are doomed. There are always stronger hands in the game. No one can guarantee that a formidable figure isn't nearby. If you act rashly and encounter them, your idyllic life ends before it begins. It is best to heed official advice and remain prudent. Tonight, hardly anyone gets restful sleep, though some remain oblivious, sound asleep, unaware of the turmoil. But when they awaken tomorrow, confusion will overwhelm them. At this moment, the Ye family has also shaken off their shock from the game's feedback into reality. Based on online information, they soon identified the culprit behind their becoming creator gods. The game, I Am the Creator God. The Ye family was dumbfounded by the game's content manifesting in reality. The game's feedback to reality is indeed absurd, yet it has truly occurred. What's worse is that none of them had even played the game. It's like a nightmare. Almost every member of the Ye family was affected by the feedback. The elders quickly realized they hadn't played, but someone else had done so on their behalf. Only one person in the Ye family played this game, Ye Tian. He not only played, but spent nearly 10 billion in game currency. The elders were fully aware of this. The game's feedback disrupts the current system without question. While the feedback benefits those who play, it is far less kind to non-players. Everyone around becomes a god, yet you remain ordinary. How can you cope? This is especially true among the wealthy under the current system. Originally wealthy, they stood atop society. After the game's feedback, all order must be redefined. New economic systems and social orders will be rewritten. What can money still buy? Luxury cars and villas. When people have become creator gods, such things pale in comparison. Thus the rich will no longer be rich. The blow to great families like the Ye family is fatal. Few wealthy clans had members who played this game. Under normal circumstances, the Ye family would undoubtedly suffer severe losses. The game's feedback signals the dawn of a new era. Families like the Ye are destined to decline in this new age, for they lack creator gods. But now all their members have become creator gods. Someone registered accounts and spent money on their behalf. After careful thought, the only one with the motive and ability was Ye Tian. Perhaps he had foreknowledge unknown to others. Or perhaps a prophecy. Given the absurdity of the game's feedback, Ye Tian's special abilities are within the realm of possibility. The elders exchanged glances, their minds made up. They understood that a new era had truly arrived. And perhaps because of Ye Tian, the Ye family is poised to become an unsinkable giant ship in this new age. I recall that after the family entered the modern era, the previous patriarch system was abolished. An elder suddenly spoke. The Ye family is an ancient clan, its origins tracing back to feudal dynasties. In those times, the family had a patriarch system where the head of the family decided all matters. During the feudal period, the emperor ruled the dynasty and the patriarch ruled the family. However, this system was abolished upon entering the modern era. The Ye family adopted a shareholding system. Those with greater shares hold more influence. But even the largest shareholders only gain more say. They do not control the family's entirety. Decisions require majority consent. The elder's implication was clear. Ye Tian must have been the one who registered the game accounts. He might possess some special power. Having spent nearly 10 billion in game currency, and now with the game's feedback manifesting, he is the strongest in the nation and even the world. As the new era dawns, the Ye family, as a colossal vessel of this age, needs a captain. Undoubtedly, that captain should be Ye Tian. We must not view current circumstances through old perspectives. Immense changes will sweep the world from now on. The patriarch system must be reinstated. Current order is on the brink of collapse, and a new order will arise where the strong rule supreme. Another elder spoke. As senior members of the Ye family, they had witnessed much and foresaw the future. The rule of the strong and survival of the fittest has always been natural order. This is true in every era, though usually implicit under normal circumstances. But with the game's feedback bringing extraordinary powers into reality, this rule will become explicit and blatant. Reality will become harsh. Under such circumstances, following the strong is the wisest choice. Undoubtedly, Ye Tian is the strong man recognized by the elders. In brief, the elders resolved one fact: the patriarchal system must be revived with Ye Tian as the family head. Though no concrete proof confirms Ye Tian registered the accounts, the elders are discerning. Such coincidence is impossible. Ye Tian spent billions in the game, triggering the feedback to reality. None of them played the game, yet someone registered accounts for them. Only Ye family members had accounts registered without playing. Clearly, Ye Tian knew something in advance and prepared accordingly, also preparing for his family. Knowing this suffices, the elders did not wish to delve into how Ye Tian knew the game would feedback to reality. Probing deeper would only bring trouble. They only needed to know that Ye Tian has special abilities and is the strongest now. He can lead the Ye family to unprecedented heights. Xiao Jiu, convey our meaning to everyone. If anyone is dissatisfied or arrogant, tell them to come find us. We will teach them what filial piety means. From now on, Ye Tian is the family patriarch. His decisions represent the family's will, and no one may oppose him. Opposing him means going against us elders, growled the irascible elder with a hint of menace. Having led a great clan like the Ye family to this point, he was no pushover. He would protect his juniors. But if they proved ungrateful as an elder, he would not hesitate to discipline them. Ye Tian was now regarded as the Ye family's hope, the super pillar of the new era. Therefore the elders believed all should obey Ye Tian. After all, he is the strongest now and has transformed the Ye family into a creator god clan. Returning to Ye Tian's side, he naturally received feedback from the world. His world was a level 9 realm, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Even with just 110 of the feedback intensity, it still reached the level of a level 9 realm. If we consider a comprehensive data of 1 billion as the threshold for a level 9 realm, then Ye Tian's world has a comprehensive data of at least 5 to 6 billion. 5 to 6 billion, even if it's only 110, amounts to 5 to 600 million. It undoubtedly surpasses the threshold of a level 9 realm. There is no possibility of a level 9 realm having a 110 feedback equivalent to a level 1 realm. This means that Ye Tian now possesses the strength of a level 9 myth. Just how terrifying is the strength of a level 9 myth? Standing at the pinnacle of a world. In the cultivation system, the pinnacle is referred to as the immortal emperor. In the martial arts system, it should be a martial sage. With such strength, in an instant the entire planet is within his grasp. Ye Tian carefully comprehended the power he now possessed. Is this the mythic level 9 myth? Such terrifying power, even if just 1/10th is leaked, it would likely be enough to destroy a small 1,000 realms. No wonder in my past life, when faced with those mythic level demons, I had almost no room for resistance. But this time, everything has been completely rewritten. As Ye Tian experienced the power, his consciousness continually extended outward. The moon, the sun, continuously expanding outward. Ye Tian hoped to find the existence of the starry domain where numerous creator god civilizations resided. After the launch of game version 2.0, they had thoroughly connected with Blue Star. The mysteries of the starry sky were truly revealed before Blue Star. In addition to the starry domain, there were also the realms of decay and evil. In the past life, they only gradually appeared after the launch of game version 2.0. Now that Ye Tian has gained such powerful strength, he naturally wants to know how these places came to be. Unfortunately, even when his consciousness reached beyond the sun, there were no discoveries. It seems it really has been isolated. Retracting his consciousness, although he did not discover those places, Ye Tian was not too disappointed. What is destined to come will eventually arrive. After 10 days of game feedback, those places will once again connect with Blue Star. However, this time, it will definitely be different from the past life. Now the comprehensive strength of Earth has increased significantly, and more importantly, it has its own existence. His level among creator gods is undoubtedly top tier. Even in the starry domain, few would dare to offend him. This time, Blue Star's status in the starry domain will be completely rewritten by him. The fate of his past life as well. Ye Tian smiled slightly. Then he began to feel everything in his world, a level 9 realm. After the feedback, his world manifested at a level of 110. 110 is still very significant. The vast majority of it is ocean with a portion of land, and there exist various life forms on it. Currently, the continent being reflected is a part of the cultivation continent. This means that he can summon cultivators and many demonic beasts from the continent. He can summon cultivators of up to level 9 myth and demonic beasts. With a thought, a cultivator suddenly appeared before him. This cultivator is the master of a powerful sect in the world, possessing mythic level strength. He has considerable fame across the entire continent. He practically controls slaughter, standing at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. However, upon appearing, he knelt before Ye Tian. Great God of the end, it is my honor to be summoned by you. When Ye Tian summoned him, some circumstances naturally appeared in his mind. Thus, he was not surprised to find himself suddenly in reality. He was well prepared. When Ye Tian decided to summon him, he had already sensed it. Looking at the mythic level powerhouse kneeling before him, Ye Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Although he knew that the game could feedback reality and that he possessed countless mythic level followers in the game, witnessing them materialize before him still thrilled Ye Tian. Mythic level followers, something he never dared to imagine in his past life. Yet now it has been effortlessly realized. With a thought, this mythic level powerhouse returned to the world. A hint of regret flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. Currently, the portion reflected from his world is predominantly ocean. Thus, there are more marine creatures in the world. Marine creatures are not easy to summon. Currently, only a part of the eastern cultivation continent has been reflected, allowing him to summon mostly cultivators and demonic beasts. He cannot summon species like Ultraman Scions or Pokemon. It is indeed a pity that he cannot summon them. Unfortunately, before the game feedback, he cannot enter his own world. Otherwise, he would definitely want to enter the world to experience the customs of the cultivation world. Ye Tian's divine sense still focused on the global situation. After the game feedback to reality in his past life, the entire blue star was undergoing constant changes. Its size continued to increase. If the size had remained unchanged, it would have long been broken by the creator god players. In Ye Tian's divine sense, the entire world was indeed expanding continuously. At the same time, he vaguely sensed a suppression from the world against his existence. Now, with his mythic level strength, in an instant the entire blue star is within his grasp. However, outside of blue star, things are not so simple. It feels as though there is a veil of emptiness surrounding him. Indeed, isolated. The next moment, Ye Tian retracted his divine sense. With his strength, he could easily perceive the changes around him. The entire blue star seems to be isolated from the world. No wonder it had never connected with the starry domain before the game feedback to reality ended. It turns out it was isolated. Besides the isolating force, Ye Tian clearly felt the world's suppression against him. The world has levels. The stronger the level, the greater the suppression on cultivator's strength. In a small 1,000 realms, perhaps a rank 3 extraordinary could tear through the void. But in a middle 1,000 realm, it's difficult to even break a small hill. And in a great 1,000 realm, it's even harder. With his level 9 mythic strength, without relying on the identity and authority of a creator god in the great 1,000 realm, he could easily destroy a planet the size of Blue Star. However, in reality, Ye Tian felt a suppression. With his level 9 mythic strength, he could overlook everything happening on Blue Star. But to destroy a planet or anything like that, it is simply impossible. This shows that the status in the real world surpasses that of the great 1,000 realms. He retracted his divine sense and began to carefully comprehend the changes in his body. Now that the game feedback to reality has officially begun, it truly brings him a sigh of relief. If he had spent so much on microtransactions and put in so much effort and the game did not feedback to reality, he would have become a clown. Fortunately, everything is now developing in a good direction. Now that the game has already fed back to reality, he possesses mythic level strength and does not need to worry about sudden death. Suddenly, a night passed quietly. Those who were not awakened last night were completely bewildered upon waking up this morning. They saw the announcement released by the official. What is a creator god? What is a realm? After carefully understanding what happened last night online, they became even more confused. I must have woken up too abruptly and accidentally had a dream. Everyone around me has become creator gods. I must still be dreaming. Lying down to sleep again. Upon opening his eyes again, he felt great. Hey, why is this dream still continuing? Continuing the dream. This dream is quite interesting. Sleep again, a triple continuation of the dream. Did I rise up with some incredible superpower? Let's do it again. After 3 more tosses, they finally realized that it was not because they had superpowers to continue dreaming, but because the world had truly changed. What a ridiculous situation this is. It felt like the entire Blue Star with all its people had secretly evolved, leaving them out. In an instant, countless ordinary people rushed to the I Am a Creator God game official website, continuously tagging the game officials to ask if they have a chance to become creator gods. However, currently a certain game official is not in the mood to respond to them. Inside the familiar Technology Research Institute, numerous technicians gathered together. The middle-aged director sat in the central position, his expression very serious. Everyone, after a whole day of discussion yesterday, it has been decided to establish a special organization named the Creator God Management Bureau. Now I will serve as the director and Yang Weizhao will serve as the deputy director. The official is currently counting the number of people participating in this game within the official organization, and they will all join the Creator God Management Bureau. As you all know, after becoming creator gods, not only will we gain immense power, but we can also summon our followers from our worlds. Whether they are powerful creator gods or the followers summoned from the world, both pose potential risks to Longhua. Our duty is to maintain the safety of Longhua. Everyone here has previously registered an account by chance and received feedback to become creator gods. Now please report your world level and the world level after feedback. Let me start first. I am currently at a level 3 world possessing 5 extraordinary followers, and after the game feedback to reality, I am now at a level 2 world. The middle-aged director spoke while casting his gaze toward the chubby guy next to him. That is Yang Weizhao. A hint of shyness flashed across the chubby guy's face. The previous microtransaction plan was proposed by him, and the largest game fund was also spent in his game. Yet he found nothing. At that time, the chubby guy was scared to death. It was director he who suggested investing in the game and tracing the flow of funds. The result was that nothing could be found and so much money was wasted. Originally, he was still worried about taking responsibility, but unexpectedly the game feedback to reality happened suddenly. Due to his investment of 100 million in the game, he is now the strongest in the institute and naturally appointed as the deputy director. I am currently at a level 5 great world possessing more than 10 extraordinary followers and 2 legendary followers. The chubby guy shyly said. Upon hearing his words, the other members were so jealous that their eyes turned red. This brat has really hit the jackpot this time. However, despite the jealousy, the others in the Institute were still very grateful to the chubby guy. Because of him, a scattered 100 million ended up in their accounts. This means that although they are not very strong among the many players, they are certainly not weak. It has indeed benefited them. So they are still very appreciative of the chubby guy. Jealousy aside, they recognize him. I am currently at a level 2 world, very close to becoming a level 3 world. After the game feedback to reality, I remain a level 2 world. As for extraordinary followers, there are 3. Another member also spoke. Others began to speak one after another. Their worlds were almost hovering between level 2 and just entering level 3. The number of followers was also about 2 to 3. Even if 100 million is dispersed, it would still be a huge help for their worlds. Overall, their strength after the game feedback to reality is not considered weak among players. Soon the statistics of all players in the entire Technology Institute were completed. Naturally, the strongest is the chubby guy. Next is the middle-aged director. Then come the other members whose strength differences are not significant. After the statistics were completed, a smile appeared on the middle-aged director's face. In total, there are about 40 to 50 players. Previously, in order to study the game's processor issue, most technicians had downloaded the game. Now they have all received game feedback. So there are still many players in the Institute. Next, after other departments' player statistics are completed, they will gradually join the Management Bureau. Our task is to reach out to ordinary people who have become players to supervise them not to act recklessly. Meanwhile, if possible, invite them to join the Management Bureau. If anyone knows someone among their brothers and friends, they can also invite them to join the Management Bureau. Now the situation is unclear. After becoming creator gods, banding together will only benefit everyone without harm. The middle-aged director said solemnly to everyone. The others in the Institute nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Now that they have become creator gods, they still have no intention of leaving the official organization. For them, patriotism has become an instinct. Otherwise, which of them here is not a top-tier technician? As long as they wish, they could join any company outside at any time. $1 million annual salary, BMW luxury cars are all easy for them. Yet they chose to stay in the research institute to deepen their studies. For them, there are some things more important than material wealth. Even now, after becoming creator gods, they are still willing to contribute to their country. Moreover, there is nothing bad about being with the official organization. The official organization can gather many creator god players together. Regardless of what situation they face in the future, having an organization is always better than fighting alone. During this period of game feedback to reality, there may be quite a few disturbances. When the game completely feeds back to reality version 2.0 will open and we don't know what changes will occur. So it might be a bit hard for everyone. The middle-aged director was very satisfied with everyone's performance and then spoke apologetically. There are many players who have become creator gods within the official organization. After all, even among the officials, most have their own hobbies. Playing a game after work is a normal thing. Among the many players in the official organization, the strongest belongs to the people from their Technology Institute. They probably spent 200 million in it. Naturally, the strongest among them should lead the newly established Management Bureau. The 2.0 version of the game has been launched. Ye Tian gazed at the announcement on the game, lost in thought. Version 1.0 was played in the game itself. Version 2.0 is when the game fully reflects reality. Version 2.0 signifies the connection between Blue Star and the real world. In gaming terminology, it's like changing the map. Or one could say the map has expanded. At that time, Blue Heart will connect with the realm of the stars, the realm of corruption and sin, and the endless sea of stars. The realm of the stars has been mentioned before. Within the realm of the stars, countless creator god races exist. Upon reaching adulthood, these creator god races awaken a world, allowing them to cultivate and upgrade their own worlds. This is universal creation. The realm of corruption and sin is actually not much different from the realm of the stars. The only difference is that the creator gods there are all evil gods. They worship slaughter and destruction, and the worlds of the creator gods there are far from normal. Their worlds are tainted, and the beings within them are consumed by either killing or madness. There the laws have broken down, and there is no order whatsoever. Not only do they kill each other and devour worlds, but they also hunt the myriad races of the realm of the stars. As for the endless sea of stars, it is the birthplace of the worlds created by the creator gods. The worlds created by the creator gods genuinely exist within the endless sea of stars. The scope of the endless sea of stars is vast. It contains countless big and small worlds, each corresponding to a creator god. The worlds opened up by the people of the realm of the stars are also within the endless sea of stars. Similarly, the worlds created by those from the realm of corruption and sin are also found there. Players on Blue Star are no different. To Ye Tian, the endless sea of stars is the foundation of everything. The realm of the stars and the realm of corruption and sin are like the front and back sides of the endless sea of stars. After the launch of version 2.0, Blue Star will connect with the cosmic will, and then Blue Star will appear before the realm of the stars and the realm of corruption and sin. People on Blue Star can travel to the realm of the stars through the cosmic consciousness, while those in the realm of the stars can also come to Blue Star. Compared to these two places, Blue Star can only be said to be insignificant. Ye Tian began to recall the events that transpired after the launch of version 2.0 in his past life. If version 1.0 was purely about playing games and their feedback on reality, then version 2.0 marks the beginning of the era of universal creator gods. Apart from the players who have now become creator gods, ordinary people on Blue Star also have the opportunity to become creator gods in version 2.0. All that is required is awakening. In version 2.0, one can become a creator god through the awakening ceremony. Compared to version 1.0, the growth of creator gods in version 2.0 is much more challenging. At first, the world they awaken is only a few dozen or hundreds of kilometers in size. Not even a level 1 world. Cultivating such a world is undoubtedly difficult. Thus, from that moment on, the era of universal divine temples began. After version 2.0 was launched, the creator gods have only two ways to improve their world level and strengthen their power. One way is to explore the endless sea of stars. It has been previously mentioned that the endless sea of stars is where the worlds created by the creator gods reside. The endless sea of stars is vast. In legends, it seems to have no boundaries. Beyond the worlds created by the creator gods, there are also many other things. Within the endless sea of stars, there are precious items that are extremely valuable to worlds. For instance, starfall meteorites. When a creator god's world devours a starfall meteorite, its area and the source of the world will significantly increase. In the sea of stars, there are also some worlds that have perished. If one can find such a shattered world in the sea of stars, and then devour it, the area of the creator god's world, as well as its energy source, will greatly increase. Exploring these opportunities in the endless sea of stars is called exploration. If luck is on your side and you find a starfall meteorite or one of those already shattered worlds, devouring them will allow your world to rapidly upgrade. However, this approach also carries certain dangers. The territory of the endless sea of stars is truly vast. Each person's world is scattered in the sea of stars like a drop of oil in the ocean. Extremely insignificant. But in the ocean, there is not just one drop of oil. When you choose to explore the endless sea of stars, you cannot avoid colliding with others' worlds. Encountering weaker worlds is fine, but if you come across stronger worlds, to them your world will seem like a delicious cake. At that point, you won't even know how you died. Exploration has its pros and cons. Besides exploration, the other method to enhance one's world is through trade. That is resource cards. After the launch of version 2.0, powerful players can create resource cards based on everything in their worlds. Resource cards come in all kinds of types, including terrain cards, special resource cards, creature cards, and clan cards. Creator gods can consume a portion of the resources in their world to create these resource cards. They can then exchange resource cards with other players. This has led to the emergence of the most significant currency in version 2.0, which is the power of belief. The power of belief is provided by followers, and it can be used to elevate world levels, transform special terrains, and forge clans. To creator gods, the power of belief is omnipotent. It can even be used to elevate one's world level. Thus, whether in the realm of the stars or the realm of corruption and sin, the basic currency used is the power of belief. Creator god players exchange various resources between each other using the power of belief. In the realm of the stars, they can also use the power of belief to purchase various resource cards. This is enough to showcase the power of belief. This is also one reason why Ye Tian is so focused on the zerg, a race of absolute belief. In my past life, the position of the human race in the realm of the stars was not very high. There were only a few upper gods, and their strength was not very strong. Among the many creator god races in the realm of the stars, they could only be considered ordinary. After the connection with the realm of the stars, we didn't even qualify to join the Star Alliance. Ye Tian fell into deep thought once again. After breaking the world's isolation, Blue Star belongs to the realm of the stars. Within the realm of the stars, there are various creator god races, and Blue Star can only be considered insignificant. We didn't even qualify to join the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance is a coalition of various creator god races in the realm of the stars established to combat the realm of corruption and sin. They possess various resources and advanced technologies. They have even reached a certain level of development regarding the endless sea of stars. Creator God races that join can enjoy numerous benefits. In my past life, after Blue Star connected with the realm of the stars, we proposed to join the Star Alliance. However, we ultimately lost in the Creator God Civilization Evaluation Competition. Without the support of the various resources and technologies from the Star Alliance, it became extremely difficult for the Creator Gods on Blue Star to enhance their strength. Taking the trash online games that this game plagiarized as an example, version 1.0 was about grinding in the novice village. Version 2.0 opened up towns. Not joining the Star Alliance is like opening up a town map in those trash mobile games, but being unable to enter the town. You can level up by fighting monsters outside alone. But if you want to enter the town to accept quests, craft weapons in the shop, or buy skill books, forget about it. In my past life, not only did Ye Tian struggle terribly, but the entire Blue Star suffered greatly. Joining the Star Alliance is a must. Joining the Star Alliance only brings benefits and no harm to Blue Star. Moreover, I also need the relevant information about the endless sea of stars and the realm of corruption and sin from the Star Alliance. After all, my Supreme Creator God Star map requires the slaughter of 9 special Creator Gods to activate. Although my strength is now formidable, I know nothing about the endless sea of stars and the realm of corruption and sin. While I have the star map to guide me, I still don't know what kind of dangers the endless sea of stars may hold. If I could obtain the map of the areas the Star Alliance controls in the endless sea of stars, that would be best. Some other information can also be obtained from the Star Alliance. Even though I am now strong, my understanding of the world is still quite shallow. After all, in my past life, I was just a low-level mid-tier god before I died. While reminiscing about what happened in his past life, Ye Tian was also contemplating what he should do after the arrival of version 2.0. While pursuing the Supreme Creator God Star map to achieve supreme divinity, he also needs to seek some benefits for Blue Star. In facing the threat of the realm of corruption and sin, the people of Blue Heart banded together. Before Ye Tian's total downfall, he encountered many crises. On several occasions, he received help from official organizations. In this life, if he has the ability, he intends not only to support the people of the Ye family, but also to help everyone on Blue Star, especially the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Ye Tian has already learned about the establishment of the Creator God Management Bureau in the Dragon Kingdom through his divine sense. This organization existed in his past life as well. They made significant sacrifices to resist the invasion of evil gods. Now that he has been reborn, this organization has been established just like in his previous life. However, compared to his past life, this time their strength is a bit stronger. Ye Tian knows that this change is due to the butterfly effect he caused. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom grow stronger, Ye Tian naturally feels happy. Their strength will also bring great benefits to him. On the other side of the night sky, memories of the events following the launch of version 2.0 were being pondered while plans for the future were being made. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom officials were troubled by the current situation. Waking up, players found themselves transformed into gods of creation. Such an occurrence was simply absurd. Although the officials responded promptly and managed to control the situation to some extent, they still did not feel at ease. So many people possessed extraordinary powers. Moreover, they could summon their kin from their own worlds who also possessed similar extraordinary abilities despite certain limitations to this summoning. Nonetheless, it was still a terrifying matter. There is a saying, those who possess sharp weapons will have murderous intent. After gaining extraordinary powers, players were bound to encounter problems. Thus, the officials were nearly pulling their hair out figuring out how to restrain the players. After establishing the Bureau of Creation Gods, the officials took additional measures. The best way to prevent players from making mistakes was to capture their attention. That very night, the officials compiled the comprehensive power rankings from the game and published them on the official website. Renamed as the strongest creation god rankings of the Dragon Kingdom. This operation seemed redundant, but it was not. Most of those in the know were players. Moreover, the rankings in the game only displayed their usernames. Their true identities remained concealed. However, the rankings released by the officials were different. They not only included usernames, but could also feature real names and even photos. Yet most of the names currently published on the rankings were merely usernames. Real names and photos were not directly exposed. This was a form of respect for the players. Alongside the rankings, the officials also issued an announcement: any player willing to reveal their appearance and real name could contact the officials at any time. After verification, their photos and identities would be updated in real time on the rankings. The game had just begun to reflect reality, leaving both players and ordinary people in a daze. In their eyes, the officials still held significant credibility. The original rankings from the game published in an official format essentially added a layer of official endorsement. In other words, appearing on the game rankings meant you were already impressive. However, after the officials' intervention, it became a recognition of your impressive status. It seemed redundant, yet it provided all the players on the list an opportunity to show off. Who could refuse the chance to flaunt themselves in front of the entire nation? Who could refuse the opportunity to be acknowledged as impressive by the officials? One fact: those who could become gods of creation were usually avid gamers. And most avid gamers were young people who enjoyed showcasing their prowess. Upon becoming gods of creation, they were eager for everyone to know of their status. With extraordinary abilities, their first thought was undoubtedly to show off. The official rankings provided them with such an opportunity. Consequently, most of the experts on the list would reach out to the officials at the earliest opportunity. Then they would reveal their true names and photos. Which gamer could refuse the chance to gain fame in front of the entire nation? The rankings released by the officials would also attract the attention of the majority of players. By focusing their attention on the rankings, they naturally had no energy to engage in other matters. On another front, the players eligible for the rankings were all powerful individuals. The power they wielded was even more terrifying. They became key targets of attention. If they wanted to show off this time, they would inevitably have to reveal their true identities. In doing so, the officials could also learn of their identities. This would allow them to take preventive measures in advance. Additionally, the officials prepared a large number of online influencers, ready to hype up those who revealed their identities after their names appeared on the rankings, essentially using the same tactics as the entertainment industry, creating stars out of gods of creation. If you were powerful and well-known on the rankings, there would be a bunch of true fans online cheering for you. Surely you wouldn't want to commit evil deeds using your extraordinary powers, would you? Except for people from the motherland. Truly a moral bind. One must admit the effects of the officials' actions were quite effective. If only a few people became gods of creation, they might hide, or even think to conceal their identities. But with so many players becoming gods of creation, whether to hide their identities became irrelevant. Thus, many strong players on the rankings promptly exposed their true names and photos. In an instant, they garnered significant praise both in reality and online. Their damned vanity was greatly fulfilled. The most prominent representative among them was Yang Ruchang, the strongest under the night sky. Additionally, due to his streaming, his identity was already transparent. Therefore, the moment the official rankings were released, he contacted the officials. He streamed live, showcasing his true name and handsome photo. It was truly a spectacular display. Being a rich second generation, he enjoyed streaming and showing off. Engaging in such activities posed no hesitation for him. With Yang Ruchang leading the way, many gamers quickly exposed their true identities to the officials. The officials' tactics did not stop there. Within the officials, there were also a significant number of players who could summon their kin from their worlds. Thus, the officials promptly filmed numerous videos of extraordinary kin and uploaded them online. These various extraordinary kin immediately attracted the attention of many ordinary people. Countless discussions regarding these extraordinary kin erupted online. In this way, they somewhat attracted the attention of ordinary people and calmed their emotions. The same applied to the players who had become gods of creation. Each player possessed unique kin akin to the creations they had painstakingly developed. Naturally, they wanted everyone to know about their excellent creations. Therefore, upon seeing the online discussions about kin, the creation god players eagerly joined in. They quickly summoned their kin from their worlds, filmed videos, and spread them online. In an instant, the entire internet became lively. Particularly, some wealthy players summoned succubi and fox girls, then filmed videos to upload online. Both serious and unserious types were present. There were both serious and unserious videos online. Once the videos were released, they instantly garnered billions of views. The creation god players who uploaded the videos became the fathers of tens of millions overnight. Hundreds of thousands commented on their videos, calling them father, while also asking if they really had tattoos. They also inquired when they could enjoy together. Ahem. However, merely a night had passed, and facing such a massive change, as the game reflecting reality, the Dragon Kingdom officials swiftly grasped the situation. The Bureau of Creation Gods exerted force to suppress the malevolent gods of creation. They gently guided those who became gods of creation online while calming ordinary people. After a series of combined measures, they had essentially controlled the overall situation. One must say the officials truly lived up to their name. Their responsiveness was swift. Nevertheless, overall social order still experienced a certain degree of disruption. Tens of millions, even nearly 100 million players was no small number. After becoming gods of creation, who the hell would still go to work? The collective strike of nearly 100 million players caused a notable disruption to social order. This led to the economic system nearly plunging into paralysis. However, in the face of such a colossal change as the game reflecting reality, this could only be considered a minor issue. The officials did not pay much attention to it. By the time version 2, 0 of the game launched. According to their predictions, the entire economic system would need to be reshuffled. Throughout the process, those who felt most bewildered would be the original rich and business owners. Waking up suddenly, no one was coming to work. Even if offered money, they wouldn't come. They had all become gods of creation. Why would they need a mere sum of money from you in this world? For players who had already become gods of creation, material wealth held no allure for them. The only thing that could affect them was fame. The officials' use of online tactics also capitalized on this. Among the numerous wealthy individuals, those who enjoyed gaming were somewhat better off. If they played the game, I am a god of creation, after the game's reflection of reality, they would still be strong. Because they had money, their chances of spending in the game were higher. As for those who didn't play games, upon waking up, they would find themselves at the bottom of society. The money in their banks would turn into a pile of worthless paper. Waking up, prices plummet by hundreds of billions. Waking up, hundreds of billions become waste paper. Overall, some aspects of the situation in the Dragon Kingdom were completely under control. However, some changes were unavoidable. Compared to the Dragon Kingdom, those overseas countries were in dire straits, especially those in Africa, which had long been ravaged by war. As a game popular worldwide, even in those African countries there were players, suddenly becoming gods of creation and wielding immense power. While being in a war-torn area, they had no concept of restraint at all. They simply summoned their kin from their worlds and proceeded to slaughter. There were even battles between players. In summary, many ordinary people died, many summoned kin also perished, and many gods of creation players met their end. If the game fully reflected reality, even if battles occurred in reality, gods of creation could still retreat to their worlds. However, the game had not yet fully reflected. Players were unable to enter their worlds. Conflicts arose in reality, and if their skills fell short, death would be genuine. As for the worlds they created, they would become abandoned worlds in the endless star sea due to the death of the gods of creation. Africa was chaotic and the free nation was the same. The free nation embraced freedom, and the level of chaos was also quite high. Moreover, they had a considerable number of players. Their players prioritized freedom, summoning as many kin as they could. It was quite chaotic. The key was that ordinary people were quite bold. Even if a god of creation player provoked them, ordinary people showed no fear. They would grab a gun and start shooting. Moreover, due to racial issues, the free nation also experienced constant bloodshed. The situation in the Sakura country became even more exaggerated after the game reflected reality. Even the strongest in Sakura country seized the entire nation at the first opportunity. The stable situation in the Dragon Kingdom stood out as unique across the entire planet. Night Sky was not surprised by the various actions taken by the authorities. In his previous life, the measures taken by officials in response to this series of changes were not much different from those in this life. Night Sky had to admire the speed of the authorities' actions. Decisions were made in just one night based on game feedback. The domestic situation was stabilized. With his divine sense, Night Sky could observe the entire planet, and he was well aware of the situations in other countries. To say that the chaos was a bit of an exaggeration for their country's situation would be an understatement. It could only be described as war-torn. Given such a situation, it was indeed rare for the Dragon Nation to maintain control so well. However, this was largely related to the atmosphere of the Dragon Nation. Most people raised under the red flag had a correct understanding. When gaining extraordinary power, most people think about showing off and boasting. They wouldn't think about causing destruction like those abroad. If you became a creator god abroad, your parents and friends might slap you. But if you became a creator god domestically, you would still get slapped by your parents. After observing the current situation in the country, Night Sky redirected his focus to his own world. Logging back into the game's world remained unchanged. There were no changes in the game just because there was a feedback of 110. Game feedback on reality does not mean that the elements of the game are converted into reality. There was no scenario where 110 was converted and 910 remained in the game. The world existed from the beginning. Rather than saying 110 was fed back, it would be more accurate to say that players could only perceive 110. Thus, everything in the game remained the same as before. Players just could not operate it as they had previously. They could only watch it develop on its own. At the same time, new accounts could no longer be registered in the game. After observing the situation in the game, Night Sky turned off his phone. The game account on his phone now only had the function of observing the game's progress. Once the game completely fed back to reality, this function would also lose its purpose. At that time, the entire game would be taken offline. The words spoken today indicate that the game on the phone has already lost its function. Those who placed their hopes on becoming creator gods through the game on their phones would likely be disappointed. Although many had become players, even more had not. Currently, the most discussed topic among these ordinary people was about becoming creator gods. Their primary concern was whether they could also become creator gods. So after the news about the game feeding back to reality broke, they scoured the internet for every possible place to download the game, only to find nothing. This game, apart from those who had originally downloaded, it was taken offline on all gaming platforms. No matter whether it was a legitimate site or not, it could not be found. This left the ordinary people in a panic. They had placed all their hopes on this game only to find nothing. The game forum was almost overwhelmed by their posts. The question of whether they could become creator gods had almost become the most discussed topic among all ordinary people. They were all looking forward to the launch of version 2.0 on their phones. However, they did not know that version 2.0 was opening in reality. Although the game had already fed back to reality, Night Sky remained very calm. Even though he had become extraordinarily powerful, his life had not changed much because of it. He ate and drank as usual. It seemed that nothing had changed in the manor. The servants in the manor were originally elderly members of the Knight family, and even with such a significant event as the game feeding back to reality, they continued to do their respective duties. Some young maids had been given a sum of money by Night Sky beforehand, and then dismissed. Now that the opportunity for the game on the phone was no longer worth logging in for, Night Sky felt a bit bored. He then opened his chat application. The WeChat group was nearly exploding, especially in the zero spending group. There were a ton of people regretting. At this moment, they were completely in an uproar. Damn it, who would have thought this game could feed back to reality? Isn't this targeting us zero spenders? If someone had dared to tell me this before, I would have pissed on their face. This is just daydreaming. Starting fantasies in broad daylight. But now I regret it. This is actually true, damn it. I can't believe I'm a zero spender. Clearly, I'm also a rich second generation. If I had just spent a little money, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Why was it this game that fed back rather than the adult game? I actually spent money on the adult game, sob. Numerous chaotic messages filled the group. Without exception, they were all people who were almost crying and regretting. Although the people in the group received benefits from the game's feedback to reality, they were even sadder than those ordinary people who did not receive the feedback. Because they were zero spenders. Tech geeks. While playing games, they were often referred to as zero spending masters. And now they hated this title. Game feedback to reality was extremely unfriendly to zero spending players. The zero spenders who originally had no money were somewhat fine. Those who had money but simply pursued skill and difficulty as zero spenders would wish they could give themselves 2 slaps. Watching the cries of despair in the group, Night Sky smiled. The situation was basically similar to that of his previous life. The only difference was that in his previous life, he was among those who were lamenting. And he was the one who lamented the most. Because there were also some wealthy people in the group in his previous life. But none were as rich as he was, with hundreds of billions. Did I not give you 1 million as a red envelope to let you experience the joy of spending money? After thinking for a moment, Night Sky made a comment in the group. Instantly, the entire group exploded again. God, the God of the End, has posted a message. Big boss, I was wrong. I used to think you were foolish for spending billions, but now I realize I was the foolish one. I snatched 800 from the red envelope. I was secretly happy. Then I put in another 800 to buy a car. At that time, I was still happy, and now I regret it so much. I should have spent that money in the game. Can the God reveal how strong you are after the game feeds back to reality? The tone of the God is truly extraordinary. Spending billions in the game actually led to a feedback to reality. Luck has no use. What matters is that you have money. Someone as rich as the big boss casually spends millions in any game. No matter what game feedbacks to reality, they are absolute kings. If it were me, even if I knew this game could feed back to reality in advance, I could only spend a few $100,000. Big boss, do you want leg accessories? I can. If not, how about insoles? After seeing Night Sky's message, the group went completely crazy. This was the #1 powerhouse in the game. After the game fed back to reality, he was even more terrifying. A definite powerhouse. Countless boasts and flattery poured out as if they were free. In less than 10 seconds, there were already hundreds of messages bragging about Night Sky. It was enough to imagine how eager the people in the group were to flatter. Someone mentioned the fact that Night Sky had just spent billions and the game had fed back to reality, considering it was somewhat unusual. However, most people thought it was just a coincidence. After all, the life of the rich was unimaginable to them. Even a typical rich second generation like Yang Ruchong could spend 100 million in the game. Other various games combined also spent 400 to 500 million. Thus, it was not something unacceptable for Night Sky, a hidden top-tier rich second generation, to spend billions. Night Sky shook his head at the messages from the chat group. Now, among the players who became creator gods, he was the hottest topic. He spent billions in the game, and then the game fed back to reality. Now he was also the #1 powerhouse in the game, outpacing the second place by an enormous margin. Almost everyone was discussing his identity. Many people had doubts about how he suddenly spent billions in the game, and then the game fed back to reality. This was too coincidental. Night Sky was very clear about what happened online. The fact that he spent billions in the game was already quite unusual, especially now that the game fed back to reality. It was normal for others to be suspicious. It would be abnormal if spending billions in the game did not raise any reactions. However, Night Sky did not pay much attention to those voices. Spending billions and the game feeding back to reality could still be considered a coincidence. However, registering an account as a member of the Knight family made it inevitable that some things would be exposed. Those with ulterior motives could easily uncover some discrepancies. But so what? Before the game fed back to reality, he was just an ordinary person. But now that the game had already fed back to reality, he was no longer an ordinary person. Instead, he was the top-tier, 9th-level creator god. He was undeniably the strongest among the Blue Star. Even in the realm of the stars, he was among the top-tier powerhouses. Even if others found out that he knew in advance that the game could feed back to reality, what of it? One must know that the laws of the world change from the moment the game fed back to reality. The strong are respected. In the world of fantasy or the realm of cultivation, which top powerhouses are not those with tremendous opportunities. But would others dare to snatch from him? They wouldn't dare, because he possessed the strength to protect his own opportunities. This logic applies to Night Sky as well. Without strength, I would be meek, hiding my opportunities, living a low-key life. With strength, I strike back fearlessly. Last time, due to poor talent and being a zero spender, things didn't go well. I had already lived a suffocating life. In this new life, after spending billions, if I were still cautious and fearful, it would be better not to be reborn. Don't even mention guessing that I knew in advance that the game could feed back to reality. Even if you could guess that I was reborn, what of it? If you don't like it, keep it to yourself. If you have the ability, cut your own neck and come back to life too. This is Night Sky's attitude in this life. He ignored the messages in the zero spending group. He had previously sent them a red envelope of 1 million and hinted at them to spend it in the game. If they didn't listen, there was nothing he could do. If they took the money to do other things, then he had already been generous enough. Moreover, for others, the people in the group were still relatively good. After all, they had all become creator gods. And due to the long time they spent grinding, their world levels were not low. Among all players, their tier levels were indeed not low. However, because of being zero spenders, their grievances were slightly heavier than ordinary people. But in reality, they were quite lucky. However, there were still some people in the group who spent the red envelopes he gave them in the game. For these people, Night Sky couldn't help but admire their luck. After exiting the chat group, Night Sky saw several other messages he received. One was from the top romantic of Kunkin Island. Big boss, you are my god, you are truly amazing. I spent all 10 million you gave me in the game. Now that the game has fed back to reality, I have made a huge profit. This money was given to me by you. If you hadn't suggested that I spend money in the game, I wouldn't have such great power now. I want to pledge my loyalty to you to be your little brother. If there's anything you need from me, big boss, just say the word. The top romantic of Kunkin Island, although a college student, was not foolish at all. Night Sky had spent so much money buying him a game item and even suggested he spend money in the game. Clearly, this big boss knew something in advance. This left the top romantic of Kunkin Island quite shocked. Moreover, more importantly, this big boss had prior knowledge of something and did not take advantage of his own benefit. He spent a whopping 11 million on something that originally was just a game item for him, and even suggested he put money into the game. This made the top romantic of Kunkin Island admire him even more. This is a true god of wealth. The top romantic of Kunkin Island understood that his mechanical kidney might be precious, but it could never compare to the resources worth 10 million before the game fed back to reality. It seemed that he had prior knowledge of the game's feedback to reality, yet he did not take advantage of others and was generously spending. The top romantic of Kunkin Island had already imagined Night Sky's mysterious, powerful, and inscrutable silhouette in his mind. Thus, the top romantic of Kunkin Island made a decision. He decided to ally with Night Sky. For a college student, what could be more exhilarating than following a powerful big boss and lying flat? Therefore, the top romantic of Kunkin Island sent a message expressing his loyalty to Night Sky immediately after the game fed back to reality. Why the immediate action? Because he went to research tattoos first. After seeing the message from the top romantic of Kunkin Island, Night Sky nodded slightly. He had a good impression of this little black guy. Previously, he even proactively offered to refund. His character was decent. More importantly, Night Sky focused on one aspect of him. That was luck. Luck may sound abstract, but it indeed exists. If his luck were bad, how could such a powerful treasure as a mechanical kidney exist in the world of the top romantic of Kunkin Island? The probability of extraordinary treasures emerging was inherently low, not to mention such precious treasures as mechanical kidneys. If his luck were bad, it would be impossible for him to spend 10 million in the game. A normal person who earned 11 million would not spend 10 million in a game. Yet the top romantic of Kunkin Island did just that. The specific reason was hard to say. It was simply a matter of divine intervention. This was a manifestation of his luck. For a creator god, luck is still very important. Some people sit at home, yet some meteorites from the star sea can inexplicably fall into their world, allowing them to devour and level up. Some people are just doing something at home. The world gets invaded by others. A song plays. Many people purchase extraordinary treasures, but only the top romantic of Kunkin Island managed to spend so much in the game. This somewhat proves that this guy truly is luck. Otherwise, how could such coincidental events happen? It can't be just because he is a little black guy. Alright, come find me in Modu before the full launch of version 2.0. After a moment of thought, Ye Tian typed a line on WeChat. Kunkin's first deep affection was a veteran player, and with his assistance had spent 10 million in the game. As a result, his overall strength was not insignificant. More importantly, he was exceptionally lucky, a definite bonus point. He was also a hater, which made it an even greater advantage. Taking him on as a subordinate was beneficial and harmless. Since he had already decided to establish an organization, he naturally needed to absorb all possible strength. The Ye family alone was not enough. The more other creator god players, the better. On the other end of the phone, Kunkin Island's first deep affection was waiting for Ye Tian's reply. He was somewhat worried about being rejected by Ye Tian. After all, Ye Tian had spent billions in the game and his strength was unimaginably terrifying. Now that the game had manifested into reality, he was even more overwhelmingly powerful. With such a colossal figure, he might not necessarily need a mere hanger-on. But seeing Ye Tian's clear attitude, he felt relieved. The big shot didn't reject me. That was wonderful. Alright, big shot, after I handle some matters, I'll come to Modu to find you. Kunkin Island's first deep affection replied almost instantly. He hadn't responded to his goddess that quickly, though he no longer had a goddess. Ye Tian coolly replied with a single character, perfectly maintaining his lofty demeanor. Seeing this, Kunkin's first deep affection felt completely at ease. He didn't send another message. His chats with his goddess had taught him much about social nuances. For instance, that usually meant the other person was busy and had no time to talk, or simply didn't want to talk. A mature man knew not to disturb. Having received a definite answer, Kunkin Island's first deep affection naturally refrained from bothering Ye Tian further. Yes, from now on, following the big shot, he'll have protection. If he gets a bite of meat, he'll get a sip of soup. Kunkin Island's first deep affection was thrilled. With the game manifesting into reality, he knew a new era was dawning. And Ye Tian was undoubtedly the protagonist of this new age. He only needed to stick close to him to ride the wave of the times. Suddenly, Kunkin Island's first deep affection's phone vibrated. Someone had sent a message. I remember you used to play I Am the Creator God, right? A message from a contact labeled Goddess appeared. Seeing it, he smirked dismissively. After making her wait for 2 minutes, he slowly replied with a single character, I've thought about what you said for a long time. I think you're really a good person, honest, reliable, and steady. I feel if I miss you, we'll never find anyone better. So would you like to watch a movie with me this weekend? The moment he sent that a long string of text came pouring in. Kunkin Island's first deep affection glanced at the essay and lost interest. Too long. He casually tossed his phone aside, glanced at the tattooed succubus beside him, and sneered disdainfully. Now the tables had turned. The goddess was no longer appealing. Wasn't a succubus far more enticing? Gazing at the alluring succubus, Kunkin Island's first deep affection decided to become a trendsetter before the new era arrived, by riding the wave of pleasure first. Time quietly slipped into evening. 2 guests arrived at Ye Tian's estate, the middle-aged director and the chubby young Wei Zhao. One was now the director of the Creator God Administration, the other the deputy director. Both were among the powerful creator gods within the organization. Before the game's manifestation, they had already tracked down Ye Tian's information, learning he had spent billions in the game. Now online speculation about the top player was rife. Almost no one knew his true identity, but the middle-aged director and the chubby man did. The god of eternity, a level 9 creator god, Ye Tian. The official attitude toward this current top powerhouse was one of utmost seriousness. No one knew how powerful a mythic level being truly was, and he could even summon mythical entities from his own world. Such an existence, without exaggeration, could conquer the globe in an instant if he wished. Thus the authorities could not have been more cautious with Ye Tian. Young Master Ye, would you be interested in joining the Creator God Administration? With your strength, if you're willing, I would immediately cede the directorship to you. After some formal pleasantries in his official capacity, the middle-aged director spoke with reverence. He then looked at Ye Tian with eager anticipation. The chubby man, shedding his usual flippant demeanor, trembled and barely spoke since arriving. He was a mid-god and remained so after the game's manifestation. Possessing near legendary level strength, he understood the immense power he wielded. He also knew the vastness of his own world. Yet the more he realized his world's might, the more he felt his own insignificance. This was not a contradiction. If a mid-god like him could be this strong after manifestation, how formidable must Ye Tian, a high god, be? If he were a small stream, Ye Tian was undoubtedly the Pacific Ocean. Facing the top powerhouse, the chubby man felt immense pressure. Hearing the director's invitation, Ye Tian fell into thought. He was reluctant to join an official organization. He admittedly had some goodwill toward the authorities, but not enough to join them. He didn't mind offering help to a degree, but becoming a member was out of the question. Moreover, he planned to build his own faction. Creating his own force and joining an official one were entirely different concepts. With his own faction, he could do as he pleased. Joining an official body, even as the strongest, would inevitably invite constraints. After all, once part of an official entity, actions could no longer be taken from a personal standpoint. He'll pass on joining the administration, but if you need assistance, I can help. Ye Tian declined. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged director's expression dimmed slightly. Inviting Ye Tian into the administration would have been a tremendous boon. Ye Tian's reputation as the top powerhouse could deter threats globally. A level 9 world and level 9 creator god, his might was beyond measure. His joining would elevate the administration's strength by several tiers. But since Ye Tian was unwilling, the director could not force it. Still, he wasn't too disappointed, having gleaned the level 9 creator god stance today. As the top powerhouse, Ye Tian had no intention of stirring trouble, and he was willing to lend a hand when the authorities faced crises. Knowing this was enough. We've troubled you today. We'll take our leave now. Having achieved his visit's purpose, the middle-aged director rose to depart. As the administration's director, he had a busy schedule. He had countless matters to handle daily. Visiting Ye Tian was a top priority given its importance. With his goal accomplished, there was no reason to linger. Ye Tian gave a slight nod. Watching the director and the chubby man leave, Ye Tian's expression shifted. It seemed his rebirth had caused significant butterfly effects. The previous director of the Creator God administration was not this man. That chubby man, likely a mid-god, had no counterpart in the administration of his past life. The only explanation was the butterfly effect he had triggered. Moreover, through his divine sense, he detected that the administration's members were all quite powerful. They seemed to have invested money in the game. Ye Tian found it intriguing. It was normal for officials to play games and gain feedback, but spending money was unusual. Regardless, the situation was developing favorably, while excluding foreign affairs. I'm not counting those abroad. After the middle-aged director and the chubby boy left not long ago, the time struck midnight. It was the second feedback. As soon as the time arrived, many Creator God players were taken aback, then they were pulled back into that mysterious space. Quietly observing that world, they began to grow and develop based on their original foundation. After reaching a certain level, everyone slowly awakened. Now their world had completed 210 of the feedback. The area of the world had significantly increased. Besides that, there were also the clans living above. As for the strength of the Creator Gods themselves, there had not been much change. After all, their own realms were merely attached to the reality that the game feedback brought about. The real changes were in the world. Ye Tian carefully sensed all the changes happening within his world. After the second round of feedback, the immortal cultivation continent had thoroughly materialized. Besides the immortal cultivation continent, there were vast oceans. The immortal cultivators and the demon clans, along with the vast majority of marine life existing in the oceans, were now within the already manifested world. As long as he was willing, he could summon them at any time. If only the fantasy continent had been the first to manifest. Ye Tian still felt a bit regretful. Compared to the continents and civilizations that had already emerged, he was more eager to see the races and civilizations on the fantasy continent. However, there were only 7 or 8 days left until the game fully feedback to reality. It would be very soon. Unlike the first game feedback to reality, this time the game feedback did not cause much of a stir. After all, once something happens for the first time, the second time is much easier. A night passed quickly. Now the internet was filled with topics about the Creator Gods and the clans. With a series of coordinated efforts from the officials along with the management of the Creator God Bureau, the Dragon Country had somewhat stabilized. At least it was not as chaotic as abroad. After waking up in the morning, Ye Tian's manor once again welcomed guests. This time the visitors were none other than the members of the Ye family. Besides Ninth Master, there were also several elders from the Ye family. Upon discovering that the game feedback and reality were linked to accounts registered by Ye Tian, the clan elders had already decided to appoint Ye Tian as the family head, thus establishing a foundation for their family in this new era. However, even though they made the decision, they did not come to find Ye Tian immediately yesterday. Instead, they first conducted internal consolidation. The game feedback to reality was a major event, and the members of the Ye family had all become Creator Gods, which carried significant implications. The Creator God family. Even after the game feedback to reality, this was still an explosive matter. It should be noted that although the other orders in the Dragon Country had not completely collapsed, the economic system and other institutions had already been thoroughly shattered. With the existence of creator gods, the original wealthy class had been completely reshuffled. Now that the game feedback to reality had just occurred, those wealthy individuals had lost their former positions. As time extends, those powerful families and wealthy individuals would further fall to the bottom of society unless there were also creator gods within their families. As an old family, the Ye family naturally had connections with some other families. Therefore, they had a clearer understanding of the current situation. Once powerful families that shared the same status as them, or even those stronger than them, had faced tremendous shocks after the game feedback to reality. Now they could still barely command a portion of ordinary people with their wealth and other resources. But the creator gods paid them no mind at all. In fact, if their large family accidentally provoked a creator god, they could even face the risk of extermination. Some families that had been cruel to the oppressed in the past were exterminated on the very night of the game feedback to reality. This was because among those they had oppressed, someone had become a creator god. Although this matter was promptly quelled by the Creator God Bureau, the implications it revealed were worth pondering. Although the situation in the Dragon Country was stable, now the order of the old society had already collapsed after the game feedback to reality. A new order had quietly established itself. That is, strength prevails. To be precise, the order has always been one of strength prevailing, but its definition has changed. The old society was also a world where strength prevailed, but in the old society, strength meant wealth and power. After the game feedback to reality, strength prevailing only has one interpretation: power. Extraordinary power, the extraordinary power of becoming a creator god. After the game feedback to reality, the significance of personal martial power will be highlighted to the extreme. One creator god is enough to rival an ordinary nation. In fact, they are even stronger than an ordinary nation, because they possess a world, and even if the number of beings they summon from their own world is limited, the lives they summon are extraordinary lives. There exists an insurmountable gap between ordinary lives and extraordinary lives. In such a scenario, one creator god can rival thousands of troops. In this situation, what do the original rich possess in terms of money and power? Power. They are the creator gods who control a world. Money. They possess a world. The future world will be a world of creator gods, and ordinary people will fall to the lowest tier, regardless of what status you held before the game feedback to reality. This is the conclusion drawn by the elders of the Ye family based on the current situation. It is precisely because they witnessed the tragic circumstances of those families that used to belong to the same class as the Ye family that the elders understood the preciousness of their player qualifications even more. Moreover, they were players who had spent money. The one who granted them player qualifications was Ye Tian. This preciousness naturally translated into greater importance placed on Ye Tian. Thus, they wanted to appoint Ye Tian as the family head. It is not merely about assigning a title, but rather about entrusting the entire family to Ye Tian. The whole clan must completely obey Ye Tian's commands, even if they become the creator god. It is both an expression of gratitude and a form of investment and respect for the strong. This is the final decision made by the elders of the Ye family. However, the elders of the Ye family are well aware that they can make such decisions because of their extensive experiences. They also have knowledge of certain inside information, but it would be difficult to persuade everyone in the Ye family to make the same choice. Not everyone can see the current situation as clearly as they do. No matter how good the education or rules of a big family may be, when the number of people increases, anything can happen. As the saying goes, in a large forest there are all kinds of birds. With the sudden emergence of creator gods, it is inevitable that some will become arrogant. Even among the elders, the youngest and most irritable one wanted to rise to power after becoming a creator god. As for the younger generation, it goes without saying. Suddenly telling them to restart the head of the family system and transfer all family powers to Ye Tian. Surely some will not accept it. There might even be some unpleasant incidents. Yesterday, the elders spent the whole day clearing up these unpleasant matters. These unpleasant matters have nothing to do with the elders. They have already grown accustomed to it. As elders, there will always be a few troublemakers among the younger generation. If they misbehave, a good beating will suffice. The elders can tolerate that. However, if others in the family clash with Ye Tian, it would become troublesome. If the Ye family is to be led by Ye Tian, then there can only be one voice within the family. Thus, the elders quickly consolidated the family in just one day. They also reprimanded some discordant voices. Only today did they come to find Ye Tian. The several elders sat in the manor's living room, all inquiring warmly after Ye Tian. Ye Tian looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. This scene had also occurred in his past life. In his past life, there was only one creator god in the Ye family. After the game feedback became reality, the clan elders approached him immediately. They expressed their full support for him. After the game feedback became reality, money lost its appeal to the players. However, items like villas and yachts still held a certain allure for them, along with other assets. Players who became creator gods also have their own relatives, friends, and parents. Creator gods do not need villas, but their parents do. Thus, items like villas still hold some value. Furthermore, many things in reality are beneficial for players to develop their own worlds. So at that time, the Ye family leveraged their remaining influence to engage in various resource exchanges with the players. They provided Ye Tian with a wave of resources. Without that wave of resources, Ye Tian might not have reached the level of a level 6 god before his demise. After the game feedback became reality, there were only 10 years left until his death. 10 years may sound long, but in reality, it is not long at all. Even in the world, only a few million years have passed. With this time, if you were to cultivate a single being, their power would likely grow to a terrifying level. However, Ye Tian is tasked with cultivating an entire world. The resources required to nurture and enhance a world are immense. Elevating the level of a world is not that simple. If it weren't for the resources provided by the Ye family during their initial financial struggles, it would be uncertain whether Ye Tian could achieve the level of a level 6 god. The members of the Ye family have all become creator gods. With the occurrence of such game feedback to reality, even with the Creator God Management Bureau overseeing everything. As time goes on, the Creator God Management Bureau will eventually lose control and chaos will ensue. Moreover, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Becoming a creator god suddenly is a good thing, but perhaps after the launch of version 2.0, some negative events will occur. At that time, it will be a true era of chaos. Although our Ye family has all become creator gods, we still need to band together to survive in such times. Thus, after our discussion, we have decided to restart the former head of the family system. And Xiao Tian, you are the current strongest, so we have decided to let you take on this role. From today onwards, whatever the Ye family needs to do, you will be in charge. After the pleasantries, the elders began to get to the main topic. As they spoke, they were also assessing Ye Tian's demeanor. Upon hearing that all the members of the Ye family had become creator gods, Ye Tian showed no surprise. He appeared completely unfazed. The elders were even more convinced of their thoughts. Ye Tian felt no shock at their words. Given his current strength, he has control over the entire planet. He is fully aware of everything happening within the Ye family. He understands the elders' intentions and why they have come to him now. Indeed, there is a reason for becoming a prominent family. Ye Tian mused to himself. The elders of the Ye family may seem uninvolved at times, but they are indeed from a prominent family and they have experienced much. Their sensitivity to the current situation is exceptionally sharp. After the game feedback became reality in his past life, they immediately focused their efforts on him. This life, with his assistance, they all became creator gods wielding immense power, with a powerful world. Yet they still made the same choice as in his previous life. They recognized him as the head of the family. Good as the head of the Ye family, there must be a place for the Ye family in the cosmos. Ye Tian did not refuse, but looked seriously at the elders and said, "This is different from joining the Creator God Management Bureau. Joining the Creator God Management Bureau, even if he becomes the top, it is still an official organization. There will be many implicit constraints. However, as the head of the Ye family, the entire Ye family will follow his orders, and he won't be bound by any constraints. With the existence of the Ye family, many of his endeavors will be greatly facilitated. After all, the Ye family's strength is not weak. He has invested a lot of resources into them. More than 30 people invested 100 million, and the others also contributed at least 10 million. The weakest among the Ye family is now also at an intermediate level among all the creator gods. Moreover, his cultivation of the Ye family is not solely to repay their kindness. He also wants to have a faction at his disposal. Now that the elders have taken the initiative to propose it, there is certainly no reason for him to decline. After reaching a certain level of tacit understanding and agreement, Ye Tian naturally began to reveal some details about version 2.0. He did not go into too much detail. However, he did discuss the invasion of the evil god with a few elders. In addition, he informed them of another even more important matter. That is the Star Sea Trial. The Star Sea Trial is a challenge that all players will face after the launch of game version 2.0. Once the game fully reflects reality, players will be able to enter their own worlds. It means entering the endless Star Sea. At that time, the existing barriers will be broken. The players' worlds will naturally attract certain entities from the endless Star Sea. These could be monsters wandering through the starry skies, or perhaps worlds drifting in the starry skies. It is even possible that the evil god's attention will be drawn. At that time, all players will face malevolence from the endless Star Sea. This is a tremendous danger. At that time, the players' worlds will suffer invasions. However, along with the threats come opportunities. In terms of the endless star sea, those shattered worlds and wandering monsters are to some extent the impurities on its body. If the players clear away these impurities, it would be akin to giving the endless star sea a thorough cleansing. In return, the endless star sea will provide rewards, resources for upgrading world levels, as well as awakening stones that can enable ordinary individuals to awaken as creation gods. The threats faced by different creation gods after the game's reality is fully reflected will also vary. Some overly powerful enemies or entities that will be shielded from perception by the endless star sea. They will not allow the creation gods to encounter them. The creation gods will encounter enemies that are relatively matched with their strength levels. After all, the essence of the Star Sea trial is to provide a thorough cleansing for the endless star sea. It is not meant to push the creation gods to their demise. The true essence is to give them impurities that are commensurate with their strength for them to handle. However, this does not mean that there will be no threats. The world level is one thing, but if your kin's strength is too weak and the power of faith is insufficient, then your world still faces the risk of being conquered. After version 2.0 is launched, many will die in the Star Sea trial. What Ye Tian and the elders discussed was to have them build their armies within their own worlds, and even establish certain defensive measures and buildings. This is to prepare for the upcoming Star Sea trial. After receiving this news, the elders' expression became quite serious. However, they also confirmed certain matters. Ye Tian indeed knows some inside information about this game. Although it is unclear how he obtained this information, there is no doubt that this news holds tremendous benefits for the Ye family. Thus, upon learning this news, they hurriedly left. They needed to return and inform the members of the Ye family to prepare in advance. At the same time, this news also needs to be leaked. This is Ye Tian's intention, and it is also the consensus of the elders. Although Ye Tian did not reveal much, they understood that after the launch of version 2.0, the entire blue star will face the vast starry sky. Version 2.0 is not merely a personal showcase of Blue Star. It is not just Blue Star's own evolution. On the contrary, Blue Star is merely a small role in the Star Sea. In relation to the vast Star Sea, the people of Blue Star will be one entity. If after version 2.0 is launched, the map remains Blue Star, they absolutely will not leak this news. With this news, the Ye family can gain a greater advantage in the new era. Only a fool would speak out. Unfortunately, the map of version 2.0 is vast, so vast that it requires all the people of Blue Star to unite. In such circumstances, spreading the news would strengthen Blue Star's power. After all, once the map expands, Blue Star will be regarded as a whole. One must look further ahead. Increasing Blue Star's power is equivalent to increasing their own strength. The elders collectively expressed our journey is towards the vast Star Sea. Time flows by slowly. In just a few days, the entire world underwent tremendous changes. After experiencing initial turmoil, foreign forces gradually stabilized. Rather than saying they stabilized, it is more accurate to say they were suppressed. They were subdued by those who became creation gods. The top expert of the beautiful country is named Xiao Wode, whose strength can be said to be on par with Yang Ruchang, and he may even be slightly stronger. Originally, his strength was inferior to Yang Ruchang's. However, before the game reflected reality, Yang Ruchang was stimulated and spent 50 million. However, when the beautiful country's server compiled the comprehensive strength ranking, Xiao Wode secured the first place. The reward for first place is significantly higher than that for second. On the Dragon countryside, due to Ye Tian's presence, Yang Ruchang only managed to obtain second place. Thus, Xiao Wode's strength is indeed slightly higher than Yang Ruchang's. Like Yang Ruchang, Xiao Wode also possesses the level of a 7th-tier creation god, and his world strength is slightly greater than Yang Ruchang's. After the game reflects reality, he directly acquired the power of 7th-tier mythology. Coupled with the ability to summon certain mythological kin, Xiao Wode almost swept through all forces in the beautiful country, including other creation gods. Now, after 3 to 4 days, almost the entire beautiful country is under his control. He even established an organization, the Creation God Shield Bureau. A name that sounds awkward and unpleasant. When this name was proposed, it faced unanimous opposition from other members. However, the others were ultimately convinced through physical reasoning. In Sakura country and Asan country, the situations they face are quite similar. Either the top expert within the country has left all other experts far behind and then integrated the entire country's forces, or the gaps between the domestic experts are not that vast. This led to the formation of various other forces. Some purely involve chaotic battles of personal powers. Some are a combination of official forces and personal strengths. The game reflecting reality has caused a tremendous upheaval. It is almost comparable to the onset of the Third War. However, this turmoil quickly subsided, because the levels of military power truly are not equal. In situations where the strengths are not vastly different, war can fall into a stalemate. But with the intervention of extraordinary power, the disparity in strength between them was exaggerated to an extreme degree. Thus, even if it triggered a massive upheaval, it was swiftly suppressed by absolute military force. Days have passed, but it feels like a different world. Today was a class team building event. I have drunk quite a bit since noon and my head is spinning and am writing while tipsy. I was forced to drink several bottles at 10:30. My luck is truly terrible. The writing isn't great, please bear with it. Even the Dragon Kingdom inevitably gave rise to various grassroots creation god organizations. For instance, the Alliance of the Cultivation World. Or perhaps, the Empire of the Technological World. Each founder's world emphasizes a different direction. Some focus on developing fantastical realms, while others pursue martial arts technology and magic. The differing main themes of the world signify that the creation gods are also categorized into distinct types. Naturally, those who share similar power systems tend to gather together. This is precisely what it means to huddle for warmth. Of course, there are also organizations not formed due to similar power systems. For example, the Succubus Development Research Society. Its members are united not by their powers, but by their shared ideals and dreams. In summary, the Dragon Kingdom has also inevitably given rise to numerous grassroots creation god organizations. However, the largest organization remains the Creation God Administration. After all, this is an official organization, and it boasts the largest number of creation gods. Almost all of those who were originally recognized as creation gods have joined this organization. Moreover, some ordinary individuals who awakened as creation gods have also joined the official organization. Despite the significant upheaval occurring now, the official entity still holds credibility. Many ordinary people continue to trust the official organization after becoming creation gods. Thus, they choose to join. The number of creation god members has nearly reached several million. They are almost spread across the entire region of Jiangnan and Jiangbei. However, the overall strength of the members tends to be rather low. Most are at the level of minor worlds, the tier of lower gods. After all, the majority of players engaging in the game, I am a creation god, have not played for long. Furthermore, this game requires significant investment. Those without funds can only grind hard. Thus, most players' levels remain rather low. Nevertheless, given the large base of members, the Creation God Administration is undoubtedly the leading force. Other organizations formed around similar power systems are not lacking in strength either. Typically, there is a strong individual leading, followed by countless smaller factions. The Ye family stands out as a rather unique entity among these powers. It exists in the form of a family. Moreover, the strength of the Ye family generally resides at the mid-tier god level. Even among the lower gods, they are among the strongest. After several days of continuous feedback and the changes in the situation, the Creation God Administration ultimately discovered the unusual circumstances surrounding the Ye family. A single family having all its members become creation gods with such strength. That's truly bizarre. The leaders of the Creation God Administration are certainly not fools. Combining some known information, they easily speculated that the Ye family, or rather Ye Tian, clearly had prior knowledge of certain things. Perhaps they possess a special ability, or maybe they received hints from the game ahead of time. There could be other reasons as well. It seems Ye Tian was aware early on that this game could impact reality. When the members of the Creation God Administration reached this conclusion, they were left dumbfounded. However, considering that such absurd events as a game impacting reality have occurred, it's not unreasonable to accept that Ye Tian possesses abilities related to foresight or exceptional communication. Soon the Creation God Administration classified this matter as top secret. Even if they understood that Ye Tian might have known about the game's reality feedback in advance, what could they do? Are they supposed to capture him and dissect him for research? Don't be ridiculous. Who knows who would end up being captured and dissected? The correct approach, of course, is to seek cooperation. Previously, the middle-aged director and Yang Weizhao tested Ye Tian's attitude and learned that he had no intention of doing anything wrong and even held a favorable view of the official organization. Such a powerful and mysterious individual who also has a favorable view of the official organization. Only a fool would think of opposing him. The official quickly initiated cooperation with the Ye family and formed a certain degree of alliance. This can be seen as a gesture of goodwill towards Ye Tian. At the same time, they clarified their stance. Under such circumstances, the officials quickly received news from the Ye family regarding the upcoming Starseed trials. Upon receiving this news, the officials were overjoyed. This information was undoubtedly very important to them. On one hand, it would allow many Creation God players to prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard. On the other hand, it would let them know that ordinary people could also become Creation Gods. The Starseed trials offer awakening stones, which can allow ordinary people to awaken as Creation Gods. This news is truly significant for the officials. With awakening stones, the officials could achieve a nationwide emergence of creation gods. Soon they could establish the Creation God Academy and conduct awakening ceremonies. Wouldn't the era of universal creation begin? At that time, the official order would be re-established once more. For everyone on Blue Star, the game's impact over these 10 days felt incredibly slow. Although it was merely 10 days, most people felt that this period lasted longer than all the time they had lived before. This was because these 10 days were exceedingly thrilling. Moreover, there was anticipation for the arrival of version 2.0. Once anyone has expectations, they experience the legendary time manipulation, extended perception of time. A second feels like a year. This manipulation often occurs in the last few minutes of class before breakfast and dinner during school. But this time it lasted a full 10 days. It truly felt like seconds stretched into years. However, no matter how difficult it is to pass time, it ultimately flows away. Before long, the night of the 10th day arrived. The clock struck 12 on the dot. Many creation gods who had long been prepared displayed eager expressions. Ye Tian sat upright at his desk in his room. He had originally been lying in bed, but with the final gaming feedback approaching, he excitedly jumped up from his bed. Although he had already become a 9th-tier creation god, the prospect of fully acquiring a world left Ye Tian unable to contain his excitement. As the clock struck 12, Ye Tian's consciousness was once again drawn into that mysterious space. More accurately, he was transported into the boundless star sea. Unlike the pitch blackness of his initial arrival, this space was now enveloped in vast expanses of light. The illuminated area marked the location of Ye Tian's world. In this grand world, it was almost unrivaled across the entire Sea of Minds. Everywhere Ye Tian's gaze could reach was his own world. However, in the areas he could not see, darkness still prevailed. It appeared to stretch endlessly. Under Ye Tian's gaze, his world continued to develop. After 9 days of feedback, the world presented before him closely resembled that of the game. However, there were still minor details missing. Today, all those minor details were finally completed. As this space fully transformed to mirror the game world, Ye Tian suddenly felt a jolt. An indescribable sensation surged within his heart. Powerful. Words manifest as law. Various powers appeared around Ye Tian. Ye Tian suddenly recalled a passage he had once seen in the Bible. God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God separated the light from the darkness, calling the light day and the darkness night. Evening passed, and morning came. This was the first day. God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, separating the waters above from the waters below." So he created the firmament and divided the waters. He named the firmament sky. Evening passed, and morning came. This was the second day. This passage in the Bible was meant to propagate an image and depict the greatness of God. When he first read these words, Ye Tian merely thought they sounded impressive. Now faced with his own situation, he truly understood their meaning. God was truly magnificent. And now he himself was akin to God. Ye Tian's consciousness ascended in that instant, not in an abstract sense, but in a literal one. His awareness, as if pulled by a terrifying force, slowly rose, ascending higher and higher. The once immense world grew smaller and smaller in his vision. Then it became a bright point. Surrounding this point were countless dark regions and other luminous points. Those other points were immeasurably smaller than his own. Is each point a world? A sudden enlightenment dawned upon Ye Tian's mind. So what I'm seeing is the boundless star sea. A flicker of shock surged within Ye Tian's heart. His grand cosmos was truly vast beyond measure, seemingly without boundaries. Yet even that grand cosmos was merely a speck of light within this endless star sea. After his consciousness ascended to a certain height, a thunderous boom echoed in Ye Tian's mind, and he abruptly returned to reality. At the same time, all players' consciousnesses also returned to reality. The game feedback had completely concluded. The players had truly become gods of creation. Creation Game 2.0 version is now live. Welcome to the era of universal creation. The will of Blue Star's heavenly Tao connects to the star sea. The world's suppression barrier is being lifted. It will be fully removed in one day. We hope all players are ready to embrace the greater world. The game announcement was released at this precise moment. However, it did not appear on their phones, but resounded in every player's mind like an electronic prompt. Version 2.0 of the game had officially begun. Reality ushered in the era of universal creation. The players just emerging from the complete game feedback were stunned upon hearing this voice. Then realization dawned. So version 2.0 was not launched on their phones, but in reality itself. Information about the star domain. The boundless star sea. The land of fallen and sin. All of it was infused into the players' minds. This information served as the announcement for the game version update. Naturally, all players needed to know it. Suddenly inundated with such vast information, many players who had become gods of creation were left dumbfounded. In gaming terms, the launch of version 2.0 brought a larger map, but at the same time, it was like a bucket of cold water poured over the players. The game's feedback into reality was not purely a good thing. Danger and opportunity coexisted. After the players became gods of creation and took control of a world, they would naturally face threats from the stars. In fact, carelessness could even lead to death. The Dragon Kingdom's authorities immediately released an official announcement concerning the world's barrier being lifted in one day. Once the barrier was lifted, the players' worlds would attract the attention of beings in the Star Sea. Then all sorts of monsters would attack their worlds. The official announcement urged all players to construct defenses within their worlds during the single day before the barrier was completely removed. This was to avoid being caught off guard by the sudden invasion of monsters. Many players were shocked upon seeing the official announcement. The game announcement had given no specific details, yet the authorities somehow knew what would happen after version 2.0 launched. The players kept this matter in their hearts and then hurriedly entered their own worlds. For many players now, whether it was the game version update, the opening of a larger map, or the impending danger, none of it mattered as much as one thing. That was the fact that they could now enter their own worlds. Many players vanished from their spots, almost instantly entering the worlds within the Star Sea. Ye Tian was no exception. He too entered his own world. Like a simple teleportation, with just a thought, all players moved from Blue Star to the Star Sea's worlds. Within the ocean of a grand cosmos, countless monstrous giants roamed, and all manner of bizarre sea creatures lurked in the deep. Any single monster possessed a body spanning tens of thousands of zhang. Within those colossal frames lay immense, formidable power. An eight-armed octopus rampaged through the ocean, unleashing its strength without restraint. Thousand soft-sanglong giant fish, once ensnared by its tentacles, were crushed by its might and devoured. Yet this giant octopus had not rampaged for long before its entire form was overshadowed. Sensing something, the octopus looked up. A monster of even more terrifying proportions opened its maw toward it. Then that nearly 10,000 soft-sang octopus was swallowed like a snack by the colossal beast. After consuming the octopus, the giant beast let out a joyful roar. The next moment it froze in place. A human-like delight spread across the monster's face, and then like a puppy running to its master, it wriggled its body toward a small point of light. Woo woo woo, a low cry echoed across the entire ocean. All life within the sea, upon hearing this sound, fled in terror to other places. They recognized this voice. It belonged to a 90-year mythical giant monster of the deep, the oldest vassal of the creation god, the absolute overlord of the ocean. Unapproachable, best to flee quickly. But today this overlord's cry seemed rather joyful, and there was even a hint of coquettishness in it. Hiss, could this be witnessing some big shots embarrassing past? Is this the deep sea giant? How did it grow so big? In the depths of the ocean, Ye Tian stared in a daze at the deep sea giant before him. Once he entered his own world, the first thing he wanted to see was the deep sea giant. In his past life, among all the hero units, he held the deepest affection for the deep sea giant. This big fool was not only his hero unit, but also his pet. Ordinary people keep pets like dogs. As a creator god, it's perfectly fine for him to keep a deep sea giant as a pet. As his loyal pet from his previous life, Ye Tian was also the first to come and see it. He even placed Pokemon Ultraman and Succubi behind it. However, upon seeing the deep sea giant, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned. The deep sea giant before him was terrifyingly massive. Its eyes were TMD big, resembling stars. Its size had multiplied by an unknown factor. The deep sea giant from his past life, which had returned to reality, didn't even have eyelashes as large as the current deep sea giant. Woo! The deep sea giant let out a low growl, looking down at the tiny Ye Tian, its tail wagging incessantly, like a little dog exuding a sense of affection. The deep sea giant's strength had risen to the 9th tier of myth, and with various innate abilities, its current power had reached a terrifying level. However, due to certain restrictions, its intelligence had not improved much. It possessed the cognitive ability of a child or a pet. Now that it sensed Ye Tian's presence, it was overjoyed. For a long time previously, its emotions had been quite low, because Ye Tian had not paid any attention to it for a long time. Although Ye Tian had been playing games before to the life forms in this world, he was the true creator god who had brought them into existence. And before he had reincarnated and started spending extravagantly, Ye Tian had been playing without spending any money and grinding. He paid daily attention to the development of the deep-sea mermen and demi-humans. He also kept an eye on the 4 major hero units. It was equivalent to interacting with the 4 major hero units every day. In the eyes of the deep-sea giant, the creator god was showering it with affection every day. However, since Ye Tian began to spend extravagantly, there were far too many things for him to do. It was impossible to focus on the original 4 hero units. After enhancing their powers, Ye Tian didn't bother with them any longer. In reality, only a few days had passed. In the game, millions of years had gone by. In the mind of the deep sea giant, it felt like Ye Tian hadn't favored it for millions of years. This was something that had never happened in its long life. The deep sea giant was a bit anxious. So even though its strength and size had undergone a tremendous transformation, even being able to eat to its heart's content every day, it still felt a bit lonely. And today its creator god appeared before it. The deep sea giant was of course excited. It wanted to nuzzle Ye Tian, but found Ye Tian was too small, smaller than even a speck of dust in its eye. Helpless, it could only wag its tail and emit low sounds to express its joy. Ye Tian watched this scene before him somewhat speechless. Although his view was blocked by the eyes of the deep sea giant, everything in the world was still under his control. So Ye Tian clearly saw that after the deep sea giant wagged its tail, it created waves throughout the ocean, whirlpools in the sea. Even some giants that reached the myth level were tossed about by the waves created by the deep sea giant's tail. The deep sea giant did this merely to show affection. This scene was somewhat hellish. Ye Tian slowly reached out a hand and rubbed the deep sea giant's eyeball. Then he felt that something was not quite right. With a thought, a giant hand suddenly appeared in the ocean. The hand of God. In his world, Ye Tian was almost omnipotent. It was a piece of cake to conjure a pair of giant hands. The giant hand rested on the head of the deep sea giant, rubbing its forehead like one would with a small dog. Sensing the unique aura from the giant hand, the deep sea giant knew this was from the creator god. Thus it became even more excited, wagging its tail even more vigorously. It even squinted its eyes like a big dog. In terms of emotions, this was a warm interaction between a master and its pet. However, the actual image was too hellish. This was no longer a small horse pulling a big cart. This was a cell pulling a cart. After calming the deep sea giant for a while, Ye Tian teleported onto its back. Take me around and show me the sights of the deep sea. Ye Tian conveyed his thoughts to the deep sea giant. The deep sea giant jumped with excitement upon hearing its creator god's command. Then its enormous body began to swim through the depths of the ocean. Ye Tian rode on the deep sea giant's back, continuously scanning the sights in the deep sea. Here was almost the deepest point of the ocean, where the pressure reached a terrifying level. Some smaller, weaker marine creatures could not survive in this area. Riding the deep sea giant, every marine creature Ye Tian saw was nothing short of monstrous. Each one had an incredibly massive body. They looked quite ferocious and terrifying. Almost all had legendary levels of strength. However, compared to the deep sea giant, they were indeed child's play. In the area where the deep sea giant resided, there were no developed clan civilizations. Only other gigantic marine creatures existed. These creatures were evolved from nature, and though they had realms, they could not form clans. Yet each one was still quite fearsome. If that enormous body were to float to the surface, it might even be mistaken for an island. After swimming a few circles in the area with the deep sea giant, and after spending a few days with it, Ye Tian finally left the deep sea. Upon leaving the deep sea giant, Ye Tian first appeared on the insectoid continent. At this time, the insectoid continent was filled with various life forms. These were the ordinary life forms Ye Tian had purchased, which after millions of years of development on this continent evolved into some clans. Some individual life forms also evolved their own strengths. On this entire continent, one could say that resources were abundantly rich. Ye Tian had no other purpose for coming to this continent but to arrange a special clan, the insectoids. After acquiring the insectoids during his activities, Ye Tian had not yet made arrangements for them when the game feedback to reality began. Then during the game feedback period, he could not operate the game. This led to the insectoids remaining in the creator god's inventory. With a thought, Ye Tian sensed the existence of a very special space. The creator god space. It was a space isolated from the creator's world. It was a special space derived from the original game inventory. Inside the space, there were various items that Ye Tian had purchased before. For example, some resource cards prepared just in case, or the Supreme Godstar map he had obtained earlier. All these items were in the creator god space. Naturally, this included the insectoids. Without any hesitation, Ye Tian took out the clan card representing the insectoids. Ye Tian soared into the sky, the entire continent spread out before his eyes. With a gentle flick of his finger, the card in his hand instantly turned to dust. Then on the Bug Clan continent, towering technological fortresses suddenly appeared. The Bug Clan can be called a natural disaster, with its most terrifying traits being its overwhelming combat potential and its ability to evolve endlessly. Its ability to evolve endlessly is manifested in the Bug Clan's capacity to absorb the genes of all excellent life forms from myriad realms and then evolve into various powerful forms based on those genes. And their overwhelming combat potential is reflected in their reproductive capacity. A single bug queen can lay thousands of eggs at once. Moreover, a bug queen can lay eggs multiple times a day, and there is not just one bug queen. Additionally, the bug clan is a technology-rich species. However, their technological development diverges from conventional paths. Their technological advancements lean more towards flesh and blood technology. For example, this bug clan base is a product of combining technology with the bug queen. It can conduct genetic adjustments internally and directly produce bug clan members with special abilities. This technology is more akin to genetic flesh modification technology. For example, a laser gun. Other technological civilizations invent a laser gun and then provide it for use. The bug clan civilization directly retrieves genes and produces bugs that inherently possess laser firing capabilities. This is what is referred to as flesh and blood technology. The focus of flesh and blood technology is not on technology itself, but on amplifying the bug clan's endless combat potential and infinite evolution through technology. Other technological systems exist primarily to pursue advancements in technology. Meanwhile, the bug clan's technology is developed to better exploit its advantages through flesh and blood technology. A series of bug clan bases emerged on the bug clan continent. Then the gates of the base opened and bugs responsible for resource collection continuously scavenged various resources and energies from the continent and brought them back to the bug clan base. Resource collection includes, but is not limited to, various life forms and other energy-rich items. They even bring back leaves and bark. While the bug clan replenishes its energy, it also enriches its genetic library. Then, based on the genes of the various life forms brought back by the bugs, they produce bugs with special functions through genetic adjustments. Scraping the ground clean. Looking at the scene before him, Ye Tian couldn't help but recall a saying. No wonder the bug clan is called a natural disaster. Even Zhou Bapi cannot harvest as efficiently. They don't spare even the grass on the ground. Moderation, sustainable development. Ye Tian issued a command to all bug clan bases using his authority. Although he possessed the talent of a colorful level with 10 times the resources, he couldn't withstand the bug clan's relentless production. They didn't even consider whether they needed it. They didn't think about whether they could store it, they just kept producing. In such a situation, even 100 times the resources would be of no use. 10 times the resources, a rare treasure originally able to bear 10 fruits under the influence of talent, can yield 100. But for the talent to take effect, you at least need to have the fruit tree. The bug clan has stripped away even the fruit trees, making it impossible for the talent to manifest. Therefore, moderation is necessary. Upon receiving the command from Ye Tian, the creator god, all bug clan bases immediately offered fervent faith to him. They firmly etched his words into their hearts. A thought was conveyed, and those bugs that had been uprooting everything immediately restrained themselves significantly. The bug clan's genetic library still needs improvement. Ye Tian observed the industrious bugs and lightly stroked his chin. He then began to ponder. Although the bug clan is powerful, they consume vast resources. These resources are not only energy, but also require genes from various life forms. Without sufficient genes from excellent life forms, even bugs produced with abundant energy would lack quality. His bug clan originated from game rewards, not from the game store. Because the lack of microtransaction services means it is not as thorough. Currently, his bug clan's genetic library has nothing. The only small portion of genes comes from the bugs that just harvested from the continent. Regarding this, Ye Tian wanted to give a poor review. The items purchased from the system store were all that should be there, complete and comprehensive. Ye Tian could swear that if the bug clan were purchased from the game store, their genetic library would definitely be full. After all, you get what you pay for in the game store. However, the attitude towards items obtained through events is somewhat lacking. After all, there were no microtransactions. Thus, the bug clan's genetic library is empty. Notify the other mythological clans that if anyone from their races falls, they should preserve the bodies, and every 10,000 years the bugs will come to deliver goods. By then, the bug clan's genetic library will be improved. Ye Tian quickly came up with a solution regarding the issue of the bug clan's genetic library. There are mythological clans present in the other 3 continents. Over the long course of time, even among the mythological races, people constantly die. After death, their bodies are preserved, and every 10,000 years they are collected by the bugs. That would be a proper utilization of waste. What a great idea! I am truly a clever genius. Ye Tian marveled. However, as he pondered, he felt that something seemed off. Those mythological clans must serve him while alive, and even in death, they would be brought into the realm of death still serving him. And then their bodies must contribute to the development of the bug clan. Oh no! Ye Tian smacked his forehead. I've become Zhou Bapi. Even more capitalistic than a capitalist. Regarding updates, I truly have no time. With finals approaching, I am also participating in a structural competition, busy as a dog. I can only promise to explode with updates during the holidays, at least 6,000 words daily with random bursts of 100. Just to add, I wish all the brothers preparing for the college entrance examination can get into their desired schools with a bright future ahead. However, there is some rationale for the existence of capitalists. When you are being exploited by them, you definitely resist, but if you become a capitalist yourself, you will only say one thing: it's truly delightful. Regardless of the circumstances, the gene pool of the insect race must be completed. Half of the insect race's power lies in its ability to absorb genes from other races. The insect race base has only just been established on the ground for a short period of time, and has already evolved various peculiar insects. Initially, the resource bugs produced gathered some basic energy materials and a few ordinary biological genes. With the abilities of these resource bugs, it is easy for the insect race base to obtain some ordinary life forms and their energy. However, when faced with those extraordinary beings possessing superhuman powers, these resource bugs are no match. Thus, the insect race base has now created new insects based on the ordinary life genes collected, mastering combat abilities. Some have absorbed the genes of the mantis, growing enormous, extraordinary sickles, while others have developed strong jumping abilities with powerful hind limbs. And there are those that can release hallucinatory and toxic gases. There are also some that can burrow underground, searching for special minerals for the insect race base, while other races require a long time to grow. Yet the insect race base has only taken a few hours from its inception to produce extraordinary level insects. Moreover, this is the time within the game. It is enough to imagine how terrifying the insect race is. After Night Sky had instructed the insect race base on several matters, he left the insect race continent. There was no need for too many arrangements on the insect side. Now it only needs to continuously accumulate resources. When the corpses of other affiliated race powerhouses are delivered, the insect race's gene pool will be instantly enriched. The insect race differs from other affiliated races. The latter requires a vast amount of time and effort to grow. However, as long as the insect race has sufficiently excellent genes and enough energy, it can rapidly breed a powerful insect army in a short time. Therefore, there is not much noteworthy development on the insect side. Simply have other affiliated races deliver goods to the insect race every 10,000 years. Having left the insect race, Night Sky appeared on the immortal cultivation continent. At this moment, the immortal cultivation continent was a scene of immense prosperity. The human race of immortal cultivators and the demon race each have their own dominions. Their living areas are distinctly divided. Some areas overlap, with both demon and human races present. After tens of millions of years of development, the number of immortal cultivator humans has reached a terrifying level. What is even more frightening is their quality. To describe it with a common phrase in novels, Earth immortals walk everywhere, while heavenly immortals are as numerous as dogs. If it were a normal immortal cultivation world, there would likely be many ordinary people alongside the cultivators. In the immortal cultivation world, individual strengths also vary. Those with strong talent can cultivate to higher realms, while those with slightly weaker talent, given good resources, may also reach elevated levels. Yet the vast majority of ordinary people can only struggle at lower realms. However, the immortal cultivator humans in Night Sky's world are not like this. Every one of them possesses incredible strength and outstanding talent. Almost everyone has the qualifications to cultivate into immortals. This is what is referred to as everyone being like dragons. The occurrence of this situation is entirely thanks to the 7-colored talents that Night Sky previously mentioned extracting. Talent sharing. Talent sharing allows someone within an affiliated race to have their talent become the talent of the entire race. It is equivalent to copying the talent an individual possesses onto the entire affiliated race. This has created the situation where the entire immortal cultivator human race is powerful. 1 orange, 3 purple. Talent sharing ensures that each member of an affiliated race has at least 1 orange and 3 purple talents. This effectively turns everyone in the affiliated race into geniuses. It cannot be said to be anything less than powerful. Talent sharing, this 7-colored talent, does not significantly affect the world's top-tier strength, but it greatly enhances the lower limit of a world's power. Those extraordinary affiliated races are inherently weak and have little potential. Anyone with a purple talent can be regarded as a genius. With a purple talent, even the extraordinary affiliated races can break their genetic limitations and transcend into legends. The existence of this talent sharing allows even the lowest tier extraordinary affiliated races to possess 1 orange and 3 purple talents. This means that with just this 1 talent, all extraordinary affiliated races are forcibly elevated to legendary races. The improvement to the world's lower limit is immense. Not only the immortal cultivator humans, but everyone is like dragons. In Night Sky's entire vast world, everyone is like dragons. With a flicker of his figure, Night Sky appeared at the very center of the immortal cultivation continent. Central region. This is the most prosperous area designated on the entire continent. In this place, legends abound and myths are countless. It is the richest and most powerful part of the immortal cultivation continent. Whether from the demon race or the immortal cultivator human race, people gather here. This place is home to all kinds of holy lands and various divine dynasties. It is the holy land in the hearts of all cultivators on the immortal cultivation continent. And today Night Sky has arrived at this place. Looking at this real immortal cultivation world before him, Night Sky felt a deep sense of shock. Although he had previously sensed everything about the immortal cultivation world, sensing it and witnessing it with his own eyes are entirely different. It truly resembles the colossal cities depicted in novels that span countless territories. Various powerful cultivators traverse among them. There are human cultivators with long hair like ink dressed in ancient robes, as well as some bizarre and grotesque demon beasts. Additionally, there are some hidden figures draped in black robes. One could easily sense that they appear to be villains. Various shops are open selling magical artifacts, elixirs, weapons, and cultivation manuals. Auctions are even held. Some places even have established battle arenas, specifically for resolving conflicts that arise within the city. After millions of years of development, the immortal cultivation continent has become increasingly akin to a perfect immortal cultivation world. If the game did not have any feedback to reality, being transported to such a world would likely make me exceedingly happy. And now this grand cultivation world is merely a part of the world I created, and I am their creator god. A wave of indescribable bliss surged in Night Sky's heart. Even with his composure upon fully realizing the extent of the powerful world he controls, he could not help but become immersed in it. Countless beings are under his command, including those immensely powerful cultivators. They can even manipulate the world, altering mountains and rivers. They are merely life forms he has created. This feeling is truly intoxicating. Night Sky sighed, understanding why so many people go to great lengths to pursue power. With a thought, it instantly spread throughout the entire immortal cultivation continent. Come meet me. In the minds of the leaders of the powerful factions who have all reached the pinnacle of the ninth-tier mythology and wield immense power, these words appeared, their eyes gleaming with fervent enthusiasm. The creator god. In that instant, all the powerful beings understood that it was their creator god calling for them. In the next moment, these leaders, some being the masters of sacred lands, others the supreme elders of sects, and some emperors of sacred dynasties, all set aside their affairs and rushed towards the location of Ye Tian. At the very center of the central region of the cultivation continent, a magnificent giant city was constructed. In the heart of this giant city, an extraordinarily glorious palace was built. Undoubtedly, this palace was erected by the people of the cultivation continent for their creator god, Ye Tian. He intended to use this palace as a conference room and summoned all the powerful leaders of the factions. He was about to commence the first armament conference of the cultivation continent, urging the inhabitants to swiftly prepare for the impending Star Sea trial. The Star Sea trial was quite significant and potentially dangerous. After all, he was already at the 9th level of the continent, among the strongest of all creator gods. The endless Star Sea could not protect him as it did other players. To the endless Star Sea, he was merely a powerful harbinger of cleansing. At that time, he might even be given some particularly difficult things to clean up. There were far too many unknown possibilities within the Star Sea. Even Ye Tian needed to prepare in advance. After all, his Star Sea trial could not merely be about facing waves of monsters like others. The leaders of numerous powerful factions resided within the central region. Moreover, their own strengths were still within the mythological tier belonging to the top echelon. Thus, after receiving Ye Tian's message, they hurried to the divine palace without wasting much time. Many had arrived. The cultivation continent was vast beyond measure, with countless factions of all sizes. Therefore, the number of faction leaders was also quite substantial. Moreover, Ye Tian summoned not only the great powers of the human cultivation clan, he also called upon the demon clan. As the creator god, he regarded both the human and demon clans as equal. They were all part of his kin. The great hall was immense, large enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. The area outside the hall was even more exaggerated. It could hold billions of beings. After all, it was the palace built by the creator god, and its size was undeniably impressive. Ye Tian sat upon the throne constructed for him by the human cultivation clan. This throne was exceptionally high and large. After all, the people of the human cultivation clan had never witnessed what their creator god looked like. Therefore, they could only rely on their imagination, striving to envision him as grand. For Ye Tian's original human form sitting on this throne was somewhat challenging. However, this posed no difficulty for him. As long as Ye Tian wished, he could transform into a giant within his own world in an instant. Nevertheless, he preferred his current perspective over becoming larger. Thus, with a mere thought, that enormous throne shrank down to a size suitable for him to sit comfortably. An indescribable, mysterious aura emanated from him. Those closest to him, the faction leaders, upon entering the grand hall, all laid their eyes on Ye Tian. Feeling the mysterious aura around him, they experienced a profound stirring imprinted deep within their souls. In an instant, the many faction leaders understood that this figure was their creator god. Great creator god. Countless prominent figures, renowned and fearsome, within the cultivation continent knelt respectfully before him. Whether they were the master of the sacred court or the ruler of a dynasty, none were exceptions. Ye Tian permitted them to rise. After these ninth-tier beings stood up, they continued to gaze at Ye Tian with fervent eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that if Ye Tian wished for them to end their own lives at that moment, they would not hesitate in the slightest. Continuously, individuals came in and stood respectfully within the hall. The scene within the hall resembled that of the primordial myths where Hongjun Daozu preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, and the 3,000 guests from the Purple Clouds came to listen. The territory of the cultivation continent was vast beyond comprehension. However, due to the existence of teleportation arrays, all the powerful beings across the continent quickly arrived at the divine palace. Ye Tian looked at these ninth-tier mythological beings who revered him and smiled slightly. Then he spoke, "Please introduce the current situation on the cultivation continent, such as your cultivation systems and the division of factions, etc." Upon hearing Ye Tian's inquiry, the many ninth-tier mythological beings instantly became excited. They all eagerly attempted to speak. In an instant, the entire hall erupted into chaos with various voices. However, within less than a second, all the voices ceased. This was because those speaking realized something was amiss. With so many people talking, it was too chaotic in front of the creator god. What kind of decorum was that? Thus, everyone voluntarily fell silent. They began to communicate through eye contact, and in that moment, they selected a representative. This representative was a woman from the demon clan, specifically a nine-tailed celestial fox. Not only was she already powerful, but she had also awakened the projection of the myriad heavens. The awakened individual was also a highly renowned figure among the myriad heavens. Daji, the demoness who brought calamity to nations in mythology. The nine-tailed celestial fox was already extraordinarily powerful, and with the awakening of the projection of the myriad heavens, her strength soared to the peak. Among the many ninth-tier mythological beings present, she was considered top-tier. She belonged to the level of the myriad heavens. Thus, at this moment, she was naturally chosen to respond to Ye Tian's question. Daji was currently in her human form, her face radiating allure. With every gesture, she exuded an indescribable sense of temptation. Her voice carried a mix of excitement and respect. To be able to answer Ye Tian's questions was a tremendous honor for her. Lord Creator, besides our demon race, there is also the human race on this continent. Furthermore, there are beings from 2 other continents as well. Both our demon race and the human race are immensely powerful, with occasional minor frictions between them, yet their combat prowess remains comparable. Our demon race excels in the path of the physical body, inherently mighty, while the human race. Daji began to explain in detail the current state of the cultivation continent to Ye Tian. After millions of years, there has been some exchange between the cultivation continent and the other continents. Some individuals from each have migrated to another continent for various reasons. This has led to intense clashes and transformations among the diverse cultivation systems. Under normal circumstances, these different systems would inevitably come into conflict. Most inheritances on the cultivation continent rely on spiritual energy and immortal chi to function. On the other continents, there are entirely different power systems. However, do not forget that Ye Tian possesses a certain talent. Chaos. Chaos is a rainbow-tier talent capable of converting the foundations of all power systems into chaos itself. Chaos energy surpasses all energy systems. With the existence of chaos energy, even completely different cultivation systems can coexist without any conflict. It can be said that mastering one principle unlocks all others. With chaos as the core, any cultivation system becomes applicable. Thus, aside from the Zerg continent, the other 3 continents have engaged in considerable interaction over these millions of years. They have learned from one another, borrowing and adapting. This has instead spawned a multitude of chaotic schools of thought. Some of these schools are incredibly powerful, surpassing their origins in brilliance. Yet some are also pitifully weak. After the civilizations of the 3 continents merged to some extent, it has somewhat resembled a scene of 100 schools of thought contending. This has given rise to no small amount of grudges. Some between major and minor powers, others among the 3 continents themselves. After all, where there are people, there is conflict. Complete harmony is impossible. However, due to the divine decree previously issued by Ye Tian, there have been no large-scale wars of aggression between the continents. All remember Ye Tian's words. Their true enemies are the people from other worlds, not each other. Ye Tian was quite pleased with this state of affairs among the three continents. As long as no major battles erupt between the continents and there is no significant internal attrition, it is acceptable. Minor conflicts and frictions among them are entirely within tolerable limits. These minor conflicts and frictions will only motivate the people of the three continents to act more proactively when facing external threats. Daji was thoroughly familiar with the situation on the cultivation continent. While the nine-tailed celestial fox possesses considerable strength, it is truly renowned for its wisdom and beauty. For the demon race as a whole, the existence of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan is akin to the brain of the demon race. Thus, many tribes within the demon race obey the nine-tailed celestial fox. Moreover, Daji, the chieftain of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, has awakened the myriad heavens projection. Her strength is overwhelming. With power, intelligence, and beauty, she naturally earns the heartfelt submission of all demons. Controlling most of the demon race is akin to controlling most of the cultivation continent. Thus, she naturally understands the situation on the continent. So the nine-tailed celestial fox Daji explained in great detail. Ye Tian listened very attentively. Previously, he could understand the continent's situation through his phone. But that understanding was rather general. He was completely unaware of certain specific details. Now that he has truly become the creator god, gaining a more detailed understanding of the continent and his world can only be beneficial. After listening to Daji's report, Ye Tian summarized it in 4 words. An age of grand strife. The situation on the cultivation continent can only be described with these 4 words. In some fantasy or cultivation novels, an age of grand strife often describes an era teeming with monstrous talents and abundant resources. In other words, an era where protagonists emerge. The cultivation world within his own realm is no different. With the blessing of those rainbow-tier terrifying talents coupled with those buildings that provide special boosts to cultivation. Throughout his entire world, regardless of the cultivation system, it is an age teeming with monstrous talents and brilliant minds. As for resources, there is no need to mention them. Is a 10-fold resource boost a joke? His world is a 9th level world, the highest known level of worlds. The higher the world's level, the more abundant and precious the celestial treasures it can produce. His world naturally generates all kinds of celestial treasures at all times. Now with the 10-fold resource boost, it can be said that the beings within his world have never lacked resources for cultivation. They have celestial treasures to the point of being sick of them. Calling it an age of grandeur is by no means an exaggeration. Just reporting on the situation of the cultivation continent to Ye Tian took Daji nearly a day. After finishing everything, Daji obediently fell silent. She then looked at Ye Tian. At this moment, the others also raised their heads to look at Ye Tian. Ye Tian tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair, then after a moment of thought, slowly spoke. 5,000 years from now, we will face an immensely vast war. Perhaps the enemy will be very strong, perhaps very weak. But regardless, we must be fully prepared. This time is different from the last simulated war. It is a real war, and we must protect our world. I need you to form the most powerful cultivation army within 4,000 years. At that time, together with the races from the other 3 continents and the oceans, we will annihilate all invaders from other worlds. In one day, the game's barrier shielding the player's world will completely disappear. Then the Star Sea trial will begin. One day converted to game time is 2400 years. And with the time scepter, Ye Tian has a full 4800 years. That is roughly 5,000 years. His world has nearly 5,000 years to prepare against the invasion of all unknown entities from the Star Sea. This time is sufficient. By now, the various races within his world have essentially developed to a considerable extent. In this long period, the people of the world have only one task to prepare for war. Upon hearing the words of the Creator God, the powerful beings from various realms of cultivation were all stirred with excitement. Whether they belonged to the demon race or the human race, their hearts were filled only with exhilaration. For them, this was the first time their Creator God personally appeared and issued directives. They were determined to carry out these instructions effectively. Previously, although Ye Tian had issued commands for the game, it was done through mobile devices. For the beings in the cultivation continent or the entire world, it was also a divine decree, but conveyed through some channels. Now with the Creator God appearing in person to issue instructions, the significance was entirely different. The issuance of divine decrees by the Creator God and the Creator God appearing in person to deliver them, these held distinct meanings. The former meant the Creator God issues a divine decree guiding the beings to engage in the first divine battle of the world, or the Creator God personally descends leading the beings into the first divine battle. This distinction is crucial when recorded in the annals of the Creator God. At this moment, both the human cultivators and the demon race reached a consensus in their hearts. They temporarily set aside the grievances and grudges between the two races. They gathered the strength of the entire continent to forge the strongest legion, to suppress the people from the other three continents. Before the Creator God, they aimed to leave a profound impression. The three continents had already established numerous exchanges over these million years. The Western Fantasy Continent and the Illusion Continent left a deep impression on the beings of the Cultivation Continent. The Western Fantasy Continent was home to various peculiar races. Furthermore, the existence of deities who wielded various powers could not be overlooked. Their strength should not be underestimated. However, they certainly could not compare to themselves. Regarding strength, the people of the Cultivation Continent held absolute confidence. However, the deities from the Western Fantasy Continent were exceptionally skilled at large-scale warfare, and the Hall of the Creator God was built atop the Western Fantasy Continent. Although the sect of the Creator God was popular across several continents, its headquarters resided in the Western Fantasy Continent. Just based on this, the inhabitants of the Western Fantasy Continent had always felt superior to the other two continents. They believed themselves to be more orthodox. The people of the Cultivation Continent had long harbored a grudge about this. The war after 50 years truly presented an opportunity. The leaders of the Cultivation Continent had their own ulterior motives. If they performed exceptionally in the divine battle, could they request the Creator God to build a temple in the Cultivation Continent as well? The temple they currently occupied was indeed the temple of the Creator God, but it was built by the people of the Cultivation Continent themselves. The one on the Western Fantasy Continent was purchased as game content by Ye Tian. To the world, it was as if Ye Tian personally granted and constructed this temple. Compared to the one on the Western Fantasy Continent, the people of the Cultivation Continent felt that their temple lacked a bit of orthodoxy. However, after today, that orthodoxy would be established as the Creator God had once dwelled within. But to receive a palace personally constructed and granted by the Creator God was a tremendous honor. Moreover, the appearance of the Creator God resembled that of the people from the Cultivation Continent. There was indeed a significant difference from the people of the Western Fantasy Continent. The East was the true orthodoxy. The powerful beings of the Cultivation Continent all silently cheered in their hearts. Simultaneously, they noticed the words spoken by Ye Tian. With the other three continents and the races of the ocean, the Cultivation Continent had long since encountered and learned about the Western Fantasy Continent and the Illusion Continent. As for the races of the ocean, that needed no further mention. The creatures of the ocean were terrifying, especially near the deep sea, where the beings grew increasingly powerful. Their size bestowed upon them formidable strength. The terror of the ocean had been experienced by the inhabitants of the Cultivation Continent. Even the strongest among them did not dare to venture recklessly into the deep sea. As for the last continent, if memory served correctly, there seemed to be no formidable races on that continent. If the Creator God spoke thus, did it imply that he had created some powerful race on that continent? Within the temple, the numerous leaders pondering the meaning of Ye Tian's words grew increasingly curious. Everything in the Western Fantasy Continent and the Illusion Continent filled them with novelty. What sort of place would this last continent be? While curious, the people of the Cultivation Continent were also filled with confidence. No matter how powerful the other three continents were, they would never match the strength of the Cultivation Continent. This time, the MVP of the divine battle would surely belong to the people of the Cultivation Continent. 4,000 years later, before the divine battle begins, I will conduct a martial ceremony across all four continents, at which point people from other continents will be able to witness the affairs of your continent. You will also be able to see the situations of the other continents. Do not disappoint me. Ye Tian then slowly spoke to the many powerful beings of the Cultivation Continent. Upon hearing this from Ye Tian, the leaders of the Cultivation Continent instantly felt a surge of excitement. The martial ceremony under a different name was essentially a military parade. This was a great opportunity. It would allow the Creator God to see the strength of the Cultivation Continent while also showcasing their might to the other three continents. Before the divine battle commenced, they aimed to deliver a shockwave from the cultivation system. This task must be executed flawlessly. The powerful beings of the cultivation world exchanged glances filled with determination. Ye Tian sensed the emotions of the crowd and could roughly guess their thoughts. A slight smile formed within his heart. No matter the location, having a proper competitive relationship was always a good thing. After encouraging them as the Creator God, Ye Tian concluded this first arms conference of the Cultivation Continent. The powerful beings of the Cultivation Continent all bent slightly and gradually exited the Grand Hall. However, one person stayed behind. This person was none other than the enchanting Daji. She slowly knelt on the ground and then lifted her head, gazing at Ye Tian with a sultry expression. Creator God, please allow Daji to serve you. As she spoke, Daji's face flushed bright red. It was evident that saying these words was quite difficult for her. Overcoming certain psychological barriers. Cognitively, everyone acknowledged Ye Tian as their creator. They were all subject to his will. Ye Tian's will was their lifelong pursuit. Everything they had belonged to Ye Tian. However, acknowledging him was one thing, but actively offering oneself was another matter. Even if the object was the creator, it still required overcoming certain psychological barriers. Ahem. Upon hearing Daji's words, Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. Looking at Daji's alluring demeanor, he felt a stirring in his heart. It was not out of the question. Becoming the creator god without enjoying it would defeat the purpose of being a creator god. Ye Tian recalled the words of a certain creator god he had seen on a forum. He wholeheartedly agreed with that statement. Okay. Ye Tian slowly floated before Daji. Be obedient, open your mouth. Your tail and ears need not take on a human form. Open wide. Ye Tian had wandered the cultivation continent for nearly several months purely to experience the customs and culture of the immortal world. After all, in the cultivation world, if there were no feedback from games to reality, it would remain an unattainable dream in one's heart. While roaming the cultivation continent, Ye Tian discovered many enjoyable things. He encountered various Taoist scriptures and local customs, experiencing almost everything. There were also numerous vendettas and plots of protagonists turning the tables, which made Ye Tian exclaim in delight. Notably, he discovered a seed with the potential to become a unit of the heavens. It was within a sect on the cultivation continent belonging to an elder. This individual was a peculiar anomaly among anomalies. His cultivation could not be measured by normal standards. Having practiced for tens of thousands of years, even pigs could reach the immortal realm on the cultivation continent. Yet this fellow's strength remained at the chi refinement stage. Indeed, it was the chi refinement stage. With the current density of spiritual energy on the cultivation continent and various innate talents, the human cultivators were born with immense potential. Many achieved the golden core or nascent soul stages upon birth. This peculiar fellow was born as an ordinary human. Then he embarked on the path of cultivation as a mere human, stepping into the chi refinement realm, and struggled throughout his life within that realm. After tens of thousands of years, he had not broken through to the foundation establishment stage. However, he had managed to reach over 70,000 layers of chi refinement. In terms of realm, he was merely an extraordinary seed. But in terms of strength, he rivaled the existence of ninth-tier myths on the continent. Faced with such an oddity, Ye Tian couldn't help but comment on the familiar trope. Wasn't this just like the fated protagonists in some web novels? Moreover, one of Ye Tian's talents was now playing its role, the all-knowing evolution eye. It revealed the path for this fellow to evolve into a unit of the heavens. That path was to break through to 100,000 layers of chi refinement. Once he achieved that, he could attract the projection of the heavens, becoming a heavenly level unit. After discovering that the all-knowing evolution eye could reveal the evolution of hero units into heavenly units, Ye Tian used this ability to look at many other hero units. But he did not see a path for them to evolve into heavenly units. Some merely had methods to enhance their strength. Ye Tian felt a bit disappointed. He speculated that there must be certain prerequisites for the all-knowing evolution eye to reveal the method of evolution into heavenly units. First, the life forms observed by the all-knowing evolution eye must have a certain degree of compatibility with some existences among the heavens. Only then could the all-knowing evolution eye discern the conditions for these life forms to trigger the projection of the heavens. After staying on the cultivation continent for several months, Ye Tian prepared to leave. However, before departing, he sent a message to the people on the path of cultivation. He instructed them to deliver a batch of corpses to the insect race on the insect race continent within a century. After leaving the cultivation continent, Ye Tian first arrived at the fantasy continent. Upon arriving at the fantasy continent, he immediately went to see his two earliest hero units, King Jiji and King Kuan. Both King Jiji and King Kuan belonged to the subhuman race, originally part of the extraordinary species, but later became mythic races through Ye Tian's financial support. The subhuman race is half human and half beast. Since there were already beast men on the western fantasy continent, Ye Tian did not arrange for them to be there. The cultivation continent was also not very suitable for the subhuman race. Half human, half beast carried a somewhat derogatory connotation in the path of cultivation. Thus, Ye Tian simply placed the subhuman race on the fantasy continent. The subhuman population was originally small, and after becoming a mythic race, their reproductive capacity further decreased. Therefore, although they had populated the fantasy continent for 1,000,000 years, their numbers did not increase significantly. Great creator! King Jiji, dressed as a monkey, was excited upon seeing Ye Tian. Like the deep-sea giant beast before Ye Tian began spending, he had enjoyed immense favor. After Ye Tian began spending, he completely neglected them. Now seeing Ye Tian, King Jiji was naturally very excited. King Jiji had received the projection of the monkey among the heavens. Currently, many figures of heavenly level had awakened across the continent. Among these heavenly figures, the monkey could be considered one of the top tier. Therefore, the monkey was regarded as Ye Tian's most powerful asset. Ye Tian gazed at King Jiji, who resembled the great sage equal to heaven from his childhood, and gently patted his shoulder. As one of his initial 4 hero units, and having accompanied him throughout his past life, Ye Tian held deep feelings for them. Even now, with countless vassals and many powerful beings, the initial 4 hero units still held a significant place in his heart. Ye Tian continued to harbor profound hopes for the deep-sea giant beast King Kuan, King Jiji, and the King of Atlantis. Looking at King Jiji, who was now completely different from his past life, Ye Tian suddenly realized that what he had changed was not just his own fate, but also the fate of his world. In his past life, having followed his vassals, their fates had also been completely rewritten by him. At the same time, he also bore a deeper responsibility and destiny. Now his world had become a 9th-tier world, and all beings within it would depend on him. Such significant changes have occurred, so calling you by the dramatic name of King Jiji seems a bit unfitting. From now on, you shall be called the Great Sage equal to heaven. I hope you can truly become the Great Sage equal to heaven, Ye Tian said earnestly to the Great Sage equal to heaven. Hearing Ye Tian's words, the monkey became excited. In fact, for him, whether called Great Sage equal to heaven or King Jiji, it made little difference. Both names were personally bestowed by Ye Tian. Despite the plethora of powerful beings in Ye Tian's current world and the countless hero units arising among his vassals, even the heavenly units were not few in number throughout the world. Yet among so many, their names were given by themselves or others. Only the names King Jiji, King of Atlantis, and King Kuan of the deep-sea giant beast were personally chosen by Ye Tian. This represented immense glory. For any being in the world, receiving a name from the great creator was a tremendous honor that alone could be boasted about for millions of years. Not to mention the name King Jiji, which was a bit dramatic. Ye Tian could have named them a lump of dung. Rumors about it would only evoke envy and jealousy among other powerful beings. Thus, for the Great Sage equal to heaven, whether called Great Sage equal to heaven or King Jiji, it made little difference. However, he did trigger the projection of the Great Sage equal to heaven. Compared to the name King Jiji, he indeed preferred Great Sage equal to heaven. Thank you, Lord Creator, for granting me a name. The monkey instantly leaped for joy with excitement. At that very moment, a voice echoed from outside the monkey's dwelling. King Jiji, where are you? I've come to play. The voice carried a hint of childish innocence. A child with a single tail and a wild afro hairstyle stepped inside. On his clothes was embroidered the character for rice. Upon seeing this figure, Ye Tian cast a brief glance, then a flicker of shock and delight surfaced in his eyes. This little brat was a hero unit, and his father was a transcendent unit. His father was none other than the awakened Super Scion Wukong, a transcendent unit himself. While Lord Creator, why are you here? The little Scion brat, upon entering and spotting Ye Tian, was instantly overcome with exhilaration. He bounded over and grabbed hold of Ye Tian's leg. Lord Creator, can you grant me a name too? The little one's behavior was a bit rash. The nearby monkey quickly grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and lifted him up, then scratched his own head. Lord Creator, this little one's father is also named Wukong, also a transcendent unit. They belong to a race called the Scions. After activating their forms, they can unleash tremendous power. Our humanoid race and the Scions live not far apart and often interact with each other. Over time, I got to know this little one's father well, and then he started coming here every day. Hearing the monkey's words, Ye Tian smiled. He knew the monkey was trying to excuse the little one's rash behavior. He didn't take the matter to heart. The beings in his world were indeed absolutely loyal and reverent toward him. But different beings had different temperaments which manifested in varied ways. Their inherent natures determined their distinct attitudes toward him. For instance, the deep-sea Leviathan regarded him as its master and positioned itself as a pet. Its attitude toward him was one of fawning. The great cultivators on the immortal continent treated him with awe. Daji, besides her reverence, also desired to serve him. Absolute loyalty was the core, yet the beings in this world were truly real. They possessed their own thoughts. Different individuals expressed their loyalty to Ye Tian in different ways. Take this little one, for example. His behavior seemed to regard him as some kind of idol to worship. Recalling the Scion's notorious appetite, Ye Tian felt a mischievous impulse toward the child before him. I bestow upon you the name Rice Barrel, how about that? As soon as the words left his mouth, the little one became utterly ecstatic. Yea, the Lord Creator has given me a name. Next time Dad says he eats more than me, you'll tell him the name the Lord Creator chose for me. Watching the delighted little one, Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle wryly. While his mischievous streak, no one else could appreciate it. He had forgotten that scions had rather peculiar thought processes. After teasing the little one a bit more, King Kuan also arrived swiftly. King Kuan held a position in the Church of the God of Finality tasked with spreading the faith of the Creator across the fantasy continent. Therefore, he had not been within the territory of the humanoid race initially. Ye Tian had originally planned to meet the monkey first before seeing King Kuan. However, the monkey had notified King Kuan, who then rushed back post-haste. Lord Creator. King Kuan gazed at Ye Tian, his face brimming with fervor and excitement. Among the original 4 hero units, King Kuan harbored the most fanatical devotion to Ye Tian. It wasn't that his faith ran deeper than the others. Rather, he displayed it most wildly. This was because he naturally held the duty of proselytizing. A missionary, a marketing master. How could he not be fanatical? Seeing King Kuan's intensely fervent gaze, Ye Tian felt somewhat speechless. At that moment, he truly wanted to say to King Kuan, "Can't you be a little more rational?" Upon seeing King Kuan, Ye Tian instinctively activated the Eye of Omniscience and Evolution. Then he was stunned. On King Kuan, a path to evolve into a transcendent unit had appeared. This path was named Maori Star Official. In mythological legends, Maori Star Official was one of the 28 mansions dwelling in the radiant palace of the heavens, with his true form being a rooster standing 6 or 7 feet tall. His divine duty was to herald the dawn with his crow. His most classic tale was in Journey to the West, where the monkey and others were defeated by a scorpion demon in the kingdom of women. It was only after summoning Maori Star Official that the demon was subdued. As a deity from ancient mythology, Maori Star Official was naturally powerful. But all that was beside the point. What mattered was that Maori Star Official's original form was a rooster. King Kuan was already half human, half rooster. Awakening as Maori Star Official didn't seem like an unacceptable thing. But somehow it felt a bit off, didn't it? Essence of the sun. Sound that quells demons. Ye Tian looked at the conditions for King Kuan's evolution to the transcendent level and smiled faintly. To become Maori Star Official, one must act on behalf of the sun. First, one must acquire the essence of the sun to transform one's power into pure, unadulterated yang energy. This was a minor issue. All living beings in his world cultivated chaotic energy. Chaotic energy could easily substitute for solar power. The divine duty of Maori Star Official was to herald the dawn with his crow, which sounded lofty, but essentially meant a rooster's crow. It required the power known as the sound that quells demons. Using the sound that quells demons to cleanse the world of all evil, thereby ushering in light. This wasn't a difficult condition either, it only required a bit of Ye Tian's faith energy. Faith energy, that was something he had in abundance now. I bestow upon you the power of the sound. From now on you shall be the man who walks in the sun's stead. Ye Tian intoned mystically to King Kuan, then granted him the sound that quells demons through the power of faith. Having met the prerequisite evolution conditions, King Kuan had already acquired the potential to become a celestial unit. However, becoming a celestial unit was not an overnight matter. Even if all the rigid conditions had been fulfilled, a period of gestation was still required. Ye Tian estimated that King Kuan could become a celestial unit before the arrival of the Starry Sea trial. This could be considered a good thing. Among his 4 veteran subordinates, counting King Kuan, 2 had already become celestial units. The remaining ones were the Atlantean King and the Deep Sea Leviathan. The Atlantean King was manageable. There were already Atlantean Kings among the celestial units. Although the current Atlantean King could not yet trigger a projection, hope still remained. The evolution of the Deep Sea Leviathan was somewhat difficult. For a colossal and terrifying existence like him, the only celestial units he could evolve into were the eldritch gods of the Cthulhu mythos. The entities from the Cthulhu system were all somewhat unhinged. Though the current form of the Deep Sea Leviathan was somewhat ferocious, there was still a hint of cuteness about him. Watching such a massive monster behave like a little dog created a peculiar sense of contrast and charm. If he evolved toward the Cthulhu direction, he would truly become unbearable to behold. The things from the Cthulhu system were all somewhat twisted. Tentacle monsters everywhere. Ye Tian wanted to walk a dog, but he certainly did not want to walk a tentacle monster. He shook his head. Although he wished to evolve all 4 of his original hero units into celestial units, he did not want the Deep Sea Leviathan to become that deformed. Let him stay as he is. After offering some more encouragement to King Kuan and the monkey, Ye Tian decisively broadcast a message from the monkey's location to all races across the entire fantasy continent. The situation on the fantasy continent differed from that on the cultivation continent. The cultivation continent was primarily inhabited by humans and demons with power distributed among various sects and dynasties. The leaders were the chiefs of various organizations. On the fantasy continent, however, a multitude of races had gathered. Power distribution was primarily along racial lines. 100 races stood side by side. So now Ye Tian's method of conveying information was to notify the kings of the major races. Previously, upon receiving the message, the kings had swiftly rushed to the monkey's residence, which was in the direction of the demi-human race. The demi-human race held the highest status on the entire fantasy continent. On one hand, Ye Tian had gilded them into a mythical race, making their racial strength immensely powerful. On the other hand, they possessed King Kuan and the monkey. Both the monkey and King Kuan had been personally named by the creator god, representing supreme honor. Moreover, the monkey himself was a celestial unit possessing top-tier strength across all continents. Although King Kuan was not a celestial unit, he was a member of the eschatologist sect, second only to the Pope. For various reasons, this established the demi-human race's leadership on the fantasy continent. Now that Ye Tian had appeared among the demi-humans and issued a gathering order from this place, it further confirmed the demi-human race's standing in the eyes of the creator god. Similarly, thanks to the teleportation arrays, the chieftains of some powerful races quickly arrived at the demi-human territory. Then they came to pay homage to Ye Tian. Compared to the meeting on the cultivation continent, the meeting now unfolding on the fantasy continent was somewhat peculiar. On the cultivation continent, both humans and demons maintained humanoid forms. But the fantasy continent was different. Its races were drawn from various films, animations, and other sources, full of fantasy and eccentricity. Thus, their forms were all different. There were mechanical beings from the machine race, golden-haired scions, namely Wukong, father of Gohan, and even Arceus, the creator god from Pokemon, giants of light, and even armored warriors. But the most eye-catching and powerful was the representative of the cyberpunk civilization, a data entity no less. A body digitized into data. Ye Tian suddenly grew curious about the level of development the cyberpunk civilization had reached. The cyberpunk civilization already possessed high technology, and he himself had a seven-colored technological talent, science as the sole development paradigm. Then, as the three continents began to interact, the cyberpunk civilization's technology came into contact with various power systems like cultivation and magic. Ye Tian recalled Daji mentioning that some people from the cultivation continent had traveled to the fantasy continent and joined the cyber civilization, becoming cyber Taoists. After the meeting, I must go and see the cyber civilization. Ye Tian was extremely curious about what brilliance would emerge from the combination of cyber civilization science as the sole development paradigm, cultivation magic. Although he could know everything happening on the continent with a single thought, some things had to be witnessed in person to truly appreciate their fascination. Wasn't that so? Ye Tian repeated nearly the same words to the races of the fantasy continent. The conditions on the fantasy continent differed from those on the cultivation continent. The cultivation continent had the strongest overall strength among the three continents. The fantasy continent's strength was almost the weakest among the three. Without the cyberpunk civilization, it would not even have the ability to compete with the other two continents. After all, the fantasy continent prided itself on 100 flowers blooming. Among the major races, there were warlike ones, but more were peace-loving. Therefore, compared to the treachery on the cultivation continent, the situation on the fantasy continent was more stable and peaceful. This led the various races living there to have more peaceable temperaments. Their desire for war was not as strong as that on the cultivation continent. However, regarding the upcoming Starry Sea trial, the races of the fantasy continent would also make thorough preparations. Because in their eyes, this was a war to defend their own world, a war against invaders, a war for justice. Most races on the fantasy continent loved peace and disliked launching aggressive wars, but for this so-called righteous war to defend their world, they would absolutely give their all. It sounded somewhat Shinibu, but it was indeed the case. The races of the fantasy continent were drawn from various anime and films. An unavoidable theme in anime was Shinibu. The first war preparation conference of the fantasy continent has concluded successfully. All major fantasy races, encouraged by Ye Tian, have made thorough preparations to face the evil invasion, especially a certain race of the Light Giants. The Light Giants are the most active race on the fantasy continent. They possess advanced technology and exceptional combat skills. They usually traverse various corners of the fantasy continent, eliminating evil. They harbor a deep hatred for threats like the Shinkong series that can invade worlds. The leader of the Light Giants plans to establish a world guard upon returning. After the meeting concluded, Ye Tian did not linger in the human realm. Instead, he eagerly slipped into the territory of the cyber civilization. He was curious about the current level of development of the cyber civilization. The main area of the cyber civilization is a colossal cyber city. In this city, besides the citizens of the cyber civilization, there are many others from different fantasy races. Various other fantasy races coexist in this gigantic city. This demonstrates the inclusiveness of the cyber civilization system. Upon entering the cyber civilization system, Ye Tian heard about the three major plans currently being pursued by the cyber civilization. The first plan, endless energy. The second plan, three ascensions. The third plan, soul mechanics. The cyber civilization does not hide its primary research directions. Almost all fantasy races on the fantasy continent know that the cyber civilization is currently developing endless energy. However, this endeavor is indeed quite challenging. Even with the existence of a science-first development perspective after millions of years, the research on endless energy has only completed half. Why is it said to be half? That is because the current cyber civilization can indeed produce endless energy, but it still cannot be deemed a success. They have developed a form of endless energy that can provide endless energy, but the intensity of the energy it can provide is far too low. Energy intensity refers to the strength of energy output by endless energy. Endless energy indeed possesses endless energy, but its energy output intensity is limited. The currently developed endless energy can provide energy continuously, but the energy intensity it offers is only sufficient to power some of the most ordinary energy vehicles. It's like a bottomless river, you can never drain it dry. Yet the amount of water you can draw is only as wide as the pipe. Endless energy is like a river that will never run dry. Currently, the cyberpunk civilization is researching how to expand the pipe. Aside from endless energy, the hot topic right now is the three ascensions. The three ascensions are plans aimed at all citizens of the cyberpunk civilization. The three ascensions are genetic evolution, transcendence into the sacred, heart over matter data as God, flesh suffers mechanism descends as God. Genetic evolution and transcendence into the sacred are the first step. The cyberpunk civilization has formulated a genetic ascension plan based on the existence of various cultivation systems from other continents. This plan allows citizens to cultivate using the genetic cultivation methods derived from the major cultivation systems, achieving sanctification of the flesh. Then they will seal their flesh within the Sky City and proceed to the second step of ascension, where their consciousness becomes mechanical. They will cultivate data spiritual techniques, transmitting their divine consciousness into the cyberpunk civilization Skynet. Then comes the third step, mechanical descent. The true self is sealed within the cyberpunk Sky City, descending onto various mechanical vessels as data. The true self remains unvanquished. Data is everlasting. Currently, the majority of citizens in the cyberpunk civilization have completed the three ascensions. The third plan is soul mechanics. The purpose of soul mechanics is to create mechanical creations with souls. All current mechanical creations are physical entities. The cyberpunk civilization aims to create mechanical creations that possess soul bodies. In their vision, they want to forge a type of mechanical soul body that can transmit information, manipulate energy, and sense the world. Such mechanical soul bodies can integrate with all forms of life. They can endow living beings with various extraordinary abilities. For instance, they could enable living beings to instantly master skills or significantly increase the energy within their bodies. They could even help living beings perceive the world and comprehend the Tao. Once such a soul mechanical body is created, the cyber civilization can use it to assist its citizens in rapidly completing the three ascensions. Meanwhile, the soul mechanical body can also interact with other races, aiding their growth and collecting their information. This would originally supplement the information database of the cyberpunk civilization, facilitating various research endeavors. After hearing about these three major plans, Ye Tian could only exclaim one word: impressive. The first two plans are relatively straightforward, belonging to the realm of top-tier technology. But the last plan is truly something else. Mechanical creations with souls. Can things that possess souls still be called machines? More importantly, why does this sound so familiar? Isn't this just a classic golden finger from web novels and reality? A system. A system is precisely this kind of thing, soul mechanical creations. And it also functions in information transmission and energy transport. The former allows the host to instantly grasp various skills and knowledge. The latter enhances the host's power. Ye Tian suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. If the cyber civilization can truly create something like soul mechanical creations, it would be somewhat terrifying. The legendary system has become a wholesale product here. Soul mechanical creations combined with endless energy. No wonder the system can achieve anything. Truly worthy of its terrifying talent at the rainbow level. Science is the only development perspective in the world. It's simply terrifying. Both endless energy and soul mechanical creations exist in the realm of imagination. Theoretically, they should not exist. However, due to the presence of this rainbow-level talent, the theoretical has been transformed into the feasible. Now that both of these plans have shown some promise in research by the cyberpunk civilization, if given a little more time, they will undoubtedly be realized. Excitement flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. If the cyberpunk civilization can truly create something like the system, that would be incredible. Then they could disperse the system across the endless starry sky, allowing it to invade other worlds within the cosmos, and then reap the rewards themselves. How wonderful. In a couple of days I might take a day off, and when exactly will depend on the situation. If you see I haven't updated it means I'm on leave, not that I've passed away. Walking through the cyberpunk city, Ye Tian witnessed a myriad of fantastical sights. The cyberpunk civilization stood as the paramount power across the fantasy continent. In the cyber city they constructed held a status akin to that of the central domain within the cultivation continent. Moreover, the cyberpunk city was divided into the surface world and the inner world. The surface world represented the outer layer of technological reality. The inner world, however, was a realm of pure data. It could also be termed a virtual world, a metaverse. Yet it was not merely a virtual realm, for the inner world crafted by the cyberpunk civilization possessed the presence of energy. It was essentially a virtual world born from the fusion of energy, data, and spirit. Even more remarkable was that the cyber civilization had created not just one such inner world. People could not only upload their consciousness into the inner world, but beings whose essence was energy itself could even enter the inner world in their physical forms. Currently, all technological research conducted by the cyberpunk civilization was carried out within the inner world. The inner world perfectly emulated all the laws of the surface world. Consequently, all the resources required for scientific research could be generated through data within the inner world. This essentially meant there were almost no research costs. In essence, the creation of the inner world was akin to constructing a spiritual space for the mind. Within this spiritual space, time could be stretched infinitely. People could engage in limitless learning and self-improvement within this mental realm. Furthermore, all objects within the spiritual space changed according to one's will, requiring virtually no cost. Beyond scientific research, tasks like alchemy and artifact forging could also be accomplished within the inner world. All materials were generated by data. After understanding everything about the inner world, Ye Tian was once again bewildered. Wasn't this essentially a golden finger? In those cultivation or Western fantasy novels, some protagonists possessed such a golden finger, the ability to construct a spiritual space for alchemy and artifact forging. While others had to consider costs and spend vast amounts of time, the protagonist could effortlessly accomplish these tasks within the spiritual space. They could even train martial skills within this spiritual space. Externally, it appeared as if someone who knew nothing 3 days ago after accepting a duel would enter the spiritual space and train tirelessly. Then, leveraging the time difference between the spiritual space and reality, they would master a profound martial art, emerge, and decisively humiliate their opponent. More importantly, the cyberpunk civilization's inner world was not a purely spiritual realm. Besides consciousness and spirit, the world they built also contained energy. This meant that those who entered the inner world could not only train various weapons and skills, but could even engage in cultivation. What truly stunned Ye Tian was that the cyberpunk civilization's inner world even had a membership system. Different members experienced varying time flows within the inner world. Some high-level members could even receive rule enhancements, granting them tenfold or hundredfold comprehension. Currently, an entry quota to the cyberpunk inner world commanded an astronomical price across the entire world. People from both the Western fantasy continent and the cultivation continent flocked, desperate to secure a spot. They simply couldn't resist the allure. Within this world, one could practice alchemy, artifact forging, learn various skills, and even create cultivation techniques. There was nothing one couldn't do in the inner world. The cyberpunk civilization had become the most sought-after entity across the 3 continents. This was precisely why Ye Tian had initially chosen the cyberpunk civilization. Because a technological civilization like this was truly vital. Its strength lay not merely in its technological prowess. The essence of science was to understand and analyze all things. Any other cultivation system would be dissected and comprehended before the gaze of a technological civilization. Then it would be optimized through technological means. This meant scientific cultivation, scientific magic. For any cultivation civilization, a technological system served as a tremendous catalyst. Once their cultivation system was understood by the technological system, the latter could immediately optimize it. Many cultivation systems were practiced without understanding the underlying principles. They pursued only the result of becoming stronger, not the process. The technological system, however, focused on both. It sought to become stronger, to understand how to become stronger, and to master and even optimize the process of becoming stronger. The cyberpunk civilization had already demonstrated its utility. The mere existence of the inner world could assist countless cultivation civilizations, and the infinite energy they were developing was nothing short of miraculous. In fact, some of the races Ye Tian had purchased also possessed infinite energy, which was inherent to their settings. However, these infinite energy sources all had flaws. For instance, the civilization of Seer claimed to possess infinite energy. But their so-called infinite energy was merely an energy crystal containing immense power. The term infinite was only relative. The energy output was not particularly high. It was sufficient to power the spaceships of the Seer civilization, but inadequate for powering cyberpunk mecha. Take the plasma spark of the Giant of Light race, for example. It functioned as their nuclear reactor, continuously recharging the Giants of Light. This could also be considered an infinite energy source. But all these things had their limitations. Moreover, there were only one or two such sources. They were like the lifeblood of a single race, applicable only to one or two factions, not the entire world. However, the inorganic energy developed by the cyberpunk civilization was different. Once successfully developed, it could be mass-produced. In the future, the cultivation world would no longer need spirit stones. They could simply absorb energy from the infinite source. The same applied to other cultivation systems. When a technological civilization reached its peak, it became virtually omnipotent. Compared to other civilizations, it was like the favored child of the creator. It not only developed sustainably and conserved world resources, but also drove the entire world to save resources in its own way. It was truly moving. Ye Tian was immensely satisfied with the cyberpunk civilization. In the outer world, Ye Tian witnessed the endless energy created by the cyberpunk civilization. It radiated energy continuously resembling the sun. Due to the presence of chaotic talent, the energy within the world's instruments could be transformed. This means that whether one practices cultivation or magic or any other system of training, when absorbing the energy from the endless energy, it naturally transforms into chaotic spiritual energy and chaotic magical power. There is no issue of energy conflict. This allows any faction to utilize the endless energy. But the energy fluctuations are only at the first level of the extraordinary. Feeling the power contained within this endless energy, Ye Tian was somewhat astonished. The energy within this thing seemed to have no boundaries at all. It appeared to form a cycle, constantly consuming and generating energy. If we only consider the endless energy, the cyberpunk civilization has already succeeded. However, this energy seems to have reached a certain solid state. It is difficult to extract. Currently, the energy radiating from this endless energy crystal is only at the level of the extraordinary. Although it flows endlessly, its effective range is too limited. It can only support extraordinary level cultivation or provide energy for some first-level mechanical creations. After witnessing the endless energy, Ye Tian went on to observe the three major ascensions of the cyberpunk civilization. Among the three major plans of the cyberpunk civilization, the three major ascensions have the highest completion rate. Almost half of the cyberpunk citizens have completed these ascensions. Most of their bodies have been submitted to the national treasury for maintenance in the Sky City. Then their consciousness is transformed into data uploaded to the internet, the Skynet. They control various clones and mechs through this data consciousness. Watching this scene, Ye Tian felt it was quite peculiar. As for the last plan, the soul mechanical creation, this plan has the lowest completion rate among the three. Ye Tian prefers to call this plan the system creation plan. In fact, the hardware conditions for the system creation plan are almost all in place. The inner world can provide a training space function for the system. This thing can be made into various refining systems, alchemy systems. At that time, the host would be thrown into the inner world, allowing them to refine endlessly and gain experience. Wouldn't refining and alchemy systems be completed? It could even be made into a point allocation training system. Throwing the host into the inner world, letting them continuously practice a certain martial art from small success to great success. It would be a perfect training system. During this process, as long as the host's part of the consciousness is shielded, making them lose the perception of time, and then enhancing their subconscious, they would firmly remember everything they learn. For the host, this would be equivalent to a point allocation followed by a state of consciousness fuzziness, and then they would immediately learn everything. The system's auxiliary functions would all be solved. As for improving their cultivation level, as long as the endless energy is developed, it could elevate the host's power to the 9th level of myth in no time. Oh, and there's the function of a system store. This aspect could combine the biological technology of the insect race with the endless energy. As long as there is genetic energy, anything can be created. With endless energy plus the gene bank and manufacturing technology of the insect race, wouldn't the system store be established? Bloodline exchange. Scion gene insect race patch version, Gold Gung indestructible body insect race patch version. Weapon exchange. Biological insect race laser gun, biological insect race heaven-splitting axe, biological insect race blacklight battlesuit. If your weapon doesn't make strange sounds, how can you tell it's a living being and not just an ordinary weapon? You discover that your weapon seems to be a living entity. That's not a problem. High-level magical artifacts all possess artifact spirits. Isn't that common knowledge? Products of the system are guaranteed to be of high quality, don't you understand? Therefore, the hard technology required for the cyberpunk civilization's soul mechanical life creation plan is basically already in place. With the technology of the inner world along with the technology of the insect race and the Yetobe completed endless energy technology, a prototype of the system has almost formed. However, how to create mechanical soul entities, which is the carrier of these technologies, is still a mystery for the cyberpunk civilization. After pondering for a moment, Ye Tian took out a creation artifact. This is a high-level creation artifact, but it is still inferior to the god of machinery and the staff of time. This creation artifact is called the Wish Stone. As the name suggests, it allows one to make wishes and fulfill desires. However, not all wishes can be realized. Approximately every 100,000 years, Ye Tian can use this creation artifact to make a wish. But the wish must be within a certain range, and then the Wish Stone can fulfill it. For example, if Ye Tian wishes for a certain legendary race to evolve into a mythic race, the Wish Stone can achieve that. However, it is not an immediate realization. It requires a certain amount of time for the legendary race to evolve into a mythic race within a fixed time frame. But if the task is too excessive, the Wish Stone will not be able to achieve it. For example, wishing for all legendary races to evolve into mythic races. The Wish Stone has significant limitations, yet its power cannot be denied. At specific moments, it can exert great influence. For instance, right now, I wish for the cyberpunk civilization to invent complete endless energy. Ye Tian activated the Wish Stone. The Wish Stone erupted with a burst of colorful light, which then vanished, merging into the world. Ye Tian knew this meant the Wish Stone had taken effect. With the existence of the colorful level talent of science as the world's sole development perspective, the cyberpunk civilization will inevitably invent endless energy sooner or later. However, the time required might be a bit lengthy. Now, with the support of the Wish Stone, the time consumed to invent endless energy will be shortened. Endless energy, which holds immense benefits for the entire world, should be invented as soon as possible. The technology of endless energy will eventually be achieved. Combined with the insect race technology and the technology of the inner world, only the final technology of mechanical life forms is needed for the cyberpunk civilization's third plan to be completed. At that time, perhaps I could obtain a special race, the System Clan. A glimmer of a smile flashed across Ye Tian's face. Ye Tian believed that if he could truly bring forth the System Clan, it would undoubtedly be a monumental event. With an existence like the system, it could very well be a special kin akin to the insect clan. When the time comes for mass production and wholesale, they would be thrown into the endless sea of stars. Let them tirelessly gather resources for themselves in the countless worlds of the endless sea. Just thinking about that scene was beautiful. However, it was evident that this might be a long-term project. In the short term, the system was unlikely to be developed. Continuing to stay in this cyber city, experiencing the high technology from cyber civilization, Ye Tian then left the cyber civilization. In the fantasy continent, what captivated him was not merely the cyber civilization. There were numerous other civilizations. These civilizations all carried the dreams of his childhood. After leaving the cyber civilization, Ye Tian arrived at the realm of the Light Giants. At this moment, a grand meeting was taking place in the realm of the Light Giants. In the meeting of the Light Kingdom's war preparation, two different forms of Light Giants stood below. Upon learning that a world divine war would unfold in 50 years, the two different forms of Light Giants reacted differently. The Light Giant on the left, adorned with red patterns, wore a face filled with excitement. Their expressions were fervent. They did not favor war, but for a war to defend their country and world, they would stand their ground. On the right was a Light Giant with blue patterns. The expressions on these Light Giants' faces were somewhat grave. They understood the immense disaster a world-class war would bring to their realm. Thus, they were deeply concerned about this war. Meanwhile, some leaders among the Light Giants were engaged in heated arguments. The Light Giant with red patterns was the current director of the Cosmic Military Bureau of the Light Kingdom. His stance was for all-out war preparation. When the time comes, they would strike hard. The Light Giant with blue patterns was the current director of the Cosmic Science Bureau of the Light Kingdom. His stance was also to fight. The only difference between the two was that the red-patterned Light Giant believed that relying on the powerful combat skills of the Light Giants would suffice, with themselves as the main force. The blue-patterned Light Giant believed that technology should be utilized effectively along with cosmic battleships and other cosmic weapons. Do you really think the cosmic battleships you developed are stronger than my cosmic rays? Last time, when members of the Cosmic Guard used a cosmic battleship on the continent, they didn't even see the enemy before the battleship was destroyed. Our warriors were injured by the cosmic battleship's explosion, resulting in diminished strength, allowing some enemies to escape, said the red-patterned Light Giant. When mentioning these matters, he couldn't help but smile. Back then, that evil force had exploded the cosmic battleship right at the start when facing the Guard. They thought that by destroying the cosmic battleship, they had accomplished a great feat. Little did they know several Light Giants jumped out from within the cosmic battleship. They unleashed a barrage of laser fire. The criminal gang was left bewildered by this situation. The facts proved that the technology invented by the Blue Clan was no match for their warriors' innate strength. It was purely redundant. The Blue Pattern director of the Science Bureau turned pale upon hearing this. He then began to vehemently criticize the Red Pattern giant. Are you implying that the technology developed by our Blue Clan is useless? If you have the ability, then don't use our life solidification technology in the future. Life solidification technology is a technique invented by the Research Bureau of the Light Giants. It can solidify the life of a being within a certain period after death. Then it can inject energy to revive it. This technology has certain limitations in its application, but it cannot conceal its powerful effects. Upon hearing this, the Red Pattern giant was taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Although he did not acknowledge the weapons invented by the Blue Clan, he had to admit that other inventions from the Blue Clan were impressive. The life solidification technology indeed saved many warriors' lives. In short, the life solidification technology is remarkable. When did I say that the technology you invented is useless? I only said that your weapons are ineffective. The Red Pattern giant continued to stubbornly defend his position. The two began to argue in front of a large crowd. The main content was roughly, the Blue Clan is just being pretentious. In war there are bound to be casualties. Your other technologies are indeed useful, but in terms of weapons they are not as powerful as the warriors themselves. What do the brutes of the Red Clan know about technology? They just charge forward with a cross gesture. If it weren't for our technology, saving your lives, you would have perished long ago. The two leaders were embroiled in a fierce argument. The father of Ultra on the platform felt overwhelmed by it all. Although the Ultra clan favored peace, there were still some distinctions and details. The Red Clan's people were inherently more reckless, advocating for the elimination of evil. If there were no evil in the world, peace would naturally follow. The Blue Clan's people were more meticulous in nature, advocating against war, seeking to convert enemies, and desiring peace without conflict. Thus the roles they played in the Light Kingdom were quite different. The Red Clan mainly took charge of external wars. The Blue Clan primarily focused on various scientific research, medical care, and logistics. At this moment, the argument between the leaders of the two clans had deeply touched the heart of the father of Ultra. The Blue Clan is just pretentious. The father of Ultra recalled when the Blue Clan developed the life solidification technology, the essence of creating that was for peace. However, he did not expect that this technology would attract the attention of some legendary kin, leading to several small wars. Many lives were lost. The things created with the intent of peace ultimately triggered war, which left the Blue Clan feeling depressed. Several researchers even developed psychological issues. At that time, the father of Ultra had to spend considerable effort to provide them with psychological counseling. The Blue Clan is great in many aspects, but this one point is not so good. They are too sensitive inside. If it were the Red Clan, they would only boast about it. But the problem is, what do the Red Clan people know about technology? A Silver Clan like me is just fine possessing the strengths of both the Red and Blue Clans, while lacking their shortcomings. Sighed the father of Ultra. Unfortunately, the Silver Clan exists in the entire Ultra Clan in very small numbers. They are a pure minority. Ye Tian looked at the scene before him, feeling a bit dazed. Good grief. I haven't woken up. I actually saw two light giants arguing. After learning about the distinct characteristics of the two major races of light giants, Ye Tian nearly couldn't suppress his laughter. Looking at these familiar light giants before him, Ye Tian couldn't help but feel nostalgic. They were the most profound memories of his childhood. However, one regrettable point is that among the giants of the Light Kingdom today, there are none that can project across the heavens. Thus, those light giants that existed in his memory are no longer present. What remains are merely the new Ultramen derived from the light giant race. Ye Tian watched with great interest as the two giants of light engaged in an argument during this seemingly serious meeting. If it were another clan, there would also be a division between the Blue Clan and the Red Clan, and their leaders would be arguing in such a high-level meeting. This would signify that the racial tensions within that race had reached a profound level. However, the Giants of Light were different. They were a truly peace-loving race, and within their own ranks, there was an atmosphere of peace. There was no power struggle. Neither was there any factional conflict. If the Giants of Light started forming cliques, it would indeed be quite laughable. The argument between these two prominent figures was purely because they could not stand each other's perspectives. This was a characteristic inherent to the Giants of Light. In certain matters, they could display an unusual maturity. Yet in other matters, they could appear quite childish. Ultimately, under the mediation of the father of Ultra, the director of the Military Bureau of Light and the director of the Cosmic Technology Bureau of Light successfully reached a consensus, emphasizing their own abilities as primary with technology as a supplement. In reality, the technology invented by the Blue Clan was not inferior, and it was effective for most of the Giants of Light. But who were those that could join the guard squad? Among the Giants of Light, they were the creme de la creme, essentially top tier in strength. Thus that technology did not have much effect on them. However, for the basic Giants of Light, it was a different story as this technology greatly aided them. It could enhance their overall strength. The weak needed it, and the strong needed it as well. The weak could leverage technological weapons to unleash greater power. As for the strong, wielding a technological weapon could at least confuse the enemy. A laser gun shooting out would not penetrate their defenses. It would cause the enemy to let their guard down in an instant. Then immediately switching the laser gun for an ultra laser. After secretly observing the Giants of Light and fulfilling his childhood dream, Ye Tian departed from the Kingdom of Light. Afterward, he went to various corners of the fantasy continent experiencing various races. He also specifically studied the types of tattoos for several days. Just before preparing to leave the fantasy continent, Ye Tian arrived at the territory of a fantasy race he had long anticipated. Pokemon. Due to only exchanging for the Pokemon integration package, only Pokemon appeared in the fantasy continent. There were no humans from the original Pokemon. Naturally, our protagonist, Ash the humanoid monster, was also absent. The lack of the main characters group was indeed a minor regret. However, the presence of numerous Pokemon greatly comforted Ye Tian's heart. After having fun with the adorably silly Pokemon, he finally left the fantasy continent. Before leaving, he took a Pikachu as a pet. After all, this was his greatest childhood dream. With a Pikachu on his shoulder, Ye Tian's figure appeared in the Western fantasy continent. The Western fantasy continent also presented a vibrant scene filled with various races. The divine race held the reins of power, towering above all. However, they rarely interfered with the races on the continent. Thus, conflicts and wars occasionally broke out among the various races and factions of the continent. The human race had the most deities they believed in. Under the faith in the supreme creator god, some worshipped the god of war, while others revered the god of machinery. Apart from humans, the other major races also had their own deities they believed in. Some races believed in several deities, while others only worshipped one. For instance, the elven race faithfully worshipped the god of the forest. For war preparation meetings in the Western fantasy continent, there was no need to call upon so many races. It was sufficient to communicate everything with the divine race. They would naturally convey everything to their faithful followers. Ye Tian arrived at the Temple of the Creator in the Western fantasy continent. The Temple of the Creator, there was a special building he exchanged in the game shop. It was essentially the main hall of the Church of the End. It served as the workplace for the central clergy. Thus, there were almost always people present in the Temple of the Creator. To be precise, there were gods. Because all the staff of the Church of the End were from the divine race. The status of the Temple of the Creator in the Western fantasy continent was akin to that of a sacred place. Whether members of the divine race or other races on the continent, entering the Temple of the Creator was regarded as the highest honor. Even the races from other continents held this belief. They referred to it as bathed in the glory of the Creator God. Moreover, the Temple of the Creator, being a building provided by the game shop, possessed various supportive functions. Aside from being a symbolically sacred temple, it was genuinely a sacred temple in every sense. As time passed, and with a thousand-fold comprehension, the Temple of the Creator contained various buffs and enhancements. Even if you were a pig entering the Temple of the Creator, you could walk out transformed into a myth. In most instances, there were deities present in the Temple of the Creator. They practiced here. As staff members, it was not wrong to utilize a bit of their authority. Ye Tian silently appeared on the highest divine seat. Below him were the seats of the Pope and various clergy members from other factions. Lord Creator God. The gods who had been meditating were all startled. They saw Ye Tian sitting in the highest position. Startled, they hurriedly knelt before Ye Tian to pay their respects. Ye Tian nodded slightly. Then a wave of thought emanated outward. Within moments, one deity after another appeared in the Temple of the Creator. The god of war, the god of life, the god of the earth, were all deities who wielded significant power. They gazed at Ye Tian with an incredibly fervent expression. The deities appearing in the Temple of the Creator were predominantly high-ranking members of the Church of the End. Because the Church of the End primarily operated in the Western fantasy continent, the faith of the people there was almost the most fervent. These deities held an even more frenzied belief in Ye Tian, the Creator God. Taking a day off tomorrow. To the left of Ye Tian is the God of Light. The God of Light is the most powerful existence among the many deities. At the same time, the God of Light is also the deity most skilled at deception. Thus, he is the Pope of the End of Days sect, primarily responsible for spreading the faith of the Creator God and elevating the belief levels of countless followers. To the right of Ye Tian is the God of War. The God of War is the vice pope of the sect, and due to his command over warfare, all matters related to war within the End of Days sect are managed by him. Usually the power within the End of Days sect is divided into one part is led by the Pope, the God of Light, in the management department. and the other part is led by the god of war in the combat department. If the entire sect were to be compared to a dynasty, the difference between the two would be akin to that of civil officials and military officials. Most of the time, the faction of the god of light holds the majority of the power. Because in Ye Tian's world, there is hardly any warfare occurring. Naturally, the faction led by the god of war has little practical use. During peacetime, it is almost exclusively the faction of the god of light that spreads the faith across the continent. It is like civil officials being favored in peacetime, while the military officials are left to languish. However, changes are about to occur. The Star Sea trial is approaching, and the massive war machine, managed by the god of war, will soon be set in motion. Once all the deities have arrived, Ye Tian slowly issued his command to them to prepare for the Star Sea trial 5,000 years later. Upon hearing that there would be battles, the god of war's eyes filled with fervor. The god of war, the very name indicates that he was born for warfare. Although he has become the vice pope of the end of days sect, in reality, there is not much opportunity for him to exercise his power. In Ye Tian's own world, what threat could his sect face? There is no place for him to exert his strength. This vice pope is almost at leisure. However, if war is about to commence, then that excites him. The god of light is equally thrilled. Yet alongside the excitement, there is also a trace of nervousness. The end of days sect currently enjoys a superlative status in the world. This is because it is the official organization personally designated by Ye Tian. Although they do not command the actual power of the other continents nominally, to a certain extent the other continents must fall under their jurisdiction. However, everything is relative. With a transcendent status comes transcendent responsibility. The god of light is also aware of the strengths of the other two continents. The cultivation continent is definitely a fierce rival to their Western fantasy continent. If the end of days sect, now holding such a high position in the world, were to be overshadowed by other continents during the Star Sea trial, it would be a true embarrassment. The god of light turned his gaze toward the god of war. The eyes of the two deities exchanged a moment of understanding. Although both are loyal to Ye Tian, they also possess their own distinct personalities. One pope and one vice pope, their interactions cannot be too harmonious. There have even arisen some factional disputes within the image of the creator god. However, factional disputes remain their own matters. All factional disputes occur without affecting the interests of the end of days sect. With the Star Sea trial approaching, it is evident that this is not the time for them to be at odds. Therefore, they must work together to ensure the end of days sect prevails over the other continents in the Star Sea trial. After specifically detailing some matters, Ye Tian left the Western fantasy continent. Once he departed, the colossal entity of the end of days sect began to operate continuously. Having left the Western fantasy continent, Ye Tian entered the depths of the sea. He met with the king of Atlantis, and then with other mythological lineages, such as the Dragon Clan. He informed them of the impending Star Sea trial. After completing all of this, Ye Tian slowly withdrew from his own world. Returning to reality, only a few minutes had passed in the real world. 1 hour in reality equates to 100 years in that world. With the enhancement of his time staff, 1 hour in reality translates to 200 years in his world. Ye Tian spent approximately over 10 years in total in the depths of the sea and across 4 continents. Yet only a few minutes had passed in reality. For ordinary people, this little time wouldn't even be enough to reward themselves. But for the creator, several years have already passed in his own world. At this moment, the forum had erupted into chaos. I can't believe what I've just experienced. I just entered my own world and enjoyed treatment akin to that of an emperor. In my world, countless beings knelt before me, chanting the name of the creator god. That overwhelming feeling is unforgettable. I laid on my bed for 2 to 3 years. If I hadn't become the creator god, I might have swollen up to the size of a house by now. The one above really has no ambition of entering your own world, and you do just that. No aspirations at all. Becoming the creator god means you should build your own army in your world. Haven't you seen the official announcement? After 1 day in reality, it translates to 2,400 years in your own world, and we might face some unknown entities invading. What the one above said makes sense. Becoming the creator god is indeed a good thing, but this time isn't flawless. Danger and opportunity coexist. After 1 day, we still don't know what kind of situations we will face. The urgent matter is to adjust the strength within our own world. The one above has a point, but I seem to recall you mentioning that your world only has beastmen as your lineage. Are you unable to follow what the one above did? Many creator gods had already started chatting on the website. Though only a few minutes had passed in reality, they had essentially lived through years in their own worlds. After several years, the initial novelty had long since faded. Thus, everyone began to withdraw from their own worlds. They shared their novel experiences with others. However, the majority of the founding deities are now focused on the Star Sea trial. The official announcement clearly stated that after one day the shielding power over their world would be lifted. At that time their world would be exposed to the endless star sea. The endless star sea is the vast ocean of stars they see when their souls ascend, marking the complete formation of their world. Everyone has witnessed just how immense the endless star sea truly is. Their world within it is like mere dust. Insignificant. Even a small change in the starry sky could impact them, potentially leaving their world in ruins. And after one day, they would have to face threats from the starry sky, causing some fear among the founding deities. Yet they are also very curious about where the officials obtained this information. The Star Sea trial was never mentioned during the game version updates. Where did the officials get this news? However, not many question the accuracy of this information. The Dragon Kingdom's officials have always held a reputation for credibility. Since they dared to issue an announcement, it meant that this matter certainly existed. Consequently, how to defend against the threats from the Star Sea has become the biggest challenge faced by many founders. The official's description of the endless Star Sea is quite clear. Within it exist countless powerful starry creatures. These starry creatures can even consume entire worlds. Besides them, there are also countless shattered worlds. These shattered worlds are both opportunities and tremendous threats. With a moment's carelessness, their world could be devoured by these shattered realms. Furthermore, there are also fallen and evil gods specifically hunting the creators of the starry domain. Becoming the foremost creator goddess is more appealing than they imagined, but it also comes with great peril. In most cases, after the Star Sea trial begins, the level of enemies attracted to the creator's world is generally on par with the world's level. Building defensive fortifications within their world while training armies to fend off external threats. This way they can greatly increase their chances of surviving the Star Sea trial. They can also gain numerous benefits from the Star Sea trial. As everyone looked at the specific content provided on the official forum, they began to make preparations. More and more individuals emerged from their worlds looking at the official announcement and starting their wartime preparations. Where there is war, there is demand. This principle holds true for the founding deities as well. Each founder's world is unique and every creator deity has their own kin. However, it does not mean that all creator deities possess combat-ready kin. The types of kin are incredibly diverse, with many being ill-suited for combat. Some are specialized in support, others in healing, and some handle logistics. You can't possibly expect these kin to engage in direct combat, right? Naturally, those creator deities without combat kin are starting to panic. If they have no one capable of fighting among their kin, even becoming a creator deity would surely induce anxiety. In case of uncertainty, they go online to seek help. Thus, many desperate threads appeared. Help! I might be doomed. I only have two kin. One is a succubus, which is the only premium purchase I ever made. The other is a kin given by the system, a naturally evolved type that can produce a type of earth-based treasure, which can be condensed into terrain cards. Both of these kin lack powerful combat abilities. How can I fend off the threats from the starry sky? A player was the first to post a help request. This player hasn't played for long, and their world level has only been raised by 2 levels. Within his world, a kin known as the Stone People spontaneously emerged. The Stone People have little combat strength. However, they can produce something called stone spirits. The creator deity initially didn't know what use they had. However, with the world feedback after the 2.0 version officially launched, this player received a prompt. He could turn the stone spirits within his world into terrain cards. As for the succubus kin, that was the only time he spent 10,000 yuan. What? You ask why he spent 10,000 yuan on a succubus instead of strengthening the strength of his world. He had his priorities mixed up. If it weren't for the succubus, he wouldn't have spent that much. The succubus kin isn't entirely devoid of combat capability, but the effectiveness of their powers requires certain circumstances. A summoning circle of bed. Even deities would be overwhelmed by them. However, their effectiveness in direct battlefield combat remains questionable. The brute strength of the succubi is indeed too weak. Their strongest trait lies in their seductive abilities. Yet on the battlefield, their seductive powers have very limited impact. After this poster issued a help request, someone responded below, "Aren't you the one who said you laid idle for 3 years? Now you realize you're in a hurry." In response to the game, why did you spend 10,000 yuan on a succubus? If I had been able to spend 10,000 yuan when I was playing the game, I certainly would have used it to buy a succubus. Ahem, brother, how's your succubus? I didn't mean it that way. I meant their abilities are decent, right? You should be able to condense some of them into kin cards. Ahem, I just happen to have some extra orcs who are really fierce in battle. How about we trade? No other intention, just hoping to enrich the diversity of species in my world. Enriching diversity of species? You probably want to enrich the diversity of your offspring. I can hear the schemes from 1,000 kilometers away. Ooh, I openly disdain it. For your health, succubi should definitely not be entrusted to you. I want to protect the succubi. Host, I have a kin capable of ranged attacks, and the population is a bit too high. The original poster was somewhat anxious. However, upon seeing many replies under his post, he became less anxious. He realized a point: the succubus kin seems to be a hard currency. Now that gamers have become creator deities, just like him not having combat kin. Some creator deities don't even have humanoid kin in their own worlds while they may reign supreme. It can be quite lonely. Riding those non-human races is certainly majestic. Yet at the same time, they can only ride but cannot be ridden. Creator deities established connections among themselves, leading to an exchange relationship, and a new trading system will follow. Where there is demand, there is naturally a market. Where there are buyers, there will be sellers. The authorities also took this opportunity to extend an olive branch to all founder players, especially for those creators without battle clans. The authorities promised that upon joining them, they would receive cards for battle clan resources to a certain extent. However, they must also bear certain responsibilities and costs. In an instant, many players were tempted by this. On the other side, Ye Tian was browsing the forum, learning about the world today and reflecting on the reactions of everyone after the complete feedback from reality. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. The visitor was none other than Uncle Li. "Come in," Ye Tian said lightly, and then Uncle Li opened the door and walked in. After the feedback from the game, Uncle Li now possessed a mythic level of strength. His world had also been fully reflected, a 7th level great world. In addition, there were mythic clans and numerous legendary clans. The comprehensive strength of his world ranked 3rd in the Dragon Kingdom and was also within the top 10 on the entire planet. "Young master, I have issued orders in my world to prepare for battle, ready for the arrival of the Star Sea trial. With the current strength of my world, dealing with the Star Sea trial should not be difficult," Uncle Li said calmly. He had long since heeded Ye Tian's instructions and made successful preparations for battle in his world. This was a tremendous challenge, but it was also a great opportunity. From now on, upgrading the level of his world wouldn't be as easy as it was before with money. It required continuously defeating monsters to level up in the endless Star Sea. Therefore, maintaining the combat power of the world was a very important matter. Ye Tian nodded slightly. He was not worried about Uncle Li's safety. With Uncle Li's current world strength, he was already capable of handling most crises in the endless Star Sea. The intensity of the Star Sea trial was actually not that high, or as long as one had some strength they could pass. In short, the Star Sea trial was a way of providing opportunities for the creators. They send you a bunch of novice monsters. If you can't get past this, it only means you are too weak. You deserve to die. After thinking for a moment, Ye Tian suddenly produced something resembling a globe. He then handed this item to Uncle Li. This is a medium-tier creation artifact that can create various natural disasters based on this creator, and these disasters can cultivate unique clans in their own world, also influencing the beings of other worlds during combat. You should study this carefully. Try to familiarize yourself before the Star Sea series begins. Ye Tian had crafted dozens of creation artifacts before. Among them, some were high-tier creation artifacts, while others with special functions were useful to him. The remaining creation artifacts held little significance for him. Their only function was to reward others. Now facing the Star Sea trial, although this thing seemed simple, it was a situation formed by the consciousness of the endless Star Sea, keeping risks within a certain range, but it was not a true online game. Rather, it was reality. In reality, anything could happen. If one was unfortunate, it was possible to encounter a boss monster directly without meeting a novice monster. Thus, rewarding Uncle Li with a creation artifact was also a way to enhance his foundation. However, he could not give more. Now that he decided to become the head of the Ye family, certain systems needed to be established. Establishing an organization, the most important thing is to have clear rewards and punishments. Uncle Li had been loyal to him for so long, he certainly deserved a reward. He had given him 1 billion and made him a high-level god in the game, which was a reward for his loyalty in his previous life. Now granting him a creation artifact was a reward for his diligent execution of everything Ye Tian commanded after his rebirth. Though he could give more, it wasn't necessary. If he were to take the lone wolf route with only Uncle Li by his side, he could easily give him all the creation artifacts he wouldn't use. But now that he had become the head of the Li family, determined to carve out a place in the starry realm, he needed to ensure clear rewards and punishments. Having been a creator for so long in his past life, Ye Tian knew how to manage an organization. "Young master." Uncle Li's eyes were filled with gratitude. Ye Tian had invested 1 billion to make him the supreme creator. Now he bestowed upon him a creation artifact. This kindness was simply beyond repayment. "Wherever the young master's knife points, that is where I will go," Uncle Li solemnly swore. Ye Tian originally had a demeanor of mastery over everything, but upon hearing Uncle Li's words, he completely lost his composure. His old face flushed. So damn awkward. He simply couldn't imagine that someone as serious as Uncle Li would say such cringeworthy things. Uncle Lee, where did you learn that line? It's too embarrassing, don't say it again in the future. Uncle Lee paused, wondering if the young master didn't like that phrase. But wait, the young master used to love saying that line when playing other games. He said it with great enthusiasm. I learned it from you. You used to really like that phrase. Uncle Lee had always been an honest person, saying whatever came to mind. He simply recalled how Ye Tian used to shout that line enthusiastically while gaming, which is why he used it to express his loyalty. Otherwise, if he were to phrase it in his own way, he would surely have said, "As a servant, whoever you tell me to cut down, I will cut down." That was more in line with his style. He hadn't expected that the young master had grown up and his previous hobbies had changed. Hearing Uncle Lee's words, Ye Tian felt somewhat speechless. Upon careful reflection, he indeed seemed to have done some cringeworthy things before his reincarnation. But he was still young back then. He hadn't expected that now as a creator Uncle Lee would still remember. One misstep leads to eternal regret. The eternal black history of the Supreme Creator. Shaking his head, Ye Tian threw those chaotic thoughts out of his mind and looked at Uncle Lee, slowly speaking. Get ready, we are heading to the Ye family. Although the elders of the Ye family had informed about Ye Tian's reinstatement of the family governance system and his selection as the family head long ago, it has yet to be formally announced. Privately, the members of the Ye family are already aware of these matters, and those who are dissatisfied have been educated by several elders on the importance of respecting the old and cherishing the young, but no official announcement has been made so far. It's not that the elders of the Ye family do not wish to announce it, but rather that Ye Tian wants to wait until the game has fully feedback before making a statement. Thus, the announcement has been delayed until now. Now that the game's feedback has concluded and the 2.0 version of the reality creation god has been launched, it is time to completely subdue the Ye family. Uncle Lee nodded. Since he was the one managing everything with the Ye family, he understood their situation best. With the help of the young master, all the members of the Ye family have become creation gods, and their strength is not to be underestimated. This is undoubtedly a formidable force. Initially, Uncle Lee was concerned about who was aiding the Ye family after they became creation gods with Ye Tian's help. Thankfully, the elders of the Ye family are wise. They not only guessed that it was Ye Tian who made them creation gods, but also decided to fully pledge their allegiance to him. Naturally, this brings great joy. The most important thing now is for the young master to completely subdue them. The Ye family has long been prepared. Before the game fully feedbacks into reality, all clan members, except for Ye Tian, have been gathered in the ancestral hall. This gathering is both to welcome the arrival of the 2.0 version of the game and to solidify Ye Tian's identity after the version update. After the game's complete feedback into reality, the members of the Ye family entered their own worlds. After spending a few years in their own worlds, they finally returned to reality. At this moment, the Ye family's ancestral hall is truly silent, with several elders sitting on either side. In the center stands a wooden chair made of rosewood. The color of the patina on the chair shows that it possesses a great sense of antiquity. In fact, it has existed since the feudal period. It was the very chair once occupied by the head of the Ye family. During the feudal period, the family head represented the supreme emperor of the entire clan, wielding absolute power over life and death within the family. It held the highest status. However, with the advent of the new era, the system of family heads was abolished. The family no longer adopted a dictatorial approach, but instead embraced a meritocratic system. During this period, no one has sat in this chair. Now that the family head system has been reinstated, the chair has been brought out once more. Many of the younger generation of the Ye family, upon entering their own worlds, enjoyed treatment akin to that of an emperor. They wielded power over life and death within their worlds, capable of anything. Now back in reality, they still feel a bit nostalgic for that sensation. Having been the supreme creation gods in their own worlds for several years, their mindset has become somewhat inflated. Though they had already been subdued, their hearts once again stirred with ambition. The elders, being experienced, had also tasted the extraordinary benefits that come with power in their own worlds. As creation gods, they were capable of anything. That feeling is indeed intoxicating, yet while enjoying this power, the elders remain increasingly vigilant. Such power exists not only with them, but also with others, and some may be even stronger, 10 or 100 times more powerful. The more they feel their own strength, the more they sense their own insignificance in this world. Compared to the younger generation, the elders hold a deep respect for the powerful. Thus, even after experiencing an infinitely powerful position in their own worlds, they can still maintain a balanced mindset upon returning to reality. They remain unwavering in their original decision to regard Ye Tian as their superior. Not only is everything they have now brought by Ye Tian, it is precisely because Ye Tian is a level 9 creation god. He is currently the strongest on Blue Star. With most people on Blue Star having become creation gods, Ye Tian stands as the god of gods. For him to be made head of the family is actually a great benefit for the Ye family. Some have become creation gods for years, yet their gaze has become somewhat strange. It seems they haven't been beaten enough. Do not forget who has brought you everything you have now. And do not forget that Ye Tian as a level 9 creation god could crush all of us with a single finger. The irritable elder spoke, a fierce aura radiating from him. The other elders also cast dark glances at their descendants. Ye Tian stands above many here, yet with his strength, he is capable of being the ancestor of many generations. Originally, they had accepted their punishment, but after experiencing the feeling of being worshipped by all creatures in their own worlds, they became somewhat inflated again. The elders believe it is their responsibility to realign their descendants' mindsets. Feeling the gaze of their fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, and hearing their words, the members of the Ye family, who had grown accustomed to being invincible in their worlds, suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Indeed, their ability to become creation gods is entirely due to Ye Tian. Moreover, Ye Tian is currently the #1 expert. With their own worlds as 3rd or 4th level creation gods, how terrifying must Ye Tian, a 9th level creation god, be? They can no longer view the current situation with the same perspective as before. If they think they can suppress Ye Tian in the guise of elders, they might be in for a misfortune. In an instant, those who had been inflated in mindset regained their composure, respectfully awaiting Ye Tian's arrival. In a couple of days there will be a competition. If I continue, I'll write 4,000 words, but if I fail, I'll have time to write and aim for 6,000 words. In the night, it took merely a thought for Ye Tian to arrive at the ancestral hall of the Ye family. Uncle Li closely followed beside him. Ye Tian sat down on the chair that had been specially prepared for him by the elders of the Ye family without any hesitation. Uncle Li stood beside him like a professional bodyguard. The old man did not seem surprised at the sudden appearance of Ye Tian. However, the others were startled. Ye Tian surveyed the members of the Ye family in the ancestral hall with a scrutinizing gaze. As a top-tier family, the ancestral hall of the Ye family was quite large, capable of accommodating hundreds of people, while the outer courtyard could hold thousands. Thus, nearly all members of the Ye family had gathered here. With just a cursory glance, Ye Tian could sense their general strength. Several clan elders of the Ye family were basically mid-tier gods, as their accounts had been credited with 100 million. Aside from a few elders, there were others whose accounts also boasted the same amount. These were individuals closely related to Ye Tian by blood, or those with whom he had a good rapport. Their levels were also considered mid-tier gods, generally possessing legendary-level battle companions and various other companions. Their overall strength within the mid-tier god category was quite respectable. Feeling Ye Tian's scrutiny, the members of the Ye family inexplicably felt a surge of reverence deep within. Although Ye Tian was technically a junior to many here, his strength was that of a top-tier 9th-level creator god. The power of a 9th-level creator god naturally exerted a suppression over these lower-tier creator gods. Report on the current situation of the Ye family. Ye Tian inquired lightly. His primary targets for inquiry were naturally the numerous clan elders. He did not show any courtesy to these elders due to his previous bloodline status. A new era had begun, an age where the strong were respected, and naturally it came with new rules. As a 9th-level creator god, and Suntob, head of the Ye family, what he needed now was to establish his authority. Naturally, he could not engage in conversation with a polite demeanor. Of course, this does not mean that Ye Tian did not respect the elders of the family. On the contrary, he felt very grateful and respectful towards these elders. Throughout both his previous and current lives, they had never done anything to disappoint him. They had always supported each other. However, in this public setting, respect and etiquette had to be set aside. What should be displayed was the respect for the strong. It was both a show of authority and a warning to the members of the Ye family, telling them that the era had completely changed. Their mindset should also change accordingly. Upon seeing Ye Tian's demeanor, the elders of the Ye family were momentarily taken aback. This was completely different from their previous private meetings. However, regarding Ye Tian's current demeanor, the ancestral elders of the Ye family not only felt no dissatisfaction, but were in fact quite pleased. With the arrival of the new era, the strong were respected. Almost everyone in the Ye family had become creator gods, banding together like ferocious wolves in this new era. Wolves are inherently fierce. Once they gain power, they also become arrogant. Especially after experiencing a position of absolute power in their own world, it is hard for them to submit to others. In such circumstances, only a fierce tiger can subdue a pack of wolves. The more dominant Ye Tian appeared, the more the numerous elders would appreciate him. Only a strong and powerful family head could lead them to seize the initiative in the new era. Currently, there are a total of 121 people in the Ye family. More than half have already become creator gods, while those who have not are either newborn infants or young children up to 10 years old. Among those who have become creator gods, 30 are at the mid-tier level, possessing 4 to 5 types of legendary companions, along with numerous extraordinary companions. The remaining 50 or so are lower-tier gods among whom the strength varies. Some are at the peak of the lower-tier gods while others are slightly weaker, but most possess their own extraordinary companions. The oldest elder among the clan spoke. He was the eldest among the clan elders, having witnessed the Ye family's journey from the Republic era to the new period. He had made indelible contributions during the rise of the Ye family. He held an unparalleled status within the entire Ye family. By speaking personally and placing himself in a subordinate position while reporting on the current situation of the Ye family to Ye Tian, he was expressing his stance. This was a warning to the other members of the Ye family that from now on Ye Tian would be the head of the family and everyone would have to obey him. At the same time, it was also an expression of sincerity from him and the Ye family. It was a sign of loyalty. Allowing Ye Tian to become the family head seemed like he was benefiting, but in reality, it was the members of the Ye family who truly gained from this process. Whether it was becoming a creator god or having a 9th-level creator god as the family head in the future, the Ye family was the one benefiting. The Ye family needed Ye Tian, not the other way around. After hearing the elder's words, Ye Tian nodded slightly. The total number of Ye family members was not that many, but they all followed an elite path. Even those at the lower-tier god level were mostly credited with millions or tens of millions. They possessed numerous companions within their own worlds, which was enough to crush the vast majority of lower-tier gods. The same was true at the mid-tier god level, where there were many legendary companions. Their overall strength was significantly higher than others. Although their numbers were few, each was an elite. They possessed great potential for cultivation. From today onwards, the Ye group will be renamed the Stargazing Group, focusing on selling various resource cards and exploring things obtained from the Starry Domain. You can create unique resource cards based on the characteristics of your world and submit them to the Ye group to earn contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for the resource cards you need. Specific exchanges for certain resources are as follows. After Ye Tian transmitted a wave of consciousness, a series of messages entered the minds of the many members of the Ye family. These were about the contribution point system and information regarding precious resources for creator gods. This entire system was adapted from the internal framework of the previous creator god administration. He wanted to build the Ye family into a colossal conglomerate spanning the endless star realms. Before that, some systems needed to be established. The lifespan of a creation god is infinite. Even the lowest-ranking lower gods, as long as they do not die from external factors, are almost impossible to age and die. Ye Tian intends to leverage the Ye family to establish a creation god family, even a consortium spanning the starry realms. Thus, he must have his own system. The existence of a system is not only to restrain others, but also to create benefits. A system that imposes only restrictions without benefits will not be followed by anyone. However, a system that can bring benefits to everyone is what the people's hearts desire. Now, with his 9th-level creation god strength, Ye Tian can become the head of the Ye family. Looking ahead 100 years, 1,000 years, even eternity, Ye Tian is confident that he can continue to lead the Ye family with his strength. However, to become a leader of an eternal organization, mere strength is not enough. Currently, all members of the Ye family owe him their gratitude, and the clan elders are extremely loyal to him. Yet people's hearts can change. If there are not enough benefits to involve everyone, one day the elders of the Ye family may also change their minds. Therefore, establishing an order that can bring benefits to all is of utmost importance. Ye Tian plans to create 2 orders. One order will be applied to the Starry Sky Group. Its main focus will be talent investment and resource trading. By establishing the Starry Sky Group, he can continuously recruit capable and powerful creation gods from among the people. In the future, it will be an era of universal creation. Even those who awaken to become creation gods later, as long as their talent is strong enough, the Starry Sky Group can provide them with certain investments. Once they become strong, they can give back to the Starry Sky Group. This way, the scale of the Starry Sky Group will continue to grow. He can even invite some races within the Starry Realm to join. This will transform the Starry Sky Group into a major force spanning the entire Starry Realm. Then, with the second order, he will firmly grasp the core of the Starry Sky Group in his own hands. That is the Ye family. In Ye Tian's vision, the Starry Sky Group is akin to a publicly listed company, allowing other forces to join and then investing in them. This way, it can rapidly grow. The Ye family is the core of the listed company. Ye Tian only needs to maintain control over the Ye family. All resources within the Starry Sky Group will be traded using the power of faith. Meanwhile, the internal resource trading of the Ye family will utilize a contribution point system. The former trades ordinary resources that all creation gods can use. The latter specializes in trading more precious creation resources. Simply put, some precious items can only be exchanged with contribution points. This way, members of the Ye family will work diligently. Other creation gods with strong talents who wish to obtain these precious resources will have only one choice. That is to join the Ye family, including but not limited to marrying and signing contracts. In the era of universal awakening, determining whether a creation god has potential primarily depends on their talent. The stronger the talent, the further they can go. In Ye Tian's past life, there were individuals who became creation gods after awakening in the 2.0 version. Moreover, the first awakened talent was a red level talent. With the red level talent, his world level quickly rose. Subsequently, several talents awakened in succession were also of high caliber. Therefore, the development speed of the world was extremely rapid, even though it was after the launch of the game version 2.0. Although he awakened only after the launch, just 4 or 5 years later, he became a mid-level god. Basically, if one possesses a red talent, this creation god's achievements will not be too poor. Once the Ye family system is established, they can continuously invest in those creation gods who awaken strong talents as their first ability, signing contracts with them, providing them with some resources, and inviting them to join the group. This way, the strength of the Starry Sky group will continue to increase, and the Ye family as the core of the group can continuously absorb talented individuals from within. However, the Ye family is currently just a rudimentary form. There is still a long way to go before it can grow to the level Ye Tian hopes for. Moreover, if this idea is implemented, Ye Tian will hardly need to exert much effort throughout the process. Whether it is the group or the Ye family, its essence is merely establishing a trading platform. Doing business within the group or exchanging within the Ye family is fundamentally a trading relationship. What Ye Tian does is provide them with a platform using his own strength. Once the trading platform is established, it can leverage the platform to shield and monopolize precious resources. Many creation gods from the Ye family felt the information in their minds, their eyes flashing with deep astonishment. The era of creation has arrived, and a new economic system is emerging. The power of faith becomes the new currency, which is an inevitable development. However, the evolution of this new economic system will require time. It necessitates continuous adjustment among people. Different things possess different values. Some items may be seen as precious by certain individuals, while others may view them as worthless. This leads to the current situation where, although transactions occur among the sect of creation, they are all barter exchanges. Some may trade something deemed extremely valuable for something of average worth. The disparity in value of resource cards, lineage cards, and differences in the value of various lineages. Currently, there is no accurate system for these. Only after a long period of development will people come to understand the value of these items. Then they can be clearly priced. Once every item has a defined price, an economic system can be considered fully established. In Ye Tian's previous life, the formation of the economic system of the sect of creation also took several years after the game reflected reality. Now people hold various items, treasures unique to their world, yet they remain unaware of their value. This results in them trading based solely on intuition. However, Ye Tian has directly instilled the established economic system from his past life into the minds of numerous members of the Ye family. This instantly provided the Ye family with a clear understanding of the current world's resource values. How could they not be astonished? The clan elders of the Ye family were ecstatic. Though Ye Tian provided them with only a simple value chart, with this, their Starry Sky group could swiftly establish a new economic system. At that point, they could utilize this new economic system as a platform to attract countless players of the sect of creation for transactions. This would allow the Ye family to reap countless benefits. Moreover, the Starry Sky group would be the first to conduct transactions within the sect of creation, which carries extraordinary significance. At that time, the Ye family would gain both fame and fortune. Clan Master, with this knowledge of value, the Starry Sky group can rapidly grow on Blue Star. However, initial capital is required, said the plump ninth elder. He was one of the more influential figures within the Ye family and a skilled businessman. As a merchant, he quickly recognized the importance of this value system. However, for the Starry Sky group to thrive based on this value system, initial capital is essential. For the Starry Sky group to engage in transactions with the players of the sect of creation, they must possess their own goods from the start. Additionally, funds for acquiring goods, which means the power of faith. Initially, when the players of the sect of creation wish to buy or sell items from the Starry Sky group, the costs must be borne by the Starry Sky group. When people buy things, you must have something to sell, right? When someone has items to sell, you need to have money to buy, right? Thus, the initial goods and funds for purchasing goods must be provided by the Starry Sky group. Only after the Starry Sky group has established a reputation and credibility can the players of the sect of creation create their own closed loop for buying and selling. At that point, the Starry Sky group would merely need to provide a platform and take a commission. From a business perspective, establishing such a profitable model requires upfront capital investment. Ye Tian naturally understood this principle. I will condense a batch of low-level resource cards from my world along with some power of faith as the startup capital for the group. Once the group model is fully established, I will return these resources. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Ninth Elder nodded reassuringly. Ye Tian is from a 9th-level grand world with a terrifyingly comprehensive strength. If he can provide some power of faith and condense some resource cards, then the initial capital for the Starry Sky Group will be secured. After all, only a small amount of resources is needed for initial operations. It does not require Ye Tian to make a selfless contribution. It is akin to the Ye family borrowing a portion of resources from him for initial turnover. Once the economic system is fully established, they can return Ye Tian's resources to him. Moreover, the group will begin to turn a profit. If the group truly takes off, it would greatly benefit all members of the Ye family. The initial capital cannot be solely provided by the clan master. We should also condense a portion of resource cards from our own world and invest them into the group, said an elder. Subsequently, others began to speak up as well. Ye Tian's heart stirred as he realized that a portion of the creatures from the Bug Clan continent had been condensed into resource cards. With the world's level reaching as high as level 9 and enhanced by various talents, even pigs possessed the potential for immortality. He had previously released meat pigs across several continents. Now among these meat pigs, some have evolved into exceptionally powerful breeds. There are even legendary creatures. Just one pig in such an excellent cultivation environment could become so strong, not to mention other beings. In the words of the novel, the energy level of his world is exceedingly high. The energy resources continuously nourish those living beings. Under the nourishment of high-level energy, any life form has the potential to evolve. Thus, in his world, almost all life forms have become extraordinary. Now, extraordinary creatures are everywhere, especially on the Bug Clan continent, where due to the lack of self-replicating bug creatures, countless extraordinary and legendary beings have emerged under the nourishment of chaotic energy and other talents. Although there are now bug creatures on the Bug Clan continent, they are still in their early developmental stages and do not affect these life forms. It is just right to condense a portion of them into resource cards. As for the power of belief, that goes without saying. His own power of belief is nearly overflowing. He possesses numerous talents that enhance his power of belief. With such a vast number of beings in his world, a regular creature provides him with more power of belief than a being from a lower god world. Ye Tian can say without exaggeration that the combined power of belief from all the creation gods in the entire blue star does not compare to his. This is the charm of a wealthy player. Soon Ye Tian and others from the Ye family finalized several matters, nearly determining the development path for the Ye family going forward. Thus, Ye Tian reminded the members of the Ye family to prepare for the Star Sea trial. Afterwards, he left the Ye family, leaving Uncle Li behind. He instructed Uncle Li to carry out specific handovers and plans. The resource cards he condensed and the power of belief were handed over to Uncle Li. The Ye family acted swiftly. After finalizing the specific matters, the Starry Sky Group was immediately established. They quickly began promoting it through the various channels of the Ye family's former enterprises. They publicly sold various creation god resources using the power of belief as currency. At the same time, they collected various resources. Once the news broke, the entire Dragon Nation was in an uproar, with everyone speculating about the true nature of the Starry Sky Group. In this period, most people were confused. Many were still unclear about the situation, yet the Starry Sky Group had already begun selling various creation god resources. This is somewhat exaggerated, right? There must be some insider information. Not only were numerous creation god players alarmed, but the Creation God Management Bureau was also stirred. The game's 2.0 version had just launched, and they were completely in the dark. How could a company start selling various creation god resources? Astonished, the Creation God Management Bureau swiftly launched an investigation. They soon discovered that the Starry Sky Group was backed by none other than the Ye family. They knew which great deity stood behind the Ye family, the one suspected of having prophetic abilities. Cannot afford to offend, they could only flatter. Despite not being able to offend, the Creation God Management Bureau quickly inquired about the resources sold by the Starry Sky Group and their pricing. They promptly notified a number of economics experts to analyze the reasonableness of the prices based on the resources and the information held by the Creation God Management Bureau. After analysis, the economists reached a reasonable conclusion. The Creation God Management Bureau was instantly astonished. They then realized the significance of the value system displayed by the Starry Sky Group. It cannot be overstated that this value system could establish a new value system on Blue Star several years ahead of time. A complete economic system could further stabilize the order of Blue Star. Internally, the Creation God Management Bureau also quickly rectified their internal resource values based on the resource value system provided by the Starry Sky Group. This also helped avoid many conflicts among internal personnel regarding resource exchanges. Those Creation God players quickly began to check the internal resources of the Starry Sky Group after discovering it. In such a sensitive period, the emergence of the Starry Sky Group, a place capable of facilitating material exchanges, is undoubtedly significant. As the 2.0 version of the game commenced, in reality, many things that were present in the game no longer exist, the most important being the game store. After the launch of version 2.0, there is absolutely no existence of a game store in reality. The emergence of the Starry Sky Group undoubtedly replaced the game store. It is thus easy to imagine the popularity of the Starry Sky Group. After the arrangements were made on the side of the Starry Sky Group, Ye Tian no longer paid attention. He believed that the members of the Ye family and Uncle Li would not let him down. Upon returning to his residence, he quietly awaited the arrival of the Starry Sky Trial. It was only as night approached that he re-entered his own world. At this moment, over 4,000 years had passed in the game. Ye Tian immediately arrived on the Insect Tribe continent to check on the situation of the Insect Tribe. Now the Insect Tribe base almost covered the entire Insect Tribe continent. However, the continent was not solely inhabited by the Insect Tribe. Aside from the Insect Tribe, there were also other affiliated races present. After carefully examining the situation on the Insect Tribe continent, Ye Tian's expression turned somewhat blank. The development of the Insect Tribe had exceeded his expectations. Due to the sustainable development policy he had issued before leaving, there were some deviations in the development of the Insect Tribe in his world. The Insect Tribe he had originally envisioned cosmic disasters, infinite troop deployment, pushing through everything, leaving no blade of grass in their wake. Now the development of the Insect Tribe in his world, assimilation, sustainable development. They had domesticated other affiliated races, not treating them as livestock, but as labor forces to engage in various planting and breeding activities, continually supplying the Insect Tribe through their production. The process of the Insect Tribe conquering the entire continent was as follows. Once the affiliated races on the Insect Tribe continent discovered the existence of the Insect Tribe, the despicable Insect Tribe had actually invaded our territory to seize our resources. Insect Tribe base, I will send you a wife, granting you immortality. Other affiliated races bewildered Insect Tribe, please come in. I know a secret path that leads straight to our rear. Insect Tribe base, from now on, all the affiliated races on the continent will be ruled by us. Under our rule, you will work 8 hours a day, provided with 3 meals a day plus milk. Lunch break is only 1 hour. Weekends allow for just 2 days off, and most importantly, you will only receive bonuses twice a year. There will only be 1 counseling session per week. I will enslave you to death. Other affiliated races welcome Insect Tribe. Ye Tian watched the harmonious coexistence of the Insect Tribe and other affiliated races in his world, feeling a bit bewildered. Such a method of enslavement, such a manner of world invasion, truly caught him off guard. Looking at the blissful smiles on the faces of the enslaved affiliated races, Ye Tian could only sigh at the changes in circumstances. With a flash of his figure, he arrived before the current leader of the Insect Tribe. The current leader of the Insect Tribe was a standout among the many insect queens. Possessing the peak power of a ninth-order creator god, he bore a somewhat fierce appearance with various strange organs growing on his body. Upon seeing Ye Tian appear before him, the leader of the Insect Tribe suddenly began to writhe. Then he transformed into a middle-aged human woman and knelt before Ye Tian. However, she was covered by a special shell-like armor. Lord Creator God, you are the leader of the Insect Tribe now. Ye Tian looked curiously at the leader of the Insect Tribe. Utilizing the authority of the Creator God, he easily learned that most of the changes in the Insect Tribe's development were brought about by this leader. To be fair, this leader of the Insect Tribe was somewhat impressive. Yes, Lord Creator God. The leader of the Insect Tribe showed a very respectful expression. Not bad, not bad. I never expected you could develop the Insect Tribe to this extent. Ye Tian remarked sincerely. He had originally thought that the Insect Tribe only knew how to deploy troops and destroy. He never expected that there would actually be someone who truly understood sustainable development among them. Moreover, this other method of enslaving other affiliated races, making them work for the Insect Tribe, is quite clever. Thank you for the praise, Lord Creator God. After receiving Ye Tian's compliment, excitement flashed across the leader's face. Then the leader of the Insect Tribe continued excitedly, Lord Creator God, millions of insect tribes are ready, prepared to defend against external enemies for you. Ye Tian slightly nodded. With a thought, numerous screens suddenly appeared throughout his entire world. A line of text suddenly floated on the screens. The first military parade of the end world has officially begun. The suddenly appeared light curtain shocked the beings across the 4 continents. At first they thought something had happened, but upon careful sensing they discovered that this was indeed the work of the Lord Creator God. Then the leaders of various worlds recalled what Ye Tian had said about the pre-war military parade, to showcase the strength of their continent to the beings of the other 3 continents. Has the time finally come? The supreme powerhouses of the various worlds felt a surge of excitement and curiosity as they looked at the light curtain. Aside from the insect tribe continent, the other 3 continents had communication among themselves. They all had an understanding of each other's cultivation systems. However, they did not have much understanding of the insect tribe. The only thing they knew was that the creator god had sent many corpses to the insect tribe. Now the people from the other 3 continents were very curious about the insect tribe continent. Moreover, they themselves were quite excited. With the military parade across the 4 continents, they would be able to showcase their strength to the other continents. Suddenly, Ye Tian's figure appeared on the light curtain. Alongside him was the leader of the insect tribe. Ye Tian soared into the sky, arriving in the sky above the insect tribe base. Then he gazed intently at the entire insect tribe continent before shifting his gaze to the leader of the insect tribe. Now let us showcase the might of your insect tribe to the entire world. As Ye Tian's voice fell, a flicker of excitement flashed in the eyes of the insect leader. She emitted a shriek, and in that instant her human shell was torn apart. In an instant her size surged hundreds of times, transforming into a gigantic monster fused with various genes. Brutal, ferocious, yet possessing a different kind of beauty. Her entire body was enveloped in a layer of dark metallic-like shell which appeared ordinary, but was actually fused with the phosphorescent genes of dozens of mythical kin, boasting a terrifying defense that was nearly unbreakable at the mythical 9th rank. Though the insect leader was the insect queen, she had long entrusted the power of reproduction to the insect base. She had transformed herself into a war machine fused with the genes of countless powerful beings. After the insect leader emitted a shriek, all the insect bases seemed to receive a command. Then the sounds of countless insect shrieks erupted. Countless insect bases rose from the ground, transforming into enormous war machines. One by one insect eggs were produced. In the next moment, these eggs hatched, and all sorts of bizarre insects crawled out from within. Letting out a shriek towards the heavens, their genes rapidly underwent sublimation. Countless spiritual energies surged towards them, and within moments mythical-level insects took form. Some insects had bodies of immense size wrapped in layers of thick shells. These were insect soldier types specifically bred for defense. Others had large heads and relatively small limbs. These insects were known as brain insects, possessing powerful mental control abilities. Some insects had extremely developed limbs, their forelimbs like blades capable of slicing through anything they encountered. These were the shimmering insects akin to assassins. Other kin also had their unique characteristics. The insect race also had its own characteristics. All insects shared one trait: they were born for war. Every gene within them was specifically prepared for battle. In addition, all insects were equipped with biological technology. Their mouths or other body parts underwent special modifications, granting them abilities of certain unique kin. For instance, they could emit rays of death directly targeting foes. Originally, the number of insects on the insect continent was not very large. Due to Ye Tian's words, the insect leader had been suppressing the insect population. But at this moment, with war imminent, there was no need for suppression any longer. Thus, the true horror of the insects was revealed: infinite production of troops. With sufficient energy and excellent genes, even mythical-level insects could be produced indefinitely, even used as cannon fodder. In just a brief moment, the number of insects produced had already surpassed hundreds of millions. The entire insect continent was densely packed with the figures of insects. Seeing the grotesque and terrifying insect forms appearing on the light screen, the people from the other 3 continents were astonished. So many terrifying insects, most of which were mythical or even legendary. Moreover, these mythical and even legendary insects had only just been born. It was truly terrifying. Furthermore, these insects were generally not weak. After loading excellent biological genes, they also possessed biological machinery. One could say they were all elite templates. When these insects were just born, the situation was somewhat chaotic, but once they matured, everything suddenly became orderly. The insect queen commanded the brain insects, who wielded their terrifying mental power to command various types of insects. They even organized formations with the tough-skinned, durable insects at the front. Following closely behind were some long-range output insects. Each insect base cultivated its own insects, resembling an independent army. Yet these independent armies formed a cohesive whole. This 4th continent actually has only one kin. Insects. These insects are truly terrifying. Infinite troop production, and their individual strength is not weak. No wonder they can dominate a continent. Voices discussing insects arose from the other 3 continents. On the 4th continent, they had already known that there were mostly only insects. After all, there had been some interactions. However, they were not very clear about the exact characteristics of these insects. Now, through this light screen, they had come to understand the might of the insect race. If one were to describe them, one could only say that this race was born specifically for battle. Judging from the current scene, the overall strength of the insect race was on par with the other three races. However, one cannot overlook the fact that these insects can be produced infinitely at any time, as long as there is energy and resources. Simply put, the lives of the insects can be disregarded. But the other three continents are different. The strong individuals on those continents have cultivated over long periods of time. Once they are lost, they are lost. Although the apparent strength of the four continents does not differ greatly, if they face a difficult war now, the other three continents will surely suffer casualties. Their strength will be diminished, because when their people die, they die. But the insects are different. They can produce troops infinitely, maintaining their peak combat power from the start of the war to the end. This is definitely a formidable competitor. Seeing such powerful insects, the people from the other three continents felt some pressure. They developed to their current level over hundreds of thousands of years. Yet the insects have only existed for a few thousand years. This kin is truly heaven-defying. In other aspects, it's hard to say, but in terms of warfare, the insect race indeed has an unparalleled advantage. Especially in Ye Tian's world, where there are 10 times the resources available. One could say it is infinite energy. If the cyberpunk civilization could invent endless energy and combine it with the insect bases, then it would be even more heaven-defying. Creator God, Creator God. Ye Tian felt the voices of endless thoughts entering his mind. This was the fervent call and zealous faith from the insects. Ye Tian surveyed the scene across the insect continent, where countless ferocious beasts roared menacingly. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the strength of his world now, and it is merely a corner of the world. Among these insects, just a few could annihilate his past self. Unless he used divine techniques, otherwise the kin under his command in his past life were simply no match for the mythical level insects. Ye Tian at this moment truly felt his own strength. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Now he was to face the Star Sea trial, and when it concluded, the fallen and evil god from his past life revealed the coordinates of his world when it invaded. Knowing the coordinates of his world, he could use certain artifacts to directly open a passage into his world, then a reverse invasion. For revenge. At that moment, the insect race was somewhat restrained on the insect race continent, yet in essence their nature remained brutal and destructive. It was due to the existence of Ye Tian, this creator god, that they directed their brutality and destructive traits towards their enemies. War machines, insect sea tactics, they only know how to consume biological weapons, terrifying in appearance. This is the true core of the insect race. What the insect race demonstrates now is precisely this core. Cold, terrifying, cruel, bloodthirsty. At this very moment, the insect race, a war machine born solely for battle, truly reveals its fangs. Devour, destruction, shred all enemies. Ye Tian at this moment felt the will transmitted by countless insects. On the fourth continent, the insect race, the entire clan prepares for war, displaying the might of the insect race unrestrained on the world's light screen. The powerhouses from the other three continents, while marveling at the might of the insect race, also ignited a fervent battle intent in their hearts. The insect race, a species born for war, is indeed terrifyingly strong. But they are not weak either. They have a cultivation system that has been inherited for millions of years, their own civilization, their own weapons. While the insect race is formidable, it will not be the sole performer when facing the Heart Sea trial. After reviewing the insect race, Ye Tian left them and arrived at the immortal cultivation continent. At this moment, the cultivators on the immortal cultivation continent were already fully prepared. Central Domain, Eastern Domain, Southern Domain, Northern Domain, Western Domain. The human cultivators and beasts in the 5 major cultivation regions were all prepared at this moment. Some were in the form of sects, others in the form of dynasties. Small sects were led by larger sects, and larger sects by sacred lands. Dynasties were led by empires, and empires by imperial courts. This way, formidable armies were formed. Among these immortal armies, even the weakest were legendary existences. The extraordinary level could not even qualify for enlistment. Across the entire immortal cultivation continent, there were countless people along with innumerable flying treasures. Massive flying treasures floated in the sky. Each of these flying treasures emanated an air of ancient history. They were inscribed with countless powerful formations and additionally carried many immortal artifacts. Countless cultivators gathered around these flying treasures. Waves of formidable aura erupted from these practitioners. The differing positions among cultivators, along with their various spiritual roots and strengths, subtly constructed various large formations. Each cultivator possessed incredibly powerful artifacts. The immortal cultivation system, as one of the most traditional cultivation systems, is immensely powerful beyond words. Apart from the various powerful and unfathomable techniques, there are also many other inheritances within the cultivation system. For example, weapon forging and alchemy, formations and talismans. A cultivator's strength depends not only on their cultivation realm, but also on their artifacts, secret techniques, pills, and formations. All of these aspects were fully embodied within this immortal army. In addition to the immortal army, there also exists another army of fierce beasts. Powerful beasts of various races were all arrayed, exuding formidable auras. Unlike the human cultivators who have so many extravagant things, the fierce beasts possess only their terrifyingly powerful bodies. Their immense bodies grant them immense strength, and their hard shells provide them with defense. A pair of sharp claws can shred anything. They do not need any other weapons. They themselves are the most formidable weapons. Countless fierce beasts gathered, and the overwhelming malevolence seemed ready to destroy everything. Those who did not know would think a world-destroying beast tide was about to erupt. The closer one got to the center of the immortal cultivation continent, the more terrifying it became. After leaving the insect race, Ye Tian directly arrived at the heart of the immortal cultivation continent. Creator God. The leaders of the powers, all radiating formidable auras, looked at Ye Tian with fiery eyes. Having seen the strength of the insect race on their continent, they did not want to appear weak in front of the Creator God. Very good. Ye Tian surveyed the situation on the immortal cultivation continent and was quite satisfied. This scene made his blood boil. Compared to the insect race, the immortal cultivation continent felt much more comfortable visually. The insect race was too brutal. The immortal cultivation continent, on the other hand, was much more orderly. With a thought, the entire situation on the immortal cultivation continent appeared on the light screen that spanned the world. Countless immensely powerful cultivators were now unabashedly showcasing their might. In terms of numbers, they were certainly not as numerous as the dense insect race, but the cultivators and fierce beasts on the immortal cultivation continent also had their unique strengths. They possessed various powerful formations that could unite everyone's strength. This was something the insect race could not compare to. The insect race also had some similar things that could consolidate their power. However, the effectiveness was clearly not as apparent as the formations on the immortal cultivation continent. Creator God, this is the supreme formation we devised during your absence. The primordial infinite formation. A leader of the cultivators spoke fervently to Ye Tian. This leader was the head of a supreme sect, his sect being the 10,000 Formations sect dedicated to the study of formations. After Ye Tian issued the mobilization order, he gathered all the 9th-level formation masters on the continent and conducted research for thousands of years, ultimately creating the primordial infinite formation. This formation lacks other merits. Its only advantage is its size. The capacity of a normal formation is limited. However, this formation is different, and no matter how many people are placed within it can accommodate them all. After the sect leader of the 10,000 Formations sect finished speaking, everyone on the immortal cultivation continent seemed to receive a command and began to operate the same formation in unison. Then a mysterious light enveloped the entire immortal cultivation continent as countless cultivators infused their power into the formation. A powerful aura suddenly awakened. At this moment, a phantom radiating golden light appeared across the immortal cultivation continent. This figure exuded an immensely terrifying aura. Then, with the combined effort of all the cultivators, this golden figure suddenly struck violently upward towards the world. The entire world seemed to tremble. Good heavens! Seeing this scene before him, Ye Tian was utterly stunned. He had never expected that the people on the path of immortal cultivation would give him such a tremendous surprise. This power had already surpassed myth. The world barrier trembled violently. Ye Tian was utterly certain that the golden giant's strike against the heavens had nearly shattered the world barrier. The endless sea of stars possessed a barrier against the world they had created within it. As long as this barrier remains unbroken, the other worlds or life forms within the endless sea of stars cannot discover the realms created by the players of the Creator God on Blue Star. However, today the power of this barrier is slowly weakening. Yet no matter how much it weakens, it is still the power of the endless sea of stars. Just now, the golden giant summoned by the sect of cultivation almost shattered this barrier with a single strike. Such power has exceeded my understanding. It has undoubtedly surpassed the 9th tier of mythology. This power can easily slay heroes of the celestial level. Ye Tian pondered. In his world, the strength of many life forms is categorized in the 9th tier. Extraordinary tier 3, legendary tier 3, mythical tier 3. Yet it is not merely this 9th tier classification. For instance, a normal life form may reach the level of 9th tier mythology, but if it has not advanced to become a hero unit, then its strength is significantly weaker than those hero units of 9th tier mythology. Moreover, a hero unit of 9th tier mythology is one level weaker than the 9th tier of celestial units. At the celestial unit level, there are considerable distinctions. Depending on the objects they reflect in the celestial realm, the strength differs. Just like the Wukong reflecting the celestial realm cannot defeat the Wukong reflecting the celestial realm of music. Now the power displayed by the golden giant summoned by the sect of cultivation is beyond comprehension. With this slap, it could at least destroy a middle thousand world. This formation is impressive, but the consumption is also immense. Ye Tian assessed this formation atop the cultivation continent. Indeed, powerful, gathering the strength of all cultivators on the cultivation continent. Though it merely staggered the world barrier upon impact, should it strike elsewhere, a single slap could annihilate a middle thousand world. However, using this formation consumes a substantial amount of energy. Ye Tian sensed the current state of many cultivators on the cultivation continent. After unleashing this strike, using the formation, most of their spiritual energy had diminished by nearly 50%. Yet within just a breath or two, it was fully restored. This is the benefit brought by the multicolored talent of chaos. It allows everyone's power source to directly approach the Tao with almost no refining process. Just absorb and use it directly. Moreover, there is no energy conflict among them. Otherwise, if so many individuals with conflicting attributes used this formation together, it would have exploded long ago. It is likely that this formation primarily utilizes the property of chaos. It is powerful and can be frequently used. Ye Tian felt delighted. The cultivation continent truly surprised him. Very good, very powerful. At this moment, Ye Tian did not hesitate to express his admiration. In front of all beings from other continents in the entire world, after receiving praise, the expressions on the faces of those from the cultivation continent showed a hint of smugness. People from other worlds gazed at this scene in astonishment. They had been continuously exposed to the cultivation system, various secret techniques of cultivation along with alchemy and weapon refining. They were all somewhat familiar. Including formations, people from other continents had learned a bit as well. However, they never expected the formations of the cultivation world to be so powerful, able to gather the strength of many. Just as the insect race was born for the battlefield, the formations within the cultivation system are also inherently designed for war, especially in large-scale divine battles. Gathering the strength of countless individuals, such power on the battlefield is terrifying. Other similar methods exist to varying degrees in other continents. However, none are as effective as the formations of the cultivation system. It seems we not only need to develop our own system, but also need to thoroughly research the systems of others. People from several continents express such sentiments. Each continent primarily practices different systems, but most people have confidence in their own systems. They all believe that their cultivation system is powerful. While such thoughts are valid, having witnessed the strength of the formations, their perspectives have undergone some changes. While maintaining that their own cultivation system is the strongest, they continuously learn from the strengths of other systems. In this way, their own cultivation system will become even more powerful. Conversely, this strengthens their confidence in their own cultivation system being the strongest. Embracing practicality. Flawless logic. No mistakes. Apart from gathering everyone's strength for a strike, the Honyuan Wujidi formation possesses other formidable attributes. It can harness the power of everything in the world. In myth and legend, there is a grand formation known as the Ye Tian Star Do formation. It was the ancient demon clan's formation, a protective formation of the ancient heavenly court. Positioned at the center are the sun and moon stars, with 365 ancient stars forming the base, along with two top-tier treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book, and 365 star banners established by 365 demon clan experts. The true strength of this formation lies in its foundation as a formation drawing upon the power of the stars. The Honyuan Wujidi formation is similarly constructed. It not only draws upon the power of the stars, but also the power of the sun and moon, as well as all powers in the world. The formation needs compatibility with the powers it summons. However, the attribute of Ye Tian's world is chaos. The source of all power is chaos. Therefore, the formation does not require the power of compatibility. Natural powers can be harnessed. Regardless of the type of power, it can be used as its source is chaos. All are compatible. The Honyuan Wujidi formation can summon various powers to enhance the strength of all cultivators. Additionally, it can form a defensive array to block all attacks. It can even transform into a phantom array if necessary. The main focus is to embrace all rivers while maximizing the power of individuals from the cultivation continent and fully unleashing the characteristics of chaos, a multicolored talent. After all, the cultivators had demonstrated the formidable power of the primordial chaos. Grand array practitioners from different schools subsequently showcased their own distinct paths. Though the cultivation system is a unified whole, it is internally subdivided into numerous branches: Buddhist cultivation, Taoist cultivation, body cultivation, sword cultivation. Each meticulous division possesses its unique essence. As the primordial chaos grand array dispersed, resonant Buddhist chants arose from the western region upon the celestial screen of the cultivation continent. The western lands home to Buddhist practitioners harbored the supreme Buddhist kingdom, a realm where myriad Buddhas paid homage. Beyond the endless chants, the western region was bathed in shimmering golden light. Amid the gaze of all, a Tathagata manifestation ascended from the western lands. Behind this colossal Buddha stood 32 distinct Buddhist Dharma manifestations, wrathful Vajra guardians, compassionate bodhisattvas. Boundless majesty emanated from this Buddha, evoking a sense of supremacy over heaven and earth. Not only did it possess terrifying combat prowess, but its lethal chants were even more formidable. This was a spiritual attack, also known as conversion. All who heard these endless chants, if unable to resist, would be brainwashed and become devotees of the Buddha. Such was Buddhist cultivation, the wrathful, indestructible Vajra body, and the lethal chants capable of converting beings to enlightenment. Corresponding to the west was the eastern domain, where sword cultivation flourished. The sword is the blade of the heart, wielded for both slaughter and protection. Killing and guarding lay in a single thought. Sword cultivators were renowned for their sharpness and immense offensive power. Practitioners of the sword path were often upright, selfless, and unyielding, acting with principle. They harbored righteous chi, striving to aid the weak, uphold justice, and pursue the grand Tao of the world, an ideal cherished by countless cultivators. In the eastern domain, countless sword cultivators revealed their sharpness. Numerous legendary swords rose from the ground, converging into a sea of blades above the eastern sky. Within this sea of swords stood countless resolute and mighty sword cultivators. Without the primordial chaos grand array, they did not employ other formations. Unlike the Buddhist cultivators of the West, who banded together, the sword cultivators of the East fought individually. They needed no formations, no combined techniques, nor bizarre or powerful artifacts. All they possessed was the sword in their hand. With this 3-foot azure blade, they could cut through all injustice in the world. Such was the faith of the Eastern sword cultivators. Their collective will soared to the heavens like an unyielding sword that would never bend. This was the soul of the East. The southern region, however, was the land of auxiliary paths. A saying circulated in the cultivation continent of the night sky world: all protective items in the world originate from the south. The path of cultivation emphasized not only self-cultivation, but also self-protection. Self-cultivation referred to personal spiritual advancement, while self-protection encompassed artifacts, elixirs, and other aids. Divine weapons could serve as protective items. Elixirs and artifacts were also protective. Formations and talismans likewise fell under this category. It was widely acknowledged across the continent that all such items originated from the southern region. If the central region was the sacred land for all cultivators, then the southern region was the holy land for alchemists, artifact refiners, formation masters, and auxiliary specialists. Here, elixirs and artifacts were not priced at 998 nor 888, but merely 68. Due to the prevalence of alchemists and refiners, this was the most flourishing place for these auxiliary traditions. The myriad formations sect originated here. At this moment, these auxiliary traditions in the southern region were displaying their unique splendor. The path of formations, forming arrays with heaven and earth, using celestial power as a foundation capable of killing, sealing, and defending. The path of artifact refining, using earthly flames as veins and heaven-earth as spirit, forging sentient divine weapons. Some even used their own bodies as vessels, entering the path of body cultivation through refinement. The path of talismans, refining heavenly thunder into talismans overwhelming with quantity. Countless thunder talismans detonated akin to facing a tribulation. The path of alchemy, gathering the essence of heaven and earth into elixirs capable of poisoning, killing, or healing. The ultimate auxiliary path. Some geniuses even devised the furnace explosion combat technique. Though alchemy and artifact refining were considered auxiliary, never underestimate their combat prowess. They played far more creatively than imagined. Their combat ability might even surpass yours. The northern region was the foundation of heavenly Tao techniques. 8 or 9 out of 10 cultivation manuals in the world originated from the Northern Emperor. As the saying went, all techniques under heaven come from the north. The people of the north each held their own Tao techniques, all directly pointing to the great Tao, and they played more diversely than those in other regions. Martial techniques, protective methods, all were created by them. There was no technique you could imagine that they lacked. As for the central region, it went without saying the powerful from all four regions gathered there, effectively uniting the strengths of all domains. People from other continents were astonished by the scene on the cultivation continent, marveling at its splendor. The path of cultivation was not limited to fundamental practices. Various systems and Tao methods complemented each other, forming a nearly perfect cultivation path. In terms of the richness of cultivation systems, the immortal path could be considered supreme. Compared to the flourishing human cultivation civilization, the demon race appeared somewhat monotonous. The demon race's strength on the cultivation continent was in no way inferior to humanity's. However, their level of civilization was less advanced. To be precise, their true power lay in their physical bodies and bloodlines. Though formidable, the external display of this power was not as spectacular. Ye Tian watched everything on the cultivation continent and nodded in satisfaction. The development there perfectly matched his vision of a cultivation world. Such a prosperous world, even in the novels from before the era of gubernatoriality, would be considered a perfect realm. If he snatched an ordinary person from Blue Planet who hadn't become a creator god and threw them into his world, then had the cyberpunk system clan invent a system for them, it would be a perfect power fantasy. Failed to create the world, I turned to immortal cultivation. The ceremony of the cultivation world was underway. Ye Tian encouraged numerous cultivators across the cultivation world before departing for the fantasy continent. At that moment, the myriad races on the fantasy continent were already prepared. After Ye Tian issued the order to conduct the Star Sea trial, the cyberpunk civilization took the lead in forming a scientific alliance. Most of the races on the fantasy continent were invited to join the Science Alliance. Compared to the insectoid continent and the cultivation world, the overall strength of the fantasy continent was somewhat weaker. The main combat power was entirely supported by the cyberpunk civilization. Upon arriving at the fantasy continent, Ye Tian's first sight was the battle legions prepared by the cyberpunk civilization. Currently, the cyberpunk civilization primarily had two major legions. The first was the mechanical legion, known as the Mecha Army. All mechas crafted by the cyberpunk civilization were of the 9th order mythical level. Almost every mecha was equipped with a complete arsenal. The materials needed to create these mechas were the most precious in the world. Part of the world tiers of the stars. Each mecha's performance was top-notch in every aspect. Additionally, each mecha was controlled by a citizen of the cyberpunk civilization who had completed the 3 ascensions utilizing mind control. A dense army of mechas floated above the fantasy continent, exuding a strong sense of technology. Beyond their basic capabilities, these mecha armies also possessed an advanced feature. That feature was fusion. The parts of the mecha army could be reassembled, allowing them to form an ultra-large mecha. Different combinations of mechanical components could yield different types of mechas. The highest tier of combined mechas surpassed the 9th order mythical level. However, to form the highest tier combined mecha, nearly all mechas would need to combine together. It wasn't just about me forming the head or me forming the legs. With a strong foundation, it could lead to me forming nose hairs or leg hairs. The top tier combined mecha could easily annihilate a middle thousand world. Moreover, the mecha army and the insectoids shared a common trait: they could be produced infinitely. If a mecha was damaged, a citizen of the cyberpunk civilization who had completed the 3 ascensions could escape from it. In no time, the cyberpunk civilization could produce a new one for use. Furthermore, the mechas created by the cyberpunk civilization were also bolstered by the god of machines, enhancing their level by 1. A mecha already at the 9th order mythical level could not break through the 9th order mythical bottleneck, even with the god of machines enhancement. However, its combat power would surely see a significant increase. Under normal circumstances, 9th order mythical. After receiving the enhancement from the Saint of Machines 9th order mythical, the mecha army is the unique combat power of the cyberpunk civilization. However, in addition to creating the mecha army, the cyberpunk civilization also established another special legion. This legion's creation began only after Ye Tian issued the command. The members of this legion were not limited to citizens of the cyberpunk civilization. Its recruitment criteria were open to all races across the fantasy continent. Any race could join this legion. This legion was named the Data Legion. It could also be referred to as the Game Legion. When Ye Tian saw the existence of the Data Legion, he was almost taken aback. The existence of this Game Legion bore notable similarities to the game feedback he had experienced in reality. Members of the Game Legion had undergone the datafication technology of the cyberpunk civilization. This meant that all of them had undergone the soul ascension among the 3 ascensions. After becoming datafied, the cyberpunk civilization exhausted countless resources to create the inner world, the game world. The game world was founded on the basis of the entire real world, extracting different cultivation systems and various races to create a game world teeming with diverse realms. In simpler terms, within the game world there existed a multitude of realms. These realms existed in a game format, virtual yet real. Those who had been datafied could continuously enter these realms, battle monsters, to level up and enhance their strength. The data within the game was virtual, but due to the technology of the inner world, this data could be fully materialized. Consequently, it could feed back into reality. Cultivating might still pose some challenges and require time, but playing games presented no significant difficulty and wouldn't take too long. Thus, through this method, the cyberpunk civilization, with the help of numerous races on the fantasy continent, established their second army, the Data Army. It could also be called the Game Army or the Player Army. This army nominally belonged to the cyberpunk civilization, but in reality, it was the result of the collective efforts of all races on the continent. Moreover, since they were fighting monsters and leveling up within the game world, the members of the Data Legion were quite eccentric. Having been datafied, everything about their appearance, shape, and strength was related to the game world they had experienced. Thus, some dressed in a manner that exuded a "if you're a brother come hit me" with a vibe reminiscent of One Hit 999. Others donned equipment radiating rainbow-colored light, dazzling those nearby. Is it not normal to wear better gear while gaming, allowing the good gear to shine? Some rode on peculiar pets, and others bore various titles and achievements atop their heads. To be honest, Ye Tian had already greatly admired the cyberpunk civilization before this. The cyberpunk civilization's 3 ascensions and 3 plans truly opened his eyes. Just the fact that the cyberpunk civilization nearly developed a system was enough to astonish Ye Tian. Little did he expect the cyberpunk civilization could create such a ludicrous player army. He genuinely felt that the strength of the cyberpunk civilization was somewhat excessive. You're just one race, yet you're playing so extravagantly. What are the other races supposed to do? From the last season to this one. However, one must admit that the development of the cyberpunk civilization indeed has its unique merits. After all, they alone enjoyed scientific development concerning the unique rainbow-level talent. Other talents affected other beings on the continent, and they affected the cyberpunk civilization as well. However, the scientific perspective on the unique rainbow-level talent only took effect within the technological development system. The greatest beneficiaries were the cyberpunk civilization. With the cyberpunk civilization alongside the unique scientific viewpoint, it was akin to a young cow flying a plane, extraordinarily impressive. The beings from the other continents looked gravely upon everything happening in the fantasy continent. The only clan worthy of their attention was the cyberpunk civilization. Although the other civilizations each possessed their own characteristics, they could hardly be considered strong. Only the cyberpunk civilization drew significant interest from the people of the other continents. Throughout the long passage of time, there had been numerous exchanges among the various continents. Thus, the civilizations on the other continents had a profound understanding of the cyberpunk civilization. This civilization was extraordinarily powerful. Its essence lay in the analysis, understanding, and creation of all things. Currently, the cyberpunk civilization possessed only 1 mech army and 1 data army. On the surface, they appeared to be mechs, but their core was the Tao of this world. The mech army was a product of the 3 ascensions. The 3 ascensions were designed after absorbing numerous cultivation techniques from other continents. The soul, the body, and the spiritual energy were all refined to the utmost perfection. Now they had reached the realm of not being bound by form. The mechs were merely a manifestation of this. If they wished, they could be cultivators of the body of the Tao or gods of the ancient divine body. They could even become the ultimate spiritual entities that can transform all things with a single thought. Aside from the insectoid cultivation system, all other cultivation systems on the other continents had been analyzed by them. They could be cyberpunk, but they could also be anything else. They were both a mech army and a cultivation army, and could also be a divine alliance. However, the latter two required the creation of special biohuman shells. Moreover, these shells needed to be infused with the Tao. In terms of cost, they could not compare to the mechs. The practicality of the mechs was much higher. Furthermore, the mechs could receive the blessings of the mechanical god. The Data Army was busy leveling up in various worlds created based on the cultivation systems of several major civilizations. Thus, the members of different data armies practiced diverse systems. Yet they were also a reflection of the numerous cultivation systems of other civilizations. From the Data Army, the civilizations of the other continents could see just how deep the cyberpunk civilization's understanding of their cultivation systems was. Truly worthy of the title of Truth, the cyberpunk. This so-called mechanical army possesses the pinnacle strength of the mythic 9th tier. People from the other continents gasped in awe at the power displayed by the cyberpunk. Compared to the entire continent of others, the number of mechs in the cyberpunk civilization was significantly fewer. However, every single mech possessed the strength at the peak of the 9th tier of Mythic, just one step away from rivaling the hero unit level of the Mythic 9th tier. On the other continents, there were many strong individuals at the 9th tier of Mythic, but most were entry-level or mid-level. Yet this special cyberpunk army was entirely composed of ninth-tier myths. Moreover, they were all the very best. This was somewhat terrifying. However, considering their power, it indeed aligned with the cyberpunk civilization. The cyberpunk civilization seemed to be a microcosm of the entire world. It collected all the information of civilizations within the world, merging it into a vast information database, and utilized its own database to analyze this information, thereby developing various paths. It could be said that it learned the culture of all civilizations across the continent. Under normal circumstances, gathering all civilizations in the world together would result in a mishmash. However, the cyberpunk civilization uniquely developed its distinct system relying on this knowledge and culture. In terms of inclusivity, it was undoubtedly the strongest among all civilizations. The cyber old Tao will dream of mechanical succubi. This single phrase encapsulates its inclusivity. With great inclusivity also comes the ability to extract the essence and discard the dross. The cyberpunk civilization could absorb the essence of the various civilizations across many continents and discard the dross. In other words, the cyberpunk civilization was akin to a monster nurtured by numerous continents and civilizations. Because the cyberpunk civilization is a technological civilization, it believes in science. The nutrients that science absorbs are information and knowledge. And in this vast ninth-level world, what is most abundant is information and knowledge. It was under the cultivation of numerous clans and civilizations, along with the nourishment of knowledge, that the cyberpunk civilization could evolve into such a colossal monster over the course of hundreds of thousands of years. With such a brilliant gem as the cyberpunk civilization shining ahead, the other clans on the fantasy continent appeared somewhat dim in comparison. Although these clans each possessed their own unique traits, they were not on the same level as the cyberpunk civilization. Above the territory of the Land of Light, countless giants of light floated in midair. Even the weakest among them emitted an aura of legendary level. Some among them had even reached the ninth-tier mythic level of power. They evolved into many stronger forms from their original shapes. Besides their own strength, they were also equipped with numerous technological devices. Just by looking at them, they appeared quite imposing. It gave a sense of 1,000 Ultramen battling 1,000 monsters. If this were filmed as a tokusatsu drama, it would certainly create a memorable scene. However, this memorable scene was far too insignificant compared to the entire fantasy continent and the other continents. After all, the Giants of Light were merely one clan on the fantasy continent. In other places, different clans were ready for battle. However, nearly all clans on the fantasy continent shared a common trait. That is, they were all equipped with technological products. These technological products were likely assistance from the cyberpunk civilization to the other clans. In terms of overall strength, the clans on the fantasy continent were significantly weaker than those of other continents, all relying on the support of the cyberpunk civilization. However, even so, the strength on the fantasy continent should not be underestimated. Surveying everything on the fantasy continent, Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction. The cyberpunk civilization pleased him greatly. Although the overall strength of the other clans fell short, it was of no concern. After all, many clans on the fantasy continent were not acquired for the purpose of combat when he first purchased them. For instance, the Giants of Light and Scions with armor. He had only bought them to fulfill his childhood dreams. Similarly, when acquiring succubi, he did not expect them to engage in team battles. After showcasing the numerous clans across the fantasy continent to the entire world, Ye Tian arrived at the last continent, the Western Fantasy Continent. At this moment, the Western Fantasy Continent was already fully prepared. All clans on the continent were currently under the leadership of the End of Days Church. The Human Alliance, with countless human powerhouses arranged densely on the ground. Numerous individuals donned thick armor, forming orderly ranks in formation. Warriors and heavily armored soldiers stood at the forefront of the entire troop. Following closely behind were the many mages, belonging to the output units. In addition, there were numerous priests capable of bestowing various powerful buffs on these human legions and even offering healing. The land units included cavalry archers, mage warriors, along with many other professions. Besides the land units, there were also aerial units. Above the human army soared a vast number of griffins. Each individual rode atop a griffin which breathed forth flames as the humans wielded formidable strength. The combination of the two could unleash a combat power exceeding 11-2. In addition to the griffin army, there was another remarkably powerful troop. However, the numbers of this human troop were somewhat limited. Dragon Riders. The dragon riders who had tamed the 5-color dragons of the West soared through the sky on the massive bodies of the Western dragons riding atop them. Each dragon rider possessed the strength of a 9th-tier mythic level. Overall, there was a complete range of combat power from high-end to low-end. The synergy between various troop types and formations had reached perfection. This was the human allied forces. In addition to the human alliance, there was also a group of colossal giants, the Titans. Their enormous bodies granted them immense strength. Their tough skin provided them with unparalleled defensive capabilities. It is no exaggeration to say that in large-scale battles the Titans are invincible beings. As long as they can break into the enemy's formation, they are essentially tanks. They can crush without restraint. Ye Tian's gaze was drawn to another army in the sky, the Angel Army, a group of winged angels. In their midst were countless technologically crafted cosmic battleships. At the forefront of the cosmic battleships was a massive cannon. Within the cannon gathered an immense energy enough to obliterate everything upon firing. However, Ye Tian's attention was not on these weapons. He was primarily focused on the angelic beings themselves. The gender ratio among the angels seems a bit off. Ye Tian observed the angels with a hint of confusion. The angels he previously purchased in the game store were perfectly normal angels. There were male and female angels, and logically, they should be quite balanced. In fact, there should be slightly more male angels than female ones. Yet among the current angel army, the number of male angels seemed a bit few. In the next moment, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. He seemed to have discovered an ideal angel among this group. Celestial Unit Yen. I didn't expect someone from the angel clan to awaken the celestial projection. Ye Tian felt a sense of joy. For the tribe, for the world. A booming roar suddenly reached Ye Tian's consciousness. He looked up and saw a dense mass of orcs. Orcs possess explosive and aggressive traits. They are also the most war-loving race. The deity they worship is the god of war. As the Star Sea trials approached, the orcs were thrilled. Countless orc powerhouses roared on the ground. Like humans, the orc race also categorized their troops into different types. Orc axemen, orc gunmen, orc thunder, mages, orc hunters, boar riders, cyclopes. Along with a shaman priest. Their combat strength is equally formidable, with overall power only second to that of the humans. Ye Tian nodded slightly as he observed the orcs' fighting spirit. In many background stories of Western fantasy worlds, orcs basically serve as villains and are among the powerful antagonists. This alone demonstrates the combat power of the orcs. Indeed, they are strong. Moreover, they are born to love war, existing solely for battle. The more they can fight, the happier Ye Tian becomes. Aside from the orcs, other races were also showcasing their might. The dwarves and goblins crafted various magical mechanical products. There were also various magical war machines. Although their own power was slightly inferior to other races, the assistance of their magical creations made them a formidable presence. At this moment, nearly all clans on the illusory continent were ready for battle. However, to truly gauge strength, one must consider the divine clan. Countless divine powerhouses were also demonstrating their might at this moment. The radiance of the God of Light enveloped all things. All living beings illuminated by the light of the God of Light experienced instant healing. A powerful conviction arose within them. The God of War raised his hammer high, and a massive halo arose, empowering all beings within this halo with the might of the God of War. The Earth Mother raised her hands high, channeling the continuous power of the Earth to all beings on the Western fantasy continent. As long as they remained on the Earth, they would receive immense defensive boosts. To a certain extent, they could even absorb the power of the Earth. As long as the power of the Earth persisted, they would not fall. And there were many other gods. They could be referred to as the Age of the Gods. Ye Tian nodded in satisfaction after observing everything on the Western fantasy continent. People from other continents looked at the final Western fantasy continent, also sensing its daunting aspects. The Western fantasy continent, like the fantasy continent, was home to numerous clans. It was a situation of numerous races coexisting. However, while the fantasy continent was dominated by a unique cyberpunk civilization, the numerous clans on the Western fantasy continent were all quite strong. They were all formidable. Moreover, with the presence of the divine clan, great pressure was brought upon beings from other continents. The Western fantasy continent's military parade. After concluding the final military parade, Ye Tian shut down the projection. He then fixed his gaze on the sky. The Star Sea trials were imminent. After completing the military parade ceremony in his own world, there were still several hundred years left until the arrival of the Star Sea trial, based on the time calculated within that world. However, in reality, it only takes a few hours. Ye Tian could not wait in his own world for several hundred years. Therefore, after finishing the parade ceremony, he exited the world and returned to reality. At this moment, the atmosphere in reality was also quite tense. Because many creation gods were aware that they were about to face their first challenge after becoming creation gods. In this challenge, there not only existed dangerous threats, but also enormous opportunities. In the Star Sea trial, there were not only items that could enhance their world's strength, but also awakening stones that could allow one to become a creation god. Currently, those who had become creation gods were still a minority, and all of them had their own family and friends. Their loved ones had not participated in the game before the game feedback to reality, so naturally, they did not receive any feedback. Up until now, they remained ordinary people. If he could obtain an awakening stone during the Star Sea hunt, he could enable them to become creation gods and possess a lifespan akin to immortality. Unless one was a lone wolf, others placed great importance on awakening stones. After all, even if they became creation gods and had a world, their family members in reality were still very important people. For ordinary people, awakening stones were extremely important, and for the officials, it went without saying. Mastering awakening stones would allow a large number of officials to undergo awakening, strengthening the officials' power, and with that they could quickly re-establish a new order, ensuring the rights of ordinary people and weaker creation gods. This was something the officials had always upheld. All the creation gods of the Dragon Kingdom stood at the ready, awaiting the arrival of the Starsea trial. As the clock struck midnight in the real world, all the creation gods trembled. They could distinctly feel that the mysterious membrane that had always enveloped their world suddenly vanished in that instant. Their perception could extend beyond their world. At the same time, their world was also exposed to the endless Starsea. In the next moment, everyone entered their own worlds, and the beings within those worlds stood at the ready. In Ye Tian's level 9 world, the races from 4 continents were already prepared for battle. In addition, the creatures from the ocean were also fully prepared. The light from beyond the world vanished at that moment, and the entire Sea of Hearts was displayed before the beings of Ye Tian's world. On Blue Star, the worlds of other people seemed like little fish within this Starsea, not receiving any attention. Suddenly appearing, they would only attract the attention of similarly sized small creatures. However, Ye Tian's world was different. It was a level 9 world. Moreover, it was the most top-tier level 9 grand world. Even in this vast and boundless star sea, it could be considered a behemoth. Upon its appearance, it drew the attention of countless entities around. Some beings quickly swam toward the direction of Ye Tian's world. Ye Tian's minuscule body stood on the back of a deep-sea giant creature. The massive body of the deep-sea giant was currently floating in the sky. Although the deep-sea giant was a creature of the deep sea, as a supreme existence of level 9, it could survive on land. And it could even fly. As a creation god, Ye Tian ultimately needed to have a mount in front of his many followers. After all, there had to be some display of prestige. Riding the deep-sea giant certainly showcased prestige, mainly because he was afraid that if he rode another mount, the deep-sea giant would become jealous. Although his size was insignificant on it, Ye Tian gazed at the situation in the endless star sea after the layer of light vanished. Suddenly, a piece of information floated into his mind. First wave of attack. Mind-Eye Brainworm. Mind-Eye Brainworm, a mythological level race developed in technology and mental power together, possessing a highly advanced mental power system and technology development level. Their strength surpasses ordinary mythological races. Weakness. Brain Flesh. This is the all-seeing evolution eye. Looking at the information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Ye Tian was momentarily dazed, then instantly understood. In his past life, he had not received such prompts when facing invasions, nor were there any weaknesses exposed. Now this information, akin to foresight, could only mean that the true sight and evolution eye were in effect. Mind-Eye Brainworm, if I remember correctly, is indeed a considerable race within the endless star sea. A hint of contemplation flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. Within the endless star sea, apart from the giant creatures of the star sea and the worlds of other creation gods, there were also some races living in the endless star sea. These races living in the endless star sea were originally followers from certain worlds. However, these races were too powerful, possessing the ability to survive in the starry sky detached from their worlds. When the creation gods of these races inexplicably perished, they transformed into faithless followers. They then detached from their original creation gods' worlds and settled in the endless star sea. If they had not encountered any significant upheaval in the endless star sea, they would most likely become increasingly prosperous. A tremendously powerful level 9 mythological race living in this endless star sea. Even if they were just a civilization, not creation gods, they were still immensely powerful existences. If they invaded the worlds of those low-level and mid-level creation gods, those beings would have no room for resistance. The Mind-Eye Worm race was one such existence among the followers in the endless star sea. Ye Tian smiled slightly. If he had encountered the Mind-Eye Brainworm in his past life, he would undoubtedly have met his end. However, in this life, facing the Mind-Eye Brainworm, it would be they who would meet their end. Speaking of which, the Mind-Eye Brainworm seems to have some similarities with the brainworm of the insect race. Perhaps their genes could enhance the genes of the insect race's brainworm to some extent. Then let the insect race handle this first wave of attack. After a bit of contemplation, Ye Tian already had a conclusion in his heart. Returning only at night, he still had some time to write, so he didn't take a leave of absence. Today I woke up and found I had become a regular army. Tomato has created a group, those interested can join. Everyone can boast a bit. Ye Tian's own world had already reached a state of ultimate refinement, beyond which no further enhancement was possible. Only exceedingly rare resources so precious that even the system shop did not stock them could possibly aid him. Thus Ye Tian harbored scarcely any expectations for this Starsea trial. At best he might acquire a few marginally useful artifacts, certainly nothing capable of significantly elevating his world. Yet for the insect race this trial was nothing short of a grand feast. The myriad alien species and Starsea beasts dwelling across the cosmic expanse each possessed extraordinarily potent and unique genetic reservoirs, capable of vastly enriching and refining the insect race's own genome. This war, therefore, was an unmitigated banquet for the insect race. The moment Ye Tian's settled battle fervor surged through the insect race like wildfire. Kill! A slightly strained voice issued from the insect chieftain's mouth. Having shifted into his combat form, his body sheathed in resonant chitinous armor, his vocal apparatus had likewise undergone transformation. Yet such alterations in no way diminished his power. The instant his command echoed forth, colossal insect hives erupted from the ground, one after another. Insect hives were living biotech fortresses bred for reproduction, yet equally formidable as bastions of war, veritable engines of annihilation. Flight capability was utterly natural. After all, they were never meant to remain anchored. Simultaneously, countless insects unfurled wings, evolved directly from their genetic code, and swarmed skyward in dense ominous waves fully prepared for battle. At that very moment, the demon-eye brainworm breached the fully unsealed world boundary and entered Ye Tian's domain. The demon-eye brainworm was an immensely powerful race hailing from the infinite Starsea, having conquered and subjugated countless worlds created by sovereign gods. Though they lacked the ability to forge realities themselves, as mere favored offspring of the Starsea, they had seized dominion over innumerable realms through relentless warfare. Now, without question, they had set their sights upon Ye Tian's opulent level 9 grand world. Yet clearly this time they had met their match. To gauge a sovereign god's strength, one looked not only to their chosen kin, but above all to their innate talents. Warfare talent, strategic acumen, world evolution talent. Each conferred decisive advantage across its respective domain. Ye Tian was the apex anomaly, a peerless prodigy endowed with every conceivable talent, amplifying life forms, augmenting warfare, transcending all boundaries. From the very first instant of the demon-eye brainworm's incursion, two talents bore down upon them with crushing force. All being convergence, alien dissonance, prismatic talent. Within your world, all kin gain tenfold cultivation acceleration. Within this realm, combat prowess is doubled. When beings from foreign worlds invade your domain, they suffer suppression. Transcendent tier entities cannot survive at all. A legendary tier power is reduced by 90, mythic tier power by 50. In chaos polychromatic, the world's fundamental energy transforms into primordial chaos. Any cultivator, regardless of system, may refine chaos chi. Those who master chaos chi wield twice the might of those cultivating other energies. All being convergence, alien dissonance suppress their raw power outright, while chaos talent undermine them at the most fundamental level, the very source of their energy. In an instant, their strength plummeted catastrophically. The demon-eye brainworm possessed formidable intellect. Surviving the infinite Starsea demanded no lesser mind, and thus sensed grave peril the moment they crossed the threshold. They immediately attempted retreat, piloting fleets of starships, but it was already too late. For Ye Tian activated the combat skill granted by his level 9 Endofall cult. Teleportation. In a flash, legions of supremely powerful insects were hurled directly before the demon-eye brainworm. Compared to the insect race, the demon-eye brainworm paled in strength. After all, their defining trait mirrored only that of the insect race's brainworms. Yet the gulf in both power and numbers rendered this conflict little more than a slaughter from its inception. From countless insect hives blazed streaks of violet-green light. Forged from the finest radiative genetic traits culled from elite kin, these bioweapons were integrated directly into the hives, unleashing devastation of unparalleled magnitude. Even a 9th-tier mythic entity, swept by that beam, would be bisected instantly. Such lethal fury effortlessly sundered the demon-eye brainworm's starship armadas, their biotechnology lagging far behind the insect races. The demon-eye brainworm's biotech centered on neural symbiosis. Their colossal brains interfaced neurons directly with technological constructs, fusing psychic potency with machinery, advancing a uniquely spiritual branch of biotechnology. The insect race, by contrast, cultivated both flesh and blood biotech and psychic biotech in tandem, its advancement dwarfing even the demon-eye brainworms. Thus, when confronted with hive bombardment, the protective shields aboard demon-eye brainworm vessels proved utterly futile. Swarms of insects armored in living biotech surged forward, ripping through enemy hulls as though they were parchment. Then they breached the ships and began the massacre. Beyond their psychic might, the demon-eye brainworm's sole remaining strength lay in these starships. Their neurons were fully enmeshed with each vessel, rendering the craft an extension of their own bodies. This allowed seamless command over every technological weapon aboard. More terrifying still, these weapons could channel psychic damage. Now, however, their starships lay crushed under the insect race's onslaught, rendered nearly inert. Worse, insects had already breached the hulls. Their last line of defense now rested solely in their psychic force, and the insect race feared psychic assault above all else. They were the most resolute of all kin. Their minds were interwoven through psychic links, with the brainworm and ultimately the insect queen herself. To dominate the insect race, psychically, one would first have to subdue the queen and the brainworm. Their psychic strength surpassed even top-tier cultivators and cybernetically ascended beings who had achieved soul transcendence. To accomplish such domination was quite simply impossible. The power of the eye of the demon brain bug was already no match for the insect race, and with the talent buff weakening it, it was even less of a contender. At this moment, the Insect Emperor personally led the insect race into battle. Normally, the leaders of the insect race would not participate in combat. They usually hide far in the rear, controlling countless insects to attack. This method of combat is almost imprinted in their genes. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. This is the reasoning behind it. This principle is learned from the genetic information of countless organisms. Thus, under most circumstances, the Insect Emperor or the Insect Queen would not fight personally, but would choose to control the situation from behind the scenes, even though they themselves possess powerful combat abilities. Today is different. Today marks the first battle of Night Sky's world against the Endless Star Sea, a battle of profound significance. The insect race has been designated by Night Sky to participate first, so the Insect Emperor naturally had to perform well in front of their creator god. In many ways, the cyberpunk civilization shares significant similarities with the insect race. The cyberpunk civilization continuously grows by treating the knowledge of numerous affiliated races as resources, while the insect race consumes the genes of these affiliated races as sustenance. Cyberpunk extracts the essence of culture while discarding the dross. The insect race extracts the essence of genes while discarding the dross. The insect race can freely combine various powerful genes from their information repository to achieve perfect evolution. However, this gene combination also has certain limitations concerning the individual. Some powerful gene combinations can lead to conflicts. Due to the differences among individual insects, when conflicts arise within their genes, different outcomes can occur. It's akin to conducting serum warrior experiments. Some withstand the serum's impact on their bloodline and become like Captain America. Others, however, cannot withstand the serum's power and become mere fodder. The same situation applies to the insect race. To carry more powerful biological genes, one must endure. The reason the current Insect Emperor stands out among the many insect monarchs is that she can endure the most powerful genes. Thus, her strength is unrivaled among the insect race. The wings that evolved behind the Insect Emperor sliced through the battleship of the Eye of the Demon Brain Bug like a knife. She then entered the main battleship of the Eye of the Demon Brain Bug alone. She transmitted her orders to the other insects. This prey belongs to me. No insect is allowed to interfere. At this moment, the Eye of the Demon Brain Bug within the main battleship fell into a panic, but upon seeing that the only enemy was the Insect Emperor, they calmed down. The Insect Emperor possesses the power of a ninth-tier myth, her presence overwhelming. Yet as a race capable of traversing the endless star sea, are they not ninth-tier myths as well? Countless eyes of the Demon Brain Bugs gathered their mental energy, and in conjunction with the weapons inside the battleship launched an attack on the Insect Emperor. The combination of mental energy and technological beams shot toward the Insect Emperor. Faced with these attacks, the already fearsome figure of the Insect Emperor underwent another transformation in that instant. The terrifying shell around her body rapidly expanded, and numerous appendages sprouted from her body. Suddenly, a pair of antennae grew from her head, swaying continuously while the shell emitted light. A shield of light enveloped the Insect Emperor, perfectly blocking all attacks. In the next moment, the wings behind the Insect Emperor flapped once more, and her massive and bizarre form charged into the battleship at terrifying speed, unleashing a massacre. Her appendages pierced into the bodies of the eyes of the Demon Brain Bugs. The eyes of the Demon Brain Bugs are essentially akin to exposed brains. They resemble exposed brains. After the Insect Emperor inserted her appendages into them, she instantly drained all their brain juice and energy. A glimmer of delight flashed in her eyes. In this moment, she was consuming the eyes of the demon bugs through her appendages, absorbing not only their energy, but also their genes. For the insect race, genes are the most exquisite food in the world. The insect emperor single-handedly faced a battleship, while the other insects were equally unyielding. The eyes of the demon brain bugs were simply too weak compared to the insect race. When their weapons cannot breach the insect race's defenses, and their technology cannot withstand the insect race's attacks, their fate is sealed. Countless eyes of the demon brain bugs were slaughtered by the insects, their corpses devoured and recycled into new insects for the insect queen. This was an overwhelming, utterly crushing situation. Only about one of the insect race participated in the battle. A large portion of the insect race remained on the insect continent, not yet transported to the battlefield. Among those sent to the battlefield, a significant number were still en route. Once all the invading eyes of the demon brain bugs were eliminated, the insect emperor brought many insects before night sky. At this moment, the insect emperor transformed back into human form. In her hand, she held a golden treasure chest. Behind her, countless insects also carried treasure chests of various colors. These chests were dropped after defeating monsters. These were the rewards given by the endless star sea after the eyes of the demon brain bugs were killed. Looking at the countless treasure chests before him, Night Sky felt a bit of a headache. The Star Sea trial cannot consist of just one round of attacks. Depending on the strength of the creator god and the world, the number of attacks encountered may vary. Each round of the Star Sea trial grants rewards from the endless Star Sea. This means defeating monsters yields treasure chests. In his past life, Night Sky experienced nearly 3 waves of attacks, and the 4 major hero units under him, along with 2 affiliated races, killed millions of creatures. In total, the treasure chests collected from the battlefield amounted to only a few hundred. Moreover, most of them were ordinary treasure chests. Now, having only faced 1 round of attacks from the eyes of the demon brain bugs, he received so many treasure chests. A rough count estimated there were millions, and their levels were not low. The disparity was simply too great. However, this disparity is to be expected. After all, the strength of his current world is magnitudes higher than before. If it had been in his past life, opening so many treasure chests would have certainly caused Ye Tian to smile from ear to ear. Millions of treasure chests, and within them lay countless resources capable of enhancing his realm. However, in this life, it can only be said to be a mere drizzle. He has now truly become the creator god, and opening treasure chests no longer requires the tedious operations he used to perform on his phone. One by one, in an instant, all the treasure chests were opened. The items extracted from these chests were bizarre and varied. Some were pills and magical treasures, while others were techniques and secret manuals. These items, under normal circumstances, could aid the creator god in enhancing the strength of his realm's followers, or even bolster the strength of his heroic units. These items originated from various leisure systems. In addition to these, there were also some more advanced ones that could affect the entire world. For instance, special terrain cards or other resource cards, some of which were exceptionally precious, could even directly increase the territory of a creator god's realm. After glancing over these items, Ye Tian lost interest in them. If he had acquired those pills and weapons in the past, perhaps he could have cultivated mythic-level heroic units, enhancing the strength of his heroic units, nurturing supreme beings. However, this time these items held no relevance. The followers within his realm could produce resources, and the items they created were even better. As for those resource cards that could enhance the world's strength, they were barely useful. But with the 10-fold resource boost in his realm, he lacked for nothing. One could say it was better than nothing. With a thought, Ye Tian utilized all the resources that could affect the entire world, as well as the cards that could expand the realm's size. As for the other internal resources, such as techniques and pills, Ye Tian placed them back into the treasure chests and spread them across various corners of the continent. These items weren't particularly beneficial for his followers. However, they still held some value for the individual lives within the followers, especially for those weaker individuals. By scattering these items across every corner of the world, if those weaker individuals happened to be lucky, they might find some treasures from a hidden corner. Ye Tian also had a bit of a mischievous streak. He hid most of the items in places like cliffs. This way, perhaps in the future his world would see some amusing plot twists. On a certain continent, a weak being is oppressed by others and pushed to the edge of a cliff. In a moment of desperation, they leap off the cliff. Perhaps they would stumble upon treasure chests dropped by the mind-eating worms. Then they might open some pills, techniques, or weapons from within. If so, they could leave behind a legendary tale in some corner of the continent. The grand finale achieving myth. As he envisioned such a scene, Ye Tian felt a wave of amusement wash over him. After gathering all the spoils, he redirected his gaze back into the boundless Star Sea. At this moment, the all-knowing eye of evolution once again demonstrated its power. The 8th level damaged vast world is about to connect with the world. After seeing this information, a spark of excitement flashed in Ye Tian's eyes. To his surprise, the second wave of worlds brought forth a damaged vast world. This damaged vast world is far superior to the Eyeworm clan. Although the Eyeworm clan could drop treasure chests, the items obtained were of little significance to him. The 8th level vast world, however, is different, as the creatures within it can drop treasure chests. Moreover, the 8th level vast world itself is a massive treasure vault. Once he connects with it, he can completely invade. When the time comes, he can devour this 8th level vast world, thereby expanding his territory by 1/8 level vast world. Devouring a world is the fastest way for world evolution and expansion. Therefore, the 8th level vast world itself is an incredibly precious existence. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Ye Tian's mouth. This wave of invasion has finally lived up to his expectations. The connection between the 8th level vast world and Ye Tian's world has yet to be completed, yet the insect clan, having just experienced a battle, has already regrouped. Especially among the insect clan, the brainworm has perfectly absorbed the genetic information of the eyeworm clan and optimized itself in this short period. The insect clan emperor stood before Ye Tian. He fervently spoke to Ye Tian. God, I have gleaned information from the mind of the eye brainworm, discovering the primary location of their race and the coordinates of the worlds they have invaded. I request your permission to invade their world after the divine war ends. I will plunder all resources from their world and present them to you. Upon hearing the insect clan emperor's words, Ye Tian was slightly surprised, but after a moment of thought he understood. After all, the eye brainworm has lived in the boundless star sea for a long time. Only a part of them had invaded his world. Their main base still exists in the boundless star sea, and they have invaded several other worlds. The insect clan can absorb their genes, making it no difficult task to learn their memories. Without hesitation, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Now that his world has completely connected with the boundless star sea, it is natural to allow his kin to scour various resources in the star sea. Allowing them to expand into the market of the boundless star sea was originally part of the plan. The eye brainworm just happened to come across a target. Oh, let's strike them first. However, this must wait until after facing the current star sea trial. However, Ye Tian agreed to the insect clan emperor's request. The insect clan is inherently a brutal and aggressive race, and within his world their temperament is somewhat suppressed. However, in the boundless star sea, such concerns need not apply. Ye Tian was very curious about what this so-called calamity race could achieve in the starry sky. The connection between the 8th level vast world and Ye Tian's own world was nearly complete. Suddenly, Ye Tian seemed to sense something, and in an instant an object appeared in his hand. The Genesis Godstar map. At this moment, the Genesis Godstar map lit up. Two sets of starry sky coordinates were displayed, 82324 and 5805. Got it. Ye Tian was delighted. This must be the location of the special divine position needed for him to advance to the Supreme Genesis God. Above the Supreme Divine Star map lies a resplendent starry sky, within which 9 stars shine the brightest. Each star represents a unique divine rank of a creator god. If Ye Tian could utilize the Supreme Divine Star map to absorb the achievements of the 9 unique creator gods, he would break through the bottleneck of the 9th level creator god and become the Supreme Creator God. Now one of the stars on the Supreme Divine Star map has lit up. This signifies that the divine rank represented by this star is within a certain range near Ye Tian's world. How could this not make Ye Tian feel joy? Yet at this moment he still restrained his inner excitement. After all, his immediate priority was to deal with the Star Sea trial. Once he resolves the troubles of the Star Sea trial, he can then search for the unique divine ranks. Suddenly, at this very moment, a thunderous roar erupted, and the incomplete 8th level great world connected with Ye Tian's world. The full view of that 8th level great world was revealed before Ye Tian and many of his loyal followers. It was a world that appeared exceedingly desolate and ruined. In this world, there were hardly any normal life forms present. All were distorted entities. They emanated an aura that twisted everything, mysterious and filled with enigma. This was a world tainted and polluted by the corruption system. Or perhaps the creator god of this realm chose the path of corruption, but after he played too recklessly and fell, his world completely spiraled out of control. In this 8th level great world, many deformed life forms existed, and although they possessed immense power, they lacked any intelligence. When the passage between worlds connected, they sensed the aura of the new world, and then went into a frenzy. Countless powerful yet distorted beings attempting to force their bulky bodies through the world passage into Ye Tian's realm. The loyal followers in Ye Tian's world looked disdainfully at these beings from the 8th level great world. Although the life forms in this world were powerful, their level was too low. Completely eroded by the power of corruption, they had turned into chaotic monsters driven solely by strength. It was simply too low. However, despite their disdain, the numerous loyal followers felt a surge of battle intent within them. This was a great opportunity to showcase themselves before the Creator God. The recently encountered Mind-Eye Brain Worm was dealt with by the acknowledged insect race of the Creator God. The insect race had truly made a strong impression. If this continued, what would happen? The strength of the insect race was clearly recognized by the loyal followers from other continents. They believed that there was nothing in the starry sky that could threaten the insect race. If every invasion was resolved by the insect race, then what purpose would the other loyal followers serve? Lord Creator God, please allow us the cultivators to join the battle. The cultivators from the cultivation continent immediately knelt before Ye Tian. They exuded an incredibly powerful aura, and behind them a treasure resembling a mountain was almost ready to spring into action. Other civilizations also expressed their unwillingness to be outdone. The Cyberpunk Mech Legion requests to join the battle. The Angel Alliance. Countless loyal civilizations all issued their requests to fight at this moment. Ye Tian looked at the crowd eager to join the battle and felt a headache coming on. It was just an 8th level great world. Was it necessary to be so excited? Truly unnecessary. With so many of you together, a single drop of saliva could drown the entire 8th level great world. Woo! The deep-sea giant beast Ye Tian was riding let out a cry. Although the deep-sea giant beast wasn't very intelligent, it could still comprehend the current situation. Therefore, its desire to battle was steadily rising. Ye Tian gently tapped the deep-sea giant beast. Stay still and act as my land mount. Oh, do you understand? After being tapped, the deep-sea giant beast obediently settled down. Ye Tian looked up at the multitude of loyal followers asking to fight, hesitated for a moment, and then decided on the combatants. The cultivators. More specifically, the sword cultivators from the cultivation civilization. It was just a small 8th level great world. It didn't require everyone from the cultivation civilization to intervene. Let the sword cultivators from the cultivation civilization venture into this world and eliminate all the chaotic beings within. That should suffice. Sword cultivators of the eastern region, heed my command, slay all beings of this world, leaving none alive. As soon as Ye Tian spoke, he had already decided the fate of all life forms within this 8th level great world. Upon hearing his words, the sword cultivators of the eastern region instantly displayed expressions of excitement. Yes, countless sword cultivators erupted with a deafening roar. Finally, with a shout of sword come, all the sword cultivators rose into the air. They flew with their swords, heading straight towards the passage between the two worlds. At this moment, where the two world passages connected, countless distorted monsters attempted to enter Ye Tian's world through the passage, and at this instant they collided with the multitude of sword cultivators. The sword cultivators in midair formed sword seals with their hands, and then countless flying swords swept together like a tornado of sword rain, crashing down upon the monsters in the passage. As the sharp swords pierced into their bodies, flesh and blood flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, at the junction of the two worlds, countless monsters were shredded into a mist of meat. The remnants of these monsters' flesh even wriggled on the ground, attempting to regenerate, but were suppressed by the sword energy above them. After a few movements, they were utterly dead. Sword energy unite. At this moment, among the countless sword cultivators, a scholar in a green robe let out a low shout. In an instant, countless sword cultivators reformed their seals, and their swords emitted waves of sword energy. Countless sword energies converged together, forming an enormous sword. Slash. The next moment, this colossal sword formed from sword energy fiercely slashed through the passage between the two worlds, cutting into the 8th level great world. Wherever the sword energy passed, the heavens and earth crumbled. In this 8th level great world, an enormous fissure suddenly appeared. The entire world seemed to shatter, and in an instant blood rain began to fall within this 8th level great world. Enter the realm, kill. The scholar in the green robe issued the command once again, and upon hearing his words, numerous sword cultivators entered this 8th level great world through the passage. Although the creator had fallen, the fundamental mechanisms of this world still remained. At this moment, he sensed that he was being invaded. Then countless black gases enveloped the bodies of the sword cultivators. This was the disdain of the world's will. Anyone enveloped by this black gas would experience a decline in their cultivation. The divine battle between worlds is like this. If you are fighting in the opponent's world, your kin will face tremendous suppression. This is the so-called home field advantage. After all, to another world, your kin are akin to invaders. Naturally, invaders would not receive any goodwill. Slash. After being enveloped by the black gas, the scholar in the green robe scoffed. He let out a low growl, and countless sword intents coalesced behind him, forming an invisible sword. He then slashed down at the black gas. Other sword cultivators followed suit, various sword intents enveloping them as they struck down the black gas. In slashing away the black gas, they also eliminated the world's suppression over them. Ye Tian observed everything clearly within his own world. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. No wonder the sword cultivators, who are the most powerful in offensive capabilities within the path of cultivation, can even slash through the suppression of the world's will from another realm. Entering the enemy's world and fighting on their home turf would inevitably mean being suppressed by the enemy's world will. After all, invading the enemy means paying a price. However, Ye Tian was not particularly afraid of the world's will suppression. With various talents at his disposal, those gifts could render his kin immune to the world's suppression. But now, before those talents could manifest, the sword cultivators had already slashed away the black gas of the world's will suppression. It was all about being ferocious. Truly, they were sword cultivators. The sword cultivators entering the 8th level great world were all mythical beings. However, not all of them were 9th tier. Even so, they were quite formidable. The aberrant life forms existing in this 8th level world were simply no match for the sword cultivators. No matter how massive and tainted your body was, as long as it was struck by a sharp sword, it would inevitably meet its demise. The various aberrations on the bodies of those tainted monsters were suppressed by the sword energy and sword intent. It was just like fighting the insect race's brainworms. For these sword cultivators, battling the life forms of this 8th level great world was akin to an adult bullying a child. Moreover, it was an adult wielding a sword against an unarmed infant. Countless aberrant life forms in this world were being harvested. In an instant, the entire world became a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It appeared somewhat tragic. If it were a normal world, such a massacre would undoubtedly be bloody and cruel. However, those aberrant life forms in this world were nothing good. Each looked terrifying, like evil gods. One by one, the grotesque evil gods were slaughtered by the sword cultivators, enacting justice on behalf of heaven. However, unbeknownst to all the sword cultivators, the flesh and blood of those aberrant life forms they slaughtered quietly seeped into the underground of this world. In the ocean that these sword immortals had not encountered, blood flowers suddenly bloomed eerily. Slaughtering an 8th level great world was no easy task. The number of life forms in an 8th level great world was unknown, possibly in the trillions. Even with the terrifying strength of the sword cultivators, conquering the entire world would still require some time. The scholar in the green robe killed his way through countless aberrant beings. As the most powerful and ambitious among the many sword cultivators, the scholar in the green robe was exceptionally elegant. He strolled leisurely among the numerous aberrant life forms, as if on a spring outing. He did not hold a sword in his hands, yet sword energy swirled around him, and wherever he passed, all aberrant beings were reduced to powder. Not a trace would be left. Unlike others who, when slaying an aberrant being, would splatter blood and flesh everywhere. Such brutality was neither elegant nor dignified. The scholar in the green robe walked towards the depths of the 8th level great world. The closer he got to the depths of the 8th level great world, the stronger the enemies he encountered. However, for the scholar in the green robe, the strength of these aberrant beings was merely average. They did not even qualify to make him draw his sword. Or rather, they would only dirty his sword. The number of life forms in the entire 8th level great world was decreasing at a terrifying speed. 70 survival. 60 survival. Countless aberrant beings were being slain by the sword cultivators every moment. The world was letting out cries of grief. The entire heavens and earth seemed to be shrouded in a bloody aura, as if hinting that this world had reached its end. Interesting. The scholar in the green robe looked at the scene before him with great interest. A gigantic tree stood at the very center of this world. Above this tree were countless writhing vines, and besides that, it seemed to have one face after another. At this moment, the aura emanating from this tree vaguely surpassed that of a 9th tier myth. Every world has its limits and strength. An 8th level great world can only harbor beings of 8th level mythical caliber. However, this limitation is not absolute. It is merely a restriction for the vast majority of beings. Within the world, there will always be exceptionally gifted beings that can break through this limit. Or by employing some other method, certain beings may also be helped to break this limit. Now the deformed tree before the scholar in the green robe had broken the limits of this 8th level great world. The roots of this deformed tree were deeply embedded in the entire world. This world had already realized it had no means to resist, so it expended all its strength, offering the essence of all the slain aberrant life forms to this deformed tree, creating the last world guardian. Now this tree could be called the world tree. The scholar in the green robe looked at this world tree before him, and without realizing it, a long sword had appeared in his hand. He felt a tremendous pressure. Ye Tian was also watching intently from the back. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. In his mind, information about the scholar in the green robe surfaced. Shui Wuji triggered the projection of the heavens Li Taibai. In the east, there is Qiming. In the west, there is Chang Gong. Li Taibai, the star of murder and warfare, son of the White Emperor. Promotion requirement: life and death battle. The Taibai jinxing, the son of the White Emperor in the ancient mythological system, governs the planet Venus. In ancient mythology, Venus symbolizes the star of war. Taibai jinxing is also the mythological deity overseeing slaughter. This is a character even more formidable than a monkey. However, when ordinary people mention Taibai jinxing, they often think of his benevolent image in classic films and dramas. Thus, they mistakenly believe he is a minor deity with little power. But in reality, Taibai jinxing is the god of slaughter, a truly formidable character. If Shui Wuji could awaken the celestial projection of Taibai jinxing, undoubtedly his strength would experience a qualitative leap, becoming the strongest among many celestial-level hero units. Ye Tian gazed at the scene within the 8th level Great World, and a golden list appeared in his hand. This golden list was crafted according to his will, divided into a main list and a supplementary list. The main list recorded the characters who triggered the celestial projection in his world. The supplementary list contained those identified by the Eye of Truth and Evolution as having the potential to become celestial-level hero units. At this moment, Shui Wuji's name was undoubtedly on the supplementary list. Ye Tian looked at Shui Wuji's name with eyes full of anticipation. In his world, there had been fewer than 10 beings who had triggered the celestial projection until now. If Shui Wuji could trigger the celestial projection under this pressure, it would naturally be a great boon. Shui Wuji looked at the world tree formed by the last counterattack of the world, his expression slightly grave. The carefree look he had before was no longer present. Unrestrained and lawless. Shui Wuji murmured softly, and then 2 swords flew from his body. One was pitch black, exuding an aura of slaughter. Unrestrained. The other was snow white, resembling an unearthly snow lotus. Lawless. Shui Wuji, the foremost sword cultivator in the realm of cultivation. His life story is enough to be written into a legendary epic of millions of words. As the leader of the Sword Cultivation Alliance, his sword is the sharpest in the entire world. His sword is the sword of slaughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have triggered the Taibai jinxing, who governs slaughter. Unrestrained and lawless with no taboos. This is the sword path that Shui Wuji follows. Slash. He let out a low roar, and then unrestrained and lawless shot out instantly. The 2 flying swords danced in the sky like flying dragons, their sharp sword light slicing through the space of the 8th level Great World. The distorted world tree swayed chaotically, various vines flailing about. And the moment these vines touched the 2 flying swords, they were all severed. The 2 flying swords darted through the air, and waves of sword light emanated from unrestrained and lawless, quickly forming a sword aura tornado. In the end, this sword aura tornado enveloped the entire distorted world tree. In just an instant, countless wounds appeared on the body of the distorted world tree. Unlike a normal tree, the wounds on this distorted world tree bled. The faces that grew on the distorted world tree now showed expressions of pain. Then these expressions all transformed into rage. The vines that had been severed by unrestrained and lawless grew back again, now shrouded in layers of blood energy. Countless vines surged forward, forcefully shattering the tornado formed by unrestrained and lawless. The 2 flying swords flew out, and Shui Wuji himself moved at that moment. With a gesture of his hands, the 2 flying swords landed in his grip. Then Shui Wuji's body trembled, and an overwhelming sword intent spread from him. Kill. In the next moment, he soared into the sky, wielding unrestrained and lawless, countless sword lights enveloping the world tree. The blood-colored vines that could not be severed before fell under the sword light in this instant. No matter how powerful a divine weapon is, it can only reach its peak power in the hands of its master. The faces on the distorted world tree once again displayed expressions of pain. In the next moment, they emitted cries of anguish. These cries carried a powerful mental attack, not merely the mental attack of a simple being, but even infused with the mental attack of the world's will. Countless black vines swept towards Shui Wuji once more. Shui Wuji's gaze was icy cold, filled with fighting spirit. He wielded unrestrained and lawless, repeatedly colliding with those black vines again and again. The attacking vines numbered in the thousands, but he could defend against them perfectly with unrestrained and lawless. However, when the cries of anguish reached him, Shui Wuji was still caught off guard. For a moment, his consciousness became hazy. Then numerous black vines struck him, these vines adorned with thorns and sucker-like organs. Upon striking his body, the thorns pierced through his flesh. Then those organ-like suckers swiftly absorbed everything from Shui Wuji's body, including his blood and spiritual energy. By the time Shui Wuji regained his senses, he had nearly been reduced to a dried corpse. The scholarly sword fairy appearance he once had was now gone. The many powerful beings watching the battle in Ye Tian's world were slightly astonished upon seeing this scene. Although this 8th level great world is not anything special, the world tree cultivated with the entire world's power has already reached a terrifying level of strength. It could be said to stand at the pinnacle of the strength of the world's beings. Even some of them who had triggered the celestial projection did not dare to claim they could defeat the world tree. This Shui Wuji among ordinary hero units undoubtedly ranks at the very top. But can he be a match for this world tree? Meanwhile, the sword cultivators in this 8th level great world continued to exterminate the distorted life forms within. After these distorted life forms perished, the will of heaven in this world infused all the residual flesh energy into the world tree. This led to the overall strength of this 8th level great world weakening. The more deaths there were, the stronger the world tree became as an individual. As the world tree grows stronger, the pressure faced by Shui Wuji only increases. Countless blood-red vines danced wildly, incessantly attacking Shui Wuji. At this moment, there was not a trace of flesh left on Shui Wuji's body. He had been reduced to something akin to a desiccated corpse. Yet his movements remained resolute as he swung his sword in retaliation. He could no longer defend against all the vines. Every moment, innumerable vines struck his body. His flesh and blood were drained, but his skeletal frame remained. And his skeleton was no ordinary skeleton, but a sword bone. Each vine that struck his sword bone seemed to sharpen it further. The world tree was powerful, but its immense size scattered its strength. It had billions of vines, with every 10,000 vines capable of ensnaring a peerless powerhouse like Shui Wuji. If he could not break through in terms of power, no amount of Shui Wuji would be a match for this distorted world tree. Unfortunately, while the world tree was formidable, its power was too dispersed to coalesce into a force that could instantly annihilate Shui Wuji. Thus it provided Shui Wuji with an opportunity. He was attempting to use this world tree to temper himself and touch upon the power on the level of the myriad heavens. Shui Wuji's own state was becoming increasingly faint, yet his gaze grew ever brighter. Finally, at a certain moment, a burst of golden light erupted from Shui Wuji. This signified the triggering of the myriad heavens projection. A mysterious force enveloped him, the power of the Tai by Jin Xing manifesting. This force was filled with a sense of slaughter, perfectly resonating with Shui Wuji's current aura. Ye Tian watched this scene, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Another top-tier extermination-level combatant was about to emerge in his world. Other onlookers, including powerful clansmen, also revealed a hint of envy. It was evident they understood the significance of the myriad heavens projection. The pinnacle of the world was the 9th-tier myth. Many powerful beings among them had easily cultivated into the strongest entities within the 9th-level myths using resources and their innate talents. However, their realms had already reached their peak. To advance further, the only way was to trigger the myriad heavens projection and become a myriad heavens hero unit. But triggering the myriad heavens projection was incredibly difficult. Over the years, only a few had succeeded. Now, right before their eyes, Shui Wuji had triggered the myriad heavens projection, and the target of the projection was a powerful existence among the myriad heavens. Naturally, everyone envied him. "I, Shui Wuji, I shall borrow the sword path's fortune." At this moment, Shui Wuji suddenly spoke up. In an instant, countless golden lights illuminated the eastern region of the cultivation continent. Following that, a golden dragon of fortune appeared, soaring into the 8th level world and forcefully embedding itself into Shui Wuji. Moreover, a glimmer of golden light also appeared on the bodies of many sword cultivators within the 8th level world, then flew towards Shui Wuji. Haha, cut. After receiving the fortune's blessing, Shui Wuji's aura surged explosively in that instant. Then he laughed heartily, gathering all the power of fortune before slashing out with his sword, targeting the mysterious force of the myriad heavens projection. A portion of the mysterious power within the myriad heavens projection was instantaneously severed by this powerful opportunity. "I, Shui Wuji, kill. Why need others to teach me?" The inheritance concerning Tai by Jin Xing was abruptly severed within the myriad heavens projection. However, a part of the special power from the myriad heavens projection remained within Shui Wuji's body. Shui Wuji promoted to a myriad heavens unit. Shui Wuji wished to become a myriad heavens unit, but he did not want to rely on others' power to achieve it. Tai by Jin Xing, though a legendary and immensely powerful deity. However, Shui Wuji did not wish to be a shadow. The so-called sword path in cultivation, the path of slaughter, is merely about killing. What one learns when holding a sword should not be something to learn from others. Ye Tian was bewildered watching this series of events unfold in his world. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Although he was the creator god, his knowledge was somewhat limited. In his world, the powerful were not limited to cyberpunk. The sword cultivators were also quite formidable, especially this sword cultivator named Xue Wuji, who was undoubtedly the quintessential protagonist of a novel, walking the sword path and following his own way, utilizing the myriad heavens projection to achieve the status of a myriad heavens unit while discarding the inheritance of Tai by Jin Xing. In other words, he wishes to become a being of the myriad heavens level, not a shadow of another. Indeed, he is a sword cultivator. Ye Tian suddenly realized that while the overall strength of his world was crucial, exceptional individuals were equally magnificent. Now he was no longer in that previous cultivation game, but in a truly real world. In his current world, not only were there the blood and flesh of the deep-sea behemoths that accompanied him in his past life. Now all new life in this world believes in him, and they are all flesh and blood. Take Xue Wuji, for example. If his story could be written into a book, it would be a legendary existence. Every being in the world has its unique story. Perhaps while I focus on the entire world and the development of overall civilization, I should also pay attention to certain individuals. Who knows when they might bring you a great surprise? Is this the power of the myriad heavens unit? Feeling the new force surging within him, Xue Wuji's face once again displayed the calmness he had at the beginning. With the power of fortune added to his advanced state, his body had long since returned to its original form, unruly and unrestrained. Xue Wuji once again grasped his two swords, then gazed at the world tree. Then let this world be the first spoils of war for the sword cultivator in battle for the creator god. Cut! Xue Wuji murmured softly, then swung the two long swords in his hands. A powerful surge of spiritual energy formed an immense sword chi. It cleaved the world tree in half. In such a hurried state, the distorted life forms created from the world tree. When Xue Wuji was slightly weaker, he could endure their attacks. Now that they were at the same level, it was even less of a challenge. Annihilate. Xue Wuji positioned the unruly and unrestrained before him, then slowly spoke. In an instant, the sword chi storm erupted once again. As before, the sword chi storm once again enveloped the world tree. However, unlike the previous time, when it only severed a portion of the world tree's vines, this time the sword chi storm reduced the entire world tree to dust. The world tree has fallen. At the same time, the slaughter of the world's beings by the cultivators in the 8th level world was nearing its end. At this moment, the entire 8th level world trembled as if the heavens were collapsing. Above the sky, a gigantic blood-red cloud began to coalesce. The final will of the world appeared. The world will. Ye Tian gazed intently at the sudden crimson blood clouds emerging within the 8th grade world. It seemed this 8th grade world had truly reached its final desperate hour. Even the ultimate world will had manifested itself. If the world tree was the last trump card left by this realm, then the world will was its final dying counterattack. It had truly gathered the power of an entire world. At this moment, Xue Wuji, standing within the 8th grade world, felt an overwhelming majesty enveloping him. His very life essence was suppressed in that instant. Even though his power had now reached the level of a multiverse hero unit facing the world will of an 8th grade world, he was still far too insignificant. Kill. Xue Wuji's eyes were filled with a bloody crimson. An unprecedented life and death crisis shrouded him. The world will of an 8th grade world was on an entirely different scale from the world tree. The world tree sounded grand, but in reality, it was merely an immensely powerful living being. However, the world will was an existence of a far higher order. The world will's crushing dominance over Xue Wuji was like a human stepping on an ant. Yet even in the face of such overwhelming odds, Xue Wuji still had the courage to draw his sword. A boundless, lawless sword aura surged forth, and an invincible beam of sword light fiercely slashed toward the blood clouds in the sky. This strike seemed as if it could cleave the heavens themselves. But it was futile. The sword light vanished into the blood clouds without a trace. In response, as if provoked, the blood clouds sent a bolt of crimson lightning hurtling down at Xue Wuji. Xue Wuji, his entire body suppressed by the heavenly Daos, was frozen in place. He could only watch helplessly as the lightning struck him. In an instant, Xue Wuji was reduced to a charred corpse. Even his famed sword bones, once a jadeite green, turned a pitch-black charcoal hue. With a single bolt of heavenly tribulation, Xue Wuji's life hung by a thread. Such was the terror of the heavenly Daos will. Even a powerhouse a full grade higher at the illuminating the multiverse level could not last a second under its assault. For the chasm in life essence was simply too vast. Another bolt of blood-red heavenly tribulation descended in the blink of an eye. If it struck Xue Wuji, this supreme swordsman of the cultivation continent, a being who had reached the multiverse unit level, would be instantly annihilated. Yet this bolt of tribulation was intercepted. Ye Tian appeared within this 8th grade world. He raised his hand slightly, and the blood-red lightning bolt fell into his grasp. The originally ferocious tribulation lightning instantly became docile in his hand. An immensely powerful aura emanated from Ye Tian, even suppressing the blood clouds in the sky. The world power of two eras clashed in that instant. The result was a complete defeat for the 8th grade world. Lord Creator, this subordinate has failed. Freed from the world will's suppression, Shui Wuji forced his ravaged body to kneel before Ye Tian. He then spoke to confess his guilt. This is the world will, it is only natural that you were no match for it. Ye Tian shook his head, then reached out and touched Shui Wuji. In an instant, all of Shui Wuji's injuries were completely healed. After restoring Shui Wuji, Ye Tian finally turned his gaze towards the blood clouds in the sky. These blood clouds were the manifestation of this world's final heavenly Tao will. Once he devoured this entity, this world would fall into his hands. Soldier to soldier, general to general. Your opponent is me. Come into my bowl. Ye Tian smiled slightly at the blood clouds in the sky, and then a powerful surge of world power erupted from him. Sensing the immense world power emanating from Ye Tian, the blood clouds in the sky began to churn violently. Countless bolts of blood-red heavenly tribulation rained down from the sky. They struck against Ye Tian's body, but the attacks were useless. Ye Tian was the creator god of a 9th grade world, while the blood clouds were merely the remnant world will of a broken 8th grade world. Just like the gap in status between Shui Wuji and this world's will, there was an insurmountable chasm between this world will and Ye Tian. Ye Tian waved his hand, gathering all the power of the tribulation lightning into his palm. Then a radiant light emanated from him, instantly purifying the blood-red lightning into a pristine white. Looking at the purified lightning power in his hand, Ye Tian smiled faintly. This tribulation lightning was, after all, one of a world's final resorts. It was quite decent. Now that its chaotic energy had been purified, the remaining lightning was just right to feed to Pikachu. After all, Pikachu was currently his number 2 adorable pet. Storing away this tribulation lightning, Ye Tian extended his hand, and boundless world power materialized. The world power instantly formed a giant hand that seized the entire blood cloud. Then the giant hand began to knead, squeeze, and crush. Initially, the blood-colored cloud struggled its world power, surging, refusing to yield to the giant hand. It stubbornly held its shape under the giant hand's assault. But as Ye Tian increased the output of his world power, the blood cloud could no longer withstand it. It was, after all, merely the manifestation of an 8th grade world's will. Though it possessed world power, its quantity was limited, and Ye Tian commanded a mighty 9th grade world. The world power of a 9th grade world was simply too immense for the consciousness of an 8th grade world. So after only a brief struggle, the blood cloud lost all power to resist. Finally, the entire blood cloud, as if unable to bear it any longer, could no longer maintain its original form. It was forced to change its shape according to Ye Tian's kneading. The blood cloud was molded into various forms under the giant hand's kneading and squeezing. The world power within the blood cloud was also rapidly dissipating. In the end, the vast expanse of blood cloud was forcibly kneaded into a single blood-red crystal. Ye Tian's body floated into the air, and he caught the blood-red crystal, the final form of this world's will. So this is the godhead of this world. Holding the blood-red crystal in his hand, Ye Tian examined it carefully. This blood-red crystal was actually the creator god's godhead left behind after the creator god of this world perished. In the absence of a creator god, the godhead had slowly evolved into this world's world will. Devour. Sensing the status contained within this godhead, Ye Tian did not hesitate and immediately devoured all its energy. As he devoured the status within the godhead, a tremendous transformation occurred in both worlds. After the divine rank of the 8th level world was consumed, Ye Tian's world devoured the 8th level world like a gluttonous snake. The entire 8th level world merged into Ye Tian's world. Subsequently, a surge of power swept through the 8th level world, purifying all the chaotic forces within it. The seas of the 8th level world connected with the seas of Ye Tian's world. As for the land of the 8th level world, it transformed into the land within Ye Tian's world. Its specific location is beside the cultivation continent, appearing as a small island nestled next to it, scattered here and there. Seeing this scene, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile slightly. He had grown just a little bit stronger. Although this strength was not as exhilarating as before, it was earned through his own efforts. Originally, due to the invasion of the sword cultivators, many treasure chests had exploded forth in the 8th level world. Now that the two worlds had merged, those treasure chests naturally appeared in Ye Tian's world. Ye Tian looked at the island filled with various treasure chests and smiled faintly. With a sweep of his mind, he took everything useful from those chests. He did not touch the remaining treasure chests. As before, these chests contained items beneficial to the individual strength of the family. Now the continent from the 8th level world had transformed into islands in his world. Due to the recent consumption, there were hardly any life forms present on these islands. He left these treasure chests on the islands to attract other beings from different continents. Before the game had feedback in reality, Ye Tian often read some novels. In every kind of novel, there are always some special forbidden areas or paradises. Some impressive ones even include the Unzao Mountain and the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Now the island formed from the 8th level world could very well become a unique paradise in his world. Once other beings from different continents come here, he would benefit greatly. There would be treasure chests everywhere. Perhaps this place would become a legendary existence among many continents in the future. All beings in Ye Tian's world sensed the expansion of their realm. They realized that their creator god and their world had become even more powerful. Thus, everyone wore a faint smile on their faces. At this moment, Xue Wuji had also returned to the Cultivation Alliance. After becoming a unit of the myriad realms, his strength underwent a qualitative leap. His status in the Cultivation Alliance also experienced a significant advancement. Others from several domains of the Cultivation continent looked at Xue Wuji with envy. This time Xue Wuji had made quite an impression with the sword cultivators. Moreover, he had undergone a transformation, becoming a powerhouse at the level of the myriad realms. Of course, other cultivators were envious. Similarly, people from other continents were also incredibly envious. There were not even 10 units of the myriad realms in the entire 9th level world now. How could Xue Wuji's achievement of becoming a unit of the myriad realms not make people envious? Not counting the insect clan continent, how many prodigies were there on the other 3 continents? It is unknown how many were stuck at the hero unit level of the 9th level of mythology. For tens of thousands of years, or even longer, they have made no progress at all. Becoming a unit of the myriad realms is what countless powerful beings in Ye Tian's world dream of achieving. However, the projection of the myriad realms is primarily dependent on fate. It cannot be forced. Nevertheless, now Xue Wuji has opened a new path for everyone, which is to achieve the myriad realms through one's own efforts. But this path is likely to be even harder to walk. The Star Sea trial, the second wave of attacks, has come to an end. Looking towards the Star Sea, Ye Tian's expression became serious at this moment. At this time, the Eye of Truth evolution had already come into play. Star Sea Behemoth 9th tier myth. Ye Tian used the Eye of Truth and the Eye of Evolution to see the content of the third wave of the Star Sea trial. The invasion of the Star Sea Behemoth. The Star Sea Behemoth is a special life form that lives in the Star Sea. Its life level is extremely high. Although the Mind-Eye-Brain Worm also lives in the endless Star Sea, its race is derived from the world of the Creator God. However, the Star Sea Behemoth is different. This Star Sea Behemoth is a species that originated in the Star Sea itself. If the entire endless Star Sea is compared to a giant, then the many worlds crafted by the Creator Gods are like the cells of that giant. As for the Star Sea Behemoth, it is the parasite on that giant. In terms of life level, the Star Sea Behemoth shares the same origin and root as the world. In other words, this creature is world class. It roams the Star Sea, feeding on worlds. Hence, one can imagine how terrifying their power and bodies are. The Star Sea Behemoth represents the pinnacle of individual strength. The 9th tier myth of the Star Sea Behemoth is equivalent to a 9th level world. If it were to invade his world, there is no doubt that the Star Sea Behemoth would cause unimaginable destruction within it. Ye Tian does not fear the Star Sea Behemoth. With the strength of his world, even the 9th tier myth of the Star Sea Behemoth, he is confident he can slowly surround and kill it. Yes, surround and kill. It can only be defeated through a gradual encirclement, unable to be killed instantly. If the Star Sea Behemoth were to enter his world and then be surrounded and killed during that process, his world would suffer. So the best approach is to surround and kill it before it can enter his world, surrounding and killing it in the vast starry sky of the endless Star Sea. Ye Tian's gaze turned to the many family members in his world. In an instant, he transmitted all information regarding the Star Sea Behemoth into their minds. The strong among the many family members also wore serious expressions. They also realized the formidable strength of the enemy they were about to face. Killing the Star Sea Behemoth is not difficult, but pushing the boss without taking damage is a challenge. This wave may require the combined efforts of 4 continents. Cyberpunk's mechanical giants. The Hunyuan Wajidian array on the Cultivation continent, plus the supreme beings from the Insect clan and the Western Fantasy continent. Defeating the boss without damage should be achievable. Ye Tian silently calculated his own strength in his heart. In the endless sea of stars beyond the world, each twinkling point of light represents a world. The realm of Ye Tian shines brilliantly among these luminous points. Yet it is precisely this brilliance that attracts the gaze of some unknown entities within the sea of stars. Among them is the Star Sea Behemoth. As the overlord of the Sea of Stars, this behemoth feeds on worlds, and to it a ninth-tier great world is like an incredibly delicious cake. And now this delectable cake is within arm's reach. The Star Sea Behemoth, with its immense body that resembles a world, slowly approaches the ninth-tier great world. Everyone, let us face the enemy together. After calculating his current strength, Ye Tian confirmed that he could ambush the Star Sea Behemoth and no longer hesitated. He issued a declaration of war to the many clans on his continent. Then he utilized the power of the world to teleport everyone to the position of the world barrier and subsequently opened the world barrier. Suddenly, a giant beast appeared before the eyes of the many powerful figures. The strong beings from the 4 continents were all stunned. They had seen behemoths in the world before. Although they all lived on the continent, after reaching a certain level of strength, they definitely explored the ocean. Thus, they had seen quite a few behemoths beneath the sea. The most famous among them is the Kunpeng clan. If a Kunpeng were to transform into its true form, it could reach millions of miles. In the vast worlds, it can also be termed a behemoth. Additionally, the deep-sea behemoth that Ye Tian has always ridden is the same. The 2 eyes of the deep-sea behemoth shine like stars in the world. In the boundless deep sea, 2 great lights shine. However, despite the slight difference in their names, the sizes of the deep-sea behemoth and the Star Sea Behemoth are incomparable. The deep-sea behemoth is at the overlord level, while the Star Sea Behemoth is at the world level. Therefore, at this very moment, seeing the Star Sea Behemoth, the powerful beings from the 4 continents fell into shock. Compared to the Star Sea Behemoth, their individual strengths seemed like mere parasites. Even the Deep Sea Behemoth is just a slightly larger parasite, floating and shaking trees. The experts from the 4 continents could only use these 4 words to describe the Star Sea Behemoth. However, in terms of strength, size does not equate to reason. One must be formidable as well. Form formations. In that instant, the people of the cultivation continent formed the primordial infinite great formation. Bell that suppresses the heavens. At this moment, the artifact practitioners of the cultivation continent summoned a massive bell to suppress the heavens with the bell. This is the technique of their artifact lineage. 3,000 Sword Dao. The numerous sword cultivators led by Shui Wuji did not show weakness either, and at this moment, they all condensed their own sword paths. Countless true meanings of the sword converged together to form the 3,000 Sword Dao. 3,000 enormous swords hovered in the boundless sea of stars. Each sword radiated an indescribable sharpness. The 3,000 swords then merged into a gigantic sword. Sword come. This sword can shake the heavens and earth, turning the stars and rivers upside down. We sword cultivators are ready to fight to the death. Countless sword cultivators voiced their powerful declarations. Lot. Control fire and wind. Draw upon the power of the starry sky and add it to my being. The many law cultivators also refuse to be outdone. Their technique is the Dao Law. The Dao Law of 3,000 can control wind and face water. It draws upon the power of the starry sky, summoning the thunder tribulation. All paths are revered by the law. This law serves as both a cultivation method and a means of slaughter. In an instant, the starry power of the endless sea of stars was drawn to the many law cultivators. Furthermore, fierce flames burned all around. This fire is called true fire of Samadhi. The Buddhist practitioners from the Western region chanted various scriptures, and countless Buddhist manifestations appeared behind them. The rhythmic sounds of the sutras coalesced into golden notes. The primordial infinite great formation primarily emphasizes drawing upon the strength of many cultivators from the cultivation continent. Previously, during the military parade, the primordial infinite great formation had already showcased part of its power, but that was not its entirety. It was only at this moment that it truly revealed its full form. Cultivators from various domains complemented each other, each with their unique attributes. Simultaneously, all the cultivators summoned a massive golden figure. This golden figure stood proudly in the sea of stars. Behind it were the various Buddhist manifestations summoned by the Buddhist practitioners. In its left hand, it held the gigantic bell summoned by the artifact lineage. In its right hand, it wielded a great sword. 3,000 Sword Dao. Beneath its feet was a wheel of wind and fire formed from the laws of water and fire. Sword, law, artifact, Dao. This is the true and complete form of the primordial infinite great formation. It also represents the essence of the cultivation lineage on the cultivation continent. On the cultivation continent, besides the human cultivators, there also exists the demon race. The demon race naturally possesses its unique methods. The method practiced by the demon race is the bloodline law. At this moment, countless demon lords gathered to consolidate the power of their bloodlines and summon ancient demons from their bloodlines. A gigantic beast materialized in the sea of stars. This beast resembles neither a tiger nor a dragon, as if it embodies the bloodlines of countless beings. Clearly a mixture of various bloodlines, yet it seems to be a perfect creation. This giant beast also emanated boundless might. Whether it is the golden figure summoned by the human cultivators or the ancient demon beast summoned by the demon race. Compared to this star sea behemoth, they still appear quite small. However, at least they can be compared. The individuals from the other three continents were astonished by the power demonstrated by the cultivation continent. They did not expect that the strength displayed by the cultivation continent during the military parade was not their all. They actually held back. However, at this moment, there was no time to care about anything else. The people from the other three continents all showcased their own abilities. First, there is the cyberpunk civilization atop the fantasy continent. The mech army of the cyberpunk civilization has also begun its assembly at this time. Their mech army is divided into 90 mythological units and can combine to form a mech giant, which possesses strength surpassing that of myth. Connect all mech databases with the Skynet. Ascend to become a superstar giant. At the command of the leader of the cyberpunk civilization, countless cyberpunk mechs gathered together. Then the mech underwent a series of transformations. Densely packed mechs combined together to form an enormous mech. In the starry sky, the colossal mech opened its eyes. The eyes, crafted from machinery, emitted waves of red light. Equip the synthetic annihilation cannon. Assemble the synthetic super-rigid mechanical sword. Energy drive successful. Inside the giant mech, countless cyberpunk citizens who had completed the 3 ascensions gathered their consciousness. A vast internal network was formed. Then many cyberpunk citizens controlled every aspect of the mech giant through this internal network. A variety of mechanical weapons were also crafted. There were exaggerated mechanical greatswords and various black technology annihilation cannons. Moreover, this enormous cyberpunk mech also acquired a degree of data manipulation ability. Any mechanical part on its body could be reassembled. This means that a part that was originally a leg could become a cannon in the next moment. The mechanical greatsword originally held in its hand could transform into the head of the mech giant when needed. It could freely alter its form. In comparison, the cyberpunk mechs are significantly smaller than the golden giants formed by the cultivation continent and the ancient demon ancestors of the demon race. Compared to the colossal star sea beasts, they are merely a pocket-sized figurine. However, despite the enormous differences in form, the strength of the cyberpunk civilization's mech giant is not to be underestimated. This is the most powerful creation of the current civilization in the night sky world. The data army lacks any core means to showcase. After all, each of them has enhanced their abilities through leveling and battling monsters. Each individual possesses their own unique skill sets and cores. Thus, there are no significant core means to showcase. However, in the current battlefield situation, the data army also possesses some unique combat experiences. Facing the immensely powerful star sea beasts is akin to confronting the final boss in a game for the data army that has grown within the game. Moreover, it is a world-class final boss. When fighting a boss, they have experience. The tank takes the frontline mages and archers output in the midline, and support and healers hide in the back. In just a moment, the data army has already arranged their formation. They also began preparing to take down the colossal star sea beast, while other clans on the fantasy continent were also making their battle preparations at this moment. For instance, the light giants akin to scions. The light giants can converge the rays of all light giants together. Among the scions there exists Goku, a unit of celestial caliber with terrifying strength. Meanwhile, countless insects on the insect continent were also getting ready. Swarming insects vibrated their wings in the starry sky, and upon a glance they were all insects. Various grotesque mandibles glimmered with cold light. In this era, the insect race also emphasizes strategic formations. The vanguard of the insect race consists of a newly synthesized type of insect created based on the gene pool from the current insect base. This type of insect has an extremely short lifespan. Aside from their brief lives, they have discarded many excellent genes, sacrificing numerous abilities just to exchange for 2 extreme capabilities: reproduction and sharpness. Each new insect possesses exceptionally sharp mandibles, which are powerful biological weapons. They can effortlessly pierce through the skin of any creature, and after piercing its skin, they can continuously absorb energy from within the creature's body. Once the energy reaches a certain level, the lifespan of this insect also comes to an end. Then it will immediately perish. However, at this moment, new insects will be conceived within its body. Thus, this cycle continues endlessly. This is the new insect synthesized by the insect race specifically for this war. They were not designed with any overly powerful combat capabilities, nor were they given long lifespans. What they possess is only extreme reproductive capacity. As long as these insects enter the body of the star sea beast and can absorb energy, they can continuously reproduce, gradually gnawing away at the core of the star sea beast. In addition to this type of insect, another type is also serving as the vanguard, the self-destructing insect. Self-destructing insects can generate powerful one-time consumables. Behind these two types of vanguard insects is a dense sea of insects. Simultaneously, the existence of the insect base remains. New insects are constantly being hatched within the insect base. The insect sea tactic is now fully prepared. Lastly, the numerous clans on the Western fantasy continent are also fully prepared for battle. Many deities lead their followers to get ready for combat. Various legions complement each other with clear strategies. The gods, without sparing any cost, unleash their divine skills upon the various legions. Agility aura, strength aura, stamina aura. Even a pig under the accumulation of so many buffs could transform into a super warrior. Night Sky gazed at the four continents that were entirely battle-ready, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Everyone, let us fight for your world. Night Sky issued the final charge order. Then countless powerful beings across the four continents launched attacks against the Starsea Beast. The golden giant of the cultivation world swung its great sword, unleashing terrifying sword energy that seemed capable of cleaving the entire starry sky. The ancient demon ancestor summoned by the demon race opened its massive mouth, shooting out a crimson death ray. At this moment, the two massive cannons on the shoulders of the cyberpunk mech giant were also gathering energy. Then a laser that seemed to pierce through the entire starry sky surged towards the Starsea Beast. On the insect race's side, various insects with special long-range attack genes also initiated their ranged attacks in various ways. The people of the Western fantasy continent, under the guidance of numerous deities, rushed towards the Starsea Beast. The battle erupted in this instant. The Starsea Beast was not foolish, seeing the swarm of insects before it. It understood that this was a rebellion from a delicious meal. In the past, when it devoured other worlds, there would also emerge swarms of insects to obstruct it. The only difference is that the swarm of insects before it seems a bit numerous, and their aura appears somewhat strong. However, the Starsea Beast was not afraid. No matter how many insects there are, isn't it just a matter of a few bites? The colossal beast of the Starsea looked down upon the inhabitants of the four continents with utter disdain. To it, they were merely a swarm of struggling ants. However, reality soon dealt a heavy blow to it. An attack from a 9th-tier myth did not significantly affect the Starsea Beast. Even among the myriad realms, the individual level myths could not significantly harm the Starsea Beast. Yet the attack from billions of myth units was something the beast could not ignore. An attack of such magnitude struck it hard enough to breach its defenses. The sword energy from the golden giant of the cultivation continent pierced through the Starsea Beast, leaving a scar deep enough to see bone. The size of the scar was negligible compared to the vastness of the Starsea Beast's body, yet it indeed inflicted damage on the beast. The larger the monster, the more terrifying its strength, coupled with an incredibly robust vitality and self-healing ability. Under normal circumstances, even if the scar were to grow 100-fold, the Starsea Beast could heal in an instant. But let us not forget that the sword struck by the golden giant of the cultivation continent was a culmination of the 3,000 sword paths of all sword cultivators. The damage inflicted was not merely flesh wounds. It was a sword mark. Countless sword intents coiled around the Starsea Beast's wound, continuously hindering its healing process. At this moment, the breath of the summoned beast ancestors from numerous demon beasts also fell upon the Starsea Beast, instantly scorching a large hole in its body. This too breached the Starsea Beast's defenses. However, the effect was not as effective as the sword energy. The wound scorched by the demon's breath quickly began to heal. The annihilation cannon fired by the massive mechs of the cyberpunk realm was no different. Although it breached the Starsea Beast's defenses, the wound it caused quickly healed. However, unlike the demon ancestors, the primary purpose of the cyberpunk mech's attack was merely to collect data. Ding annihilation cannon energy level is at the highest extinction level. Extinction level energy attacks cannot take effect. A target's recovery ability exceeds data progress range. Pure energy attacks cannot cause effective damage to the target. Alternative attack methods should be employed to prioritize suppressing the target's recovery ability. After analysis, there are 100 possible methods to suppress the target's recovery ability. Plan 1. Cancel energy attacks. Digitize the mech linked to soul power and conduct a spiritual assault. Plan 2. Condense special weapon DAOs to launch attacks through the cultivation system's Grand DAO, which includes Sword Inyang Death. Plan 3. Deploy contaminating weapons to initiate spiritual pollution. Plan 4. The earlier the plan, the greater the feasibility. A series of analytical messages instantly appeared in the minds of all cyberpunk citizens. They were attempting to continually analyze the Starsea Beast through battle in order to identify its weaknesses. At this moment, countless self-destructing bugs dispatched by the insect race exploded upon the Star Sea Beast. Along with them came scattered attacks from other allied factions. In an instant, countless wounds appeared on the Star Sea Beast's body. At the same time, a batch of insect race fighters seizing the opportunity, while the Star Sea Beast's wounds had not yet healed, burrowed inside. Their sharp mandibles incessantly drained energy from within the Star Sea Beast. They then used the energy they absorbed to hatch new insect race offspring within their bodies. In this manner, the numbers of these insects kept expanding. They were gradually gnawing away at the Star Sea Beast. After enduring countless dense attacks, the Star Sea Beast let out an angry roar. It had not expected that this swarm of insects could actually hurt it. In the past, it had devoured countless worlds, yet the insects from those worlds couldn't even breach its defenses. But the insects from this world had the capability to injure it. Woo! The roar of the Star Sea Beast was somewhat reminiscent of a deep-sea leviathan. Yet the two were not of the same caliber at all. With a roar from the Star Sea Beast, the surrounding starry sea seemed to tremble. Not far from the night sky world, there also existed a creator god. A creator god from the Blue Star. Su Xiu, one of the members of the Creator God Management Bureau. She was also an experienced player in the game, possessing the strength of a mid-tier deity. Having a bit of money, she had spent generously in the game. The combat power level of her world was not low. Thus, at this moment, facing the trial of the heart, she did not feel much pressure. However, she was now utterly dumbfounded. She had just repelled a wave of relatively minor attacks. And then unexpected fortune fell from the sky. In the starry sky, alongside the existence of worlds, there were countless meteors from beyond the heavens. These meteors could be absorbed by creator gods to expand their worlds. Just moments ago, the 4 continents within the night sky world had simultaneously struck, and while attacking the Star Sea Beast, the residual waves shattered some meteors in the Star Sea. These meteors all shattered into fragments, raining down as meteor showers across this starry sky. Coincidentally, some of the meteors fell into Su Xiu's world. These meteors nearly expanded her world by 1/10 of its landmass. Faced with such delight, Su Xiu was overjoyed. However, halfway through her joy, she heard the roar from the colossal beast. Even from a great distance, her world trembled, as if an earthquake had struck under the weight of that roar. Faced with such a situation, Su Xiu instantly panicked. She hurriedly opened a portion of the world barrier, eager to see what was happening outside. Then she was left utterly dumbstruck. The gigantic Star Sea Beast was rampaging through the Star Sea. In front of the Star Sea Beast was a luminous sphere radiating dazzling light. This large sphere represented a world. Whose world is this that is so enormous? What is this monster, and should that roar not have come from it? Su Xiu expressed her doubts, estimating that her world size might not even reach 1/1000th of this large sphere. It should be noted that she was a mid-tier deity and her strength ranked among the upper echelon of players on Blue Star. One can imagine how terrifying the world represented by this light sphere was. Even more terrifying was this giant monster. Su Xiu estimated that her mid-tier world was insufficient to fill even its gaps. Is the endless Star Sea really this dangerous? Su Xiu trembled, having just repelled a few waves of attacks from the Star Sea, and also opened numerous treasures from chests. This led her to subconsciously believe that the Heart Sea trial might not be that difficult. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye she would encounter such two terrifying entities? Record this, I must record this and transmit it back to Blue Star. Su Xiu prayed that the clashes between these two titans would not involve her, while rapidly utilizing faith points to document the scene she witnessed. Such terrifying entities existing in the Star Sea must be known to the people on Blue Star. With the colossal form of the sea beast, even its roar could undoubtedly be deemed an acoustic attack. Not only did the entire Starry Sea suffer a tremendous impact, but the beings on the 4 continents also experienced a significant shock. Countless beings bled from their ears at that moment, their heads buzzing. Thankfully, they quickly recovered. The beings of the 4 continents were remarkably in sync, launching attacks against the sea beast. The mecha giants of the cyberpunk civilization relentlessly attacked every corner of the sea beast, trying to find its weakest spot. The golden giants summoned by the cultivation civilization continuously targeted the wounds they had inflicted earlier. In the blink of an eye, billions of sword energies fell upon those wounds. Countless sword intents enveloped the sea beast, preventing its recovery. Simultaneously, another weapon in the golden giant's hand was summoned. Bell, the supreme artifact crafted by the forging civilization of the cultivation world. This bell is named Soul Suppression Bell. The Soul Suppression Bell possesses the power to move mountains. It can shift all mountains on the cultivation continent and then press down upon the target. In ancient mythologies, there exists a treasure similar to the Soul Suppression Bell. It is called the Heaven Turning Seal, and one seal is equivalent to one mountain. When the heaven-turning seal strikes a person, it feels as if a mountain has fallen upon them. Moreover, this mountain is akin to the legendary divine mountains like the Buzhou mountain. In principle, the soul suppression bell is similar to the heaven-turning seal. However, they differ in significant ways. The heaven-turning seal crushes people, while the soul suppression bell crushes souls. The heaven-turning seal moves mountains to crush people, whereas the soul suppression bell primarily suppresses souls, with the weight of the mountains affecting the soul. At this moment, the soul suppression bell hung high above the sea beast, as if countless mountains from the cultivation continent were pressing down upon the soul of the sea beast. The immense pressure rendered the sea beast's movements clumsy. The Data Army specialized in attacking the beast's eyes and other vulnerable areas. Their bodies had been fully digitized, making the sea beast's physical attacks completely ineffective against them. The Western fantasy continent was also launching attacks on various parts of the sea beast at this moment. The god of war let out a furious roar before employing his divine war techniques. Countless warriors formed a formation, their knightly wills converging to manifest a gigantic knightly phantom. The knightly phantom attacked the colossal sea beast. Long spears swept continuously. Numerous mages under the leadership of the god of magic inscribed numerous magical runes. These magical runes allowed the magic to flow among them, with various elemental forces rising and falling. With the support of countless mages, the god of magic cast a world-destroying forbidden magic. Green ripples swept through, creating a deep pit on the sea beast's body due to the magic. At this moment, the god of light radiated a glow akin to a spring breeze. At this time, countless of his followers were fervently praying. As these followers prayed, the glow surrounding the god of light grew increasingly intense. All those illuminated by this radiance had their injuries fully healed. Even their souls were cured by this light. The god of order summoned chains of order which enveloped the sea beast in a web of regulations. Though the sea beast could break these orders by moving, they nonetheless imposed some restrictions on it. Apart from the dispatched vanguard forces, the rest of the insectoid race almost completely engulfed the sea beast. Moreover, with the information support from the cyberpunk civilization and the dispatched insectoid scouts, the insectoid base was attempting to hatch new variants. Based on the sea beast's weaknesses, they aimed to hatch a batch of new insectoids capable of breaching its tough exterior. Through various genetic combinations, they continually produced insectoids with special abilities. For instance, insectoids that can secrete various toxins, or others with special attribute attacks. These insectoids launched suicidal attacks against the sea beast. Before dying, their information would be relayed back to the insectoid base through special means. Thus, the insectoid base could analyze the effects of different genetic information on the sea beast. For instance, which toxin could corrode the sea beast more effectively. For example, which element could more easily break through the sea beast's defenses. After comparing the information, the insectoid base could purposefully synthesize insectoids specifically targeted at the sea beast. This is one of the primary reasons the insectoids are regarded as a battle race. With their vast biological genetic database, coupled with their ability to rapidly deploy troops, they can adjust their forces based on the demands of war at any time. If you face the insectoids, it's best not to have any weaknesses. Otherwise, at the beginning of the battle, you might just think the insectoids are numerous. But as the fight progresses, you'll realize their troop types have changed. If you fear fire, then you'll face various fire attribute insectoids. If you fear toxins, then you'll encounter insectoids capable of spewing various poisons. Their vast genetic library allows them to create diverse biological weapons specifically targeting you. Otherwise, if solely relying on sheer numbers, the insectoids would not be deemed a natural disaster. After all, there are many races capable of overwhelming numbers. Yet why are none as formidable as the insectoids? From a certain perspective, the insectoids are akin to the cyberpunk civilization, for they possess knowledge. And knowledge represents power. Additionally, other scattered races were also doing their part in their own ways. Although their attacks barely scratched the surface, the sheer volume was overwhelming. At this moment, the sea beast resembled a boss character in a game. Although its overall strength far surpassed that of the players, even capable of instantly killing them, it was gradually being pushed back by the players employing various tactics. Ye Tian quietly observed the scene before him, a sense of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This was undoubtedly an existence that was unattainable in his past life. For the star sea behemoths, the world he once inhabited might barely be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. However, in this life, even the formidable star sea behemoths were completely surrounded and hunted down by his kin. To hunt a star sea behemoth was an unprecedented feat, whether in the starry realms or the lands of decay and sin. Moreover, the target of his hunt was a star sea behemoth, and one of the most elite among them. Ye Tian felt a surge of anticipation for the rewards the boundless star sea would grant him after slaying this behemoth. After all, the strength of the star sea behemoths far surpassed that of the previous 8th level great world, not to mention the magic-eyed brain worms. As for whether his kin could take down the star sea behemoth, Ye Tian had never doubted that. Besides, even if the 4 continents were not a match for the star sea behemoths, there was still the ocean, wasn't there? One must know that his world was structured with 3 parts land and 7 parts ocean. The creatures within the ocean were far stronger than those on land. In the ocean, there existed beings whose size was even more terrifying than that of the deep-sea giants lurking in the abyss. However, the existence within the ocean was akin to his hidden cards. In the face of ordinary warfare, he only needed to deploy the 4 continents. Furthermore, he was no pushover. Back when the game had not fully reflected reality, he could only utilize his rank strength. In the mythic 9th tier, he could only exert the powers of the mythic 9th tier. At that time, the creator's status was not yet perfected. However, now the game had thoroughly reflected reality, and he had grasped another, even more powerful ability, the power of the world. With the power of the world, the star sea behemoth could not stir up much of a wave. At this moment, the probing of the star sea behemoth by the 4 continents was drawing to a close. Target characteristic analysis. According to the analyzed data, the target can absorb all mineral and metallic materials, converting them into its own power. Moreover, the monster possesses an extremely powerful physical strength, almost immune to all purely physical attacks. Energy attacks can only inflict minor damage. Mental and soul attacks are the most effective. Discontinue all attacks involving mineral and metallic materials. Focus on mental and soul attacks. The cyberpunk civilization first deciphered the weaknesses of the star sea behemoth. It subsequently informed other civilizations of its characteristics. In an instant, the insectoid race made adaptive adjustments, genetically engineering various insectoids capable of mental and soul attacks. They even incorporated soul damage into the explosion injuries of self-destructing insects. Other civilizations also made adjustments to their attacks. Subsequently, all focused on soul attacks against the star sea behemoth. The golden giants summoned by the cultivation civilization were continuously entangled with the star sea behemoth. The 3,000 sword paths in his hands continuously struck the star sea behemoth. As the sword energy carved out myriad wounds, countless laws entwined over these wounds. Fire, ice, and thunder. These are the laws. Though these seem to affect the body of the star sea behemoth, they actually targeted its soul. The fire, various exotic flames from the cultivation continent, appeared to ignite the body of the star sea behemoth, yet in reality, it scorched its soul. Ice froze the soul of the star sea behemoth. And thunder, which goes without saying, specifically countered the soul. Sword energy specifically counters the body. Various laws take form in the body, but originate from the soul. The star sea behemoth was in dire straits, letting out anguished roars from time to time. At this moment, it was already panicking, because it realized that this group of ants could not only injure it, but could inflict deep wounds. What was worse was that it had very few methods to deal with this group of ants. Its size was too enormous, making it cumbersome to move. Previously in the worlds it devoured and conquered, the ants of those worlds could not keep up with its speed. A single sweep could wipe out a large number of ants. But now the people from the 4 continents were different. The people from the cultivation continent gathered all their strength, setting up formations to summon golden giants. As long as the formation stands, the golden giants remain, and they do not perish. The cyberpunk mechas need not be mentioned. Although mechanical constructs, they can fully achieve digitization, soul manifestation, and even energy manifestation. The machinery is merely a facade. The star sea behemoth, rampaging with its physical body, could find no way to counter the cyberpunk mechas. As for the insectoids, they have suffered the most casualties from the start of the war until now. Why have they died? They were originally fighting with an insect sea strategy. Their primary focus was on attrition. What use is there in killing off large numbers of insectoids? The insectoid base can continue to produce. On the Western Fantasy continent, the overall situation is quite comprehensive. Under the leadership of various divine races, the battles are incredibly maddening. They come at it from all angles, attacking sporadically. Though the star sea behemoth can find opportunities to counterattack every time it wipes out a group, they are revived by the God of Light. The God of Light, master of grand resurrection, spells no mistake. When not wiping out people, it is transported by the God of Space to other locations. Moreover, the people from the 4 continents have now found its relatively weak point. That is the soul. Is the soul power of the star sea behemoth weak? Undoubtedly not. However, when compared to its physical prowess, it becomes a weak point. Attacks on its physical body do not hurt the star sea behemoth much. After all, when it travels freely in the star sea, it cannot avoid encountering some space-time turbulence. Thus, it has long been accustomed to injuries on its physical body. But when it comes to injuries on its soul, the star sea behemoth truly cannot endure. In the past and the worlds it devoured, those beings had not failed to employ mental attacks against it. It was just that the star sea behemoth's soul power was weak compared to its physical body. To ordinary beings, the soul power of the star sea behemoth is vast as the stars. Would a single star care about a mosquito biting it? It would not care. But the people of the four continents in Ye Tian's world are certainly not mosquitoes. Their combined attacks are enough to make the star sea behemoth suffer greatly. The star sea behemoth is now in a state of distress. The star sea beasts, a formidable race that feasts upon worlds, certainly sound impressive. However, it is often said that when you gain something, you inevitably lose something in return. While the star sea beasts have acquired bodies capable of traversing the cosmos akin to those of worlds, they have simultaneously lost much of their intelligence. Even though this particular star sea beast is among the most elite of its kind, its consciousness resembles that of a bewildered child. It is slightly more foolish than the deep sea behemoths. In simple terms, it has gained strength, but lost its mind. The individual strength of beings in the night sky world pales in comparison to that of the star sea beasts, akin to dust. However, one must not forget that they possess their own civilization and intelligence. Knowledge is always the most powerful force. Just as ordinary people in a regular world can use tools to hunt massive whales, the beings across the four continents can collaborate to take down the immensely powerful star sea beasts. Under the combined assault of the people from the four continents, the star sea beast quickly sustained serious injuries, leaving various scars on its body. However, these scars do not significantly harm it. The primary damage to the star sea beast is inflicted upon its soul. Its soul is beset by various magical attacks originating from the cultivation civilizations, including curses and mimetic pollution from the Western fantasy continent. There are also various mental bombs from the cyberpunk civilizations. The insectoid race is even more terrifying, having specially crafted creatures capable of devouring spiritual power. The physical injuries sustained by the star sea beast can quickly recover. Even with sword energy and other corrosive powers, these merely delay the recovery process. However, the situation is quite different on the mental front. There are many defensive measures regarding mental attacks, but the star sea beast knows none of them. Against all mental assaults, the star sea beast relies solely on its vast spiritual power to endure. In the past, this tactic was effective against weaker beings. What impact does digging a small hole on a star have? Yet the attacks from the four continents are far from that simple. Thus, the spiritual power of the star sea beast continues to be consumed. The war between the night sky and the star sea beasts may sound brief, but in reality decades and even centuries have already passed. Gradually consuming a monster like the star sea beast is no easy task. It requires a painstaking approach. During this lengthy period, the star sea trials of other creator gods have long since concluded. Some individuals suffered great losses in the star sea trials, but managed to survive. Others, however, were well prepared and reaped substantial resources. Some even perished in the star sea trials shortly after becoming creator gods. Everyone who emerged from the star sea trials shared their thrilling experiences across various forums and networks. There were those bragging about their gains and others expressing their fears. Among all this information, one piece of news undoubtedly caused a sensation in the Dragon Kingdom. It all began with Sushiyu. Her star sea trials concluded early, but for her, it was not a true crisis. The real danger lay in the formidable figure battling in her section of the Star Sea, and that monstrous beast. Even though she had survived the crisis of the Star Sea trials, Sushiyu feared that the terrifying battle of that world and the giant beast might spill over to her. In a fight, it is all too normal to crush an ant underfoot. Thus, after the conclusion of the Star Sea trials, Sushiyu remained extremely anxious, fearing that one misstep could lead to her world's demise. While she monitored the battle occurring in her section of the Star Sea, she also took the time to return to reality and convey what she had witnessed to the Creator God administration. As a Creator God, although she could not intervene in the battle within the Star Sea, recording it posed no issue. After capturing a segment of the scenes within the Star Sea, Sushiyu submitted this footage to the Creator City administration. Then she returned to her world to keep an eye on the situation. The footage she disseminated in her reality completely stirred the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Creator God administration did not hide that segment of footage. After all, they desperately needed prestige to attract numerous creator gods to join. Currently, the vast majority of people lack understanding of the endless Star Sea. This terrifying war footage undoubtedly increased everyone's awareness of the Star Sea. By making this footage public at such a time, they could quickly boost their prestige. The war footage was not in video form. After all, they were creator gods, and capturing a segment while screen recording would be too lowbrow. Sushiyu utilized a divine technique to record the scenes. This divine technique allows anyone who encounters it to perceive everything from her perspective. Thus, after the Creator God administration made this divine technique public, allowing all Creator gods to witness the battle in the Star Sea, they were utterly astonished. What is that thing? Why is there such a terrifying beast in the endless Star Sea? I'm in a level 6 world, and it's not even enough to fill its tooth gap. Hiss, the being facing that giant beast is a Creator God's world. How powerful must this Creator God be? A level 9 Creator God? Could it be the almighty End of Days? Or perhaps an influential figure in the new map, the Starry Domain? Back when the version 1.0 of I Am a Creator God was first released, if this had been used as a promotional video, I would have jumped in long ago. Faced with the scenes revealed through the divine technique, all the Creator gods were shocked. Now the barriers that enveloped their worlds have completely opened. They can also see the appearance of the endless Star Sea within their own worlds. However, precisely because they saw the endless Star Sea, they felt even more insignificant. Their worlds are like mere specks of dust in the vastness of the endless Star Sea. Yet the world depicted in the footage astonishingly occupies a vast expanse of the Star Sea. How immense must that world be? How powerful must its Creator God be? As for the Star Sea beasts, even though the Creator God administration had warned them about many threats within the Star Sea, they had never informed them about the existence of such monsters. Such monsters, even thousands or tens of thousands of lesser worlds, would merely be crunchy to them, like munching on beans. With such terrifying creatures in the Star Sea, how could they possibly compete? Countless creators, after watching the footage, found themselves pondering two questions. Is the world depicted in the footage a match for this monster? Furthermore, could this world belong to the almighty End of Days? The battle progressed smoothly. Although they were pushing against the boss, it wasn't quite the same as being in an actual game. If it were a real game, a supreme boss like the Star Sea Behemoth would certainly have various forms. When its health drops below 50, it enters its second form. When its health is below 10, it activates its third form. Only a few challenging forms in the game would dare to claim to be the final boss. Unfortunately, this is reality, not a game. Therefore, the moment the weakness of the Star Sea Behemoth was discovered, its fate was already sealed. Apart from its physical body, the Star Sea Behemoth hardly possesses any formidable abilities. After all, its physical form is capable of traversing the Star Sea, feeding on the world. There's no reason it would have any other powerful techniques. Its physical form is its greatest strength. While its body poses a threat to the 4 continents, it is not overwhelming. Each civilization of the 4 continents has methods to counter its physical might. In such circumstances, the Star Sea Behemoth was destined to fall. At this moment, it was barely hanging on in the starry sky. Its soul flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Its body had also sunk into silence amidst the cosmos. Though the Star Sea Behemoth had not yet perished, it had completely lost its ability to resist. This protracted tug-of-war had lasted for 1,000 years. The civilizations of the 4 continents breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the ailing Star Sea Behemoth. This millennia-long battle had been extremely arduous for them. Moreover, this battle was not taking place within the world, but in the Star Sea beyond. In that starry expanse, some abilities of the night sky could not take effect against them. The reduction in their combat power was not insignificant. If they were battling within the world, merely a century would suffice to annihilate the Star Sea Behemoth. However, such an outcome would likely cause unimaginable damage to the world of night sky. Great Creator, in a few decades we could completely obliterate the soul of this Star Sea Behemoth. However, I do not recommend doing so. The soul of the Star Sea Behemoth is already weakened to a point where it can no longer pose any threat to us. I request that we refrain from extinguishing its soul, instead bringing it back to the world for our study. The existence of the Star Sea Behemoth is terrifying, and everything about it conceals boundless secrets. Moreover, its combat power is formidable, capable of traversing the cosmos. If we can devise a way to control it, the great Creator will have tremendous support in the starry skies, ensuring victory in all endeavors. At this moment, the leaders from the 4 continents gathered beside Night Sky. The supreme entity of the cyberpunk civilization spoke fervently to Night Sky. The emperor of the insectoid tribe and other leaders also displayed expressions of excitement and fervor. With such terrifying strength from the 4 continents, it took nearly 1,000 years to bring the Star Sea Behemoth to the brink of collapse. This clearly demonstrates how powerful the Star Sea Behemoth truly is. The honor of hunting such a fearsome beast instilled a sense of pride among them. Moreover, after a millennium of war, it was finally time to reap the rewards. The prize, of course, is the Star Sea Behemoth. As a unique existence in the Star Sea, its value is immeasurable. In a cliché saying from the realm of cultivation, this beast is a treasure from head to toe. The insectoid tribe seeks its cosmic genes, the cyberpunk civilization wishes to slice it for research, and the cultivation civilization aims to extract materials for forging. Using materials from its body for forging would undoubtedly elevate them beyond the ninth-tier mythical level. More importantly, the strength of the Star Sea Behemoth itself is extraordinarily terrifying. If they could devise a way to control it, Night Sky's world would immediately gain a terrifying combat force. Mastering a Star Sea Behemoth could almost instantly amplify Night Sky's combat power significantly. The life force of the Star Sea Behemoth is remarkably tenacious, allowing the civilizations of the 4 continents to search for ways to control it while also harvesting materials from its body. These two objectives are not mutually exclusive. Thus, the leaders of several civilizations were reluctant to directly kill the Star Sea Behemoth. They unanimously believed that leaving it half alive would yield greater benefits for the great creator than outright slaying it. Moreover, killing it would only result in a corpse. However, if they kept a half-dead Star Sea Behemoth, its body could continue to recover. This notion is akin to raising a pig and not slaughtering it, but taking a bit of meat when hungry and waiting for it to recover. Upon hearing the Supreme's words, Night Sky was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the other leaders whose eyes sparkled with excitement and instantly grasped their thoughts. He felt somewhat speechless inside. This group of guys is quite the exploiters. Who did they learn this from? They aim to raise it while searching for ways to control it, all the while continuously harvesting materials from its body. Even Satan would have to call them devils. The Star Sea Behemoth would undoubtedly be stripped bare by them. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Night Sky nodded in agreement with the requests of the many civilization leaders. Why not agree to something that brings only benefits and no harm? Moreover, Night Sky was genuinely looking forward to the proposal put forth by the supreme leader of Cyberpunk. If the people of the 4 continents could truly devise a way to control the Star Sea Behemoth, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. He had personally witnessed how terrifying the strength of the Star Sea Behemoth was. It took the combined strength of the 4 continents nearly 1,000 years to bring it down. His own power was nearly unrivaled among the 9th-tier creators. With the strength of the 4 continents, it wouldn't take so long to take down even a slightly weaker 9th-tier creator's world. This clearly illustrates the might of the Star Sea Behemoth. If the 4 great civilizations could truly control it, the amplification to their world's power would be significant. In the future, while others send their clans to battle, they could unleash the world-class Star Sea Behemoth. Night Sky could already envision the astonished faces of those battling against the creators. After determining the method to deal with the Star Sea Behemoth, the people of the 4 continents began the final preparations. They needed to drag the half-dead Star Sea Behemoth back into the world of Ye Tian. Although the Star Sea Behemoth is considered a world-class entity, not even the middle 1,000 worlds could accommodate it. Yet the world of Ye Tian is a grand 1,000 world. Moreover, it is one of the top existences within the grand 1,000 world. Accommodating a Star Sea Behemoth poses no problem at all. With the cooperative efforts of the 4 great civilizations, it took them several decades to finally move the Star Sea Behemoth back into the world of Ye Tian. Ye Tian used divine power to secure the Star Sea Behemoth in a sea area. Just the size of the Star Sea Behemoth alone surpasses any land within the 4 continents. Once the Star Sea Behemoth was properly arranged, the civilizations existing on the 4 continents swiftly began their actions. The cultivation continent, cyberpunk civilization, the insectoid tribe, and the people of the Western fantasy continent all selected a portion of their members to settle on the body of the Star Sea Behemoth. In just a few decades, numerous branches of various civilizations were established on the Star Sea Behemoth. The clans residing on the Star Sea Behemoth were tasked with constantly monitoring the soul strength of the behemoth to prevent it from recovering. Simultaneously, they conducted various studies to find ways to control it. During this time, Ye Tian remained in his own world. Only after everything concerning the Star Sea Behemoth was properly arranged did he breathe a sigh of relief. Controlling the Star Sea Behemoth is by no means something that can be achieved overnight. Even with the current level of development across the 4 continents, finding a method to control the Star Sea Behemoth would likely take an exceedingly long time. However, as long as they can control the Star Sea Behemoth, all of this is worth it. This time, Ye Tian did not receive the reward of the endless Star Sea. The Star Sea Behemoth is like a parasite on the endless Star Sea. If Ye Tian were to kill it, precious treasures would surely emerge. But for Ye Tian, now no treasure could compare to the Star Sea Behemoth itself. After all, the combat power of the Star Sea Behemoth is truly terrifying. If it weren't for encountering himself, even a 9th-level creator god might not be able to contend with the Star Sea Behemoth. His cyberpunk civilization, the insectoid tribe, the cultivation continent, and the divine clan, any one of them is a top-tier clan, coupled with various innate enhancements. Yet even with so many buffs, dealing with the Star Sea Behemoth still took 1,000 years. Other 9th-level creator gods certainly do not possess his level of strength. After advising the numerous clans within his world, Ye Tian finally left his world and returned to reality. At this moment, reality was in an uproar once again. Sushi